Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the Quake World Championships. I'm DJ Wheat, and today we start things off with 24 players from around the globe, and over the course of the next 3 days, we will find and crown our Season 3 champion. Thanks for joining us here today. I am here at the desk getting ready to start off the action with none other than ZSX and Ketchup. Gentlemen, welcome. The first match is moments away, and we have got a great 3 days ahead of us. How's it going, Dan?
It's going really well.
Good.
I can't explain how happy I am to be back here. 2.5 years since our last offline event together.
I've kind of forgotten what it feels like, how it works, etc., but it is definitely good to be back, yeah.
I think you just don't appreciate things until they're gone. Now everyone's back together. Everyone's starting to sort of grind, and we're finally back in a LAN environment.
Yep.
You know, the game feels crispier than ever. It's going to, from what we've heard from players, influence some rather different decisions that we would normally see during those weekly online events, where the kind of Quake that we're going to be seeing could be, you know, just different enough to add that extra bit of spice into it.
I would definitely like to see that. And you mentioned it. Over the last 18 weeks, right, we have had players battling it out. Something a little bit different because, of course, most of the regions have mingled and mixed and been playing over the course of the 18 weeks. So let's take a look at the action and kind of the things that took place over the matches since February.
Oh, we hit him with the gauntlet around the corner, RAISY, right. You're insane!
The rail comes down unreturned. In this case, though, Sparty back on the Mega, but with no armor to his name. This is so scary. That light isn't going to do anything to stop the bleeding.
nosfa has to be very careful and calculate when he can get rockets safely. And this isn't it as he drops right into the fire and flame, somehow still hitting rails, but he's ticking away. He needs to try and grab health, somehow hits another rail, and he hits another one. nosfa's absolutely insane.
He reads the drop down from the middle level and has a perfectly placed rail. That puts him back to lead in a second to follow up another pair.
Oh my God! that damage chips away. It adds up a lot. Oh, the mid-air orb. It looked like he was Mario punching into the air.
No, my word, what a rocket through the doorway.
He just hit the perfect exit orb rail on Rapha for that frag. And, you know.
Where you going?
And then you got stuff like that.
Oh, RAISY, stop it. You're a bully. Oh. In the air.
Hits him with the rail, 24 HP. Baxter just gagging to get that last frag, and the opening rocket for the TP does manage to take him down 8-7 here.
Yikes. That's the kind of performance we're seeing from him right here.
Completely agree, and oh my God,
oh, no,
the floor is lava, and there's the gauntlet! Kilson maintaining this one frag lead, playing hyper defensive, setting the traps, doesn't get a ton of damage, but he wants to kill right here. This is it. There's the rocket jump, beautiful wall jump, and look at that flea. If he needs it, I think he heard a step. He might take a peek here, and there's a good rail. Potential for another. Good rocket here as he moonwalks his way onto the heavy, and this is an opportunity. Lethal through the telly, and no, RAISY with the flick! What in the hell was that?
Xeniku's been just better at positioning, hitting earlier damage.
Wow!
That was absolutely fantastic, Dan.
2-2. So things have equalized. Another great rail coming out by Maxter, but Kilson maintaining that aerial advantage. Maxter off the bounce with another great rail, tying it back up again, 3-3. Now, versus what we got out of the first 2 minutes is totally different. And Kilson has taken what was such a close game.
But CNZ hit a few of his own. Now both players are actually on comparable stacks, but it is Epic who's got the better position. He's making a move onto the Mega. Oh, falls just short.
Just some absolutely great moments from the past 18 weeks of competition, gentlemen. I know that you probably have your favorites. I don't know if they were showcased right there, but anything, Dan, that like sticks out in your mind in terms of like, that was my favorite moment of QPL Season 3?
Anytime RAISY pulls out a gauntlet.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Ketchup, what do you think?
dramiS had his fair share of amazing moments, like some really big results. Like, may not have been the most successful player of the weeklies, but when those wins came in hot, everyone was talking about them, and for good reason. So excited to see dramiS this weekend in particular.
Yeah, and you mentioned, right, that we hope to get something a little bit different out of this finals, and we definitely got a lot of bit different out of Season 3 because we saw the regions facing off against one another. It brought some interesting matches. We talked a little bit about how we felt like the gap between players at the highest level has been getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So might we see upsets? Might we see surprises this weekend? Absolutely, definitely a possibility. So let's take a look at the finals bracket here. Everything that we'll be playing over the course of the next 2 days will be best of threes. But once we get to the end of the bracket, near that round of 4, that's when we'll be switching over to best of 5s and best of 7s for the grand finals. We'll keep you updated and let you know when that's happening. And then also, every single matchup that will be played here this weekend will be viewable, whether it's here on the main stream or over on the B stream as well. Gentlemen, we're looking at the upper bracket right now. These are a lot of the matches that we're going to be kicking things off here for the action starting the day. Anything that stands out to either of you as you take your first glance at this?
Yes, I want to make 2 points. My first, when you look at that second round, I think to your point, Reed, you know, back in the day, we would have maybe picked 2 people from there and said they will probably win this tournament.
Yeah.
You look at that now, the way everyone's been developing over the course of the season, you could genuinely put your points on any one of those players and it'll be a good shout. It's that close going into the finals. My second point is just the caliber of new talent we see coming through in the challenges. Like, some of these guys backstage have been giving so many upsets and looking incredible. And not only that, there are players here now where it's their first ever offline event. You know, they're new to the scene, they're new to Quake Champions because of the situation. They've never played in a finals, and so it's really exciting just to see not new players coming through, but to have that experience with them as well.
Yeah, Ketchup, what are your thoughts?
I kind of emulate the exact same thing. Players that are dipping their toes into the world of competition now, not something you would kind of expect from Quake, being a game that's been out for so long. Quake Champions now having that, I mean, at this point, it's got to be like 5 years or so of people getting into the game from other games, deciding they like it and sticking around for competition, now having an opportunity to bring it to the stage. Now, folks, that lower bracket, that might be kind of empty, but give it a few hours.
Yeah.
That's going to start filling up. Like, mark my words.
It will. It will. In fact, let's take a look at the schedule, what you can expect here for day 1. I believe we've got about 13 matches that will be taking place and kind of all over the place, which is great, right? We're going to definitely see a very diverse set of matches and probably situations play out here during day 1 of the World Championship. Our first matchup, of course, GaRpY and dandaking will be taking place right here with our casters ZSX and Ketchup starting in just a moment. But set your calendars, set your reminders, your timers, whatever. Just get ready because we're going on a ride today and all weekend long. So, gentlemen, it begins now. Our first match is kind of moments away. Let's start to shift a little bit to the first matchup that we're going to see. Of course, that being GaRpY versus dandaking. I'm going to start with you. Dan, talk to me a little bit about GaRpY.
Yeah, we were just reminiscing moments before broadcast about the history that is GaRpY. He's been in the scene for 24 years. You know, he won, what was it, the Half-Life World Championship back in 1998, and he's still sitting here as the boomer he is. But he's also a Quake Champions champion. He's been, you know, winner of ESWC, as he so politely reminded me before broadcast when I was saying he wasn't going to win.
Second in Denver. Second in Denver.
He did remind me of all these facts. I have to make it clear how good he is. But he is a great player. No matter how many times he gets beaten down, he's always back here. He's always challenging. And despite how good he is, I think, and despite his pedigree, I think the one thing he does struggle with is mental games sometimes. You can see him slipping. In practice, he can beat anyone, but whether he always transitions out to the main stage is another question. And often we see him drop out in the first round. Maybe he gets a little bit further in the bracket and doesn't get much further. This could be an event where he pushes a little bit further on. He's got a very strong opponent against him. I want him to do well, obviously. He's got the talent, so let's see how he does.
Ketchup?
I feel pretty much the exact same way about GaRpY. I'm a very biased fan, you know, lovely lad. But it is that experience that GaRpY tends to bring above most people because even for Quake, there's not a lot of players out there right now in QC that have that degree of experience, not only with a bunch of different games, so the ability to kind of adapt and deal with new opponents on the fly, but just this kind of setting.
Yeah.
I mean, being able to sit down on a stage, it's LAN, it's stressful for a lot of people. GaRpY's just not going to have that concern. And as we said earlier, there are players here where this is their first experience doing this ever. So anyone that's ready has an advantage, for sure.
And his opponent, and keep in mind, you're going to be seeing some new, fresh faces here over the course of the weekend, right? A lot of players battling it out through those challenger competitions to earn their spot to play here at the Season 3 World Championship. And this is one of them, dandaking. And Ketchup, I'm going to go to you first, talk a little bit about this player, but because you mentioned, right, we could see some unique things this weekend. We could see someone come in and surprise a lot of folks out there. But what are your thoughts here on dandaking?
Now, if you got into Quake Champions kind of through the Pro League, you probably haven't seen him all that much. But if you were sort of invested in this game really from day one in those first couple of years, kind of before things started to shift and we started to see different modes and all that stuff, dandaking was always there. And it's had his fair share of like highly respectable results in this kind of setting as well. So, talking about experience versus experience, I don't think that's going to be an issue for dandaking at all, because he's done pretty well for himself in Quake Champions too. It's just that the Pro League in particular, we just wouldn't have seen him all that much. So if this is your debut, welcome to dandaking.
Pretty much, yeah. And he's been around even before Quake Champions, so somebody with a lot of heritage as well. And he comes from the land down under, so who knows what he brings with him. And he's sitting down backstage. He has been giving upsets once again. These players who are not used to playing against these alternative playstyles, as you will, right? He brings a new meta slightly with him and a new skill set. And don't underestimate how accustomed players can be with their regular practice partners and with the QPL, that everyone plays against everyone so often. So this new blood coming in can always have some degree of an upset.
I love it. Forget what you know. Well, maybe some of it, right? I think a lot of it might apply this weekend, but you're absolutely right. A lot of potential to see something, or players to go up against a player that maybe they're not used to playing or not accustomed to quite yet. So let's take a look at the picks and bans and see how this first matchup is going to be playing out. As there we have our maps: Corrupted Keep, Awoken, and if we need to go there, we'll be heading on over to Ruins as well. Dan, let's start with you. Any thoughts here on the champion picks that we see?
No, I think particularly early stage tournaments, people love to play a little bit safe, and as it is in events, the meta will unfold as the event grows on for the surprises coming through. So there is nothing massively here that stands out. Probably the most definitive one is no heavy champions, and that's partly what we'll talk about throughout the day. I think people will be steering away from that for the moment just because of this land setting. So nothing too dramatic. I think the one I'm looking out for is that Awoken, where the Nyx comes out, which we know is a bit of an enigma. She can definitely dominate, but at the same time, I really do like the Strog pick there. That can put a lot of pressure on and is tanky in his own right. So that's probably the key matchup I'm going to look out for.
I'm kind of looking at the bans too. The safety doesn't extend just to the picks here, because we're going into Awoken, we're going into Ruins, and because of that, we're saying goodbye to Athena, we're saying goodbye to Visor, and even the Scale Bearer being removed at the moment. There's actually one particular element of Scale Bearer which we might see throughout this weekend, is that more than one player for sure have been saying they don't feel like Scale Bearer feels as strong on land. Now, for what reason that could be, who knows? There's many potentials here, but a lot of it comes down to just having that extra little bit of time to deal with the bull rush. And I mean, we're on land. Heavy champions are easier to hit. Now, we're not going to need to talk about that right now, because obviously, as you said, there's no heavies here and Scale Bearers banned anyway. But I'm keeping a real keen eye on that development here, because everything else is nice and standard.
Well, clearly people are starting to listen to me after the last 2 years of my...
Did you look into a crystal ball and be like, we're going to go on land, and it's going to be easier to deal with?
No, I definitely look forward to seeing how different champion play is going to play out here on land, because I do think it might mix up a little bit, and we'll see, right? It might be really in the head of a lot of players, right? And they have been playing pretty consistently online for a bit. You kind of get in a mode, a certain way of playing. How does that shift to land? I don't know, but as you said, we'll see it play out, right? All right, well, there's your picks and bans. Make your predictions in chat. We're getting ready to kick off our first game here of day one of the Quake World Championships. It looks like both players are in the lobby. And gentlemen, any final thoughts here as we get ready to fire into game number one?
I can't wait. We're back. I'm loving it. It's so hype here at the event, and I'm really looking forward to it.
The exact same. I'm just happy to be around everyone again. We're in this setting where everyone's going to be able to give it that 150%. Plenty of players, if they're not from EU, have been sort of boot camping here to get that extra experience and that extra practice. And the sort of newcomers that we're seeing, they spent a long amount of time yesterday on their personal booths, just getting as many games in on LAN as they possibly can. So I think people could not be more prepared for this weekend, which could very well give us the best Quake champions we've ever seen.
Dan, anything else to add? Or are you just going to stand there looking pretty?
I can do both, actually. I can definitely do both.
I mean, one thing to bring up is just, again, keep an eye out for those challenger players,
Yes.
right? I think you can expect that at least one or two of them are going to kind of maybe shock the world.
Yeah.
And maybe not. I don't know. We'll be seeing. But it looks like we're loading into our first map, Corrupted Keep. I'm going to let you gentlemen take it from here as we kick off the first map of day 3 or day 1 of the Quake World Championship. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm that excited.
Contain it, we contain it.
Let's go.
Thank you. We are jumping in. We've got the warm-up here, catch up. What's your feeling then? I know we haven't seen a lot of dandaking over the weeks. He kind of came in through the challenges, 300 ping to get here, but he is here. What's your gut telling you?
I think dandaking is going to have to really do everything he can to just make the most of this because, if I'm not mistaken, dandaking actually had a rather unfortunate flight here and was quite under the weather.
Oh, dear. I did not know that.
Well, I could be totally wrong, but I'm sure I heard it. I'm sure I did. But either way, you know, now you're here, you're nice and rested, hopefully you got some food in you, and we're now jumping into this first map. But remember, folks, you know, unlike those weeklies where it's 3 maps, regardless, we're in best of 3. Now, this could be over considerably faster.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see how things unfold. Again, we've been backstage, we've been talking to players about the meta and everything else. HMG coming out early for the first initiation kill. So interested to see how, you know, the dynamics of the duel changes, because the rockets we've been cited as being extremely powerful in this environment. And the LG potentially not so much. But dandaking does take that first frag. Looking very confident. Got a trap set up here for the Anarchy, who himself doesn't have the inject. He's got it with a super shotgun catch-up, and it's not worked out.
It's the risk-reward of the super shotgun sometimes. You know, the amount of damage you can get is great at close range, but you miss that shot. I mean, just like a rail, you are out on your ass. But now, 1 frag apiece here. We've only just started this first map, and it's still that kind of feeling each other out period. I think it's highly unlikely that players that know they have opponents in their path, I mean, they're not going to give them those practice games, are they? These players will be fighting each other on this LAN for the first time in years in these first matches. So these kind of first maps, like I said, just figuring out maybe potential patterns, potential weaknesses, but as it's best of 3, not a lot of time to get your head together.
No, dandaking taking the high ground. Big rocket coming out from GaRpY from the low ground right there, smacking him in the face. He's going to back off to the heavy, but GaRpY's got more than enough time to get across and keep this pressure on. Don't think dandaking knows exactly when it is. He drops into a shotgun. Actually just about gets out alive for now, but not for long, as he is taken down. GaRpY taking the lead, and that delay on the heavy earlier was critical for GaRpY's success.
Yeah, and being able to just sort of collect it at the last minute is going to be the best of a bad situation, really. I mean, especially with those misses at the end, you kind of know you're going to go down. That rocket was absolutely fantastic, though. Again, stealing an item. So GaRpY getting tons of damage, and yeah, technically in the lead, but not able to really establish any of these items yet.
Not again!
Oh, that LG is just not the one right now.
No, and I don't know if that's a sign of things to come, but GaRpY's close-range shotgun have been on point so far. You actually rightly said, though, the stealing from dandaking is a little bit concerning for GaRpY fans out there, as he's been a slightly bit sloppy around those major items. Saying that, dandaking is making good presence and had solid positioning up on this high ground, going toe-to-toe again. GaRpY is more than enough and healthy enough to continue with this fight, and will back on off to try and reclaim this next heavy rotation.
No, you know, it could be down to just not being able to pick up the right weapons for the job throughout the course of the map. I mean, sometimes on Keep, you really do have to make a bit of a choice here. And again, a bit of a messy play on these items.
Yeah, definitely felt GaRpY had the time and the remit to push that high ground, and not doing so. He's given a license for dandaking to control that space and ultimately steal away the heavy, which he had no right to do. Can he continue that momentum, though? The heavy machine gun mid-range play has been strong from both players, and as you can see, even despite that mega pickup, not particularly healthy. The orb is coming back off cooldown now, so he just will rotate around, and GaRpY's respecting that and forfeits the heavy for free.
There's no rush to make big things happen just yet. You know, it's only 3.5 minutes down on this first map. Wow, just a drive-by there with the shotgun, and bonus points able to pick up a light. And I guess light being the key word here is that GaRpY playing a champion that's not going to spawn with any. Dandaking's going to be much healthier fresh off the spawn, whether that comes down to a refrag, being able to establish on an item. And the second you frag someone and take armor on the way, you can just push it. You know, if they get a spawn that's not near one of the big weapons, super shotgun again, saying hello. And just like that, dandaking takes a small lead here.
Definitely. It's a little bit worrying how GaRpY is completely forfeiting the items. At the same time, he is controlling the mid-ground really, really well. He stuck around a little bit too long. He did nearly 200 damage with the heavy machine gun pulling out there, but dandaking is not relenting. And as you can see in these events, often they start cagey, but not in this one. Absolute aggression from both sides in this. Too much aggression from GaRpY this time, and dandaking is punishing. As earlier engagements, he wasn't connecting the lightning gun are well behind him as he is being clean on these frags. As they're saying that, GaRpY's going on the offensive and will get another frag to bring it within 2. We're not even 5 minutes in this though, Ketchup.
I really want to point out that a couple of frags ago that dandaking was able to obtain, there was so much confidence in that fight that he does that super shotgun damage and doesn't even hesitate to realize what direction GaRpY is going to run away, because he's just so confident, and that's a real shame. That's a shame right there.
Yeah, it's just the timing again, and this has been a big thing. The kind of first 2 minutes or so, GaRpY was on point, but ever since then, dandaking's rotation has been spot on. The timing's been great, and he's understanding now his remit and how much he can push. And he's punishing GaRpY for any mistakes over and around the items. And as you can see, he's got that control, and GaRpY's on the run here. He's used the inject just to gain any sort of stack to get around the map and try and set up for this next mega, but he's just not going to be able to. Trying to get some chip damage, trying to drop down below. You see him working his angles, but there's just nothing there that dandaking's giving him.
Bit of an expensive sequence of those items there for GaRpY, using the inject just to kind of safely get out of a bad situation and try and pick up some weapons, but it's not going to help him take any of these items, as now dandaking, absolutely a blood in the water situation. Plenty of stack, way more than GaRpY's working on. GaRpY really stuck, trying to run away. There's the safety orb, just why not in that situation? And dandaking's looking really good here, and just knows GaRpY's going to make his presence known here on the Mega. But the timing's so good that who cares? Yeah, I'll take the damage, because I'm going to pick up this Mega. What are you going to do? You just spawned. All you've got is a machine gun. I don't care about that.
Again, it's all the right play, but just the wrong timing. Every single one has been within the 0.5 of a second of the item pickup. So GaRpY has now got himself that armor, but needs to sustain some momentum, because we're at that point of the game where he is nearly at the point of no return. 3.5 minutes to go. Well, the scoreline isn't huge, but any slip-ups, and it could very much be unreachable at that point. So he needs to be clinical now for the next few minutes.
Harder to snowball when you're a light champion versus someone that's not. You got to get those, we always say you got to get those clean frags to start the snowball.
There it is.
If you don't have any health, that becomes a lot harder. However, in that case, kind of exactly what you needed. Because now look at that stack difference of which GaRpY can push in and be aggressive. Knows that dandaking, again, has just spawned, so that rocket launcher was good as it was going to get. That kind of bonus rocket before death, I definitely think GaRpY would have rather have got a frag that didn't involve that, perhaps. However, here we go again as dandaking, able to pick this one up, and has set himself up quite nicely. The rocket launcher's in play, plenty of stack, timing on the heavy, and positioning too. It looks like GaRpY's not going to have an inject ready for this.
Oh, he burnt it on the last rotation. Dandaking's style is very offensive, very aggressive, plus forward, and GaRpY has not been respecting it as much as he probably should have. A lot of these moves have been good from GaRpY on the defensive. dandaking's aggression has meant he's burnt a lot of his stack, but just done enough to get the frag and convert it into a full rotation and restack. And now you can see GaRpY's in 2 minds. With 2.5 minutes to go, he cannot afford to give up any more frags, any more of that snowball. And so he's just trying to stabilize, just trying to get a position and in to try and force himself back into this map. But dandaking is playing extremely well. Another delay onto that heavy is going to offset any sort of pressure from GaRpY. He will also be continuing on this offensive at the range, trying to keep GaRpY low so he can't pressure the next mega. At the same time, dandaking does not want to go aggressive, but he has an orb with a huge rocket. He knows he can go in. He's just waiting and doubling back. GaRpY snuck in below, will get this mega, but at what cost? Can he even get out catch-up?
I'm not particularly convinced he can. The inject's been popped, but I mean, it's already run out. And just like that, dandaking's going to be sitting on the heavy. There's no way at all GaRpY can fight for this. And dandaking just did the smart thing. I mean, there's a light nearby. I know that GaRpY's not going to go for this heavy, so where's he most likely to be? And was exactly bang on the money there. With a minute and a half left to go, 3 frags. Doable on Corrupted Keep, being at such a small and aggressive map, sure. But again, GaRpY's going to have to, well, as he has been this whole try, he's trying to set up for that one sort of big moment to sort of steal away those frags that he so desperately needs. But easier said than done when your opponent's got all the weapons, all the damage, all the stack. Even now, GaRpY, you've just spawned. You've got to take some time to get some weapons so you can actually fight this and keep the fight rolling. Looks to me now that all he had was a rocket, and from that range, you can't do anything. And to be honest with you, willing to call this first map a GG.
Definitely. Really well played by dandaking.
It
It was messy.
Hello.
It was definitely messy to start with. Some unfortunate frags going both ways, but then some timing mishaps from GaRpY. dandaking did not relent with the pressure. His timing was on point and he punished the mistakes, and that's what you've got to do at this level. If you do the basics well, you keep that rotation strong, you hit your shots, you're always going to be in with the chance, and that is exactly what dandaking did. And as soon as he had that lead, he kept the pressure strong, but he managed that aggression. He was chipping away at GaRpY, keeping him on the back foot and maintaining that rotation. So it was really, really well played. I think it was definitely a bit of a nerves in that opening few minutes from both players, more from dandaking, but as soon as he got that lead, there was really no looking back for the Australian.
It was kind of showing through the course of the LG alone, I think. Those first few fights where the LG was being used almost by muscle memory, just really not hitting anywhere near as much of it as clearly dandaking knows they can do. But here's the important thing: as we close out this map and we kind of had those bonus moments of, yeah, the map's done and we're just going to roll out the remaining few minutes because, you know, you may as well. Even things like the LG, the rockets, the shotgun, it started to get a little bit crisper to the point where you've already won the map and now you've got those extra couple of minutes to just warm up.
Yeah, exactly.
And that kind of makes me a bit worried going into the next map, to be honest.
Absolutely, and you can see the decision-making going in line with that process as well. It was quite sloppy. It was all in to start with from Dan, and then as that lead began to build, as he fully understood the rotation, had an understanding of what GaRpY was doing, he began to manage that aggression better, and the frags became cleaner, the pressure became more sufficient, sustained, and it was really hard as an Anarchy in those situations to get back into the map. When your opponent's keeping you on the back foot, keeping up with you in the tempo-wise, your injects are really just restoring you an escape at that point, you know? And so it was hard for GaRpY, but a lot of it comes back down to the first 3 minutes, just small timing errors. If they didn't happen, absolutely would have been a different game. But they did, and now he's down a map.
The thing to think about too is that, was Anarchy the right choice? I'm not particularly convinced that Anarchy gave GaRpY everything that he would have needed. I mean, we have the wonder of hindsight, right? We can see how the map went and go, well, okay, so now we know that this, that, and this happened. Perhaps maybe a medium champion would have been a little bit better because you would have had extra padding for a mistake. You know, less punishment when you get fragged, and now you can try and establish yourself, and you've actually got a little bit of armor to work with. Obviously, we can't know all these things until the map is finished, but I guess it brings across the risk attached to using a champion that just doesn't have any kind of padding whatsoever. The second dandaking started to get comfortable. It was a very, very different map indeed. Now, our second map, we are going to sort of go in the opposite direction. The light versus medium applies, but now it's GaRpY with the Strog, and it's going to be dandaking with the Nyx.
Yeah, this was my question. What I was thinking just now is, how is dandaking going to change his style, if at all, going into this matchup? Because he was obviously offensive, using that stack, as you say, using the speed of the Ranger and the Orb to close the gap. We also got the rail in play, which is going to be critical, because a lot of the players have been saying how important the rail has been in practice. We're in this LAN environment where it's so much more responsive, so much crisper. That can be punishing both ways. The Nyx can obviously use her skill set to get in the right positions to use the rail, but if you begin to street against rails against a Nyx, she becomes very vulnerable. And so there will be a bit of a definite change in strategy for Dan, whereas GaRpY, on the other hand, can now play with the speed, and that's where he had it in the first map. As you said, he didn't have the stack to follow it up. Strog is really good on this map at continually bullying their opponents, and so GaRpY needs to do that.
It's where the mobility has its different levels, I suppose. I mean, dandaking with the Nyx. Nyx, known as being one of the more mobile champions on this map, pretty much exactly the same as a Doomslayer, because the double jump.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, technically Nyx gets a wall jump, but on this map there's so many walls, it's a double jump. I mean, like, if you're in a position to use it, it's going to be possible because there's so much stuff nearby. So you're going to be able to sort of manage that mid-ground and go from point A to point B. The question is, when it's time to escape, that's where the chase is on, right? That's where Strog can be so dangerous, because now you've taken damage, you want to back up, and just before you know it, it's either going to be a peeker out of nowhere or just that nice, good old-fashioned crouch slide round the corner. So there's going to be a lot of pressure needing to be put on, and hopefully GaRpY can keep his head in the game. You know, it wasn't the cleanest of first maps, but now you've got that extra sort of buffer because you've got a bit more stack to work with. And if he's able to hit those important shots, as you said before, you know, we've been talking to quite a few players this weekend, and right now in this LAN environment, a lot of people are saying Rocket and Rail. They're the two. They're the two that you want to make sure are on point for this weekend.
So definitely, I think we're going to see a much more different map now and tempo from Dan. GaRpY, though, for me, he has to play very similar to how Dan played in that map one. Keep the tempo high, keep the aggression high, use the hit scan well, keep that Nyx on the back foot. If you can do that, shit becomes vulnerable, you get to dictate the terms of the game, and that's where you want to be. If you let the Nyx take the front foot, get that rail, control that T-junction, then it becomes hell to play against her. So let's see how this one unfolds. Starting over on GaRpY, picking up that Mega. Actually leaves the rail to double back towards the light and towards the LG. Doesn't have any weapons yet. dandaking come flying in with some rockets. Could this be a huge mistake from GaRpY? No! dandaking has got him low, but not confident enough to finish him off. He's still standing there trying to spam it. He doesn't know how low he is though, Ketchup.
God, again, master of hindsight, but if there was any weapon
there he is though.
Any weapon whatsoever in that double back would have been a wonderful choice, because I was watching that through dandaking's point of view. He was not ready for GaRpY to be there at all. But the lack of weapons just meant, oh, okay, I'll go and fight this then. You got a machine gun? Brilliant. Now the aggressive Ghost Walk GaRpY, get out of there. Get out of there! And then he just managed to escape just slightly. But GaRpY left kind of licking his wounds. And we have to talk about the fact that dandaking, we've only just started this map, but the control of the map is there. We'll know both of the items and kind of controlling that all-important middle ground. The Rocket, LG, and Rail all good to go. Even bonus points there for the SSG. dandaking kind of has everything you need to do well on Awoken, but right round the corner as GaRpY decides to steal that away. And that, ooh, that Rail hurts too. Where do we go from here? The heavy's in play, and can dandaking even fight for this? Oh, never mind!
Nice push by GaRpY, and this is where the aggression from Nyx comes back to haunt her if she doesn't convert, and she didn't, but he's caught GaRpY on the stairs, couldn't move, he's got him extremely low, and there's no items up for a good 15 seconds. So GaRpY going to be on the back foot here, he's got the hit scan, he's got the long range weapons. dandaking's only got the rail to work with, and he's going to stick around trying to hit one, but this is greedy. He's got no Ghost Walk catch up. He's going to be sticking around once again. GaRpY doesn't connect, so he gets out with his life, but you can see how dandaking wants to play. It's high risk and high reward, but at this moment in time, the reward is just not coming.
Even that mega fight was something GaRpY was happy to take. Yeah. With the amount of armor that was in the tank, I mean, yeah, I'll take this rail. I'm still going to pick up this mega, and I'm still probably going to chase you afterwards. Now in this case, oh, misses the rail on the peeker, and that kamikaze does a lot of damage. Enough so to light the green light for GaRpY to push forward and get a little bit more pressure established. Now this mega just about to spawn for another time. Next objective's going to be that heavy, and it feels like in a short space of that time, GaRpY's been able to force dandaking off the map into a point where you just don't have as much room to work with. Thankfully, this Ghost Walk will give some kind of opening, and if GaRpY isn't aware, which it kind of looked like maybe not so much, 2 bonus rockets is going to do a great job of dandaking, nullifying both of those items that were picked up, and actually looking at things in position for Mega. That was a really good use of Ghost Walk there from Dan.
100%, and this is exactly where you want to be as a Nyx. You don't even need to control the map. You need to get that basic starting scat, you need to have your Ghost Walk available, and at that point, if you can get the positioning, that's where you become dangerous. And dandaking use that leverage to its maximum effectiveness to regain that frag, because he was in a terrible position leading up to that point. GaRpY has to be more careful in general in keeping track of where his opponent's playing. Nice rail coming out. Once again, as just gets the Ghost Walk up in time, and GaRpY has to keep on the aggression here. He's got all of the items to work with, and so that extra padding, an extra level of fat to defend him, and dandaking is out of that rail.
GaRpY is going to prioritize Mega for sure. I'm waiting for Mega to appear. I'm still going to go down that little turn there, just in case she's trying to pick up one of those lights. And dandaking caught off guard by another opening rail, but only just able to pick up 5 himself. So these are going to be quite finite going into the rest of this map at the moment. dandaking continues to be low, but it has come down to that Ghost Walk usage so far. GaRpY's doing a great job of cycling around the map. Here comes the Mega, and for another time, dandaking's just trying to find that opportunistic rocket. And now, pushing forward, this is a scary, scary push to make. Yeah, you've nullified a bit of the Mega, but dandaking's still pretty tender.
Yeah, and now GaRpY's being slightly more aggressive, tracking down his opponent. And with the full rotation of items he can afford to be, he knows there's no Ghost Walk up as well, so this will be another easy frag. And this is the moment we were talking about where Nyx is vulnerable. Yes, she can play defensive, but if that Ghost Walk's on cooldown, particularly if you get fragged, if you get bound, you're dead. And that's exactly what GaRpY's done. He's converted twice now off the spawn, and that's been the totality of his lead. So just needs to keep that momentum high. He's done a good job as well in boiling out the Ghost Walk. dandaking needs to reflect on this, because at the moment, he's not been hitting enough rails to play as defensive as he is. And he's used the Ghost Walk aggressively, he's got the timing, but GaRpY's responding in kind. Good damage coming out from both sides, and there's the conversion rail catch up, 6-2, 5 minutes into this game.
GaRpY's been rather good, I think I'd say, at using that kind of famous Strogan Pika maneuver. You know, for those that maybe on the off chance someone hasn't watched a lot of Quake Champions recently, that Pika, that sort of controlled drone, one of the greatest uses in Duel is to force it around a corner. You know the opponent's going to rail it, so in between rail cooldown, you just get a free shot. And you know you're not going to get shot because it's on cooldown.
Yeah. The one thing I'm seeing from Dan's playstyle is that it doesn't really suit him Nyx. He's trying to assert himself in some of these engagements without the stack or utility to do so. Definitely needs to play slightly more reserved, force his way into these games.
There's one thing GaRpY's always been happy to do, pretty much in any of the FPS he's played. It's throw down when the opportunity calls for it. So there are other elements that can sometimes fall apart for him, but when he needs to fight, he'll fight. Which is why when you take these kind of champions that have good mobility, good opportunity to set up angles, I mean, that's one thing GaRpY's done a great job of so far, is just using that speed of the crouch slide to put himself in position, get a lot of surprise opening rails on dandaking, and then from that, it's kind of history.
Yeah, really nice defensive play from GaRpY there, backing off, using the Pico, keeping dandaking on the defensive, not allowing him up that jump pad. He's stolen away the Mega, connecting with the damage as well. Dan is even sticking around for this engagement. He is greedy in some of these fights, but he gets out with his life for now. But what he's done is he's opened the door for GaRpY to keep the pressure on to this next heavy. He does use the Ghost Walk so perfectly from the shadows, connects with the rail off the spawn as well. GaRpY's weak, and Dan steals away the heavy. So, once again, high risk, high reward catch-up, but this time the reward is there. And Dan is slowly getting himself back into this game and beginning to connect with these rails. Now, what he should be doing is just playing around this junction here, controlling the map, using the sound cues. That's exactly what he wants to be doing.
It really doesn't get any cleaner than that. We talked about it on Corrupted Keep, the importance of getting those clean frags, especially if you are one of those lighter champions. dandaking is in a perfect position to do just that. The control over this map is locked in. Every item currently going into the favor. And the fact that a lot of these fights, there's not a lot of return damage. GaRpY going in for a risky Pika. One that was not worth it, as now dandaking's going to get that frag, pick up the Mega, and can start to continue the hunt once more. Knows that GaRpY's to the left. LG is all you're going to spawn with here. So is there going to be an element of being just a little bit more close range, a bit more aggressive? Ghost Walk is ready. I just still can't believe that one perfectly timed, almost a telefrag, but not quite, has allowed this entire sequence. And there's a absolute clutch factor, 100 to 90. I mean, ouch. I don't think GaRpY's feeling too good about that one.
No, but the big defining moment is just Dan beginning to connect with these rails. That has been the critical thing. The first few minutes, he wasn't doing that. And so when he was pushing in, GaRpY was healthy. Now he's hitting these rails. He's forced GaRpY into the outskirts of the map, and he's been able to plant himself in that mid-ground, connect with the rails, and follow up with a conversion. It's been rinse and repeat, and GaRpY's not got the answer. It's 7-7, 2 minutes to go, but dandaking has the control. He has the momentum, and he has the timings. You can see GaRpY on the run. He doesn't take any damage, which is great for now, but there is absolutely no way into this group. The peak comes out just to get a smidgen of information. But GaRpY is on the ropes here with his life on the line in the upper bracket already on map 2.
There's not a massive demand for dandaking to push right now. You know, we've got to do is wait 13 seconds, maybe less if we can find an hourglass nearby. The second that Ghost Walk becomes available, and especially now, as we wait for the all-important game-changing ability, which we've clearly seen on this map, to come back. In the meantime, dandaking's doing good damage. dandaking's picking up all the items. This moment we're about to see could be where the map comes to a close.
Yeah, and I think he knows where GaRpY is as well. GaRpY's not been showing up to any of these items. Fortunately, he falls off. GaRpY just has to run away as the Ghost Walk comes out once again. Doesn't connect though, but this
That
one
one
does,
did.
and this is huge. The next heavy is his, and then he can go on the offensive. There's no ghost walks. It won't be maybe an all-out attack, but with the momentum, GaRpY has to show face. He has to do something. He can't keep letting these Nyx get away for free. But he is, once again, this fully stacked Nyx is on the patrol, picking up those time shards as well with 10 seconds to go in this Ghost Walk. Dance senses his moment is now, and he wants to end this map before the sudden death mark.
Has to safely pick up some rockets, though. Doing the right thing there for sure. GaRpY able to escape, but the absolute change of momentum. It was looking so good for GaRpY for the first half of this map, but as you quite rightly pointed out, dandaking just started hitting the key shots every time. Aggressive rocket, 33, not enough.
Oh,
However,
no.
wait a minute. The self-damage on the rocket jump, the aggressive push, no damage. The peeker, I don't know about that one, and he manages to take him out. GaRpY, oh no! dandaking able to take full advantage of that. And just like that, in the closing few seconds, we have our first GG of this weekend.
We talk about experience, we talk about presence of mind, and, you know, coming into this event, there was obviously question marks over dandaking because nobody had really seen him up to this point, but someone was on the ropes for so much of that last game. That is what you call composure, and he fully deserves that victory. Map 1 was magnificent, but map 2 was even better. And Wheat, how are you feeling?
I mean, what a way to kick off the weekend, right? You were kind of commenting on it, Ketchup. You mentioned something earlier in terms of like GaRpY's start to that game, and I think what we noticed as we were watching it is that GaRpY's rails on the front, they were on point. And there was that first rail by dandaking when he came out of Ghost Walk and he had the shot lined up and missed it. And I think whatever was happening there, he was warming it up, he was getting it ready. You clearly saw that really started to take shape, take form, and you know, what an amazing way to kick off the tournament for him.
Look at the comeback that he had to make. But this right there was the turning point. That one reappear, and then the pressure. From that point on, the moment GaRpY got hit by that, I'm going to call it a telefrag, even though it kind of wasn't, but it may as well have been.
Close enough,
It really feels like, looking at these replays back, that moment almost said to GaRpY, right, all right, I got to start playing defensive because I can't let this, you know, trickle away. But in doing so, dandaking just starts to collect everything on the map and just keeps it strong, you know, keeps the confidence with those ghost walks. And it's not every day you see a Nyx go that far down in a map and just keep their head in the game enough to bring it all the way back like that. It's so hard to do it.
But I think, to Wheat's point, it was from that point onwards, maybe it was a confidence, whatever it was, he didn't feel like he missed a rail. You know, the first 6 minutes, he was missing rails and then engaging as a Nyx and getting swept up in these combats because he wasn't connecting with his shots, right? But after then, he was hitting his rails. He then had full control. GaRpY was too trepidatious to try and close the gap, and he was just pushing and pushing and pushing, and the pressure was just too much for GaRpY in the game.
Yeah, it went from sort of, you could tell that Dan, he knew the shots that he needed to hit. He just wasn't quite hitting them. But yeah, I agree with you, Ketchup, on where the turning point of that one was. And what a way to kick off our first game here. I wasn't expecting. I thought we were going to go 3 at the very beginning of that one, but here we are. Congratulations to dandaking. He'll be moving on. GaRpY will have to fight then for his tournament life down in the lowers. But is that what you expected, Dan?
I think this is one of the closer ones for sure. I mean, you never really know what GaRpY's going to turn up to play, and I don't even think he played bad. I thought that's the thing, right? dandaking played well. I think map 1 there was definitely mistakes in his game from a timing perspective, but the way in which dandaking played with that momentum, kept on the front foot, and played really aggressively. Not a lot of players will bring it into a tournament like that. They might be a bit more reserved, and that would give GaRpY the breathing room. But dandaking knew what he had to do, and he kept the aggression strong, and he followed it up with the execution. So he really did deserve that victory.
Well, we'll wonder if that's going to set the tone for the entire tournament, see how things are going to play out. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be dramiS taking on RMV here for day 1 of the Quake World Championships. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to day one of the Quake World Championships. I'm DJ Wheat, now joined by Flea and Lethal here on the desk as we usher in our second matchup of the day. Flea, how is it going?
It's going wonderful, man. So happy to be here. Best players in the world, as well as some new challengers eager to prove themselves. So this is what Quake's all about.
Awesome. I hope you brought some data with you because we'll
Always.
be asking. Good. Lethal, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. We had a great first series already, so, you know, keep it going. Keep it going.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting one. And we're going to continue on with that tradition of seeing sort of the players that came and were playing through the 18 weeks of the QPL Season 3, and then bringing in the challengers. In this case, we're about to watch dramiS versus RMV. And we did get a chance to actually sit down and have a chat with dramiS before. Let's check out what he had to say.
My gamer tag is dramiS. My seed, I'm coming in at 9th seed. I've been playing Quake since I was about 5, 6 years old with my dad, and then competing for about 4 or 5 years. I'd say Slash is my favorite champion because I like to crouch slide a lot, and I guess it's just the fastest character in the game, and I love speed when it comes to Quake. My favorite weapon is the railgun because you can pinpoint anybody across the map at any distance, and you can even come up close and hit them from real close up, which I like to do, and people don't like that, but I like it. So this season's been a little up and down. I'd say in the beginning I had some really good wins, beating Rapha, Wenger, and RAISY, and then had a little bit of a low in the middle of the season, maybe got a little content with myself after the Rapha win. And then coming back, I wanted to make sure that I didn't end up too far down in the seedings coming into the bracket, so I could get myself a nice spot in the bracket. I did a lot of preparing outside of the game. I've just cleaned my life up basically outside the game. Got really healthy, been running, working out, and all that. So just trying to make it so the game's my sole focus when I get there, instead of thinking just about all the other stuff outside the game. So. I honestly am ecstatic about it because the fact that we were playing online and being from America, we were playing actually a lot of the games across the coast, and I have a good ping to Europe, so it was making it so I was having 2 of the servers every time on Europe. So I'm definitely real pumped to get back on the LAN. Fair playing field is gonna be nice. Put a lot of time into this. I was doing Quake full time for about 3 years or so, so if I could bring home that belt, I know I'd be proud, and I know my family would be ecstatic to have our name on it, because my gamer tag being my last name backwards, they're basically going to have our last name on it. It'd be nice for them. I'd say I'm in a pretty good spot. I don't know too much about my first opponent, which can be good, can be bad too, because I just assume that just means he hasn't competed a lot. But my whole side of the bracket's definitely tough, considering I'm going against my teammate as well right after this. If I win, and then I'll be going right into Kilson, who's obviously doing real well. But if I can take those 2 out, I assume that I can make it to the end of the bracket and do real well in the grand finals if I'm there.
Some great observations there from dramiS, and I think one that we definitely echo and have talked about over the course of the 18 weeks, right? These just sheer signs of brilliance, just immaculate gameplay, a solid aim, just it all coming together. And then other times where maybe that didn't quite happen. But the nice thing about being here for the Quake World Championships is that you get to kind of wipe all of that clean. You just start, you go. Flea, your thoughts on not only dramiS, but his performance throughout the season?
I mean, he went over it himself, right? Got off to a really solid start, beating Rapha, RAISY, Wenger, some of the best players in the world, but then he really had a bit of a dip, right? Losing to the likes of CNZ, Maxter, Zeneku 3-0 without taking home a single map. Now he ended the season on a pretty high note, beating both Sparty and psygib again, but still, definitely not that consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to add to that as well. The fact that at the very beginning, he was beating every kind of clear favourite or favourite you could predict in a Quake World Championship. He defeated him so early on. And you're right, though, there was a bit of a dip here and there towards the end, but that's where you got that 2 or 3 week cycle from the last week leading up to this, where it just completely changes. Because a lot of these players probably won't expect them to be as good as they are leading up to this moment, just due to the amount of drilling, the scrims that are going to go involved. But dramiS is one of those people where he's just an entirely different force just to reckon with. Any opponent he comes comes up against. And if we see that now compared to how much he's improved over the last 12 months, then it could be a really big dark horse.
Yep. And let's talk a little bit about RMV, right? His opponent, one of the great challengers that fought their way through a qualifier to make it here at the Quake World Championship. Flea, what do you want to tell us about RMV?
I mean, not that much of a history, at least when it comes to Quake Champions recently. He's been playing a whole lot of those community tournaments, but has yet to really prove himself against the big dogs, right? Now, I've been watching his games for a little while, and one of the things that I can definitely say is that he has a very broad champion pool. With some players, you can really see that they favor the lights or the mediums particularly, but when it comes to RMV, he's all over the place, very consistent, very comfortable playing any class of champion, so that really works in his favor.
Yeah, and add to that as well, it's interesting in itself just due to the fact that the last 18 months he has been lurking around in the scene, just slowly improving. But I kind of feel like the last 12 weeks where he's kind of come out of his shell, he's made some dramatic improvements across the board here. And you've got to remember, this is his first land. This is baby steps for him. And of course, he's very young as well. So this is another player here just trying to make it to a scene, trying to make a name for himself. And even just winning 1 or 2 series here will give him a huge boost in confidence, especially going forward.
Yeah, you know, we often talk about LAN experience, and it used to be one of those things that was such a deciding factor in like how you thought people are going to play. But I really do feel like just in esports in general over the last few years, it seems like it's kind of gone away, right? I don't know if enough people have talked about it that it's just like less of a mental issue. People are just ready to be like, hey, I just want to be in like the best possible game environment that we can. Will that happen here? I don't know. We're going to see. But let's take a look at the picks and bans for these two players as we gear up to head into the next matchup. We've got Vale kicking us off on to Corrupted Keep, and then finally Blood Covenant and Lethal. I'm going to go to you. Any thoughts here about the champion picks and bans that we see?
I'm glad that at least Ruins was banned for RMV. I know it's not really been his cup of tea, but then again, Vale and Awoken has been dramiS' best maps. He managed to get Vale straight away. Corrupted Keep is going to be an interesting one in itself with the Rail not being in play. Hopefully give RMV a little bit more room to breathe and try and at least establish himself a little bit more across the map. But even going on to Blood Covenant, and with the Athena pick for dramiS, I'm a little bit worried.
Blood Covenant really is the standout map here, right? Because you've got Slash versus Athena, two of the absolute fastest and most mobile champions in the game. You heard dramiS talk about it during his interview, right?
Right.
Slash is my favorite champion. He loves the speed, and now he's got Athena who's speedy, but in a very different way.
Yeah, I mean, you also got to wonder, right, if it's your favorite champion, does that mean that you're also well-versed in going up against that champion, right? I mean, it's one way to look at it. But, yeah, this will be another best of 3 to determine who moves on in the upper bracket and who will drop down to the lower. But once again, we see a QPL regular facing off against these challengers, and I think keep an eye on the challengers all weekend long. I think just as we saw in game number 1, I mean, of course, both players kind of challengers in that, right? But I saw some interesting matchups. Could see something similar here. So we're just moments away from getting started. Any thoughts, predictions, or final thoughts as we head into our second series?
I think a lot of us would say, and it would be rude to say as well, but it should be a dramiS 2-0, surely, just due to the experience he has in comparison to RMV. But then again, you know, it could be a 2-1. It depends on the circumstances. But from what we see, he's got Vale, he's got Blood Covenant. Either way, even if it's 2-0 or 2-1, he should be able to take it.
Yeah, I'm also favoring dramiS in this matchup. Just looking at the picks and the bans, but also the experience, right? You said that it matters, or perhaps matters a little less now than it used to. But still, this is the first time that RMV is out there on the big stage, having to really prove himself. So I am going to favor dramiS as well, but I would not be surprised if RMV puts up a nasty performance today.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that is certain is that either way you look at it, right, you're kind of getting an idea on what you might expect from these players throughout the rest of the days that we've got here. You know, for one, dramiS, who beats some real big heavy hitters early on in the regular season, this could be the matchup where we go, all right, dramiS is in the form that we saw him earlier, and who knows how he could blow up this whole bracket. So RMV on the flip side, you know, sometimes the land jitters can be rough, and other times it's just like, whatever, I'm getting that 0 millisecond rail, and that's where it's at. So we'll have to see as we get ready to kick us off. Gentlemen, I'm going to let you take this one. Enjoy, and I'll be back on the conclusion.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed, Wheat. But yet, you know, second series of the day here, Flea. And there's a lot to talk about. We talk about a lot of these challenger players here and there, but especially with the new faces and the fresh faces, some of the top players won't really have much knowledge in terms of the maps that champions would like to go ahead or prefer or favour. So there's a lot of things you can take advantage of here, but let's see what happens now between dramiS and RMV. And of course, we are kicking off with dramiS's POV.
dramiS rocking the kill, big body, heavy champion, the grenades, the pineapple, so powerful on the map that is Vale, rather. Now the players getting off to a relatively slow start. dramiS lacking the railgun. Click RMV has been able to secure that LG though, and they're immediately going to face off at the rockets.
Certainly does. dramiS is keeping it high control. Established that very early on. It's going to be very difficult with the kill pick for RMV, considering just keep away from those close quarter angles. Of course, with those pineapples flying by. Standing his ground for now and just trying to see exactly on the whereabouts. As RMV's been a little bit sneaky here, Flea. Just trying to stand guard around that mega bit. Hits him with that first rail, which is going to be so important for that chip damage.
And another one. Good start. Oh, but that's nice. Defensive damage from dramiS. Eats another rail, though. Can't contest for this heavy any longer. Although it does seem like RMV is going to favor the Mega instead. Maybe hoping to do some damage. Won't be able to. Has to retreat and fall back.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. dramiS trying to back away, but RMV is hitting really hard at the moment. There's been a few times he didn't really have that get out of jail free card, but now just trying to stand by here and use that off to go through to the TP. Something I don't think he actually expected, and dramiS now was thinking of dropping down for him to try and hit another rail, but decides to back away and just hold another great angle for this heavy, and that's a very risky rocket jump, but still managed to get it in the end. Oh, in the end, dramiS does take him down. That's a good play for RMV, but in the end, it's going to be dramiS with that first frag.
Looked a little dodgy for a second there. dramiS going for the midi, missing the shot. Ultimately still able to clean it up, and now both players pretty balanced in terms of stack. But it is, of course, dramiS who has a massive advantage in terms of weaponry. He's now sitting on the rockets. He knows that that is such a powerful weapon on land that RMV definitely wants to get a hold of it, and he wants to deny it for as long as he can.
Yeah, dramiS doing a great job just in general with ammo management. Oh, if that rail hit, that would have been huge there for RMV, picking up that mega. Would have stopped dramiS getting from the heavy also. Yeah, it's just going to be backing away just on that recovery process. You can see exactly where he's going to come from. I don't think he's used to the passiveness in terms of the plays RMV's making, but still just standing his ground anyway, just in case he does something that's had unorthodox. But still, items aren't really heavily segregated as of yet, so we'll see exactly how things will pan out in the next couple of minutes. dramiS still keeping the high ground here. It's going to be a little bit difficult for RMV. It's taking so much damage for those last 3 rockets already, and that's going to be a very clean frag for dramiS. Picks up the heavy, may not get in time for the mega, we'll have to see, but does hit that first rail, does a fair amount of damage, and trying to at least try and clean up in any way he can. RMV so he does dive on in to try and at least trade things out, but doesn't happen. It's going to be a 3-0 favour of dramiS.
Little too aggressive by RMV there, going for the ore push. Now very little time between the items, and RMV still lacking the weapons that he needs to really make an appearance. So this looks like dramiS should be able to secure at least heavy. Maybe with a quick rocket jump following it up onto the mega. He's just gonna take the long way around. Here's the teleporter, knows exactly where his opponent is, both trying to get onto the mega, but it will be RMV. Does a lot of damage, dramiS landing nothing. This could be a turning point.
Oh, it's certainly good, and RMV, his rails have been phenomenal since the very beginning. Just needs to try and continue that pressure if he can with that shit damage, but trying to back away again on 57 HP. We're going to clean him up. No, he does not. dramiS will win that little scuffle. Just only a few minutes in play. Hits the first rail, but dramiS is the one with 20 HP. Risks for the heavy, managed to pick that up. Now to be backing away once again. He knows exactly where he is, especially from that last rail, and already he's recovered.
Railgun has been so important for RMV. He's hitting 66% rail, and that's really the only thing that has stopped dramiS from getting full control, full domination of all the items. So as long as RMV can continue hitting those rails, he's not in too bad of a spot, but he's got to start making up some frags soon.
Does indeed. RMV still packing a punch with these rails here, picks up the heavy and gets away. Not too much damage taken. Now looking to go for the mega as well. So trying to do his best to establish some authority with the item control, but the rails, the pineapples, the rail once again from dramiS looking so good. Looking for the spawn, but looks like RMV just barely manages to get away.
I love the play by RMV there, going for heavy, so dangerous, but he had the orb. That was his get out of jail free card. dramiS had to give up both heavy and mega, but the amount of damage that he was able to do on the mega pickup was just obscene, and it ended up costing RMV his life. So good play, but ultimately the damage on dramiS' hand was just too much to deal with.
Does risk for that heavy with that rocket jump, picks it up, but takes a rail in the process. This is the first. Pineapple doesn't hit either, so he does get away. He's been up for a few seconds, but finally been picked up here. But I like this from RMV though. He is looking to be quite aggressive, quite futile in terms of what he wants to do. That was a brilliant spawn rail straight away from RMV just to continue that pressure forward, and he needs to, because we're just past the halfway stage here. RMV definitely has a chance to come back in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Plenty of time left. Small map like Vale, those frags, they can escalate quickly. Now Heavy is up, and eyes on the prize for both of these boys. So quick on the orb, but again, the rocket thwarting his plan into a rail. dramiS playing out of his mind right now.
He certainly is. He's trying to stop things from going out of control, and that's one way to start things off as RMV going up towards the mega. Does pick that up, but does a little bit of damage here and there collectively just to see if he can add a little bit more to the tally, but does not, just decides to wait for this next light. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds, but it's going to be crucial here for RMV. Could he make or break for him to go for this in order to try and win? And yes, he does. If he lost that bout, then we could be saying GG quite early, considering the circumstances he's been in over the course of time, but looking good. RMV's still trying to make his mark and establish some kind of control, but with his rail and the chip damage and the accuracy he's showing, he can definitely do that.
Something we've heard a lot of players say, right? Heavies are very difficult to play on land because they're so easy to hit, and that's exactly what happened right there. dramiS losing out on that LG battle, went all in. Didn't work out in his favor. Now Heavy up in 1 second. Both players dancing through the teleporter. Who's going to make a move for it? RMV, surely he can't make the jump across. Indeed, is going to try and juke dramiS, and that's beautiful! Up the bounce pad, through the teleporter, completely throwing dramiS off, and then the SSG super shotgun cleaning it up.
57 damage from that range, not too shabby with the shoddy there. As it came through that TP, but dramiS has the information he needs. Just a few minutes left now as RMV will have to start being a little bit over-aggressive and a bit more risky over the next couple of minutes here. As RMV still got a shoe stack to work with. dramiS is so weak as well. He's looking to try and back away, and he's been even more cautious and not too overzealous here, just due to the fact that he knows some of the rails he's been hitting so far. Comes out with a shoddy, and we're so close to a tied game. Only one more frag to even things up.
The tides have definitely turned in favor of RMV. He's out picking dramiS in terms of the items, and he's starting to broaden that gap in terms of damage. At this point, around 400 damage of a difference favoring RMV, so it's slowly starting to edge in his favor. If he can take dramiS down here, that will be huge. Just before Heavy spawn! Okay, the orb gets him both the frag as well as the item. This is so good for the British player.
Oh, lovely stuff, and RMV just consistently whipping out the shoddy and just doing a huge amount of damage. Now dramiS is just trying to establish some kind of control again, but seems to be really struggling. And the orb, I love how he just used it in more ways than one, hasn't he, as you've spoken before. Picking up the heavy and just trying to get away by taking minimal damage, or just use it, of course, for execution and cleaning up the frags. dramiS got some good rocket damage there, beautiful midair, and that's going to help him tie things up. Just a couple minutes left standing, and I must say, RMV is looking to really try and prove himself, and he certainly has done in this matchup.
Spawned on LG, so he already has that in his arsenal. dramiS is able to secure the mega. Now NoDot going to try and hold down this center area of the map around Heavy. Hoping to maybe get some free rail damage, but oh! RMV actually was in a completely different position. Lucky for dramiS that that shot barely whiffed him.
Still managed to pick it up though. Will he be able to get away? That's going to be the next question. Not a huge amount with the rockets and missed that last rail, but still on the hunt. But RMV was expecting it. It was coming through that rocket area, and now it's only a minute 10 left standing. Of course, with the starting stack, it's going to give dramiS a little bit of room to try and again establish himself, but the problem is a minute 5 left remaining. RMV could be looking to create this upset in this second series of the day, and this would be a fantastic start for him and a huge confidence boost.
Absolutely. Now there's a big delay between the two items, so this could be difficult for the player out of control. Not going to be a lot of room to trade one for the other. Now RMV, he does have that 1 point lead. Can he steer clear from dramiS for another 40 seconds? He's definitely outstacked. Orb will be back up, so he's got that ability to work with. dramiS going for the rocket jump. Orbing away, can dramiS follow? He should be able to clean this one up. One rail will do it. Little smidge of LG as well, but oh, so sneaky! Rocket into Rocket and barely gets it. 8-8 all tied up, but RMV now spawning with a fresh stack. What can he do with this?
It's still quite worrying because dramiS had that huge stack and still only barely wants that fight, but RMV's coming in now with the rockets to see if he can finish this off, and he should be able to, but instead he's actually backed away, but he can still pick up this mega. Heavy's up for another 20 seconds. So RMV with a huge stack advantage, and dramiS knows this. He needs to play this smart, play this as slowly as possible and try and go on that recovery process. Look and see exactly where he is. Here's the okay with the TP. RMV knows it's directly below. Hits to such important rails here from dramiS, looking for another. But it seems like he has backed away. But then again, dramiS now picked up the heavy and a complete role reversal here, Flea.
Absolutely. Does manage to glide armor. Oh, so aggressive RMV again. dramiS 14 HP, both players railable. Neither shot will connect. This is sudden death. The next frag will seal the deal on map 1. Neither player wants to risk it though. Both will retreat for some more resources, and again, down to around 50 health each. dramiS first one to get some more stack, but it is RMV who's in the better position for heavy.
Yeah, RMV was so confident. He desperately wanted that last frag just to seal the deal and have a nice advantage in the series. 49 HP, but some good damage from dramiS as well, but it's not going to be enough as RMV does get away. 3 seconds until his next mega, and you can see RMV was looking to put some added pressure on to delay him from going for the mega, or at least go for some authority. But now circles around, hits the first rail. Great pineapple from dramiS. Will he be able to get this last one? He backs away again. Both of them missing their rails, but the thing is though, dramiS isn't railable. He's trying to get away, and RMV does in the end.
How did he escape that one? Now Mega not up for another 10 seconds. dramiS has a real good opportunity to clean it and end it now. Now he's going to go through the teleporter. And dramiS looked away just a moment too soon. That could have been it. This is really good for the Dragonborn esports player. Just look at that stack difference. Already putting himself in position. Oh, RMV manages to get out without taking a single point of damage. Talk about a breath of fresh air right there. But it will be dramiS who's set up for heavy. He will still have that stack advantage, even denying the small armor before picking up the major.
I can't believe how many times RMV has managed to get away. His defensive rockets, how his rocket jumping out, of course, with Ranger's passive ability working wonders here. Hits that first round from dramiS. Backs away again. Mega is up, but it doesn't matter. RMV has already picked that up. And as you said before, items are still heavily segregated. dramiS is in a prime position to try and go for this heavy with that height advantage and just rely on those audio cues. He's thinking about going for that TP. Guzzwalls, his back's turned, but is it going to be enough though? So similar HP. So unfortunately, dramiS is going to try and go for him. RMV is still tempted to try and take this fight if he can. And will he want to drops down once more? Heavy is still up, remember, so he could back off and try and go for that if he can. If he wants to risk it, he's definitely in a prime position to do so. Now RMV again with a huge stack advantage.
Lethal, how many situations are we going to get into where both of these players are railable and then they both miss? This is incredible to start off this series. Still 8-8 tied up. We're about to enter our 3rd minute of overtime. Both players now looking at a decent stack. They're both comfortable. Heavy will be the next prize, and they're both eyeing it up. Neither really has an exact idea of where their opponent is at. dramiS is going to be the first one to give away his position, but it will net him the item. Now it's a race for the Mega, and RMV takes that. Just a lot of back and forth in this situation.
Yeah, we already had a close first series today, second series. Now, you got to remember, this is the 9th versus the 24th seed, and this sudden death already 3 minutes in. And look at the items again. They are not as segregated as they were once more. dramiS is just directly above him. You saw that, and instead it's just turned away, and RMV looking not to give away his position. So it depends on who goes for it first and who's going to take that risk. So RMV will take the risk in the end. dramiS hits the first rail though. So important to have at least that early lead to try and go for this next frag, final frag, to add to the tally. And dramiS knows, so it's a matter of how he wants to go through, but that was again an important rail from RMV just to add that chip, just to even things out.
RMV currently out-damaging dramiS by around 900 points, so that's quite significant. Rails again being exchanged. Neither player really looking all that comfortable after that one. Again, there will be a split between the items. dramiS going for heavy, RMV having to fall back on the Mega. Mega still hasn't been taken.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. It takes it eventually.
That's a nice delay. Maybe he's already planning ahead, trying to offset the items. If he can now get heavy, he will be looking very solid in these next few minutes.
True, and he's finally picked up the light there just to... Just a little bit more. Again, an important first rail. And we have to say, like, with Vale, it's quite hard to get that chip damage sometimes, depending on where your opponent's holding or standing. But he jumps in for the heavy, goes straight in. But we have to do much. dramiS hits him hard at the last one, but he hits him back again. But in the end, dramiS is going to be the one who takes it after a very long and hard-fought sudden death there. And my word, what can you say about that? And you can see 47% rail from RMV, 40% from dramiS. And yeah, made him work for it, Flea.
Oh,
100%.
absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the main thing, Lethal, that really stood out to me in this match was just how much respect these players had for each other. Tremendous amount of mutual respect here, right? So often that one player was low, was weak, but the other just didn't feel comfortable pushing because of the amount of rail damage that was coming out. These rockets, the defensive grenades, neither player just felt confident in their own ability to just take the fight head on, and they were always being very respectful of the other, backing off, waiting until they had the perfect time to push.
How many times did RMV get out of a bad situation? 4, 5, 6 times, getting away with those rocket jumps towards the heavy, knowing that dramiS is most probably going to be holding that angle with the LG or the rail just to keep him pinned down on multiple occasions. But what a way to start this second series off. And it's like I said before, dramiS is the 9th seed, and RMV is the 24th seed coming into this matchup. And a lot of people would potentially write RMV off because they don't know huge much about him in terms of his play style and how he turns up, the map choices, champions, etc., etc. But so far, so good. And I think RMV, even though he lost that first map, the way it ended and how close it was, it's going to give him a big confidence boost, thinking to himself, well, do you know what? I could take this. There's no reason why I can't.
Absolutely. He should feel good about himself. Definitely coming out swinging very, very close in the end. Now, map 2, Lethal, is going to be Corrupted Keep. No railgun in the arena. And rail, you can see it right there on the stats, 2,300 damage with that weapon alone. 47% rail accuracy was really instrumental to RMV's game plan. So now on a map that doesn't have this key weapon, I do wonder how he's going to approach this.
Yeah, some people have been saying that it's a bit easier to hit these heavy champions on LAN, and you know it's going to depend on how dramiS is going to play in terms of like the champion picks he makes in the next 2 maps. But it's like I said before, from RMV, from his perspective, he's going to be happy that it's not a blowout. It's not like nothing spiraled out of control in any way, shape, or form. And he had some good item control for the majority of that as well, just to add things to the tally. And it's just dramiS was just kind of thrown off a little bit, like not expecting a lot of these unorthodox plays, not just going for the frags, but going for a lot of these items, especially for the heavy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I checked at one point, and RMV had like 18 majors. dramiS was down to just 11, so that's a pretty sizable start. That was around halfway through the game, so clearly RMV, very solid control player. I also just really liked some of the plays that he went for. Very creative, inventive, clever, in several ways outplaying dramiS, but the Americans' ability to put out damage at some of these fights was just immense. RMV would make the right positions, would be the first one to get the better position on the item, and still dramiS would somehow get away on top of that fight. So that was part of his downfall in the end.
It certainly was indeed. But going into Corrupted Keep, what's your opinion going to this next matchup? Because we saw how aggressive RMV was. I wouldn't say I would go as far as he was chasing the frags. He was just trying to establish them as fast as physically possible and just trying to get these close range angles. But then again, that was Vale, completely different story now going into Corrupted Keep. So we could see a different style of pace. We could see quite quick collection of frags from the very get-go from the first few minutes. But what's your perspective on it?
I mean, I think important thing to consider are the champion picks, right? So dramiS is going to be running with the Galena, and it will be RMV picking the BJ. So that ties nicely what you just said, with RMV being a bit more aggressive, right? BJ, definitely a champion that allows you to apply more pressure with that dual wield than Galena would with those totems. So he's going to have to continue playing that way and make sure that dramiS can't get those 3 totems set up, make himself a mobile mega in his pocket, and then log down the heavy. Because if dramiS is able to do that, then RMV is going to be in trouble.
Well, we did say throughout the entirety of the Quake World Championships that a lot of his matchups are going to be close. We were talking about more the higher echelon in terms of the players, but it looks like in terms of a lot of the bottom seeds, they're here to play as well. And we mentioned it before, they're just trying to prove themselves and take those baby steps into that LAN environment. But RMV seems pretty damn comfortable at the moment going into this second map. They only lost by 1 frag in that 4 or 5 minute sudden death. But let's see what dramiS could do now to either try and seal the deal and take this as a 2-0 sweep, or if RMV can make a comeback here.
Once again, starting off on dramiS's POV. Both of the major items taken right away. Nice little trap by RMV. LG coming out. That's a lot of damage. dramiS unable to stand up against that dual LG. Really good start for RMV. He's going to clean up one of the totems as well. Important to kick things off.
It's one thing to take note. Just keep on those hourglasses and try and be careful of the rotation that dramiS will make. Of course, he's well aware of that. Picking up that heavy, going straight towards him. And now he's going to try and pin him down into the red room, but decided to back away. It was a huge choke point for him. And you knew full well he didn't really want to stand there too long there, please. So probably understandable there. Does a little bit of rocket damage, just back away once more. Stacks almost equal. He's got a mega and a heavy almost up in sync. And Dashi gets behind him with his back turn. That's a good amount of damage there from RMV, even though he took a dosage of himself. With dramiS doing a fair amount there as well. But back away again, looks like it's going to be a GA agreement for the two to go for each other's items. We'll have to see how this is going to unfold at the later stages. But so far, RMV with a nice lead.
Second time already that RMV managed to take dramiS by surprise, attack him from behind. So dramiS got to make sure that his awareness is on point, because these are some sneaky plays. I think it's very clear that they haven't really played each other much, if at all, leading up to this.
Well, this is the issue, you see, because RMV's not been involved in the Quake Pro League over the last 12 months. We don't know so much his style of play, how he performs, what he does in certain scenarios. There's a lot of little things here and there which RMV can definitely take advantage of, because in terms of his preparation, he can go back and watch all of dramiS's footages, his best match, statistically, how he goes through. So there's a lot to talk about there. But right now, in this second map, dramiS is looking very sturdy at the moment of the stack he has. Manages to pick up that light, but heavy and mega will be up shortly, and RMV isn't really in a position to get away, and it's been a real tough call to decide when and how to push on out. It does go towards the heavy, realises it's gone into the side of the hourglass and backs up again to go for that mega, and if he goes for the TP, at least he'll take out one of the totems.
Yeah, he will with his face. Takes quite a bit of damage in return. LG on LG. Oh, that dual wield. So nasty, but dramiS, his stack advantage was just too great to overcome in that fight.
I love that as well from RMV. If he just tried to get away, he would have taken way too much damage, and it would have been the cleanest of frags for dramiS. But instead, just used a dual wield, stood his ground, and at least he thought to himself, well, do you know what? Even if I get taken down, at least I've done a huge amount of damage to even try and trade out, or at least try and get control back once more. But again, the GA agreement once more for the items as RMV. Just waiting to see exactly how dramiS, where and when he's going to rotate. dramiS has got that read for that as well. Backs away again, we come up the duel with the LG. He's going to clean house again. He's going to take that lead.
As of around 15 seconds ago, dramiS has had all 3 of his totems up. So look at that. Back to max health. Might as well have just picked up a mega. I hope that RMV is aware of this. I hope that he's got a plan to clean out those corners of the map as well, because this could get oppressive very quickly. He only won that previous fight because he had the dual wield. If he didn't have his ability, dramiS would have steamrolled him there.
Certainly would have done. Nice little rocket there, just keeps him at the LG, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. He's trying to back away, it does, but how long for? Has the gauntlet ready, but at the same time his back turn, at the same time dramiS goes through. Perfect time in it, but yeah, you're right though. He needs to find his totem. Managed to find one in the end. I think he may have saw a glimpse of the other around those hourglasses outside Red Room. Let's see if he can at least challenge for that mega, which he has picked it up, but oh, dramiS caught him in a bad place there. Cleans him up with the LG, and that's going to be a 3-2 lead.
Now RMV did manage to deny the mega, but just look at the stack that dramiS has created with his own totem so far. This is going to be very difficult. Shoddy versus Shoddy. Oh, that's still a nice amount of damage before RMV goes down, but now dramiS extending his lead by 2 frags. Heavy is the next item to spawn. There's around 5 seconds between the 2 of them, so let's see if anyone can string them together. I don't think so. dramiS will be too fast. Setting up a sneaky totem right behind the mega as well.
And this is a good thing so far. This RMV's trying to keep his totem in check to avoid that overstack in the later stages, but it is still 2 up. He needs to be quite wary of that. One at the mega, one above heavy machine gun. Almost at the halfway stage here. And you can see RMV just waiting to see exactly what information he can have until he pursues control of that mega. But instead, dramiS just drops straight on down. A little bit of tri-bolt damage there, but had to leave at a bad time. Trying to rocket away again with 44 HP. He's looking to try and finish up but with the direct earlier. It's not going to help in any means necessary. We'll see if he can at least get one less rocket in. Doesn't, sadly. And now it increases dramiS's lead.
An important plan of dramiS' game plan there was to deny the LG, because that has really been RMV's star weapon, especially with the dual wield. Man's hitting 45% LG and has done a vast majority of his damage with just that weapon alone. So dramiS will want to avoid those mid-range fights when the LG is in play.
Does indeed. And now RMV does have map control, but still struggling a little bit with the items that's so far. Heavy's up in the next 15 seconds. We're going to see if he's going to decide just to hold back on Mega or challenge for the Heavy. And dramiS is already in prime position here to get ready to drop down for it, or to see if RMV uses it first, but instead it's 60 damage with that last rocket. They could do a bit more LG there as he drops on down, but yeah, this is a time to get out so far. Completely understandable as he does pick up the Mega and back away again, sees him in the red room. Could at least try and clean up, or at least put a little bit of pressure onto dramiS, but picks up the light, bounces back up, trying to get top mid, trying to go straight towards it, but that last rocket's not going to help him at all, but the direct certainly will do as he's pulled back once more.
Both players tremendously low right now. dramiS, he has some of those totems on the map, but he's used them all. We'll have to rely on the normal health bubble so far, down to 26 points of health. RMV, can he clean something up right now? He needs to turn the momentum in his favor. Will lose out on the Mega. It's a little painful. And now there's very little time between the items. It's going to make it difficult to get full control, especially when the LG is that murderous dramiS. Just moments ago he was down to 20 points of health, but now he's back in the driver's seat, dominating these exchanges, and now it's RMV running for his life.
Literally flying with the heavy machine gun back there from Red Room towards the other side on rockets.
Yep.
RMV though, I don't think we've got much time left, and you can see with the stack as well from dramiS, he can just go for the spawn frag if he wants, as he sees fit. He's trying to catch him in Red Room, doesn't get the chance. RMV does get away, but finds him as he goes up the jump pad with the LG. And RMV is going to try and at least put a little bit more pressure on, but it looks like he will not be able to. dramiS comes out, whips out the shotgun, and that's going to be another frag to his name.
dramiS setting up to heavy very early. Still 6 seconds to go before it spawns. But RMV nowhere around, so it doesn't ultimately matter. dramiS monstrously stacked right now. He is going to catch a glimpse of RMV, wants to push in aggressively. He knows he's got the stack to do it. Plus, he's got more of those tokens to fall back on. But that dual wield, that hurts Lethal, that hurts dramiS. Can't push into the room after all, has to give up the Mega. RMV, he really has to start going on the offense right now.
If he'd done it a little bit early, could have taken his totems out earlier as well. We've seen a couple of overstacks already coming from dramiS, and that's a good rocket. He can try and at least get this 8 frag to his name, but does back away into Red Room just to go for that recovery process once more. Still 2 minutes left. We've seen some crazy things so far on Corrupted Keep in the past, haven't we, Flea? But I think this time round, the defense from dramiS is so good. I can probably, if not easily, trade whatever frag RMV could take.
You can just tell by dramiS' playstyle right now. He's just sitting pretty in the corner of a map. He's got a totem at the ready, doesn't even use it. It's probably gonna either wait till he gets into a really good position or in the middle of a fight to pull that out. And now RMV, he's got to chase, but these rockets through these choke points, dramiS turning things around once more. With just a minute left on the clock, Lethal, I fear for RMV's life in the upper brackets.
I certainly do indeed. 5 frags in a minute 10. Almost at the realms of impossibility there.
Yeah.
We'll see what he can do. He's going to probably try and keep visits competitive, or at least as close as possible, as respectable as possible. Visits drop into losers, but it does a little bit of damage with the LG there. See if he can try and clean up by any means with that dual wield of the shot. He's still got the totem as well. Might actually be able to take him. Yes, he does. But again, finding 4 frags in 45 seconds can be a very difficult task. You have to try and have the cleanest of frags possible after each one. But yeah, it's a tall order.
Most certainly is. Gonna land a nice burst of heavy machine gun right there, but he needs to be able to get up close and personal, and with this little time left, I fear that it just isn't in it for him. dramiS looking solid, especially with defensive rockets like that, and that frag, that super shotgun kill will seal the deal. dramiS getting us the second 2-0 of the day. Congratulations.
has done indeed. It was a little bit of a shaky start in that first map, but I don't think there's anything in the way of dramiS was playing. He was still playing extremely well. It's just RMV just equaling with the skill between the two of them. But that's going to be GG. That's going to be a clean sweep for dramiS. A nice 2-0 victory there. And commiserations to RMV, but we will see him in the losers bracket. And you never know, could make a good run considering what we saw from his performance.
Oh, absolutely. RMV, I think he really came out quite promising, right? This was a promising performance off the start. But you know who's else very promising? DJ Wheat and what he's got to say about this match.
I mean, what can I say that you guys already haven't said? I think really just thinking about game number one, what an interesting matchup that was. You know, such intensity in those first 10 minutes, and then the moment that overtime hit to think that we went 4 minutes with just the back and forth that we saw there was pretty impressive. I think that there's probably a lot of people in chat saying like, all right, keep an eye on this person. And then dramiS, I think probably, you know, finding his groove, finding that tempo that he was comfortable with. Saw some good frags on both sides, but clearly dramiS's game plan just a little bit better in that one. So yeah, the 2-0 sweep, exactly as you all predicted, but certainly giving us maybe a peek into the future here of what RMV might be able to do still in you know, the lower bracket of the tournament. So I think that there's going to set up some really interesting and some real some matchups that we haven't seen before, which will be very exciting. So congratulations to dramiS. He'll be moving on, and yeah, RMV will be dropping down to the lowers, but we have not seen the last of him yet. So let's maybe take a look at the bracket before we take a quick break and move on to our third series. We can start to get an idea, gentlemen, of what matchups are being set up next. You know, we went back to the room where we were all hanging out and watching the games, and we were saying, hey, dandaking, congratulations, you won your match. Now you're going up versus Killsit, right? So certainly some interesting setups being created here as we've got our winners and our losers here in round of 24. So we'll take a look at those in just a moment. Any other final thoughts about this matchup before we...
I mean, Corrupted Keep to me really just came down to the totems. I think that was just a huge part of it. dramiS got so many of these overstack heals out of that, especially just sitting on his side of the map. RMV really didn't find a way to get into that. And then also dramiS was very quick on adapting his game plan because he could feel that he was getting out LG'd. The LG damage, especially with the dual wield, was just obscenely strong. And so dramiS was just like, you know what? I'm going to stick back, rockets and shotgun, and then some heavy machine gun from all the way on the other side of the map. And that's how I'm going to play it. And worked out beautifully for him.
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't expect to come on and do a 5-minute sudden death second series of the day, literally straight away. That's ridiculous. It was so good.
We were talking about some of the longest sudden deaths that we've seen in QPL, and there was one last season. I think it was like 8 or 9 minutes. Went quite a long time, but I think some of those were also low-scoring games. So this was really interesting, where it's just a back and forth, and then suddenly it's stoppage. And there was some interesting moments in there where you know, I thought dramiS was gonna pretty much clean it up. He had RMV kind of like stuck in a corner, but didn't, like, was being very indecisive on how he was using his grenades and wanting to be careful about. But some great rails. Rocket jump to the end was very interesting. But yeah, we're gonna moving on to our next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll take a look at the brackets when we come back from the other side. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be psygib taking on Sib here for day one of the Quake World Championships. Don't go away. We're going to be right back. Welcome back to day one of the Quake World Championship. Joining me once again here on the desk, we got ZSX and Ketchup. And gentlemen, we got a chance to see that last matchup. Definitely seeing some good stuff here already in our early games, and a lot more left to go as we prepare for our third series of the day. We're going to be watching psygib versus Sib coming up here, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But any thoughts on the last match that we just saw?
I think to quote the one of the famous casters from that particular game, it was a slobber knocker. I think map one in particular, I felt a little bit sorry for RMV. I thought he played that fantastically to come back from the depths. And I know he was saying even before the series how nervous he was on this stage.
Right.
That's what we kind of illuminated in the opening stages. These players aren't used to it. And so for him, maybe that was an element. I felt really unfortunate there, but dramiS refined it, kept the pressure on, and showed that experience in game two.
Yeah, Ketchup, from you as we take a look at the bracket, the updated bracket. Similar thoughts? I mean, we saw that kind of surprise rocket jump there at the end, but
I think so. I think having the peace of mind to go for a risky play like that to close out Vale was something that, you know, a lot of players would have just sort of second guessed.
Yeah.
But I mean, just being able to maybe break the cycle, as it were. More impressive that dramiS was ready for it.
Yeah.
Because that very nearly did go into RMV's favor, right?
Yep.
So lots to break down there, but when it comes to making a debut like this, I'd say that was a rather impressive one, I think.
Yep. And we've already see our round of 16 matchups that are taking form there. Kilson and dandaking, and then of course dramiS doing our job for us and letting us know in his interview that, hey, I'm going to have to face my teammate if I win this one. And sure enough, that's what's going to be happening there in the round of 16. So our next matchup is going to be psygib versus Sib, and we did have a chance to sit down and chat with psygib a little bit about this season and what he might expect out of this finals here. Let's take a look.
My gamer tag is psygib. I think my seed is 13th, if I recall. I've been playing Quake since I was 5 years old, so since 1999, basically. Professionally, since 2014. My favorite champion is probably Strog. He's just very fun and mechanically difficult to play. My favorite weapon is LG. I love the shaft. My journey this season has been pretty rough. I haven't been super motivated, but I spent a little bit of time the past month prepping myself and getting ready, and I feel like I'm getting back into form, and I think I'm the best I could be right now. So since the season ended, I went to, the first thing I did was go to my sponsor's house to get mentally prepared and practice a lot more against Europeans and just everyone, but mainly to get the European practice, and that's helped me really get mentally focused again. Being back at live finals it's so good. I've missed the environment. I've missed the servers, just having zero ping and being around all my friends haven't seen in a long time. It's very nice. The biggest challenges are probably just myself, because I think mechanically I am at a high point, and everything, the whole package of positioning and decision making is all good. It's just me making sure I'm focused and doing what I need to do, not losing a track of anything. So the favorite, I think, to win the whole tournament is obviously rapha, and then the next person would be Kilson. And then shout out to Strongsage for his confidence, that I think, based on that alone, he would win if we're going confidence levels. If I were to win and take it home, it'd be just, I guess, completion for me finally, after so long, playing duel and doing my best always. I feel like I was almost getting to that point where I could reach that level, but then the COVID hit and slowed it all down, but it would mean the world to me.
There's psygib. Gentlemen, your thoughts here on our first player for match number 3, psygib.
I think he's a really great player. I mean, there's a reason he's still in the QPL after so many good players didn't make it this far. He definitely had a very tough stage. I think he was pretty much bottom, and he admits to that. And I think he's reflected on that, and speaking to him before this as well, he does feel that he's in a better place. He's put in more practice, he feels strong, and I think this is a good matchup for him. It's somebody he knows he can beat and has beaten in the past, but it's still a player that will cause him some serious problems. So if he can pick up some momentum, he's somebody that no one will want to play anyway.
Yeah. Ketchup, any thoughts?
psygib was always known for being one of the more reliable players to just get the frags done. You know, kind of quite a connoisseur, you could say, of the 2v2. So always a player that's ready to sort of do damage when necessary. But like I said in the interview, mechanically there, but just needs to keep his head in the game.
Yep.
It's really no mystery that it hasn't been a successful year for him, but it's been a very tough year with just the caliber of competition. So this sort of first entry level of the bracket in tournament, there's an opportunity here for psygib to take it. However, one would think there might be a player that's a bit more hungry to hit that next stage in this tournament, and that's Sib. Sib is a player that has just constantly fallen just short of that success that a lot of other players in QC, like the QPL, are currently having. But the motivation's always been there. It's why every single time there's been a qualifier, Sib has shown up. And in some cases, you know, has just won it again and then makes it back into the next qualifier. Sometimes does well, sometimes not so much. But is always just about to reach that point. And I mean, that's kind of where we are again, isn't it?
I mean, if you're looking for some level of consistency, at least having consistency to get back into the spot to be able to contend once again is exactly what Sib has been able to be pretty consistent with here over the last few seasons. So, Dan, any thoughts here on Sib? And we'll take then a look at the picks and bans.
I think he's obviously quite a conflictual character, but as Ketchup referred to, he's hungry, and I think that passion shows through in many different ways, and he's always somebody that is emotionally invested in the game and emotionally invested in the tournament. It can spin both ways, as we see with a lot of players. It has taken him down routes where games haven't gone his way because of that mental side of his game. So coming into this, I can guarantee he will be prepared, but it means a lot to him as well. And so that investment, we'll see how that plays out. And
we could probably have a whole conversation, because I might argue that, there's probably a difference between mental and the emotional side of it, right? I definitely categorize myself as an emotional player, and so I tend to identify other emotional players. And let's take a look at the picks and bans, though. psygib mentioned, hey, Strog is my favorite champion, and I don't know where Strog is.
So I'm going to make the bold claim. We do have the game feed in front of us on these desks.
Yes.
I do see Sib hovering over Strog.
It is Strog. Yes, it is. Yes, it
I thought he had thrown out his first Joker of the tournament, the hidden pick.
But yes, it is Strog. So we're going to be playing Corrupted Keep, Vale, and then should we need to go there, Insomnia with an interesting selection. But throw it out here, fellas. What do you think of what we see here in the champions?
I think we're starting to see a little bit of the, I guess we can call it progression again, mostly because of the final pick there for psygib, Death Knight. Over the last few months in particular, watching people do scrims, or even watching Kilson for that matter, there have been players putting a little bit more focus on this champion than we'd seen prior. That could have just come down to the map pool that we've been having. It could come down to some of the new inclusions, perhaps. But either way, we've actually started to see this champion do a rather considerable amount of competitive damage. So if we reach that point, you're going up against a Sorlag, but you have area denial of yourself, you have that burst damage. It's a map that you can sort of lay some traps on because it's so small. Kind of keeping an eye on that one, I think.
Yeah. Dan?
2 respect bans in there as well, in the clutch and the scale bearer. So that kind of opens up the pool just to you can't take it serious. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with you there.
Damn it, weak GaRpY.
But it does open up the pool a little bit. Corrupted Keep is a favorite today, and Vale. We're seeing these maps consecutively once again. Classical, and they're quite even as well. Maps like Blood Covenant, Deep Embrace, they're quite risky. They can really be turned and just absolutely shut down on you, right? So that's why they're being banned out so early on. If we get to Insomnia, psygib is one of the few players I recollect that was picking it in the QPL as well.
Yeah.
So he's happy on it. I can't speak for Sib. I haven't seen a lot of Sib, so I'm sure he's accustomed to it. But even before then, pretty standard picks across the board. The speed again in the Anarchy, we saw it on GaRpY. It was okay. The Strog and Pika, we believe, on Sib. Very, very good pick on Corrupted Keep. Equally on Vale. Gone for the mid-ground again with the Ranger and the Eisen. Very standard pick with the Eisen. I like the speed of the Ranger, though. If psygib can play that well, as we saw with RMV, it can be really, really dangerous. And then to Ketchup's point, Death Knight is really good on the Insomnia. There's lots of choke points to maximize that Flame Strike. And the Sorlag's a strong pick, too.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, you know, to what Ketchup said, we have been seeing a little bit more Death Knight, but on Insomnia, we've seen some hits and we've seen some misses too, right?
Yeah.
So how that'll play out, I mean, I think, you know, we saw Kilson show some kind of interesting strats when it comes to Death Knight. We've also just seen some not so great DK Insomnia performances. But hey, it's a new day. It's a new weekend as both players are prepping and getting ready. Dan, you get to take a break at this one. I'm going to cast with Ketchup. I hope that's okay. It doesn't matter what your answer is because that's what's happening. Great. But thanks. Any final thoughts? Any predictions here, Dan, before we send you off?
Am I allowed to speak now?
Sure.
I think your mic's live.
Thank you, DJ.
You have 10 seconds. Go.
I'm predicting a 2-1 a 2-1 to psygib. The producers are not happy with me today. 2-1 psygib.
Okay. Ketchup, want to throw anything out there?
Feel like this could be a win for Sib, but I think a 2-1 is likely. A 2-0 would be unexpected.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to be jumping into things. Corrupted Keep is going to be our first map. It's the Anarchy on psygib and Strog on Sib. Taking away psygib's favorite champ, and we'll see you on the other side, Dan.
There's always going to be that sort of personal note, perhaps, you know, even down to the respect bands and even down to some of the choices. Knowing your enemy, as they say. And let's not forget, since the very beginning of Quake Pro League, both Sib and psygib have both been around. Nice. So it's not like this is a new experience for either of them. How much they've played against each other, I guess, remains to be seen, because you never really know with this kind of thing.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. As we are now officially in the game following psygib right off of the start here. And so a little bit slow Ketchup here, kicking things off as both players taking their side of the map. And now we have the first damage exchanged. And I do think that we'll probably see a pace set here pretty early in that first frag. We see Peeker coming out and quickly going down as psygib gears back up for that head.
Now, there was a delay between the pickups. We've seen that almost instantly. However, not able to do much about stopping that heavy from getting picked up, which might kind of, I think maybe that might work against Sib here. Sib is doing a bunch of damage on the retreat, but not enough to survive that first frag. He's going to go onto the side of psygib, who is now also in position for Mega. Sib getting the nail gun spawn. I mean, it's not really the kind of gun you can push with fresh off spawn like that.
Yeah, I mean, psygib landed those 2 phenomenal rockets there to open that up too, really giving him an opportunity and doing a dance around the pillars, but that direct and then a secondary one did a lot of the work there as he opens things up with that first frag. Once again, Peeker comes out. Really more just getting some information here. This is the LG from the top. There's the inject back to the LG. It's got Sib kind of down and stuck in the corner, and psygib capitalized it, taking his second frag.
Now, you would call this a strong start. However, let's not forget, we haven't even had 2 minutes on the clock yet, and this is Corrupted Keep we're talking about. It has kind of come down to an early strat, right? The fact that the items weren't split at the exact same time, and it did mean that, unfortunately, Sib losing that fight near heavy let psygib get the frag, push forward. Sib didn't get an amazing spawn to really do anything of it, so kind of had to concede the Mega as well. So there has been an early chance of these items being rotated, which is not something that you see on this map all the time. It often takes a little bit of time for that split to begin, but happening early on. Risky play, but we'll see. There goes another one.
Yeah, great LG there by psygib. He even said, I love the shaft in his interview and has proven it here in this first game. Peeker trying to get some damage in once again. And I also have to say, psygib's injects have kind of been on point, right? 2 of them really coming out there right at the crucial moment of battle. And then another one before that third frag, kind of prepping him to go up and attack and take that positioning there against Sib. And psygib finds himself up quite significantly, 4-0 here as we hit that 3-minute mark.
There was impressively surgical timing on the push in towards that Mega there. You know, even half a second late, and Lovely rocket.
Wow.
I feel like towards that Mega, psygib might have actually lost that fight. Sib knows that the opponent was weak, pushes in with the plasma, able to get some damage, but not enough to really stop the fact that the Mega gets pushed in, and then bam, you know, we get another frag there. If psygib's timing was not as on point as it currently has been, this map would not be as dominant as it currently is. 3 minutes, 5 frags in the tank already, and Sib just hasn't really had the chance to knock psygib just really off this momentum. Every item has been psygib so far.
It's true, and I mean, I think if you look past what we're seeing there, coming quick around the corner, a great rocket from psygib, making it 6-0, and I feel like Sib is making the right choices in terms of like, I want to try to get in, use my LG, sort of get that damage done, but psygib is matching that almost impeccably. So that's where these 6 frags have ultimately come from. Some great moments where he has capitalized, and there's a rocket jump up to the top. Again, some more LG damage, but Sib's able to turn the tides with a double blast of that shotgun, putting his first frag on the board.
So up until that first frag that Sib was able to obtain there, I was kind of looking at the in-game stats, even though it was kind of 6-0 and psygib was consistently outstacking Sib, they were completely dead even on damage. It was just that the existence of the control for psygib was so on point that Sib wasn't really able to compete in any of these fights. Now this is that opportunity to perhaps start turning things around. Psygib retreats down towards the light, tries to put himself in position for this heavy, but Sib in a good position as well. Now psygib steals it away, does manage to get the frag, but it wasn't clean. And I think Sib will be thinking about that.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the damage, and we have seen Sib kind of crawl ahead, and I think that's also a testament to just psygib's injects just coming at the perfect time, keeping on top of those hourglasses as well. But we see psygib then assaulting from the side. 5 frag lead here going into the 5-minute mark. Still pretty comfortable here from psygib, but he cannot let up. You know, he's got to keep the aggression on. Now both players pretty weak catch up as the heavy is up, and psygib is going to grab that, immediately grab some health bubbles as well as he gears up for yet another assault heading over to the Mega.
We've already seen how tender an Anarchy can be on a map like this.
Oh yeah.
On the opposite way. So Sib able to get a good string of momentum, I suppose, might be able to start snowballing. It's one thing that's famous on a map like Corrupted Keep. An aggressive push from psygib to keep his opponent as far behind as possible. Clean frag. Inject popped, lovely stuff, light armor, and there you go, just like that, heavy. Sib spawning their rocket launcher. That interesting knowledge for psygib because he's going to know what Sib doesn't have access to.
You're absolutely right. Now 6 frag lead. psygib also continuing his run of landing really nice rockets. That time, though, Sib with his LG out, able to get a lot of damage and clean up the already hurt psygib. Again, the spread of 5 frags. Still pretty comfortable here for psygib. I think Sib, if he can find that momentum, pick up 1 or 2, puts himself in a much more comfortable spot. But for now, I think psygib still has the control he wants.
Extra amount of time there from psygib, who's just thinking, you know what, I'm going to get that. Oh! Forget what I was saying. I can't even remember what I was talking about. That completely caught me off guard, and very clearly, I was not the only one.
Oh, it was so nicely done. A rocket from out of nowhere surprised us, surprised psygib, and then the follow-up with the LG. And I mentioned, you know, hey, Sib would be in a much better spot, a little bit more comfortable if he could pick up that 1 or 2 frags, and that's exactly what he's done here in the last 45 seconds. Now, still a 3 frag deficit, and psygib needs to be a bit careful about his choices and how he's choosing to go about it, thinking about these major items and what is going to benefit him the most, but he's stayed on top of those injects. Unfortunately, though, last couple engagements, that hasn't really come into play. So heading on over to the heavy, might have a battle here to contest for it. 2 rockets coming in on Sib, but Sib's not letting up at all. LG coming out, he hears the screams, direct rocket, but still can't clean it up. Somehow psygib's sticking around and hanging on and grabbing that frag.
In most scenarios, that second rocket absolutely would have done the damage, but one of those scenarios where the second one just doesn't quite connect as close as it was maybe supposed to, and you know, gravity doing its thing there, I suppose. We've got to remember Anarchy on the hoverboard has a little bit of extra air control, so those juggles aren't as consistent as you would expect. But it was a bad frag for Sib to have to concede. You know, if that was a fight or maybe even a trade, you know, if Sib was able to get a good situation off that, then who knows where we'd be now. But such wonderful rocket placement on the return there from psygib to keep himself in the lead. Over 2 minutes on the clock left. There's not a lot left of this map, but Sib keeping things nice and confident and very, very healthy indeed. We'll no doubt wait around a little bit for that Mega, but you can see, just trying to get that information first. Where's my opponent going to be?
Yeah.
Then when I take Mega, where do I go from there?
Yeah, and in that situation, you mentioned it earlier, psygib was in it, and this time kind of the tables turned, but Sib knew exactly what psygib didn't have off of that spawn. Doubled back, knew that all he was going to be able to combat with was going to be that RL, and the LG was an easy cleanup there. Now, Peeker's going to come out again, this time from above, raining down the shots, and does manage to get a frag. Now we're sitting in a situation where Sib has about 90 seconds to try to bring something back, potentially tie this game back up. psygib is still up by 2, and it is all on Sib to make something happen.
psygib's in a scary position. Had no choice but to just watch Sib move towards heavy, knowing that you've just spawned, you haven't got injection, all you've got is a rocket launcher. You can't fight for that item. You know, you need to try and play the information game, play nice and defensive, and in that instance, actually, took loads of damage, but even that point-blank super shotgun was really good, and even that damage he was able to obtain. Good stuff too. Unfortunately, not enough to really stop the bleeding as much, thanks to the Mega. However, the double super shotgun's able to bring it. Reanimation indeed. Hang on a minute, Wheat.
Yeah, and the inject coming out just at a perfect spot. Now, is there too much aggression coming out here by Sib? It's still yet to be seen, but he's got to do something in order to make up these 2 frags, so you've got to turn that aggression up just a little bit. psygib is going to try to play from the middle area, trying to drop some LG on top of his opponent. Knows that the Mega's about up, is just waiting for it patiently. Time is definitely on his side. There's still 2 frags yet to go, and only 15 seconds to make it happen.
There's not a lot of time left. I mean, I think that's understatement of the weekend so far. 10 seconds, it can't be done. You die now, you're just going to delay your spawn. And just like that, psygib, that push in, that risky push in, but it paid off with that super shotgun.
Yeah.
Really goes to show why it's one of the core ingredients to success when you're on Corrupted Keep.
I think a tale of, you know, first off, the injects coming out from psygib, pretty nicely done, really saved him in some key moments. You know, Sib, I think, prioritizing when he could use the LG, it definitely going in his favor a few times, but I think that early sort of frag lead from psygib set him up for the longer game there, as we're going to be heading on to map number 2 in just a moment. But, I mean, what do you think, right? In terms of what we saw between these two, you would say that you could see a scenario where Sib took that game and psygib didn't, but
absolutely. I think we definitely could have seen a reality where that went into the favor of Sib, because you look at these replays, there was more than one occasion where Sib was just so close to being able to bring it into his favor, and then psygib's kind of tried and tested combat skills come into play, where you need to land that big, big, big damage. He's able to do it. And it's one of the things that I think is the most reliable elements of psygib's gameplay. It's why he's so dangerous when the fight happens in a duel. It's why he's so dangerous in the world of 2v2s as well. Like, if you need someone to start doing damage, psygib tends to be your man. And in these kind of encounters where even the smallest bit of a damage difference will put the fight either way, go figure, psygib won a fair few of them.
Yeah, some interesting damage totals here on both sides, where that LG is pretty much prioritized, but Sib, he landed quite a few rockets there up at 1,700. And then I think, you know, everything else pretty even, but that shotgun coming out for psygib and did earn him a frag or 2 in that matchup. So next map's going to be Vale, where psygib will be playing Ranger, and Sib is going to be playing on Ison. A combination of champions that we've seen here on this map plenty of times. But based off of what we just saw catch up, what do you think about what we've got here in these 2 players?
I'm going to keep a close eye on how this map starts. Because if you look at how the last map began, there was somewhat of a bold play, you know, the early push, and then the items weren't at the exact same time. I mean, how many times when you watch Corrupted Keep do you see both players kind of take their item, they'll leave at the same time, they'll push in, and then it takes a fair few minutes for that sort of time to somewhat break off and start the chain effect, I guess. But
Right.
within the first 30 seconds, we saw that, and it 100% favored psygib to the point where about 3 or 4 frags, it was looking really, really good for him. It took a long time for Sib to actually get a single frag off the back of that immediate momentum off something that, when it works out for you, it's great. But when it doesn't work out for you, you're kind of left thinking about it at the end, like, oh, should I have gone for something safer? Should I have done this and that? So I'm kind of looking at how this next map begins to see if someone's going to make a bold play like that again, or if we're kind of go, all right, well, let's be a bit safer.
Yeah, and I mean, on a map like Vale, you can be a bit safer, especially if you're on Sib's side. You've got the turret, you know, possibly a lot of control there, and the exit teleport over near Mega, potentially near the heavy as well. But I agree. The beginning of the match, similarly to Corrupted Keep, is probably going to tell a larger tale as we get started. Through Sib's eyes, he will grab that heavy pickup, immediately going and picking up a rocket launcher, knowing that, like, hey, I could go in here and it's not going to matter because psygib's going to come to him. Does throw out that turret, but without the arsenal of weapons, decides to just back off, grab himself an LG, grab himself a shotgun. I think that was the right move.
Not the most significant use of either of the abilities right there. I think psygib, you know, able to get some of that opening damage, if you will. I think the priority there would have been just safely collecting something and getting out without taking too much damage, of which you can clearly see psygib did a good job. Heavy's now in the position. They'll trade item for item, but with Sib, no armor, this is always a scary fight to be caught in. And unfortunately for Sib as well, just doesn't have the right weapons to capitalize. I think if there was some verticality there, the Sib I know probably would have got a rail out for that, try and get some cheeky little exit damage, but without the weapon, couldn't be done. Now has to desperately get a little bit of rocket ammo, because we've seen how important rockets are always going to be on a map this small. At the same time now, rail on hand. We didn't mention this on Corrupted Keep, but there's one thing about Sib which can sometimes give him some absolutely fantastic games. That was a lovely steal. I'll finish my talking point after this fight, because there could be some real significance here. Retreating rail, the aggressive push, like, God, he didn't go up that jump pad.
Wow, so glad. That would have been instant regret. A great rail, but psygib landing the tri-bolt to get himself the first frag. Doesn't come out of that fight super clean, but now that we're through the action, Ketchup, what were you going to say?
So what I was going to say, and something that we had seen stages and stages, is that when Sib's rail is on fire, he is one of the more rail-heavy players that we kind of have in Pro League in general. And it can lead to some maps that are just out of this world impressive, because he'll just start hitting every single shot. But with rail accuracy will come confidence, and Sib sometimes doesn't always have the largest amount of that. So it's one of the things that I'll be looking out for in this map so far. Hasn't had a huge amount of damage just yet. Sib trying to play the careful game, knows you're a little bit stuck because you want to make your presence known, you want to stop an item from being picked up, but you're not very healthy. Now a bit late there on the teleport, psygib not able to steal that away, and there we go, opening rail. What kind of rails are we going to get from Sib today?
Yeah, well, he's been trying to hit a few. We're going to have the turret come out. That puts Psygib in a really rough spot. He's down to 1 point of health and still manages to slink away, playing a game of rats as he somehow escapes. And I think, you know, Sib made the right decision on that one, throwing down that turret, putting him between him and his opponent. Does hit another direct rocket. We've seen quite a few of those out of psygib. And, you know, you mentioned that missed orb, and that was a failed opportunity, but at least it didn't result in a frag. Now we're almost to that 3-minute mark, and psygib still remains in the lead with just a single frag.
And on a map like this, that don't mean much.
It doesn't. You're right. And I mean, I think Rail has decided a few things more on the how you're pushing one player this way or that way, but not really become a deciding factor. Now here psygib's going to grab that heavy, make a rocket jump up to the top. He does jump for the Mega, gets nailed by a rail from down below. We're going to have an orb come out yet again. Tries to finish off Timmy, the turret, but still remains up there with just a little bit of health, I believe. And, you know, manages to take full control of both items there in a pretty marvelous way.
Given how things happened up there near Mega, and even the fact that Sib didn't quite manage to get the rocket jump, that could have gone so much worse. But back up to a full regular stack and in position to take away one of these important items, basically unpunished completely. And even then, in position to take the second item too. So Sib able to play a nice defensive game there, not having to deal with too much of that. And I like actually being so confident there that psygib's not going to push towards the Mega. However, maybe too confident because the Mega's still there. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on why that one played out the way that it did. Perhaps Sib thought that psygib was a little bit lower than he actually was, and there that Mega's picked up. In fact, the Heavy's up as well. We're going to have a swap of positions with that orb. psygib hunting and on the chase, and he just needs a little bit of help picked up there by Sib, and he needs just one more shot and somehow shaving off these points, but it's not enough. psygib can't secure the frag, and Sib manages to stay alive.
But barely.
Barely.
It's going to take a little bit of time to bring yourself back up to an even remotely healthy state, but yeah, these aggressive pushes, it's just, you know, it is common at this level of play that when an item is there to be picked up and you know that you have it for free because the opponent's way too weak to be there, you push forward a bit, right? Try and get some bonus damage, and then you go and pick up the Mega. But in that case, Sib pushing all the way and kind of just having a real sense of bloodlust, you know, trying to secure the frag and flying too close to the sun, having to deal with the repercussions. But now...
It's a trap, and another direct rocket into the frag. psygib had a remarkable stack at that point in time. That frag is also going to come at a point in which both of our major items are going to spawn. He picks up that Mega, immediately transitions over to that Heavy, and there it is after getting the frag. 4-0 now, and psygib is looking very strong.
Scary moment for any dueler to deal with. I know we're just about to hit that 6-minute mark, 4 minutes left to go. You've got to get at least 4 frags to turn this one around. Not only that, but you're a map down. Make that 5. The mental fortitude will be tested here more than ever. There's so much to think about to make this comeback possible, just to keep yourself in this upper bracket that, you know, I think Sib's going to have to really hit that next level, you know, the ascension. Can it be done?
Sib is hitting a few of that rails he needs to hit, but psygib remains with a higher stack in most of these battles. Now we're going to have Sib coming out with the LG, knowing that psygib is incredibly weak. That will get him his first frag, but with a 5 frag deficit here and less than 4 minutes left to go, it can still be a tough one. He's going to have to hit those consecutive rails that he has managed to do, but he's going to have to do it quite a few times, catch up, in order to try to bring this one back.
Vale is one of those tiny maps. You are able to start pushing things onward and onward and onward, but it requires those clean frags with minimal damage in return. Sib able to now pick up a rail. That's certainly good news. And the next item being Mega. You know, if Sib can get a frag here, perhaps, then backing off towards the Mega to bring yourself back up nice and healthy. Push in, make the next play. But you just... Oh, no! So I kind of heard psygib behind me kind of shout to himself before that even happened.
I don't know if that was like a war cry or something. I don't know. I was not looking through the eyes of psygib when that happened.
I kind of think that was more of a oopsie.
Just an oopsie. Yeah, they do happen here. You got to be careful. But that makes it, you know, the climb a little less steep. Catch up for Sib. He still is in control. He's got a little bit better stack, but ultimately it's going to come down probably to this next round of major items. It's going to be very important for Sib to try to capture both of these in order to be able to try to make a dent in what we've got. There's the Mega. He knows the Heavy's up soon. He's going to make a jump down for it. Expects his opponent to be back in the back hallway. A great rail by psygib. A defense there. Of course, it's still picked up by Sib, but he delays that Heavy a little bit and does land that rail on Sib.
That would have been so much more rewarding for psygib if there wasn't as much of a divide between these items. You know, that kind of push down, and it takes you an extra 5 or 6 seconds to pick it up. Wow! There's the Ranger stuff right there. The turnaround orb. psygib, they're going to be feeling good about that one, especially. Oh my god!
Ugh. You know, you have that moment where you just like, I'm off the spawn, I got to get back into this one. And your opponent just happens to be behind you with the railgun. That is a rough go right there. psygib sitting with 7 frags to Sib's 2, and that might have spelled the end of that one here for Sib. He's gonna have a real tough time figuring out what to do. He says, GG's.
I can't blame him. Not this late on into the map and after what happened there. I just don't think he can pull it off. Mathematically, it's not possible. And it kind of goes to show how brutal of a game Quake can be, because in the blink of an eye, it goes from winnable to 2 rushes with rail only to, oh, I guess I can't win this map now. What the hell happened?
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, there were definitely some interesting moments. I felt like Sib, and let me take a look at the accuracies here just a little bit here. I mean, I thought Sib was landing some real nice rails, crucial points in which he needed to. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, there were just a few moments where psygib was able to grab both of the major items that put him in a better stack position, and ultimately was able to just add on a few additional frags as things continued, and that makes it 7-2 as the last 30 seconds tick down. But GG is called, and psygib will advance. Dan, it seems like you were here just a short few minutes ago, and you're back.
Man, I had to sprint when that GG came out early. That was unexpected. But yeah, that was, I think, you know, result-wise is what we said, but the way in which it went down was very different to the way I thought it was going to go down.
Yeah.
That was the psygib show pretty much from start to finish. I think there were signs of life from Sid, particularly in map 1, but I never really felt that psygib was uncomfortable. He looked happy, he looked in his game, he's hitting good shots, so it was really well played.
It's being able to deal with ferocity in all of its forms. I think if you look at, to be honest, both of those maps, especially the first one, there were so many moments where, you know, Sib was being a playmaker.
Yeah.
You know, he was going for real specific things that, if they worked, fantastic. It's just that, you know, it's hard to pinpoint why it didn't, but psygib was just able to deal with it every single time. There were no surprises.
No.
Even though a lot of them you'd think there would be, but there weren't. And just happy to match it. Get the damage when necessary, get the fight.
I think what psygib did really well, and we said it in the first Tuesday days, he just did the basic well consistently. Like, timing was on point.
Agreed.
And then on map 1, because he was in that groove, he was like rocket jumping through the map, through the TP, using the speed to really shut down any aggression from Sib before it even started. And that pressure from psygib was so strong that Sib, he kept in it, but he was clutching in it as well, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, LG was a big player there in that first map on Keep, and then in Vale, I wouldn't even say it was really rail. It came a lot down to just the item control, and you know, I mean, psygib did mention during his interview, right, that like after the season, he just took a moment to focus on him and the game and what he felt like he needed to do. Whatever serenity he found in that experience, I feel like we saw it there in that matchup. To your point, he definitely felt in control most of the time, felt happy, didn't see him tilting. Even when things weren't necessarily going his way, he found a way to break back in and take home the series.
Now, worth remembering, folks, this is not where those that have fallen short right now, this isn't where their tournament journey ends, is it? Because we do have that lower bracket. Those matches will be starting a little bit later, I believe. We do have a B stream as well, so stay tuned on social media, and I guess here when we know we're ready to go for that.
Yep.
So players still have their tournament lifeline. It's just the scariest point to be.
Yeah, it's a double elimination, and of course, best of threes. It's a little bit of a change up from what we've seen in past, where the challenger has kind of been a like, are you in or are you out situation. But now having that second life there, I think will make for some interesting matchups as we head on into the lower bracket.
It can change how players adapt to situations. Some players really come alive in that lower bracket.
That's true. That would be one hell of a run all the way to the end, though. We'll have to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue day 1 here at the Quake World Championships in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, I hope you're ready for it, a former champion versus someone who came in and is definitely considered a challenger. It's going to be Kilson versus dandaking. Don't go away. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Sit up, baby. Something big coming at you.
Welcome back to day one of the Quake World Championship. It is now time to focus because Kilson takes the stage and he's going up against a player that we got to see earlier in round number 1. That's dandaking. Joining me once again here on the desk, we've got Flea and Lethal. Gentlemen, we are seeing certainly someone who can claim to be a champion here in Quake Champions, someone who has done remarkably well this season, and you know, versus now a new challenger coming in who's already kind of made his own mark, defeating GaRpY to get here. But welcome back, and excited to now just jump in and kind of talk a little bit about this matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot to say, a lot to talk about, especially the history of both these players. But let's start with Kilson first. I think we have to talk about the improvements he's made compared to the last 12 months. We always know him as that guy with incredible combat skills, hyper aggressive down to a T. And his adaptation, I feel like the adaptation has actually improved quite a lot as well over the last 12 months. But the only problem or the only little niche I worry about is the fact that there's very small moments where he's been a bit off-key in an offline environment. But he seems to be so comfortable at this stage compared to what he was like 12 months ago.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's able to naturally rectify that.
I'll tell you what, Flea, I'm going to get your comments, but why don't we hear from the man himself? We got to sit down for a little interview with Kilson before the event began, and let's see if you know, he has confidence going into this finals.
My gamer tag is Big Kilson. My seed is number 1. I have been playing Quake for about almost 20 years now. My favorite champion is Nyx, and I like her mobility around the maps. Like, some maps are very built up for her, I feel like. And also her ability is very good and useful and can be super powerful. My favorite weapon always, almost since day 1, you can say, is the ray gun. I'm on seed 1, I mean that means a lot already. So I beat most of the guys throughout the stage. And yeah, overall things have been going quite well. I mean, I also put a lot of work into this to make it happen. But yeah, I'm just glad everything worked according to plan so far. It feels really good to be back at a LAN event, meeting each other again. Like, I mean, some of these players are became like really good friends actually throughout the years, and we know each other for such a long time. Especially that others also did compete already in past Quake versions. So yeah, I miss it a lot. It would mean a lot for me to take home the world champion here. I missed my opportunity to take it home the last time, so I would like to take it home this time. Biggest chances to win the championship, I would say. I mean, you can always count on rapha to get very far throughout the tournament. But also I think Wenger has been stepping things up. So yeah, and then RAISY, it depends a little. Like, sometimes there's some creativity missing in his gameplay, but he's also shaping himself up. So yeah, us four, literally, you know, any one of us can take it any day.
You know, when you've got someone like Kilson who can name 4 other players that he think have the potential of going very far in this tournament, that says an awful lot. Flea, going back to you, thinking about Kilson, right? We've talked a lot about his storyline this season. Last season, still performed very well, was dealing with issues with his eyes. You kind of need those in order to play the best game of Quake that you want to play. But clearly showing, right, the full, maybe, I don't know, the final form of Kilson. I doubt it yet, but your thoughts here.
Oh, absolutely. Kilson is looking supremely powerful going into this. Seed 1, he mentioned it himself, right? He has lost just 1 matchup in the entire season. That was against Wenger. And as you mentioned yourself, Wheat, Kilson is a champion, right? Yeah. He won the very kickoff of the Quake Pro League back in 2019, won stage 3 of that season as well. So this is one of the few players who not only managed to get himself the belt once, but twice. So this player is extremely powerful, and just looking at his track record, he is set to go far.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about his opponent, right? We got a chance to talk about dandaking earlier. We saw him defeat GaRpY in what was a pretty phenomenal 2-0 for him, and it was like, boom, here's your reward. You're going up against the #1 seed Kilson. So a rough go, but probably one of the best trials by fire that you could possibly ask for here at the World Championship.
Yeah, I think to start off with how, you know, how Dan is, he's got very strong fundamentals. He's at a top 8 at a QuakeCon back in 2017, but he was also a really good Quake Live player back in 2010, 2011. And I think some people kind of forget about that, forget about how strong he was back then. And it seems like he's still be able to continue his progress. We saw against GaRpY where I don't really see any signs of nerves or not too confident in any way. You can see that from his aggression, his aim skill, his tracking. Everything is still there, but it's just a matter of he can do that against Kilson because he's got to try and equal that hyper aggression that comes out from Kilson as well as that adaptation, of course.
Yeah, you also got to, remember that playing from the ANZ region, probably anything is better than that pick that you're getting. So really loving it here on land. Gentlemen, let's take a look at the picks and bans for this matchup. It could determine what you all think about this one, but we're going to be doing Corrupted Keep and then Ruins, and should we need it, going to Awoken. Take your pick. Any of you want to throw out thoughts on what we see for our champions' picks and bans?
Slash on map 2. That is going to be a spectacle. We're definitely going to see Kilson bring out that champion. He mentioned himself, Nyx is one of his favorites, but look at that, he banned Nyx. Probably a case of, well, if I can't guarantee that I have her myself, I'm just going to make sure that my opponents can't play her against me. Now, map 1, Keep, we're getting pretty standard matchup. Ranger versus Strok. Strok so powerful with that Beaker because there's no rail on the map. Then map 2, Slash versus Visor. Speed versus Information. And then lastly, Awoken, the Doomslayer, double jump, so useful versus the Death Knight. Now, it's interesting how often we're seeing him already today.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about how it seemed like Kilson was the one who was helping to usher Death Knight back into the meta a bit, and even on Awoken, that's interesting. But Harry, your thoughts?
Well, again, Kilson banning Vale every single matchup, every single week. Looks like the trend's going to continue coming into this kind of environment, no matter what opponent it is. But the good thing on the side of dandaking is the fact that there is going to be no deep embrace, and of course we do have Ruins there anyway, but one of two is going to have to ban at some point. But at least that way he knew that what does he prefer in terms of how he wants to play? Does he want to play him on Ruins or does he want to play on Deep Embrace? Of course, he prefers Ruins. He's got a little bit more space to work with. Kilson's done some immaculate comebacks in the past in those Kilson versus Avik matchups in Ruins. It's always a treat to watch them two go at it, but I have to see how he will do it, especially with the Slash in the hands of Kilson. But going to the last one, Doomslayer is pretty much the meta pick there for Awoken. We see it time and time again, but we were talking before with the Death Knight. I think it's a good pick considering he banned the Athena straight away, which is understandable due to the verticality and how difficult it can be to contend with Athena, especially when you're weak or getting chased upon you. But should be an interesting start. It's all going to be about the mechanics and fundamentals going into this first map.
Yeah, and just one quick note thrown out there. Yeah, we did see Kilson ban Vale, but we are going to get to a point in the tournament in which, you're not going to have the luxury of just banning out some of those guys. So we'll have to see how that will play out. But understandably, in these early rounds, play what you're most certain about, what you're most confident in, etc. Certainly a good strategy to go forward. So now that we got the picks and bans, is it safe to say that you both expect the #1 seed here for the Season 3 finals to move on, or do you think that dandaking is in a position to maybe shake things up a little bit?
I'm expecting a 2-0 for Kilson. Yeah, I mean, you just can't bet against the man at this point, right? dandaking, clearly a veteran in his own right. He's put up a tremendous performance against GaRpY earlier today, but Kilson, that's another beast altogether.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same too. I'm not going to beat around the bush in any way, shape or form. I'll probably say if dandaking keeps the scores respectable, at least then it'll keep him give a confidence boost if he does drop down to the loser bracket.
Yeah, great points on both sides, and I think there's going to be a lot of folks that are very excited. Kilson's been one of those players that has been very public about his scrims leading up here to the finals. You could go onto his channel and watch him streaming those live versus some of the best players here in the league. So curious how this one will play out, but it looks like the match is opening up here and staging and getting ready. So gentlemen, I'll let you take it from here. Enjoy yourselves, and good luck.
Thank you very much indeed, Sophly. Get to see dandaking once again. Second time out of the third series, can't really complain there. And it's all about how Dan's going to perform in this matchup. We know it's, from his region, it's pretty damn difficult to get the best practice possible. We know there's a lot of community tournaments over in Australia and New Zealand in terms of how he can perform. Notably in terms of his past placements, we've got to remember back in the day in 2017 when he qualified through the NA side with a 300 ping. Literally, that was so long ago. And of course, with one of the QuakeCons in, I think it was 2010 or 2011, where he did get a top 8 placement. So definitely someone not to underestimate here going into this matchup, and we're going to be starting things off from Kilson's POV to exactly how he's going to try and establish some kind of dominance here.
Heavy. Delayed by a massive amount already. That's 10 seconds and it still hasn't been picked up. Kilson clearly going into this with a game plan, will finally secure it, and this is of course to offset the respawn timers in the hopes that he gets a leg up over his opponent now and can then string both of them together.
Rude coming straight on very aggressively there from Kilson, and now needs to try and back away, but I know it's going to help a tad, but not a huge amount as Dan will get the first frag here as he managed to pick up the Mega perfectly. Q comes up with the LG there, should be able to make it a second if he can, and keeps up straight, misses a couple of shots with the heavy machine gun, but the damage has already been done. He's managed to keep him at bay, he's able to pick up another light, but it's already been taken, so just needs to try and keep his distance and work around the heavy machine gun.
Oh, good rocket, that opens up a lot for Kilson. He's gonna drop down, doesn't have LG yet, so he has to close the distance. Will this work out for him? No! 4 points of health, dandaking clutching on for dear life. Might be able to make a move on Mega. Yeah, he sees Kilson coming through the rocket, should be able to drop down, no issues whatsoever. And now 5 seconds before Heavy. Is he going to make a push for it? Doesn't have any armor to his name, so is just going to surrender that item and content himself with those 2 frags that he has.
That second frag shouldn't have even been taken anyway. It was a huge surprise there, I think, from a lot of us. It seemed to be where a lot of assumptions were made. A lot of us probably thought, okay, this is where Kilson should be able to equalize and then progress with that Mega. But instead, the defense from Dan has been so good, and the recovery rotation on top of that. The Heavy will be up in the next few seconds. He's going to move up straight away. Kilson will get the first frag to his name. And there we have a Heavy is still up, but of course, battle of attrition, he's going to be looking to pick up the light. Then the Heavy just to have a little bit more dominance in terms of his stack. Gets a good rocket, 75, go bounce in the air, but we're going to get a trade. Good stuff from Dan to make sure to close that last frag out, and just a couple minutes in play.
Pretty sure I just heard Kilson go, ah, the way that ended up. Now Dan doesn't have the LG, Kilson does. He's got to be careful taking those fights at mid-range. She's gonna fall back on Heavy for now, but Kilson might not let him take it for free. No, he will. Just gonna stay on his side of the map. Both players just waiting for an opportunity right now. Kilson managed to stop the bleeding, bring it back to a 1 frag game. Still a very close match so far. Neither player really getting the upper hand.
No, not at all, but these rockets from Dan have been so good from a defensive level. Kilson has to back away once again, so Dan really showing some true promise in. Nothing's spiraled out of control. His defense has been solid. He's made the right reads, the right rotations. Keeping Kilson guessing in terms of the timing, so delaying bits and pieces here and there, but it might get caught got attaches with Kilson standing his ground with the rockets, but Dan travelling in so far doesn't seem to be too bad. Just trying to keep his distance here, so at least the rockets have a decreased chance to help him out by any means. He's going to dive into the red room. Kilson trying to get away once again, but yeah, Dan is performing so good in this first map.
Looking at the ability usage, though, I do have to say that I'm thinking that Kilson's doing far better at using the orb than Dan has at using the Strong, or the Peeker, right? Yeah. Whenever he's used it, he's taken quite a bit of damage himself, or hasn't been able to open up the map much. But Kilson's orb has been very effective. It's gotten him in really good positions, even grabbed him a kill earlier. So, ability-wise, Kilson is outperforming his opponent, but still, the frags are going in favor of the Australian.
And again now, Dan just doesn't put too much pressure on as of yet. Just going to pick up the Mega first and then try and get his peak at ASAP. The Heavy is up, so Kilson will be able to go to this without too much trouble. Just double checking, just trying to get a bit of tri-volt damage there and a bit of info before he picks it up. But it's also delayed it by a good 5-7 seconds, so Dan's going to have to guess exactly when it's going to appear later on, depending on how close it was with the audio cues. Makes up in the next 7 seconds. Dan's in the prime position to go for it, or at least rain some rockets down there. Good use, but as he's doing that, the ult straight on up and does take him out here. Flea picks up the Mega as well. Perfect timing. Light is there, but we'll have to give that up to Kilson. But at the end of the day, he takes the frag. He managed to get the Mega. He's in a good spot now to pick up this Heavy.
Nice LG as well. Kilson dropping down to his doom. Also interesting to note, Lethal, is just how little the heavy machine gun has been used so far. Typically, that's one of the key weapons on this map, right? Assessing your opponent from a distance since there's no rail. But at this point, there's been 100 damage shared between these two players when it comes to that weapon. So that just shows that this has been quite up close and personal in most of these fights.
Yeah, it's a really good point you've made. It's not something you see every day, but with these two being so aggressive, but at the same time, they've been really keeping their distance. So it's a bit of a shock to me as well, that the heavy machine gun hasn't been used, as you said, but he reached in with the Orb Master. Take down Dan there, now just trailing behind by that 2-frag deficit. Gets a little bit of damage done with that Pig. Drop it down and see if we can increase the amount of damage done. It's going to see if it can at least rotate round from above and just catch him off guard, but sadly, it was a good thought process, but Dan was already rotating back around from another side. So at least that way, let's see exactly how he's going to do this rotation. Picks up the heavy. This is where things can be a little bit more difficult for Dan in terms of his position and what he's going to do with his weaponry in his arsenal. But we've seen some good defense from him in the past. We can see if he can continue that, depending on his weapon selection.
This is the first time in the map that one player has really gotten consistent control, right? Kilson being able to secure both heavy and mega without losing too much of a stack in between. This could be a turning point in the match. Yes, Dan has a 2-frag lead. Might dwindle as we speak. Indeed, drops down to just 1 point. And now Kilson, he's got a lot of momentum. He's got both of the items going in his favor. He's got the item time, he's got the weapons to work with too, but his stack might not last forever. Can he clutch it? He will, just before Mega spawns as well. Critical time to secure that frag.
And this is the problem you see for Kilson as well. Like, if Kilson, Dan does try and get away when he's weak, he normally just orbs in straight away because he knows with the mobility, Dan's just going to get out of there so quickly. It's going to be very difficult to try and finish off any of those guys, even with the heavy machine gun. But a few minutes left. Kilson has taken the lead for the first time in this matchup. Realises he's still definitely below him. And now with the LG, Dan must have really put on a performance, and he has, Dan, tied things up. Not really too happy about that, considering the circumstances. Dan has picked up the Mega. 3 minutes left in play, and Dan's in a really good spot right now.
He absolutely is. Heavy is about to spawn. Kilson has a better positioning, but he's got to make that drop down first. Here we go. The Peaker finally coming through with some big damage, but that rocket, that is going to negate most of it. And Kilson still keeping himself in fighting shape, as Mega will be the next major point of contention. Dandaking now on the hunt. He's got that superior mobility. Orb isn't up for another 20 seconds. He wants to make good use of this. Mega just spawned. Kilson is just going to let it go. He knows that with just over 2 minutes left on the clock, he doesn't want to risk this snowballing against him, because that is one of the things that Keep is most known for. It's a very snowball-heavy map, and 1 frag can easily turn into 2 or 3.
Oh, that rocket was so close. You talk about the stack advantages. It was the first time Kilson had it. Now it's the first time Dan's got this kind of considerable advantage, even though he had that nice little frag lead earlier on. 2 minutes left in play. Kilson just standing his ground, waiting for him, or daring for him to run into potentially some of these directs, but it's backed away. Remember, we're still all tied up. It's Dan's court now to try and at least pursue Kilson and seal this first map. But we'll find him as Kilson's actually dropping down from the LG area, but good rocket there from Kilson just to add a little bit more chip to keep his distance. But the problem is now Dan just picked up the heavy. Took a little bit of damage from the heavy machine gun, but at least he's got the rockets to push on straight away. Just hiding around that heavy machine gun area. He's got eyes on him now. Will he be able to take him? Just continuing to keep his distance. He's kind of feel like he's playing scared, but at the same time wants to make sure he'll 100% secure his kill before going in.
Looking at some of the statistics, Dandaking significantly out-damaging his opponents. Also the one with a slight lead in terms of item control. Will get himself both Mega and Heavy back-to-back, and now Kilson really has to play this evasive game. He's waiting for that good burst of LG, nice rocket, big amount of unreturned damage to try and turn things around. But this is a beautiful trap by Dan, and he should be able to secure himself the frag. 45 seconds left, gets caught off the spawn. This is so bad for the German. Might drop another frag here. Yes, he will. Oh! Is Dandaking going to secure map 1?
He could, he definitely could. There's no reason why he can't at the moment, as Kilson's going to try and pursue in any way, shape or form and be over-aggressive and just try and tackle him down, but look at the stack Dan has at the moment. He's been out-damaging his opponent left, right, and center. And the best thing about how dandaking's playing, he's not been too desperate. He's not been over-aggressive. He's not been taking very silly risks here. Good rocket, trying to orb on him, but look at the stack difference again here, Flea. Just daring for him to go for that TP. Time is already ticking. 8 seconds left remaining. This is going to be the first map going to dandaking, and who would have thought it? We talked about how to his practice regimen and how he's going to go into his competition to see how he'll perform, considering what he's in. But the first map goes in favor of dandaking, and spoke about his placements in the past. He's definitely not someone you want to look upon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think chat's channel points are probably going to be in shambles. People have lost their entire funds to this, I believe. What an upset to start this series off with. We mentioned it at the start, right? dandaking, when he does make it to LAN, he shows up big time, right? DreamHack Winter 2017, he makes it top 8. DreamHack Winter 2018, he makes it top 12. A very respectable positions for someone who's come all the way from Australia and who hasn't been in the Quake Pro League at all.
No, he hasn't at all. It's like I said before, he's only had some good placements, a couple of top 8 placements back in 2017 and back in 2010 and 2011. So he's definitely not someone you should mess with, in all fairness. He's not someone where you should underestimate by any means, shape or form. I just feel like his mechanics and fundamentals is just really, really solid. I don't see any time where he got a bit too desperate and didn't really do any miraculous plays or anything too unorthodox. Just standard Quake to a certain degree, but also at the same time, he was very on point in terms of the damage he was dealing and good item control overall. So, you know, some people say it could be quite standard how he was playing, but also at the same time, just waited for Kilson to make those first mistakes, and he caught him off quite a few times on quite a few occasions.
His item control really stood out to me on his first matchup against GaRpY as well, right? GaRpY dropped a few balls here and there when it came to the item timing, but that is something that dandaking has nailed to a T. Now, if we look at the statistics, a real big standout here is the LG damage. 1700 for dandaking versus just 700 by Kilson, and I think that just shows how much control he had also over the weapon spawns, denying access to the LG. And then when it came down to the fight, he was consistently out-damaging Kilson. Now, the only thing that worried me slightly, still kind of does, is the use of his ability, right? Towards the end, it improved, yes, but in that first half of the match, I feel like the Peeker usually hurt him more than it helped, whereas Kilson was very consistent with the orb. So, map 2, this should be Ruins, where we're gonna see Kilson on the Slash, and dandaking on the Visor might shape up to be very different.
I think you made a very interesting point as well, and it's the fact that he actually rectified that halfway through the map. Some people will just continue to make that mistake until the map ends. It's like, oh, I've just got to go back and watch and see exactly what I was doing wrong. But yeah, he rectified that, you know, 3 or 4 minutes in. We saw great peeker usage. We saw the amount of damage he was dealing with that every single time. And yeah, guys at home, who would have thought it? dandaking currently 1 map ahead against your #1 seed Kilson, but you know, this is going to be a different kettle of fish with the Slash versus the Visor. Of course, at least has the piercing sight to keep tabs on where Kilson's going to be, but Kilson needs to really keep a close eye on that, on the hourglass, especially around the courtyard area. There's a good rotation everyone normally makes for those hourglasses, especially around that heavy jump pads and of course the courtyard, just to keep them track. But I would love to know your thoughts going into this. Do you reckon that Dan could maybe take this 2-0 and send Kilson into losers, or do you reckon Kilson will then think to himself, right, okay, I'm going to have to, you know, show some of my cards here, if so early on, and then just take him down and go into a third and final map?
I mean, it could definitely happen, right? dandaking has been playing out of his mind. Kilson, not a flawless map 1 by any means, right? So it could definitely go in favor of dandaking 2-0. However, just looking at the picks, I would still favor Kilson on this map. Visor is very powerful on Ruins because it is one of the larger maps, right? So using that piercing sight gives you more information than you might on a smaller map. Plus, there's also less chance of your opponent hearing you use the ability. Now, on the other hand, you've got Slash so fast, the fastest champion in the game, and that works really well on these open areas like Ruins. I think one of the things that Kilson is going to have to keep in mind is to use that plasma trail consistently. He wants to make sure that those vials don't all go in favor of dandaking, because if he can collect all of them, he's going to have that piercing sight up more often than not, and that could be a serious problem.
Yeah, Dan hasn't got the mobility factor, but at least he's got the piercing sight to try and secure some of his frags. But it's like I said, Kilson has got the agility to speed, the mobility to try and take this, but he's got to be very careful, especially if he's getting spawn killed or spawn rolled in any way. It's going to be very, very tough indeed, but Dan currently 1-0 in the lead against Kilson. This is a best of 3. We're going to map number 2, starting things off with dandaking, and already a very aggressive start from Kilson, just flying on forward as he's had the rail, and Dan just trying to keep his distance, but it was a good return rail back.
Kilson railable right now. Dan has a pretty good idea of where he's at. Oh, that bubble that Kilson just picked up, rather, put him above the railable threshold. But he's hurting right now, 20-something health. Dan can't connect with the kill shot, has to fall back on this small armor of his own. Now Heavy is the first item to spawn, and just like in the previous map, we're starting with an offset between the item timings, but it looks like it will be dandaking to be the first to secure Heavy on this rotation, whereas Kilson is now rushing for Mega.
Certainly is indeed. His piercing sight's going to come up any second now. Uses it instantly just to confirm the whereabouts of Kilson. He's got an incredible stat to work with, and he could trap him here in Courtyard Flea if he gets the opportunity. This Kilson does hit the first rail, doesn't hit the second, but it does mean that it'll give Dan a chance to back away and rotate back around. But accusing knees, he knows it's down below, going for that next heavy. Meg's up in the next 10 seconds. Items are quite segregated, so it means that Kilson can definitely challenge this Mega as he sees fit. And the problem is, will Dan be able to stop this? That's going to be the key issue.
I like how dandaking is playing this against Slash. One of the downsides of playing such a fast champion is that sometimes the speed dominates you, right? You fly around the corners faster than you know, and before you even realize it, you're out halfway into a room, and you are screwed. So dandaking is playing this slow, disciplined, reserved, setting up, letting Kilson come to him, knowing that he's got that stack advantage. But that first fight, that did not go the way that he wanted, and Kilson landing some spectacular rockets to secure himself the first kill of map 1, or 2 rather.
Certainly did indeed, and Kilson's continuing with that stack advantage and the high ground. Just waiting to find out what Dan is going to do first of all. He's going to have a look around to see if he can find him. He does. Hits the first rail. He's going to try and go for the second, taking his time, as you can see, to make sure to do as much damage as you can physically can before heading towards that next Mega. Might trap him in the courtyard here, depending on the circumstances. Notice behind his pillar, good first rail. That was a huge amount of chipping need required. Hits another one. He is railable. Will he be able to catch and go for the Mega? Oh, caught the side a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Kilson does get away with his life intact, and of course the Mega.
And then once again slowing things down, just waiting at one of these center points of the map for Kilson to come flying around the corner. But I think that the German representing Team Big has kind of caught on to that by now, knows exactly how Dan is approaching this, and might slow down when he doesn't know exactly where his opponent is at. Now a lot of this match so far has come down to the railgun, both players landing a respectable amount of damage. But Dan, unable to make a push for the Mega, is just going to drop down to Heavy instead, trying to get a lockdown on these entryways.
At some point, Dan is going to have to hit at least 1 or 2 rails to break this rotation that Kilson's consistently making, but that's not going to help at all. He's going to try back away again, misses that first initial rail, going up the jump pad. That could have been a 2-0 lead, but this could be the time to increase it. But that was a great rail there from Dan to keep himself in it and keep himself in this matchup and just be able to stay alive. But it's going to boost on up as Kilson does pick up the next Mega. Heavy's up in the next 10 seconds. And Dan, now he's picked up that light in the courtyard, he's got a much better chance going towards his Heavy.
Dan currently hitting 45% rail, but I'm sure it feels like a lot more than that when you're Kilson, right? The rail shots that he is hitting are the important ones when it comes down to these fights where both players really just try to make a move for a big item. He can deny pretty much anything that Kilson's getting out of it, even if his opponent does secure the item. Now there's a lot of time between the majors, right? Around 15 seconds. And we're kind of falling into a set pattern here. Kilson takes away the Mega, then tries to get an exit rail, then drops down onto Heavy to be the first one to get this one, but it won't work out this way. Kilson bounces him up slightly with the rockets, and that's all he needs to land that follow-up rail and get himself another frag up.
Yeah, Dan got a little bit impatient, wanted to go for the Heavy early instead, but Kilson, the one time he did, actually creeped up onto him on the Heavy jump pad. That's going to make it free for Kilson, as things are not escalating out of control as of yet, but it's going to get even more tough as this game progresses, especially in terms of time with the speed and mobility of the Slash. But we're just at the halfway stage, still an opportunity for him to bring this back, or at least keep the score respectable. And it's funny, we were at the start, before the series even began, we were saying, at least Dan keep the scores respectable, it could be a 2-0. And the fact that he's still got this 1-map lead is just incredible. But the way Kilson's playing right now, seems to be back on form in terms of his peak performance, and definitely one that takes us to a third and final map.
But this is worrying for the Australian, though. Just look at the score difference, right? 4 frags really isn't all that much, but on a larger map like Ruins, where you are significantly outsped and outmaneuvered by your opponent, if you have to try and chase down a slash when you've got nothing to work with in terms of mobility, get 3 frags in those final few minutes, that can be borderline impossible. So it's very important that Dan just stops the bleeding right here, keeps it down to 3 frags at the most, and then slowly starts making that comeback happen now that he still has time.
Totally agree. There's very little room for error here at this point, as you will have to make riskier and riskier plays as time progresses though. 4 minutes left. Dan still trailing behind by 3 frags. Hasn't got the stack, but Dan just daring him to drop down this heavy jump pad. He's done it once before. He's thinking he may do it again. He misses the first rocket. Doesn't do too much for the second, but the third will at least do a little bit more to help him. But the problem is going straight into the trail, and then it means that Kilson now up 5-1. Very convenient for him.
That piercing sight couldn't have been used at a worse moment. He just had him on lockdown even without the ability, and then the moment that he goes to use it, Kilson drops and gets the upper hand from the get-go. So that is tragic for dandaking, as Kilson extends his lead. 4 frags up. The German also full control of both of the items. Dan, he's got a decent stack to work with, right? He's at a base 100-100, plus he's got the weapons that he needs too. But what can he do to thwart Kilson? What can he do to throw off the champ? And look at these rockets, 265 damage! Still isn't enough! 265! And Kilson still walks away with the frag. That is obscene.
The direct rail combo and hitting 2 rails on spawn straight afterwards. Yeah, it's going to pack a wallop to your confidence and your morale after that first map going into the second one now. 2 minutes 45 left. Dan still has a little bit of time, but we have to be real here. It's so tough to at least try and tackle down a slash, especially with some of the top tier slash players we have on the circuit. With 2.5 minutes left remaining. But the only thing Dan can do now is take some very risky but potentially rewarding plays, but Dan realizes that it's probably out of the realms of possibility in this matchup. It's going to miss a couple of rounds, but at the end of the day, the damage has already been done. Dan right now is probably already thinking about what to do in this third round.
Looking at the statistics, it's very clear. Kilson out-damaging his opponent, plus holding on to far more of the major items. 12 versus opponent 7. And one of the most interesting things here, Lethal, is the use of the LG by dandaking, or rather, the lack thereof. dandaking has done 50 points of damage with the lightning gun. That's it. It basically hasn't factored into his game plan whatsoever on Ruins.
Yeah, it's interesting because the LG was his best mate in the previous map. This time round, it's not his mate anymore. So I think they may have to have some talks and discuss like why that is at this stage. As Kilson just diving on in from the T-junction, but it's like I said, it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done. 90 seconds, 7 frags. Yeah. Not going to happen at all, especially against a slash player, especially if it's going to be Kilson as well with all the chip damage with the rail he's going to use to keep his opponent back. But it was a close affair to begin with at the very start. Dan was just trying his best to at least break that rotation of item control, which Kilson was making every single time. Of course, that drop down from the heavy jump pad to take Dan off guard as he was approaching that heavy was not something Dan expected, but at the same time, it was the only time he actually prepped early to go for the heavy, which was a little bit unfortunate for him. But some good directs there from Dan, but Kilson just, as you do, just jumps out and finishes him off with a beautiful rail once again. Heavy's up in the next 5 seconds, but it's like I said before, good start, but it's a shame that it ended this way in the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan had a really solid game plan going into this. Slow it down, let Kilson come to you, right? Wait with the rockets, because that's one of the weapons that have been working so well on this land for everyone. And then hope that your opponent makes mistakes, that they let the speed dominate their game plan rather than the other way around. And for a few minutes it was working well, but then at some point Kilson just got the best of him and turned one frag into multiple, got full control. And at that point you're in a really bad spot because you're not even able to get the unholy trinity of weapons. You can't get everything that you need. No rail, no rockets, no LG, or you're missing 1 or 2 of them. And by the time that you're even getting one, Kilson's already on top of you with a better stack. And that's exactly how this went down.
Certainly did indeed. A much more of a convincing performance there from Kilson, taking that second map 11-2. So it does mean we're all tied up here. going to map number 3 very shortly between dandaking and Kilson. And we saw from there the struggles from Dan. I think you made a good point with both players barely touching the LG. I think there was a lot of sneaky plays, I'd like to say. Like we saw that from the heavy jump pad earlier on. They're both just trying to contest the heavy in many ways than one. They were always keeping their distance. Yeah. And I think that's probably why the LG wasn't used that much. And don't get me wrong, we love a bit of LG here and there. But the problem is with Corrupted Keep, it's understandable why it was used so much in comparison. Kilson didn't really use it as much either. It was more favouring the Rockets. But going to his third and final map then, Flea, I know you said 2-0. I said 2-0 as well, in all fairness. But how do you think Dan will do in this next match? Do you reckon he'll be able to recover and reset his mental fortitude going into this and just play with the amazing mechanics and fundamentals he had in that first map? Or do you feel like Kilson is just getting into the swing of things now and should be able to seal the deal?
I mean, Dan has been part of the scene long enough that he will be in control of his nerves, right? So I'm not expecting him to let this affect him to an obscene degree. But let's just go back to the basics real quick. Let's just look at the facts. Map 3, Awoken. Right, that's one of the smaller maps that we're jumping into. It will be Kilson running the Doomslayer. So once again, lethal Kilson will be having that mobility and speed advantage, whereas Dan is running the Death Knight. And that is just so interesting to see, because I remember not all that long ago, Death Knight was basically the champion that no one picked unless you absolutely had to. It wasn't until the grand finals, best of 7, where every other option had been done that you went for the Death Knight. But now, we've already seen him in action earlier, and we're immediately getting the DK out again. So that is going to make for a very interesting matchup, and I'm not sure how Kilson is going to approach that.
Funny you just said that. It gives me that Game 7 vibe between Rapha and RAISY when you had to use the Death Knight deep embrace. That's the vibe I kind of got there. But Death Knight's an incredible champion now. But against Doomslayer, like I said, a heavy meta pick, I think it's safe to say, on Awoken. And people got to remember at home that Corrupted Keep is probably one of the worst maps statistically from Kilson outside Vale. But then again, whenever do we see him play Vale? Barely ever, considering the amounts of banners. So we haven't got barely any stats set. But CK is definitely, on Corrupted Keep, definitely one of the maps which Kilson doesn't favour statistically. He doesn't really, he kind of underperforms against especially a lot of the top tier players. So it's probably why dandaking was able to abuse his mechanics and fundamentals there. But going to this one on Awoken, definitely the most picked map in the Pro League. But I'd love to know your thoughts going to this. We know that the Death Knight can cause a few issues, especially prepping the items. But what's your thoughts overall? Do you feel like Kilson should be able to seal it here, or do you reckon the mechanics and fundamentals will come out in play for Dan once more?
I mean, we know that one of the things that Kilson likes to do the most is to just cement himself on a center part of the map and just log down the entire flow, all of the movement. And Awoken, especially when you're playing Doomslayer, which has that double jump that gives you so many ways to get up into that spot, allows him to play that style of his to perfection. So I do think that Kilson still has it in the back if he makes sure not to get too close where that Death Knight's Flame Strike can really stick it to you.
Yeah, it's going to definitely cause him some troubles, which Dan has already started doing, really, since the first map with all feathers in the start of this series. If you guys are just joining us, all the series table will be a best of 3. It's currently 1-1 between Kilson and dandaking. And dandaking really showing some great progress overall. I said it before the series, could potentially be a 2-0, but don't underestimate him considering his past performance. And as he shouldn't, because it's now currently 1-1, as one of his players will be going straight into the losers bracket, going straight away with the Berserk to go straight for the Mega early and the Light. And this is a very quick start here for Kilson. Good start strategy.
Happy that this is the first game of the day that isn't a 2-0, right? I'm happy to see it. We're going all the way to the third and final map. Still on Kilson's point of view. Let's see what Dan can do. So far, dandaking only really has the railgun and the super shoddy to work with. No LG, no rockets. So all he's got is to fight at a distance. Now Kilson, of course, is well aware of this, tries to counter it. Bit of tribal chip damage coming out right there. Both of the items are up, and Kilson, nice little push, but instantly repelled by 2 good rails to the face.
I've been really impressed with a lot of the rails from a lot of his players here today. Compared to what you normally see, but the Flame Strike comes out, does a decent amount of damage here. Dan's got a quick stack to work with, but it did a fair amount of Tri-Bolt damage there. Don't think it's going to delay him too much, though. It's going to go back to that rail room, and the question is, does he want to go towards the Mega and go towards that choke point, or does he just want to play it safe and go for the heavy? It would make sense for him to go for the heavy here to have a GA agreement. But Kilson's just making absolutely sure, taking a lot of caution here before approaching some of these items.
Finally, Kilson gets his hands on that railgun, a critical weapon in map 2. Let's see what Railson can bring to the table now that he's got that tool of destruction firmly in his hands. Now both of the major items perfectly in sync. Kilson setting up near the heavy, hoping to get the upper hand here. Neither player is really aware of where their opponent is right now, and that is why they're playing it so slowly. No one wants to make the mistake. dandaking doesn't want to suddenly get damage from an unpredictable angle, and Kilson doesn't want to turn a corner and find themselves in the middle of a flame strike.
Both of them also trying to delay the items, and it's pretty much almost in sync. They've both had the same idea, just different positions, but in terms of positioning in the advantage department, Dan is going to be in a great spot, but still just checking all angles. He realizes that Kilson's playing it slow and steady, but Kilson also realizes that Dan's been consistently waiting for him to make the first mistake every single time, or almost every time anyway, depending on the stack advantage. So it does look like he backs away, goes for the heavy, looking to at least pursue him top mid, but the problem is doesn't really get much damage done or much info, but he knows he's there. That's going to be beautiful. 90 damage there from that last tri-bar. Picks up the light anyway. And Dan realizes that, yeah, he has to back away. He needs to re-rotate all the way back around to see if he can get another angle, or at least be on the offensive from a different part. But misses the flame strike. Some good tri-bolt though, and does manage to get away. But the problem is that flame strike's going to be a fair while, depending on how many hourglasses he picks up in the next 30 seconds.
Just want to point out that Kilson has done more damage with the tri-bolt alone than every other weapon combined. That's really been his go-to so far. Yeah, Kilson making real good use of that weapon. I think it's changed by now after those 2 rockets, but really using it expertly. It's also such a versatile weapon. If you can stay at that perfect distance, it does more damage than a rocket to the face. So Kilson really closely focusing on his positions, trying to make the most out of that weapon. And of course, this is the final map, the decider. Both players careful. Neither wants to be the first to drop a frag, but it looks like it might very well be dandaking after those 2 big rails. And the first one will connect. Beautiful. Kilson getting the first kill.
Took nearly 4 minutes, but he got it in the end. Dan's defense has been immaculate, especially during the first map and this map as well. Good rocket though, should be able to clean him up here. Mega's up as well at the same time. It's going to try and get away, not going to happen, all tied up. As we're 4 minutes in, picks up the heavy. So at this stage, all he needs to do is just deny him some of his weapons, and he could be in for a real treat here in the potential to gain the lead.
Definitely some frustration from Kilson right there. Missing that rail. If he had connected that, it would have been 2-0 up, gotten Mega. Everything would have been going in his favor, but that one missed shot has given dandaking a lot of room to work with. Now Kilson doing such a good job at applying pressure, using that double jump to cut clean through the center of the map and stick it straight to dandaking, who does manage to pick up the heavy. Trying to sneak his way out of this room. He knows exactly where Kilson is at. He's got the high ground. Never a place where you want to be down below. Oh, click. No rockets to work with. dandaking has to get some more ammo.
Might be able to catch Kilson in this choke point. As long as he continues to spam, some decent damage, but the problem is it's going to be railable. Kilson finishes out, clearly notices this. Hits the first spawn rail as well. This is a great way to try and increase his lead and boost his confidence going into the second round, and he does. That's going to be a 2-frag lead here for Kilson, and established a bit more dominance here. Heavy is up currently at 66 from that previous tri-bolt. Going to try and rail him as well. Sadly misses the first one and the second, but at least it'll give Dan a little bit of room to breathe. As I say, that does hit the final one. And now this is where things could crumble here for Dan, depending on the circumstances.
I love how patiently Kilson approached that as well. He knew that dandaking was stuck. He knew that he had heavy behind him, and instead of rushing for the item, he just waited, saying, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna wait and see what you do, try and get an exit rail. I'm gonna do some damage no matter what, and I've got the heavy to fall back on, whereas you are stuck in a corner with nothing but LG. So very patient, very disciplined, good use of the rail, clutch too, because if he had missed that shot, that could have very easily turned out to be an unfortunate series of events for the German. And now Kilson, 4 frags up with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Still has time to work with, but you can see Kilson starting to feel it now. You've noticed it as he's progressed for the last couple of minutes. It's a little bit static to begin with, just due to how Dan was playing in terms of his style. But now he's got a few more frags to his name. You can see him to gain a bit more control here. Needs to back away, but can still fight for this Mega, of course. He's going to try and get a bit of rockets in, but yeah, it's just not going to happen. Kilson increases his lead, and this is looking much, much better. Dan is starting to fall apart a little bit over the last couple of minutes, but it's just the hyper-aggression coming up from Kilson. As soon as he's confident, he's got that morale boost he needs in order to be able to afford to take some of these risks due to the lead he has. That just spells danger with a capital D.
Kilson set up for the Mega very early, but he is able to do enough damage to keep dandaking at bay, at least for now. Now the Australian is going to be able to push in between those railgun shots, gets himself the Mega, but to quite a bit of damage in return. I think that Kilson now has already started to switch to a much more defensive playstyle. Lands right in the flame strike, though couldn't quite get the jump across because dandaking nailed him in midair. That railgun was enough to kill his momentum, send him spiraling down to his doom. And this is very possible for dandaking. 4 frags in 2.5 minutes. It is difficult, Lethal, but we have seen crazier stuff go down on this map in the Quake Pro League.
We certainly have 60% rail coming out from Kilson so far. And we haven't really seen much rail usage in general with Dan. It's only fired 8. 2 minutes left in play. The shoe's on the other foot at the moment. Dan needs to at least trying to figure a way or an idea to try and close Kilson out. But with some of these missed shots, it's not going to do him any favours. Dan, though, misses one there, but I don't know if it's going to do too much as Kilson takes him out with the LG. 5 frag deficit. It's getting worse and worse at the moment. And sadly for Dan, the door is closing on this series. There's gets a couple of good shots there. Dan needs to back away once again, and it's going to be very tough indeed. As Kilson's going to make this an 8 frag to his name. And I must say, Dan did put on an incredible performance in this series overall.
He sure did. I just don't really know what happened to his LG in these last 2 minutes. That one fight, Lethal, he did 2/3 of his damage with Lightning Gun for the entire 9 minutes. He had done barely over 100 points of damage with that weapon, and that is so clutch, because if you compare it to Kilson, Kilson's at 1,000. So that means that at these mid-level fights, Kilson was just dominating these encounters. And yes, dandaking was landing some rice nails, managed to get on top of his opponent quite a few times, secure a number of items, but ultimately, if you can't win consistently at these mid-range fights, you're in such a difficult spot.
Yeah, it's peculiar because I'm not too sure if it's due to the fact that he's been on a defensive most of the time, so of course the defensive rockets are going to play a huge part going into that. And Dan, I kind of feel like his combat skills have been pretty damn good, but even if he does lose out in this series, I feel like he could easily make a good run in the loser bracket, considering what we've seen so far when he played against GaRpY in that first series of the day, and how he's been performing against Kilson in this series, especially how that first map went. But that's going to be GG all round. Kilson will be able to scrape by with that 2-1 victory in this series. But commiserations to Dan, we are going to continue seeing him in the loser bracket. I'm sure, considering what we saw there with his skill set and just the pedigree skill he had across the board, he should be able to at least make a little bit of a run, as we've already mentioned. But yeah, Kilson had a bit of a shaky start, but it's looking a lot better now.
Absolutely, that was a clear victory, yes, but it was a hard-fought one. Kilson absolutely had to push himself to the limit to take down dandaking. That first map, still quite the upset. Wheat, what do you think about this?
I mean, it was an exciting matchup to watch. We saw dandaking come out there in that first round and look really nice versus GaRpY, and I think, I was walking through the studios, and I think every other player that is participating in this matchup was out there watching this one. And yeah, it was pretty interesting when that first map wrapped up and concluded. But, you think about a championship level Kilson, the adversity that he's been through as a competitor, and you have to respect his ability to say, hey, I lost that first map. Now I just know what I need to do, which is wrap up the next 2. Certainly, dandaking still gave him, I think, a great game. I felt like, personally, you got to see Kilson sort of find his comfort level. Of course, once the rail came out too,
Then Railson started to appear. We certainly saw that, especially on Awoken. So great matchup. And again, if it's any indication, we said here from the beginning, with the challengers coming in, it makes for some really exciting potentials, some potential upsets. Didn't quite see that there, but I don't know. I mean, it will be interesting to chat with Kilson to find out if you know, there's disappointment of losing that map, or it's like, hey, dandaking's a respectable opponent. You're going to win, you're going to lose. As long as you win the series, move forward, that's what you've got to do. So great stuff, and our first 2-1 of the day.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's definitely not something anyone would have predicted. Like I said before, channel points in terms of that. Probably lost quite a few in that first map, so I wouldn't be too surprised there. But Dan, we said it before, do not underestimate this guy. This guy's been performing so well in the past. There's no reason why we can't. We know there's some struggles in terms of the practice departments and the regimes. But in Australia and New Zealand, that kind of area, there's so many community tournaments there to keep themselves going, to keep it as competitive as possible. It's going to help him out as well entirely, especially preparing for this event. So
yeah, I mean, I think any one of all the players you said, that were watching, they are going to know that if they drop down to the lower brackets and they have to face dandaking, they have got a formidable opponent ahead of them.
I'll be worried.
Oh, yeah, they should be. They should be.
That's probably why there's some studying going out there with all the players. So we'll keep you updated on all that. We are going to take a quick break. When we return, we've got a good news, bad news type situation here, as two teammates are going to go head-to-head against each other. Unfortunately, one's going to drop down to the lower while the other will advance on, but at least someone from that team will be moving forward. Who will it be, CNZ or will it be dramiS? We're going to find out when we return after this short break. Don't go away. It is day one of the Quake World Championship. We've already seen some phenomenal matches. Hopefully you got to join us for the last one. And now we are moving on to our next matchup, which is going to be CNZ versus dramiS. Joining me once again, we've got Dan and Ketchup on the desk. I was about to say table, but you're not on the
table.
Not on the table yet. All right, gentlemen, welcome back for this one. We're going to be jumping in and looking at the picks and bans and whatnot. But this is a tale of two teammates going head-to-head after dramiS's win. He mentioned that if he won his first matchup, this was a scenario that was likely to happen. So before we discuss these two players, we got a chance to sit down with CNZ beforehand. Let's see what he had to say as he was heading into this weekend.
My gamer tag is Dragonborn Sport CNZ. My seed is 8 and I'm playing versus RMV or dramiS. I'm playing Quake for a long time, 8 years in general. My favorite champion is Anarchy because it's a very fast champion and it has medkit and it can really help you to play more active and also defensive on map. I feel very well that I could back to the LAN, and I think everyone glad about that. And I hope I will show all my best this tournament. And I wish to everyone good luck and have fun to win championship. That's my dream, and I hope I will do that any day. My position is not so easy, in my opinion, because I'm playing my teammate or one of the newest player on LAN, RMV, so it's a bit unpredictable. And if I win one of them, so I have my next opponent is it's Killzone, so it's the top one of the season. So I think everyone understands that it can be the hardest match. I can't actually say who can be the winner of the championship, but my top 3 is RAISY, rapha, and Killzone, so can be one of them.
I mean, gentlemen, I don't know that anyone could predict who is going to win after what we've seen so far, but I think that what makes the most exciting finals. So CNZ, we just heard from him. Dan, your thoughts?
He's somebody that comes in always as a bit of an underdog, but maybe doesn't deserve to be. He's somebody that always comes into these finals and has a strong run consistently.
Yeah.
He said he sits 8th in this season, and it was a decent season for him. I think versatility is something I would say about his game, but also in the season at least a bit erratic, and maybe that's a period of time where he was, experimenting with things like that 0-3 against Xeneku, for instance, 0-3 against RAISY, a little bit more expected, but then finishing out with 0-3, 0-3. So like against players that are evenly matched, he always goes toe-to-toe. Obviously, they're looking at the results. The times he struggles is against the very best, and that's an evolution in his game, but he's somebody that can stay in these games given his skill set and versatility, and that's a really valuable skill in a tournament situation.
One would almost think that the map pool was a little bit different for CNZ, purely because, I mean, like, how many times would we see Molten Falls be one of his favorite maps that he would do really well on? Then, obviously, in this, where we are now, no Molten Falls, right? But those larger maps are always something that you would kind of look at with him, because I know that he mentioned, even in the video, that he likes to play Anarchy, because you can be aggressive if you want to be, but it can really help you to play defensive as well.
Yeah.
Defensive can very much kind of be his style.
Yeah.
Multi-layered, as everyone is at this stage of competition, but he's as we've always said, discipline is the word you use with CNZ. He's not a huge risk taker. Like, he'll do something if it just mathematically makes sense. Other than that, he just plays a really rock solid game of Quake. But on the opposite side of it, dramiS. dramiS is a very different story, because dramiS is not afraid to sort of go a little bit against the grain, sometimes for better or worse, but as we've clearly seen today, able to keep himself composed, you know, even in the most stressful of situations.
Yeah, I've heard the term rage-inducing thrown about around dramiS' playstyle. Not from me, from the players, because of the way in which he does things that shouldn't work and makes them work. And that's really annoying for, you know, these methodical players who've been brought up. The doctrine of Quake, you play it this way.
Right.
And he comes in and goes, God, no, this is my style. But no, he's like, in terms of raw skill, he's up there with the best.
Yeah.
I think, again, erratic's another word for dramiS. Like, started off incredible. I think it was top 5 after the first 3 or 4 weeks. And then there was a succession of very serious losses in the middle of the season, as you can see there. So if he brings his A game, which he didn't this morning, but what he did this morning was played stable, I think.
Right,
and that's something we don't see a lot of from dramiS.
Yeah, played to win.
Exactly.
More yeah. And when you look at, obviously, one of the sort of low, the games during the low spot of the season was against teammate CNZ. So are we going to see a repeat performance? You know, no one quite knows for sure. Well, technically, we can't have a 3-0 in this situation, but that's okay. All right, it comes down to can it overcome 2 players on the same team. Typically, they seem to be pretty comfortable playing with one another. Might even be practice partners. We'll have to see. But let's take a look at the picks and bans. Right, I think that's going to tell a tale here for us all. We're going to go Awoken and then Ruins, and if I'm not mistaken, finally Deep Embrace getting in there, sneaking in, should we need to go to a third map. Ketchup, I'm going to start with you. Taking a look at the picks and bans. CNZ said, hey, I love to play Anarchy. Has it there in map number 1. But what do you think as you take a look at that?
Personal bans, again, the removal of the slash against dramiS does make perfect sense. The slash has historically been one of his absolute strongest champions, and then on that first map, Battle of Light, sure, but it's going to be Athena versus Anarchy, so I don't imagine that will be a particularly low-scoring game. Ruins of Sarnath afterwards, this is where things get a bit more expected. The Galena from CNZ, that's going to just fit his playstyle extremely well. dramiS, I can't go in with one form of speed, so let me just go in with another, hence the Strog pick right there, and the removal of the Nyx, which is another thing that can help patient players, right, just get rid of it. Deep Embraces, as it's been said earlier today, it can be a bit of a risky map, because, I mean, there's a snowball effect, and there's whatever the hell happens on Deep Embrace sometimes. Right. Doom versus again, the Death Knight. Like, it's becoming such a popular champion recent months.
Yeah, I'm actually, this is one of these situations where I'm like, I kind of hope this goes to the third game, because I think that sets up, given these 2 players' style and then the champion picks and what the kind of map Deep Embrace is, it sets up certainly for an entertaining game. But Dan, I'm going to ask you, do you think it'll go to the third map based off what you're seeing here?
I think it will, yeah. I feel that first 2 maps in particular, fairly even. The Athena pick from dramiS is good. We know he plays a strong Athena with slash at the table. It's nice. I really like the counter of Anarchy as well, matching the pace there. And as we rightly pointed out, he loves that champion. Ruins, I'm interested to see dramiS picking Ruins. It's not something I would have associated with him previously. And the Galena coming out from CNZ means he has that tempo control there. He can slow it down. He can play around those totems, and that's scary if he gets into that rhythm. But at the same time, dramiS on the stroke, he gets his crouch slide. He can use that rail really well. He can keep that pressure high. He can definitely snowball there. Death Knight as a first pick when there's lots of other champions available, it could have been a Swordhag or anything, you know, is a little bit interesting on Deep. And like, it's okay, but we said that last, I mean, I wasn't casting, but last game, and it was in Dan's hands on Awoken, pretty much useless. So it seems like a bit of a wild curveball at the end there to see it come out. And I hope it goes all the way, because you're right. We will have Deep anyway.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Ketchup, before I let you 2 have at it?
Maybe it's the fighting game player in me, but I'm always biased towards like my favorite champions. So being able to see that sort of Death Knight thrive, I just always like seeing what players have cooking up. You know, when people start going in with different picks, player expression, player experimentation, and you know, I guess Death Knight's currently the new hotness, and then in a few months' time, I wonder who the next flavor of the month will be.
Yeah,
but, you know, sometimes that's not without purpose. And these champions on certain maps can become real mainstays.
You know, I would say that at least DK's capability there on the final map, Deep Embrace, it does offer more, say, zoning potential than it does, like, I'm just going to burst you down in some situation where maybe you're standing still on top of heavy or something. I don't know. But, you know, stopping someone from getting the mega or even controlling the middle area, that's kind of what I would expect there. But hopefully we get to go to a third map to actually see it. But it looks like we're loading into Awoken. So, gentlemen, 2 teammates battling it out. Take it away.
The thing is, Dan, if we're looking at style versus style, you'd think that Awoken favors dramiS, and then the Ruins of Sarnath, in theory, might favor CNZ. It just depends on space and room to move around. You know, CNZ's going in here with the Anarchy as a kind of answer to the Athena, so that dramiS isn't going to be able to kind of go where he wants, when he wants, and always chase you down. And then at the same time, well, the other map's likely to be very different, a bit more rail heavy.
If only it was that easy. But also, let's not underestimate the aggression potential of CNZ. And as we say that, he instantly pops the injet to go as quickly as he can across the map, scooping up these weapons. And, you know, over-aggression is not something we would often associate with CNZ, but it was, in part, actually one of the causes of that mid-run of poor performances, that he was going too aggressive. So he does have it in his locker. It's just tempering it and using it in the right way. And so, you know, Awoken is a decent map for him nonetheless, and he has an Anarchy, which is still exceptionally strong here. Let's see how aggressive dramiS will want to play it over on this Athena and how well they know each other. My gut is saying this is more leaning towards a CNZ victory than dramiS, but you know how impactful dramiS can be anyway. Connecting with that rail as well. Both items have gone. I think after 20 seconds, they're just going to tease each other out, see who can connect with an earlier rail. Both being lights, each rail is so exponentially impactful to the subsequent moments of the game as they toy up for this next heavy catch-up.
Bit of a bonus rail there from dramiS earlier as CNZ gets caught swapping weapons now. The aggressive push almost getting shut down, but not quite. As dramiS with that 1,000 miles an hour LG comes in and steals away that first frag. And on a map like this small, it may not look like a huge divide between those major items, but with the speed, especially of the Athena, the opportunity to take both is quite real. But a defensive tri-bolt, delicious stuff there from CNZ, and that's going to force dramiS to back away. Set up for a bit of a more interesting fight here towards heavy. The rockets coming out, but no one's home. Oh, the rails. CNZ's rails just haven't quite been able to match dramiS's so far, enough to really pivot the fight into the favor of the Athena.
No, but the chip damage has, and you saw very quickly just the succession of tri-bolt and LG spam meant that the stacks were tied up. However, the kind of the power of Athena, particularly with the grapples, has just been too much for CNZ at the moment. He is preempting these pushes, but they're just too much from dramiS. So he needs to stabilize. And he's probably going to be locked out of this next rotation of items. He hasn't got a rail either, so he's just going to rain down a little bit of spam and try and hold out for this mega. But as that Athena comes flying on in, he's just going to have to back on up as he cannot contest and shouldn't even be here. Ow! And he even loses out on his life because of it.
Kind of getting jump scared by that rail right there. CNZ eats another one, make that a third as dramiS secures that fourth frag. I mean, come on, we're only 2.5 minutes in here, but this is the aggressive capabilities. Those light champions not spawning with a huge amount of health. dramiS with another wonderful rocket. Now, CNZ does get a slightly favorable spawn here, in position for heavy, but actually looks like valuing the mega instead. So we're going to sort of happily concede it, maybe. The rail's going to be good. If we can get those opening rails and just one single shot is going to undo that heavy's progress. Or a rocket, just like that one.
No, but you're right. The rail is critical. To your point, he's not been connecting so far, but definitely needs to continue to play around it. Lots of time between the next major items. Again, dramiS is standing strong at this choke points, and CNZ is pushing in. They do, however, trade, and CNZ gets the better of the spawn, so we'll pick up this heavy, but not before eating a rail. Not too bad considering the rail came after the pickup. There's another one though, keeping him low. CNZ himself without a rail just cannot afford to make any sort of maneuvers. It has to be more careful around the map. It is always going to be difficult against an Athena with that grapple, with that speed. And at the moment, with the way in which dramiS is connecting, CNZ is living on the edge.
Well, to your point, kind of looking at the stats here, dramiS currently sitting at basically 80% rail. CNZ only on 11, and not through lack of trying to hit more. So there's a real definite example as to why some of these fights just are not working out for CNZ. The opening damage isn't there, and dramiS's ability to just kind of steal that damage away. Once again, CNZ just cannot connect these shots. It's not the one and only reason that things are falling short, but my lord, is it a significant one.
No, but there was a bit of a mistake there from dramiS, losing out on that Mega when he had no right to. Also, CNZ in position early for this pickup. He will be able to get it as well, having done a lot of damage to dramiS. Will he balls it and rocket jump up? The answer is no. Misses out on the health as well. That might not come back to bite him. dramiS is in the air. He's a little bit early, and he will give up his life. And again, that is the small errors in these type of tournaments you cannot afford to make. Missed time from dramiS, missed out on 2 major items, and he's given a lifeline to CNZ.
Can't rely on just the rail. That's the golden thing. If you want to just be a machine, a Terminator maybe, and you just want to be able to hit every single rail shot, then be my guest. But getting that every single match is a bit too much to demand. However, can definitely cover your back in some of these instances. Now CNZ, respectable amount of stack. Decent little rocket there too, just to catch dramiS as he's escaping that situation. But 5-minute warning, dramiS very, very vulnerable. And even with these rails that he's connecting here, CNZ is kind of happy to push forward, concede that one shot just to keep the pressure on thick. dramiS, a decent little amount of stack, and oh my lord. Oh, CNZ returns the favor though, and actually dramiS still sitting around to fight. What? Oh my god!
Where did he go, George, to the jungle? As he flies on through, steals away, actually, and with a frag, but without getting that item as well. He's still pretty low, but it doesn't matter when you're connecting the rails like dramiS is. But now, he's hitting these rails, but that is the only thing catch-up keeping him in this game. This momentum is very much in CNZ's corner. He's got the rotation. He's got the items. He's the one in position. Soon as dramiS stops hitting rail after rail, then we'll see CNZ beginning to claw it back into this game. Lovely use of the grapples to get into the vicinity to try and finish off his opponent, but it wasn't enough. The super shotgun was the right choice as he hits him coming out the teleporter.
No way.
And how is dramiS surviving this? He's in the area for the Mega, but he just cannot go up that jump pad. And it feels like a matter of a time now before he gives up his life. But the question is, how much damage will he do? A lot, 120 right there. And CNZ cannot finish off his opponent.
This is the stressful side of things, where we look at things through CNZ's point of view. Looks like he's the one in perfect control, but it's just that every single fight that breaks out, you get elements of watching Toxic almost, where the opponent just refuses to miss. Yeah. And if that's the case, I mean, what do? You can make any play in the world if they just hit every single shot. However, wait a minute, 2 frags back to back. Is this where things start to somewhat shift? Because now CNZ has the stack, but also dramiS has to focus on getting all these weapons back up.
Well, the smart man would try and stop dramiS from getting his beloved rail. It's hard against an Athena, but a strategy nonetheless. Saying that he has spawned over on that rail. He's actually in the area as well. Good timing from dramiS to drop down, but he might be going down here if he can't get out. CNZ wary at best of times. Has hit his opponents. He knows he's on the ropes. He also knows he's trapped, but he's still an Athena and he's still going to go up aggressive. What? And you have to be wary. dramiS coming out on top again, but there is still plenty of time catch-up. The question is, can CNZ wrangle back that control?
dramiS being able to make a mountain out of a molehill has always got to be, you said it yourself, as said by some players, a rage-inducing style, because you look at the spawn, rail and super shotgun, that's all you had, and somehow dramiS went, right, this is all I've got, I'm still going to find some slippery way to make it work. And in doing so, has given CNZ so much more work to do. And these rails are just looking crispy as ever. The rocket can't get those mid-airs against Athena. I mean, you've got to win the lottery if you're trying to hit a mid-air against her when she's using that grapple.
A spam, lovely connection, and all of the hard work just absolutely eradicated. I was about to point out, he doesn't need to force the issue, but unfortunately he ran headfirst into dramiS, waiting for that maneuver. But dramiS is not using the pressure to convert it into any sort of control. He's quite happy, it seems, just to maintain his defensive position. If he does miss any shots, like he is now, this is when it becomes concerning. But CNZ is not in a position to punish it, and dramiS repeats his procedure. Hit more rails.
Such a high-risk gameplay. It really is. You know, it's looking at him hit all these shots, you'd think, how is it high risk? But even 2 missed rails back to back and 1 bit of opening damage from CNZ, and that fight turns on its head, especially seeing as they're 2 lights. It's in such high demand that you have to play well.
Yeah,
because the aim has been the #1 factor here.
Exactly. You can see him covering the exits. He's not challenging the items, but what he is doing, he's just being ever present at the pickups. So anywhere CNZ wants to maneuver, dramiS is there to make sure he is punished for it. So
what?
This is actually a really, really good demonstration of defensive play. However, as you point out, if you do not execute, that's when it becomes problematic. And CNZ is continuing on his rotation. dramiS is there, but hasn't got the rocket launcher, so can't really do any sort of significant challenge. And he's trapped, it would appear, but scuttles away for now. It only really takes 1 more frag and you can easily get conversion, but no, the easiest rail of the day is missed. There's still time. Pickup is there, and dramiS is on the ropes. But being an Athena catch-up, he can get away so easy. As I said, that he's trapped. He's done a lot of damage, though. Question is, does he now know when this heavy is going to spawn? And he's not. He actually favors the rails and misses 2 in a row, just as you said. Could that be the end of him? He's got time for this. He's got time for the chase. And he knows where he is. He's found it down below. Doesn't connect with the second. dramiS is fairly low.
No!
How? What? CNZ, can you find him? You have 8 seconds remaining. You know he's going to play this TP game. He's gone on through. But he's not going to be able to catch him now, Ketchup. That is absolutely mortifying.
I'm really, really surprised over how that map ended. I mean, the angle was there. What happened?
That is just execution. Like, it was worked. That's the thing. It was worked so well. He took the items, he pushed, he made the opportunity happen, but it doesn't matter if you do not be clinical in those situations. He did everything right except click his mouse at the right moment. And that has cost him that map. He would have tied it up, and with that pressure, with that momentum, look at the pickups. 15 heavies, 12 megas to 4 heavies, 7 megas. He had over double the items, and he just couldn't close it out.
Things might change, though, as we jump into our next map, which will be Ruins. So we're going to have a little bit more of that extra sustainability. We've got the Galena coming out to play, which has always been a really nice little champion, I think, for CNZ. But, I mean, one of the most concerning things here is that the rail from dramiS has been on fire. Like, just to remind everyone, there was a point on that map where dramis's rail was on 80% versus CNZ's 11%. And now we're going on to Ruins, which is one of the absolute most rail-heavy maps out there, combined with the fact that dramiS has the more aggressive champion, the more mobility-focused champion here in Strog. If he's able to essentially take that accuracy and keep it going the way he did on Awoken, Ruins could be very tough for CNZ.
It could be. A lot of it came down to the situation in that CNZ was very much forced to take these risky maneuvers to keep going aggressive because he was obviously not in the lead. And dramiS played around that. The concerning thing from dramis's perspective is that there was many opportunities where he opened the door to regain that control, you know, successive rails, keeping his opponent low, but he didn't feel confident to convert that in any sort of control. Now, if CNZ can manage the map just as well as he did for the final few minutes of this game, be a Galena as well, and not lose the lead, I would definitely actually favor him in that situation. The control was strong, and he was beginning to string together more damage, and so that's going to be the key. If he can maintain that control, dramiS is going to be locked under this map.
It's such a bizarre train of thought, but if dramiS didn't have accuracy of that caliber in the last map, you'd definitely think that CNZ would have won that.
Yeah.
If the aim wasn't that out of this world ridiculous, it could have gone a completely different way, which, as we said before, is such a demanding style of play, because all it does take is 1 or 2 key misses, and then basically all that momentum just slips through your fingers. It's like a sieve, you know what I mean? Down it goes, down the drain, and then before you know it, your opponent's got full control, your opponent's being really, really aggressive, especially with the champions that were there before. You know, Anarchy, we've seen what that champion can do.
A big part of that victory, well, was the Athena. Yeah. And, you know, the start of this pick ban phase, CNZ was in a situation as well, probably in his head, do I ban Athena for Awoken or do I ban Slash for Ruins, which I want to pick? He chose the Slash, and you can see the situation now. Athena was such an integral part of building that lead and sustaining that keep away pressure just because of the grapples alone that no other champion would have offered the same utility to dramiS in that situation. He doesn't have that now, as you say. He doesn't have a crouch slide champion there, which he will enjoy, but it's a very different set of circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, one would hope that the Ruins of Sarnath right here is going to go into the favor of CNZ just to make that pick and ban a bit more worthwhile. Otherwise, you know, masters of hindsight and all will be looking at it thinking, perhaps you should have gone the other way. But no one's going to know that more than CNZ, so it's entirely pointless to go over. However, as we begin checking things from dramiS's point of view, already that miracle weapon in possession. We've got the LG, but more importantly, we've got the rail, now the rocket, and just before you know it, Unholy Trinity's locked in and good to go. Now, one of the things we have forever seen on the Ruins is those closing couple of minutes. If dramiS has anything that's even close to a decent lead, and we have like 8 minutes on the clock, that is often where crouch sliders in particular are really good at waiting out the clock, and Galena is not going to have mobility to chase you. So really, I would say the pressure's on CNZ, not just because of the fact that there's one map down, but this matchup, you cannot fall too far behind because the mobility will become a massive problem.
100%. Galena is not a champion you want to play from behind on just because of that fact. Galena wants to play slow. She wants to build that overstack and just... Oh, what a rocket that was. Fortunate as well. CNZ would have been on the ropes if that didn't connect, but it did. We're back to square one. There is a fairly sizable split between the items. That's exactly at that moment CNZ turns up to show face and doesn't actually convert. As dramiS connects with the pixel point rail to the feet of CNZ and takes that lead away.
The rail is so consistently, falling into his own momentum there perhaps. Thinking maybe I can just jump in there, take that light armor, start to recover. And the drop down dramiS, these rails, mate, what are they?
Once again, another high-risk maneuver from dramiS with only a rail to his name. CNZ fully stacked. dramiS actually steals away both major items and gets the frag. What?
Air assault, my friend. And there's another rail to bring it forward. We'll take down those turrets. Turrets? Totems, wrong champion. But oh my good lord.
CNZ still in the area, just biding his time, trying to get away. dramiS hears him, but he's got 3 seconds to make this count and pick up an easy frag. Scuttle around, rocket jump up, rinse and repeat on the map. CNZ's in trouble now. This is the situation we didn't want him to be in. Unfortunately, he is for now. Gets away, but at what cost? There's nothing to work with.
dramiS.
Picked apart, another free frag.
I really got to point out, dramiS so ready for every small situation here that he acknowledged the LG pushback and was ready for CNZ to reach that teleport exit faster. I mean, it is those small details that can really push a player apart, but if there's anyone out there right now in the Quake scene that's feeling momentum, dramiS is absolutely at the top of the list. And I kind of spoke to him before, I had a chance to chat to dramiS over some lunch, and this was after his original match. And I was like, you made us sweat in that first map, man. He's like, oh yeah, me too, but feel like I'm really in the zone today. And he said it himself. He feels like he's feeling it. And I think that's being externalized in this gameplay. Now, there's a lot of damage done, but not enough to even tickle the remaining stack that dramiS is currently working with. LG, not enough to kill, though. CNZ drops. There's not a lot of health. There will be some pickups, though. And, well, of course, yeah, Galena totems. Should have known.
Yeah, CNZ was reaching this critical point where he had to make a decision and had to stop the bleeding. So went in aggressive, and it actually worked out this time. He left himself plenty of time in this map to begin to forward comeback. But at that same time, it has to be one step at a time, catch up. It can't be all or nothing now. As I said, it continues the aggression on dramiS, and actually more of a questionable play. He's got the timing on the heavy, so just retreat to that. But maybe a sign of slight desperation, overexposing himself there to the American, and dramiS is in position to punish it once again from above with the rail. CNZ at the moment not coping with the positioning and the speed that the stroke is showing.
Every item that CNZ is picking up is being immediately just nullified, neutralized by the rails that dramiS is able to find. I'm actually going to go check these stats again because I'm so curious. Fired a total of 20 rails, hitting 70% of them. But once again, Dan, versus the 14% of CNZ.
I mean, what can you say? This is always going to be a critical weapon, but particularly in the hands of dramiS and CNZ. You look at that disparity and ask, how can you stay in the game? You're being out damaged 5-1.
CNC is able to keep the stack much higher too, getting plenty of the items, and that's not even factoring in the amount of totems that he's able to pick up. Yet somehow, still, never outstacking dramiS. dramiS is just squeezing in these miracle rails from pretty much everywhere. But a lot of players have been saying it. We're on LAN now, and so many players in these practice sessions have said, yeah, the rail on LAN feels crispy as anything. And if you're someone like dramiS, where this is like your star weapon, it's only ever going to help you. But that nice little two-piece combo, fantastic. And you know, we're talking like dramiS is running away with this. He really isn't. It's 3-5, and CNZ only needs 2 to tie it up.
And exactly what we said before. He built a nice lead, but it was an early lead. And so that's always a semi-risky situation where you take your foot off the pedal a little bit when there is a lot of time to spare. I'm not saying dramiS did that necessarily, but in a similar vein to the previous map, he is giving breathing room to CNC. He's letting him get some items for free, saying that he has now won himself this mega. And so that will be the first priority, is keep control of at least this single item and try and punish the exit routes on that heavy if he's not going to contest it directly.
That defensive play from CNZ was fantastic. Knowing that there's a rail in hand and I've just shot a peeker, there's absolutely no shot that dramiS isn't going to try and peek this and get some free damage. So CNZ hugging that wall for dear life.
He's caught him up the jump pad here, he's pinned him with the LG, he's going to go flying back down and flying back up again as they chase each other up and down. Some sort of platform game there, but CNZ comes out on top. And it's 4-5 with 4 minutes to go. And this methodical playstyle, CNC building himself into the game once again, is showing dividends. He's beginning to connect with more rails again. It just seems that every single map he needs a 3 or 4 minute warm-up.
That placement of the peeker, by the way, was phenomenal. It was so unlikely CNZ was going to be ready from that angle, leastable from that range. But again, it's just neutralizing any of the benefits from these items that he's able to pick up. And what? How did he even see that?
The frustrating thing for CNZ is he's not necessarily making any big mistakes. Yes, he could be a little bit more careful here or there, but at the same time, he has to make these moves. And dramiS is just set up, preempting and pre-firing, and connecting with everything. And that's the problem. There is not much more CNZ can be doing. He's doing the right things, though. When he's not in the right position, he's not making the moves. And when he's in the right positions, like now, he's continuing to aggress. He's got himself a mega for his reward as well. And connects with the rail. He knows how weak dramiS is. And this is an opportunity he has to capitalize on. dramiS is sticking around. Falls on down. CNZ doesn't hit the rail, though, and dramiS gets away for now. Don't forget the heavy, but he also wants the frag. He's chasing him. He connects with the rail. He knows how dangerous it is. See, dramiS is living alive and just goes down.
This is the next layer that can be obtained, right? You can fight someone that is aiming for what feels like 3 people at once, but this is where the experience comes in, where aim is just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to success in Quake. And CNC is just playing such a smart game, a patient game. He's not feeding himself into these situations. He's not getting frustrated by it.
No, but it has to be frustrating as dramiS time and time again just pits in these situations and does incredible damage. Not going to go up the jump pad for a second time. He's learned his lesson there. Goes out through the low ground. CNC, you can just see the methodical play coming out from the Estonian. Just A, B, C. Keeps his timing strong. Oh, as I say that, he does fall on down. Hopefully dramiS is not in the vicinity to punish that, which he's not. It might even offset him slightly. His timing is now changed.
I was checking that through dramiS's point of view, and he definitely didn't see it. So his entire pathing was based around understanding Mega was going to get picked up. More than likely why he got taken by surprise there, because I don't think he was expecting CNZ to be quite there at that time. But we're entering 1.5 minutes left to go. Surprise, but no damage.
Oh, not again! This is so reminiscent of map 1, where the situation was there for the taking. dramiS coming in with the peeker, doesn't connect, but he's done his job somehow. CNZ nearly got that cleanup frag. Despite not dramiS showing face, the trap was there, and now he's probably even going to be able to give himself a heavy. He does drop on down, and he will be going down. Not only that, to make matters worse, the Fortress Totem has been taken out. dramiS is on the offensive. He knows how weak his opponent is. He's got nothing to work with. The damage is good, though, from CNZ. Backing out with that Totem has done a fair amount. 5-5, 50 seconds to go.
CNZ's defensive play by that teleporter exit was phenomenal. dramiS, there was, like I said before, there was a blood in the water situation, knowing how weak CNZ was. If I push in, I get one good rocket, you know, the tide will be turned in my favor. As close as this is, it is CNZ. The pressure's on to get this man
as well. So he knows the timings, but he hasn't got anything to work with. In trying to set up this trap, he's not been moving out to get any light armors. There should be one spawning in the next few seconds, and there it is. And now CNZ's in a decent position to fight. He won't be able to contest this Mega. He waits around for the timing and to hit the exit rail. But what he does know now is where dramiS is and what the timing of this next item is. He's going to drop that from the top, hits a nice rail. He's going to try and hit the second, but that connection will stop any thought of that.
The classic dramiS maneuver that we've seen all series long.
Oh no, he knows exactly where he is now.
And you're stuck! Oh, this is terrible news.
This is bad.
The peak is out there. But even then, how does CNZ escape the situation? You are stuck in no man's land, and dramiS actually lets him out.
He respects it. He plays the long game. He gets the item. That was a big opportunity. I'm surprised that dramiS did not push in for the kill there. He definitely smelt blood. And he's given CNZ another life for now. But dramiS has full control.
Maybe dramiS assuming that if I just keep my rail pinpoint, of which there's another one. If I have this control over my opponent, I hit the rails that I keep on hitting, there's just mathematically no way I can lose this fight. And speaking of which, the delay between these items is so good. Looks to get the opening shot first. This Mega would have been so much more punishing for CNZ if dramiS hit that rail, of which he didn't. An aggressive push. He's going to chase this down. Oh my good lord, he's so weak. Where's the peaker? Gets railed out of the sky. But dramiS surely has to know, mate, there's no pickups around here. You're not going to have anything.
There's no way CNZ survives. Surely catch up. dramiS knows exactly where he is. You can almost see the trail of blood following CNZ around the map. Yes, you're down by the heavy, but there is nothing there for you, my friend. Not for another 10 seconds. And with that 10 seconds comes a dramiS, just barrels through the totems to assert his alpha dominance.
You think I care about these right now?
Exactly. Like, he's just got armor for days. And CNZ, though, he's still alive. He's still recouping.
And then some, though. That's the thing.
He's on life support, but he is there.
All it takes is one exchange where a rail doesn't hit its mark and CNZ does land it.
Exactly.
And then bam, we're even. This could have, in theory, been over 2 minutes ago. The second CNZ got stuck in no man's land.
It should have been.
dramiS just let it go.
Will he rue that day? The question is, because he's continuing with the pressure, but he just cannot find that critical finishing blow.
We might have an opportunity. I've seen this exact past 30 seconds before. This is a rerun.
No.
Are we going to see that exact same thing in 30 seconds time? That's what I'm thinking about. We're getting very pattern here. But
beyond deja vu.
No, but movement-wise, we're getting extremely pattern. But it's not like CNZ can do anything about it. You know, you just don't have the stat.
He can't. Until he hits successive shots, he can't.
But with how much longer this overtime is going to take, especially seeing the fact that dramiS let it slip through, is the next time an item spawns, is that going to be the moment where a couple of misses happen and just like that, CNZ brings it.
Oh, he
they
hit
trade.
that rail. They were even.
CNZ's not going to show his face. And that is the CNZ that we know. It makes no sense that he would peak that.
He's seen it, though.
He can afford to.
What? I mean, I'm sorry. This CNZ must be so frustrated. Every time he gets any semblance of a stack, it just gets removed instantly.
But it's like I said, it's demanding perfection in the aim department. Can dramiS keep this up all the way?
But this is a different dramiS. Like, if this was Pro League, Pro League, I guarantee you he would have pushed in for a kill. Probably got it. Maybe not. This is tournament dramiS.
What?
Somebody who is playing methodical and slow and calculated and respects his life in this tournament.
It's one hell of a tournament to get that result in. CNZ is well and truly trapped right now because, yeah, there's a little bit of health to pick up, but it's the armor that you're struggling with, and I really think that dramiS has caught sight. You know your opponent's going to have a light armor now, so again, one more rail, and that will be a ticket to push in and keep on going, but yet somehow CNZ, through thick and thin, is still alive.
I'm sure CNZ is sitting there going, yeah, this next fight he won't hit 100% rail. I'm sure of it.
We've got to give CNZ props, though. The defensive positionings do open themselves to a very difficult to chase situation. CNZ, like down near the heavy, you have to really dedicate to a direction to chase, one that CNZ can hear very much so. And then even down near the teleporter where Tribal is, again, very hard to chase someone there because there's so many ways they can go. And look at that, he's been able to bring himself up to another stack. He is back in it, folks.
And this is why I love watching Ruins, because it offers so many dynamic situations like that. You can play defensive, you can play aggressive, and you can see CNZ absolutely testing the map to its limits on how you can survive. And dramiS continues his rotation. He continues to pick up the items. I don't know the last time CNZ saw a major item, let alone touched one. It must feel like gold to him at this moment in time. But he has the lights. He just cannot do any significant damage to feel confident to stick around. Even if he knows the timing is irrelevant, he tries to push on in. He tries to set up some sort of trap because he's only been holding his S key for the last 5 minutes. And dramiS tells the corner.
This is a nice change, though. CNZ hasn't been able to match in the... Oh, he's caught him! He's caught him! CNZ survives and lives to fight another day.
That was insane mental fortitude. Insane mental fortitude. He's even keeping DJ Wheat fit with the reps and the back and forth to the green room. See you later. That was an absolutely insane game. And we said it, like, you've got to respect the patience from dramiS. That moment when he had him cornered, 45 health, I think it was.
That was it.
dramiS must have known how weak CNZ was, but he said, hey, I'm gonna play slow. I'm gonna keep the items. I'm gonna play my game, and I'll get you when I'm ready. But you should have got him then.
I mean, I don't think we were alone there. It's like, I know the chat. You know, we've seen the chat for many years in Quake. I guarantee when that first rail hit down near where that light armor was, chat must have been filling up with GG. Like, everyone saw it and must have just been like, yeah, that's it.
I said GG in my head because that's the moment you finish your opponent.
How many times have we seen that be the GG?
There is literally no exits. You're standing there in the corner of an L. There is nowhere to go.
How fitting.
And somehow CNZ slithers his way out and survives for another 5 minutes.
Now, we have to give the props to CNZ.
Oh, 100%.
You acknowledge that the opponent you're fighting is just, right, I'm fighting an AI that is just hitting every shot, right? So this is what I'm dealing with. There's a very obvious reason that CNZ had just dedicated to those 2 special areas of the map where you have better ways to get out. Even with
100%.
dramiS' speed, you know, I can go this way or that way, and you got to dedicate.
But that was, apart from the 1 health time, that was the only opportunity CNZ offered a chance for dramiS to kill him. Yes, CNZ got low time and time again after then, but as you pointed out, he was always in positions where he could punish dramiS or escape. dramiS actually didn't really have an opportunity thereafter to finish his opponent unless he hard committed, which he could have done. But what CNZ did so perfectly was bide his time for 5 minutes until he felt he was in the right position at the right time with the right stack to make a move. And I'm not even talking about the frag. I'm talking about before the frag, when he went in through the corridor with the LG and did about 20, 30, 40 damage. That was A, showing confidence. And then he followed that up with the double back when dramiS thought he was on the run. And that initial chip damage actually got him the frag as well. So that 30-second moment, if it was even that, was absolutely perfect. And he waited 5 minutes for that one moment.
It's like we've said many times before that when you think of CNZ, the word that often comes to mind is discipline.
Yeah.
You've got to be out of this world disciplined to look for that. In that situation, like so many people, they would have crumbled. The amount of rails, you'd have got tilted off the face of the earth because what the hell's going on? It doesn't matter what I do, I just get hit constantly. CNZ, there was absolutely no tilting, no frustration to be had. Clearly, a calm and collected demeanor, and that is why he's here. That's why he's here.
But that's also why he always does well in these environments. He always goes far in tournaments. Even back to Katowice, the last LAN we had, he went far. That was one of his first tournaments. That's when the Sparty, was it Sparty ring out? That kept him in the tournament. Who was that? GaRpY?
Oh.
That was the CNZ Molten Falls moment.
I remember that.
Back in the last LAN, and he went far then.
That's already been some time ago.
Yeah,
huh?
exactly. And every single one of these situations, he always ends up going further than people expect him to because of that character he shows in these type of games.
Well, here's the thing, though.
But he's not even out of his match yet. There's one more map to go.
That's it. We're jumping into Deep Embrace. We're loading into it now, folks, so thanks for sticking with us. In a basically short of a minute, I think we'll be jumping into it. It's a very different map.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very different map. It's one of the most aggressive, snowbally maps that we have in the entire pool, possibly the most. But with the champion picks, again, it's a little bit different right here. CNZ's going to have the utility of that double jump, the quick little escape in a pinch thanks to the sort of new and improved Berserk, I suppose. But then dramiS, Death Knight, all damage. That's it. That's the plan.
Do you think dramiS is feeling frustrated at this moment in time? Or do you think he's happy with how he performed?
I would think that of these two players, dramiS would be the more prone to becoming frustrated. However, because dramiS has done so many of these tournaments in return, one would think that we might be pretty good at stabilizing this. However...
Oh, the double jump over the fire.
Yep.
Eradicating that ability altogether, and dramiS is already on the ropes as CNZ's chip damage has been really strong with the heavy machine gun. Lots of lightning gun coming out as well, so nice start. But as you say, different map. Big question mark is, can dramiS continue to hit pretty much everything he fires? Because that is going to be a problem if he does.
I mean, that's rather canonical. I don't imagine Doomslayer to be afraid of a little fire, you know, hell and all, you know. But as we now jump in, CNZ pretty healthy here. And actually, this is one element that I wanted to bring attention to was in those closing kind of 60 seconds or so, maybe a little bit more, CNZ started using a little bit more of the tri-bolt, acknowledging that you're not really winning those rail duels anymore, but you can preemptively use tri-bolt, which is a much safer approach of just trading some damage. Maybe not all the damage, but enough to make it so this rail was not going to be a kind of a free ticket to push forward. Yeah, that was indeed a very nice rocket. But even Stevens so far, and I mean, there's a lot on the line here. They know each other extremely well. They've been playing together in 2v2s, if I'm not mistaken. This is certainly not the first time they've clashed in a dual tournament. I mean,
they
refer back to
always
Iron
play.
Fist.
They always play somehow in the brackets. So they know each other well, and they have very opposing play styles. But CNZ's done a great job at this moment in time to keep the tempo slow, going toe-to-toe with that damage, and their items are on an equal split as well. CNZ trying to track down dramiS, but unsuccessfully at that. However, he has double back before this heavy. He knows his opponent is weak, and he's... Oh my god! Yeah, that was close. And because of that, he's also been heavily punished. So I did like the maneuver, but dramiS is there to clean it up, delaying the Mega even more as it's still not picked up. And now there is a big split between these two meta items catch up.
And a delay of that caliber will be quite good for Death Knight. It gives you plenty of opportunities to kind of run around, pick up the hourglasses in between items where, you know, yeah, you're probably not going to have a flame strike every single item spawn, but at the same time, for most of them, you're likely going to. On a map like this, on that heavy location, such a small area for that wall of flame to just completely shut things down. It's a scary position to be in. There's the flame strike once more. A little bit of splash damage, nothing too significant, but enough to make you not push forward. I mean, CNZ, he couldn't push. It was way too much of a risk.
No, but he's controlling the mid-ground well. The spam is going to slow down dramiS as it advances towards that heavy area. And in doing so, CNZ will win it for himself. Question is, will he take any sort of significant damage in the process? The tri-bot comes out, actually ducks under that rail, it looks like. So nicely played by dramiS, and whilst he's relegated to the low ground, he's not taking any significant damage just yet as he knocks down his opponent, clipping him from above, and connecting with that rail as well once again, and we've said that so many times.
When you become a master of the rail, you will find angles and places no one would even dream of, and dramiS kind of one of those players that can think, oh, CNZ just must not have expected that. Like, there's no way he's going to turn around. I've just got rid of all the armor. I strongly don't think that's going to happen now. The defensive Berserk using it to retreat, as it often has been. But no, caught in a bad spot, the Berserk. Great for mobility, but you're stuck on a time limit with melee only. You get caught by an LG and say goodnight.
Yeah, but I've seen this story before. Map 1, Map 2, dramiS with a 3, 4, 5 frag lead. Somehow CNZ will scrape his way back into it. The big difference so far, what we've seen in the playing of this game, is that CNZ is doing a good job of using the Doom's passive to maintain more control of the high ground. However, that momentum does appear to be shifting somewhat. dramiS has now got himself up to hit another couple of rails back to back. Doesn't complete it with a third. CNZ is waited out for that Mega, but it's quickly removed once again. But he's more than used to living with no items, so it's not going to be too concerning just yet. And he's doing a decent enough job of keeping dramiS low enough where he doesn't feel confident either to push on through. He's going for the risky jump, and he makes it.
And that's the splash damage. Get a little bit of bonus information right before we jump through and take one of these items, of which dramiS keeping himself in the fight and then some. The Mega about to spawn, something CNZ wants to make his presence known, but what a risk it will be, because it just seems like in all of these ranged encounters, and even now the Tri-Bolt, bit of a taste of your own medicine, the Tri-Bolt is starting to do a lot of damage to him as well. CNZ not in an amazing spot at this point.
Nice.
Oh God, not again, almost got ring out. The Berserk forced once more to try and get out of there, and doing so will completely give up the heavy. And you know, we've talked about the comebacks and the composure. 5 minutes left of this entire series, Dan. It really is now or never for CNZ.
Yeah, but it's Deep Embrace. He has plenty of time. dramiS is not hitting quite as hard on this particular map. However, nor is CNZ. It's a very low-scoring, low-damage map.
Nice!
And the difference in strategy is clear. CNZ is doing such a great job of playing the high ground, and it means as much control as dramiS has, it's difficult, and if not impossible a lot of these times, to do anything significant from the low ground. CNZ now has some items to his name. He's not had many of those in actually all series long, but he's starting to build a little bit of momentum here. dramiS darting himself around. CNZ needs to get a dodge with a frag as well.
Wonderful positioning there from CNZ, punishing that from dramiS amazingly. And right before death, dramiS using the Flame Strike, however, spawning on the rail side, a consistent tail that kind of can sometimes be all that dramiS wants or needs to have, with that opening damage just to make it so hard for you to establish. Now this is going to be very hard. CNZ has all of the control, the items are great, the armor is non-existent for poor old dramiS. How do you escape there? I mean, how do you get out of this?
I've seen this story before. dramiS gets out for now, but he's been caught once again. Look how low he is, but the Flame Strike this time actually connects the first time all game long, and it is a huge one.
Can't take back what I said about Doomslayer not caring about hell now.
Oh, they clearly did right there.
Back for vengeance. Ultra Nightmare. As now, not a lot of the map left. The opening Tri-Bolt. I mean, any damage is damage in this kind of situation. Catching him with the drop down, and CNZ just gets melted away by the LG of dramiS.
Yeah, that was risky, and dramiS actually lives more than healthy enough right there. And that's a little bit desperate from CNZ, given how disciplined he's been all set long. That one, not so much.
Oh, the Tri-Bolt. Hasn't done the hugest amount of damage here, Dan, but significant. In all of those key moments where you just need a little bit of splash, dramiS has been able to find it. And there's another one. Caught in the Berserk, and surely you're done here. You're stuck in melee. At the very least, you're forced to retreat, and with 3 minutes on the clock, this is the last point you want to be giving up items, but he has no choice. Stay and die or live.
But he's got nothing to work with. Look at the stack of dramiS in comparison. CNZ is just living breath by breath. Taking another rail. I'm sure he's used to being with nothing to work with. dramiS is more than healthy. The rail under pressure means dramiS now has the high ground, and that is difficult for CNZ. He's the one that wants to be there. He wants the one that's controlling the positioning, but just not able to do so. Delaying the heavy as well. dramiS is now very, very happy with his positioning.
Just needs to keep things rock solid, and by all means should be able to win this map. CNZ just damage after damage after damage. This time a chase down through the murder hole. And that is now going to be 3 frags in 2 minutes time versus someone like dramiS who's hitting all these shots. The Flame Strike's locked and loaded. He's stacked to hell. This is going to be a very, very tall order for CNZ.
Yeah, the frag differential isn't the problem. It's the control. CNZ is just not able to string any damage together to get in, and now he's got
No, the rocket!
But at what
through
cost?
the gaps.
Yeah, at what cost? Straight into another Flame Strike. You know, the Death Knight hasn't been hugely impactful, but it had that one game-breaking moment that kept dramiS in the game. Saying that, there's still a minute and a half to go on Deep Embrace. More than capable, but every one of those rails just sets you back another 10, 15, 20 seconds, which you just do not have to work with.
Even in that position, being able to catch someone who's just spawned and all they have is a rail, you think, right, if this shot misses, I can push, I can get damage, I can get something on the board here. But it's dramiS and his uncanny ability to hit every single shot when he needs to in this series. And we've known that dramiS is known for the execution and known for the aim, but I don't think we've seen it stand proud quite like it has in this series. And would you believe it? We're on LAN. This is the World Championships. This is the time to bring the greatest aim of your career.
Yeah, it might not necessarily be over, but every rail will certainly bring that statistic far closer to the certainty mark. CNZ still in it for now. Look at the weak dramiS is.
Breathe on him.
Get away for now. He's going to go down. The question is, Can he string two
It's
frags
possible.
together? Yeah.
It is possible.
You're not hitting that frag, respawn mark right now. CNZ doesn't know where he is, and he needs to kill him now. He needs to kill him clean.
Oh, but the defensive plays from dramiS are too supreme, and it has taken too long. A tall order to challenge that. And there we go again. No doubt. I'm sure we didn't catch it on camera, but there was, in fact, a pop-off behind us. I'm going to assume it picked up on the mics. It must have done.
A mini pop-off. Well, I'm sure dramiS is relieved. My heart is relieved.
Series of the day, as far as I'm concerned, so far.
Yeah.
That second map was ridiculous.
You caught your breath after your lengths back and forth to the table.
That second game was phenomenal. I don't know if you heard me, but I was joking, like, when did they put ZTN back in the because it felt a little bit like one of those, like, or Quake 3 late game ZTNs, overtime for days, one player controlling all of the major items and one just trying to crawl their way back. Yeah, really unfortunate that drop down by dramiS, because that LG was that was melty for sure. Definitely also the best series that we've seen, right? We've seen some amazing games already, but I think a series from start to back, you know, one frag separating these two on both the first and second game, and that last one, you know, dramiS kind of bringing it back, and is kind of interesting to see. Death Knight, I'm not sure why Athena's up there for that one, but yeah, Death Knight kind of, you know, what do you think? We talked a little bit about the zoning.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, there was one particular moment where I saw CNZ over by the Mega, and you know, Flames going out one side. It's like, you're gonna have to go that way. It worked out quite well.
It was the rail.
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
I know it's such low-hanging fruit to just look at that and go, oh, it was clearly rail, but it was just such an instrumental part of success.
Right.
Being able to just take all of those opportunities where most people would now be able to at least push in once. Every single rail that needed to hit did. In pretty much all three maps, you know, even though dramiS didn't ultimately win that second map because it was so close, that was like, is this guy going to miss at some point? Like, what's going on here? Like,
yeah, you have to run around the map thinking I have 90 less health than I actually do.
Right.
That's the situation I'm going to be in as soon as I see him. But
Exactly.
no, to your Death Knight point, there was one moment that really changed the game for me. It was when CNZ finally got a frag to rebuild his lead. He was looking pretty healthy, but dramiS died casting the Flame Strike.
Right.
And it took his opponent down with him.
Yeah, that's right.
He
yeah.
got the better spawn,
Yep.
he got the Mega, he got control, and he kept his momentum.
And it was only a one frag game at that point, right?
I think it was,
like
1 or 2 frag. Yeah, really, really
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
And he got the better spawn, and it kept his momentum alive. If he didn't get that, CNZ would have had control, and it would have been a completely different game.
You know, in kind of thinking about the matchup overall, like, I think it just definitely shows that dramiS is playing quite well. But even though CNZ lost, I thought he had some really phenomenal play in there too. So if this is, again, an indication of what we're going to continue to see throughout day 1 and day 2 and 3, I'm here for it. I hope you are too.
Yeah.
I hope you are too. All right, well, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, another matchup here in day 1 of the Quake World Championship. It's going to be nosfa taking on Xron. That's coming up next. Don't go away. We're going to be right back. welcome back to the Quake World Championship. It's time for our 6th match of the day. Need to double check that. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Joining me once again, Flea and Lethal. And we have now got nosfa taking on Xron in this matchup here. And excited to see what we might get out of this. Welcome back.
Thank you, Wade. Yeah, interesting match ahead of us. Xron and nosfa, two players who, well, have at one point been in the Quake Pro League, right? Xron has had quite the history of the Quake Pro League. He got into the league at the start, and he ended up losing his position to CNZ. Almost made it back in, but Sparty was the one who prevented his re-entry.
That's right.
And so now he's currently a challenger.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We did get an interview with nosfa before the event began. So let's hear from him and what he thinks about this upcoming weekend.
My gamer tag is nosfa, actually Dimitro nosfa. My seed this season is 10th. I have been playing Quake Champions since 2017, but like Quake in general, I've been playing since 2014. My favorite champion is Ranger. His ability, you can not only use it to, kill your opponent, but you can use it like in a more creative ways to, actually escape or to engage like in a fight your opponent will not be expecting. So it's a very fun champion to play in my humble opinion. My favorite weapon is Rail because I think it fits more my game style. And but if I could choose like a weapon to be good at, I would choose Rocket because I feel like it's actually amazing to watch someone like hitting good rockets, in mid-airs and things like that. How I prepared leading up to the finals, I actually traveled here early. I came to Europe like 2 weeks ago. I went to London to practice, against all the Europeans, and that's the way I prepared. How do I feel being back at LAN compared like to online? I feel great. Actually, like getting to hang out with everyone. It's actually amazing. Like it's been a while since we had like a LAN. It's amazing to be like in the same environment as everyone. We're all playing the same hardware. It's like the same everything, and it's like a more fair ground to competition. And also we have like a huge adrenaline rush when we are here as a competitor. Like we love it. At least I do, to be honest. What would I mean to me to take home the belt? Man, that would mean a lot actually. It would be like very special because it would be like a historical moment. It would be like the first time someone from South America to be like to win like a major tournament in Quake. So it'd be like very, very special to me. And I wish I can do it. Out of everybody at the event, who do I think is gonna give me the hardest time? Well, for me it's always Rapha. Since the beginning of the season, since like 2019, I haven't taken like a single map from him. Besides myself, who do I think is favored to win the Quake World Championship? I'd say like everyone on the top 5, maybe top 8, have like good chances of winning this. So I don't know, man. We gotta wait and see. It's gonna be like a hell of a weekend.
You gotta wait and see. I can't agree more. A lot actually to break down there from nosfa. Some great thoughts. Like absolutely, I feel like players are, I don't know, bringing a certain energy. We are seeing, I think, the top level of a lot of the players, and we know they're capable. And once again, another mention of like anyone in the top 5 could possibly take this one. So talking a little bit about this matchup here, Lethal, going to you. nosfa, of course, his opponent, Xron, and what you think about this matchup.
It's going to be an interesting one in itself. We know that Xron literally is one of those players where he's got a lot of dueling experience behind him, more in a team format, but in terms of his dueling experience, it's still pretty damn good. And for nosfa, he's actually changed over the last 12 months. He used to be, well, we used to call him lightning in the bottle for a reason. It's always his speed, his agility, his aim skill alone would definitely hold his own across the board. And over the course of time, especially in this season of Pro League, he's been a bit more methodical, a bit more structured. He's trying to, there's a lot of times where people are trying to find out ways to control aggression, but he was the aggressor the entire time. But now he's jumped in the boat or in the bandwagon where he's like, right, I'm going to be the person to try and establish a bit more control through the eyes of the other players in a more calculated approach in comparison. Because he was the one who, it was very, very tough and very difficult to just try and hold him back or just put him on a leash in some way, in some form. But yeah, this season, of course, not been the best season for him, but he could definitely make up with it with his LAN performance here this weekend.
Also some interesting results right there. 2-1 beating Avec, for example, coming close to taking down Maxter, finishing the season strong. 2-1 over Chain, 2-1 over psygib. nosfa definitely riding things right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you do some other comparative analysis here, and you see the 2-1 versus dramiS, who just had an amazing match versus CNZ. And again, if nosfa brings that adrenaline, as he called it, to his play here, I'm excited to see what he might be able to do now. Flea, I'm curious, you know, Xron and sort of his experience. Any thoughts here on how you think this might break down before we jump into the picks and bans?
I mean, historically speaking, they've only played each other once in the history of the Quake Pro League, and that was right at the kickoff, QuakeCon 2019. So that's a very long time ago. Things have changed a lot. Both of these players have developed considerably since then. But it was Xron taking home a 2-0 win all those years ago. So that's basically the only data point that we have to go by here. But just looking at Xron's performance, we know that he's had to take some time away for Quake, right? But he's been working hard these past few months. He's been grinding it out ever since he qualified, ever since it was clear that he could attend today's event. Well, he's been working hard.
Well, they say Quake is sometimes like riding a bike, right?
Yeah.
You just get right back on, and of course you learn a few new maps, and you probably have a totally different format, but yeah, we're getting there. So let's take a look at the picks and bans, because I think that will probably tell us a story that we need, and you too, in order to be able to make those predictions. A Blood Covenant, Ruins, and then, should we need it, going on to Awoken. Who wants to talk about what we see here for the champion pick and bans?
Yeah, go on, and I'll start things off with Xron. Especially, you can see already he's banned Ruins. Actually banned Corrupted Keep, which is quite interesting in itself, because from nosfa's perspective, one of his better maps has been on Ruins, one of his worst has been Insomnia, but even that way it's not even appearing. But we're seeing a lot of the bigger maps in the map pool, you know, in terms of the map geometry there with Blood Covenant and Ruins. So for Xron, he's going to have a lot more space to work with. nosfa, like I said before, he did used to rely a lot more on his speed and his aim skill, but because he's got more of a calculated approach this season, he wants to continue to do that on his bigger maps. And then the final one, it will be an absolute slugfest, a potential bloodbath, so to speak, if we make it that far on Awoken with the Ranger and the Doom. Again, very meta indeed with the scale bans, as per usual.
The ones that really caught my eyes, map 1. Blood Covenant versus Athena. Two lights, the two fastest champions in the game. They don't have a lot of stack. They're as squishy as can be, so all the damage will almost count double, but they've got that speed, the mobility. They can dodge, they can maneuver, get everywhere so quickly, and Blood Covenant is a map that really allows those mobility champions to shine.
Yeah, this will actually be the first matchup, not necessarily the Blood Covenant was picked, but that we're actually seeing it. So welcome to the lobby, Blood Covenant. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I love that map 1. Definitely, you know, the need for speed is real on this one. Will be very interesting to see how it goes out, and I'm always a big fan of watching how Athena players kind of navigate on different maps, Blood Covenant being one of them, but you know, we know what Slash is capable of, so should be an interesting one. So any, Flea, before we send you off, I'm going to cast this one with Lethal, but any thoughts on predictions here?
I'm going to have to say 2-1 nosfa.
Okay.
I think Xron's going to put up a really good fight based on what I've seen him do in practice and in scrims, but I just don't know if he's been able to get to that level, right, in just these past few weeks of practice alone. Plus, like you said, the meta has shifted a bit. There's a lot of new things to learn. We're not getting Insomnia in this match at least, so at least he doesn't have to play on any of the new maps.
True.
But still, I'm favoring nosfa. Based on what I've seen him play during practice and rehearsal, I think he's got this.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to just copy and paste what Flea just said. I think one thing we can say, yes, sure, as you mentioned before, they've barely played each other once, in fact, in the last 5 years. But what I've seen from Xron so far comparing against rapha, like I saw him do some scrims over the last few days, or I think it was some point early in the week or late of last week. The scrims are pretty damn close. I was pretty surprised how well he was performing. For as long as he can transition that into what we're going to see here against nosfa, then definitely has a chance, but I wouldn't say he would take the series.
All right. Well, we're going to find out here in just a moment. As we are loading into Blood Covenant right this moment, Flea, we'll have you return after watching this matchup, get your thoughts. So enjoy, and Lethal, I'm gonna join you on this one. So definitely looking forward to what we've got here. I can, you know, just based off of watching the players and you know, seeing them kind of interact and scrim in the last couple days, nosfa definitely seems like he's in good spirits, is ready to play, is feeling good about himself. Xron, we're going to have to see exactly how this will play out, but as the countdown begins, we are going live. Take it away.
It's going to be a game of mobility versus verticality here, and it's still quite a surprise, but we didn't see the Athena banned considering how much she's used and how much she's a favourable option here on Blood Covenant, but they said, you know what, we'll let you have that, that's fine, I'll just use the slash, not to counter it in many ways, but at least to try and get around the verticality of the Athena. But we'll see how time goes on. It's Xron right now, literally just standing his ground around the rockets, does just continue to deny that weapon, but also at the same time just keep on his toes to see exactly what info he can use. Got the rail there as nosfa was just walking by around that light, and do you know what? He does manage to get away just barely. The LG gave him a little bit of a boost there towards the heavy, but good start already.
Yeah, I mean, catching nosfa by surprise there was a little surprising down in the lower hallways. I kind of turned around and I was like, wait a second, where did that come from? But certainly, Xron looking like he wants to take control of various areas on the map. I would say much more meticulous, considering that we've got, you know, 2 of the fastest champions here on Blood Covenant.
Not wrong at all. Good rail there from nosfa just to keep him at bay a little bit more, just keep him on the low grounds. nosfa's picked up the heavy. Mega's going back any second now, just keeping guard around that rocket tunnel in case he does try and approach him by any means. And already just trying to keep his distance.
Yeah, both players kind of looking for trap potential there. Some damage exchanged between the two, but Xron actually taking the worst of that one, and nosfa going to finally land a rail that is going to give him that first frag, but right off of the spawn, he finds Xron again, and Xron's going to have to hightail it out of there. These two now kind of duking it out, going head-to-head. Oh, huge, and didn't actually go for the heavy. Instead, drops down, picks up that light, and I love it, right? Deny that armor resource, getting it out of there for him, and that's going to put it 2-0 for nosfa.
Beautiful stuff already. I think he was debating earlier whether to try and get at least the first spawn rail before progressing onto the heavy, but he was just like, nah, do you know what? I'm just going to leave it and crack on and just go for the heavy straight away and not mess around at all while he spawns around Mega. But already just dropping on down. nosfa's on 59 HP, needs to get out of it ASAP. Still available at this point, but just make sure he can have his guard up here. Both items have been up and have been up for quite a few seconds. Will be picked up almost in sync. Almost has his trail.
Yeah, not much of a separation between those two quite yet. And I can't say that either player has kind of committed to any sort of rotation or pattern kind of in how they're going, but this time nosfa's going to drop that trail and use his speed to get across, try to throw his opponent off. Thinks he knows where Xron is coming up that staircase, but was in fact wrong as he decided to take the other direction and go to the lower tunnels. And just taking a look, where is we at? Not both players with rail. Nicely done there, as nosfa lands a couple of shots with that tri-bolt, and he's up by 2. Xron picks up that Mega and is getting ready for another fight.
Certainly is indeed. Gets a little bit of tri-bolt done, but in the end needs to try and keep him at bay just a tad. Only 3.5 minutes in as nosfa now just biding his time, but also keeping his distance, but now Xron can literally just dive straight on in if he wants to. He's going to try and get away if he can. Should be able to. Xron almost managed to see him just on the blink of an eye. Could have done a drive-by, but I don't think he was expecting him to be so far out in the open. He already assumed that maybe around the rail kind of area, getting an angle for the heavy. But yeah, that's the assumption he made. Wasn't the right one, but at least that way he was able to have a second opportunity, but sadly missed that rail.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It kind of like went past it, looked like he had the shot, but instead doubled back to try to go for it. A huge LG catch here by nosfa. He does manage to pick up a little bit of health as he takes the damage as well, but both players very, very low. Xron's going to drop down. nosfa tries to finish it off with that shotgun, but instead Xron gets that rail, puts himself on the board with the first frag, and a second one as nosfa tries to slide away to the best of his ability. We are tied back up about halfway through this game, 2-2.
I said that about Xron literally before this series. I saw some close maps, some close sets against Rapha, and I was quite surprised. I didn't really see him scrim much, or on stream anyway, and when I witnessed it, I was like, okay, you know, in terms of his practice regimen and what he's been doing, he's been looking pretty damn good, a lot better than a lot of people may have anticipated here coming into the Quake World Championships. But Xron now literally just standing his ground directly next to him. nosfa only just realised as he was just driving by, hits the first rail. Mega still in play, finally picks it up, but now Xron's looking to try and add a little bit more onto him. Just barely misses that last one as he's diving on down. Could catch him in. nosfa just barely manages to get away. Should have one more opportunity, but no, he does not. But maybe he could catch him on the heavy stairs, but too little, too late.
You know, you have those games, Lethal, where you just feel like two players are reading themselves so well. And in this case, I would say that both players are playing in such a dynamic way that we've seen both of them be sort of thrown off track or off guard by, like, I wasn't expecting them to be right there. And that was another example right there with nosfa coming in across that that rocket area, and you know, just kind of being surprised. But as we're looking, there's a rail from down below. Xron is going to try to track this one, see if he can find his opponent and cut him off in the lower area. It's not going to happen, but he is going to get that light armor as well as the heavy as he heads back up to the top. I'm not sure, just in terms of Athena and grapple, like Xron hasn't been using it only right in situations that it's truly going to benefit them, whether it is getting that speed boost, that momentum, or trying to go from low to higher ground a little bit quicker. So I'm curious to see, you know, what Xron kind of has for his game plan overall, because right now it just seems like both players are, you know, gathering resources, getting what they can, and then fighting when the opportunity arises.
Yeah, there's been moments where it's been pretty much a street fight, and there's other times where it's been quite methodical. So the change of pace and the change of style has been alluded to quite a lot over the last 6.5 minutes. But he's just dropping straight on down with a shotgun. Will he be able to catch him though? 17 HP. He's just going to literally stand behind this TP and just hope for the best and try and get a point blank and then maybe a combo straight afterwards. But that's asking for a little bit too much. So Xron now should be quite happy. He was away, but he just dived straight on it and even had the trail just to have extra insurance to secure it. But remember though, still got 3 minutes left, and Xron now's only 1 frag behind.
Yeah, and now we're kind of seeing nosfa's strategy come out a little bit like, okay, I'm going to use my speed, I'm going to use my slide to try to close the gap between you and me. Pulled out that shotgun, worked really well, had to chase down that frag, but ultimately did get it. And with 3 minutes left to go, being ahead on the leaderboard is definitely the place you want to be. But coming out of that teleporter, Xron is very, very low, and the rail does land. Now Xron trying to get any sort of open shot that he possibly can, but nosfa manages to get away. Just now getting some health. He's got to be careful though in this next few seconds.
You could see how tempted he was just to go for that heavy, but he probably kind of wish he did now. Even if he burnt it, at least he wouldn't really give him too much for his opponent to work with. There's some items, but that rail right there will definitely boost the momentum here for Xron, and he's looking to try and add to the tally. He knows it's directly behind him. He still has 2 minutes left, so he can bide his time just a little bit leading up to the final moments of this matchup. But this would be a great way to start off this series for him.
It would be. Right now, nosfa thinking about what his options are. 2 minutes, still plenty of time. LG battle here on the middle area. Beautifully placed rocket, and that's going to make it a little bit tougher. I was going to say that I was kind of expecting nosfa to look for that stack, even if it was kind of grabbing a couple of lights and then using that speed again to close the gap. Of course, you know, you've got an Athena. She can widen that gap if need be. And there is a double rail, and suddenly an explosion in these last 2 minutes, Lethal, as Xron has added a 3 to his lead.
And now we've got such a good lead, he can take more risks or just play on the defensive and just be extra careful. But it looks like he just diving on in. He wants to secure this map win as best as possible and just not keep the score respectable, just to let him know who's boss. And Xron's looking so good. People were debating how he was going to come into the World Championships in terms of his practice regimen and how he's been doing, but he's been looking so solid.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a pretty close game right there, but then as opportunities begin to open up, Ron doing a good job converting some of those frags off the spawn. And now in the final minute, looking to possibly even pick up one more. And the LG coming out, great rails. nosfa goes up that jump pad, but will it be enough? Quite easily taken down there with that machine gun. That's going to be a 4-frag lead for Ron, and he is probably going to end up taking game number 1 here.
Certainly will do indeed. His nosfa's probably now already thinking about what to do in the second and potential third map if it gets that far. But for Ron, I'm just extremely impressed with how he's just performed overall. The way he was changing the styles back and forth, how, not from a defensive and offensive kind of manner in terms of that balance, but just his positioning, his rotations, the paths and the patterns. He was consistently being unorthodox in so many different situations. And that's just a show of not just skill overall, but just that dueling experience to keep your opponents off guard all the time.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned it early on, but in the kind of first half of that match, it seemed like it was just sort of, I don't know, like there wasn't necessarily a plan. Neither player was necessarily like, I'm going to hold this area. There's just a lot of rotations happening, and eventually that led to, right, the rail down below or the passing up near the rocket launcher. It wasn't really until Ron was able to get that 1 frag and then convert, and that was enough to let him take that map number 1. Now we're going to be moving on to Ruins, where nosfa is going to be on the Strog, looking to keep that movement and momentum going a little bit, where, of course, then we're going to have Ron on the Galena, which gives a little bit more defensive. But I did not get the impression in game number 1 that that was necessarily the way that Ron wants to play. So we'll see. It could be interesting.
Yeah, it should be. Now, for nosfa, we're going to have to see exactly what he's going to do and what he needs to change up. Of course, the element of his game, once more, the hourglasses, and what rotation Ron is going to take to go for them, especially the ones in the courtyard. We know a lot of his players have lots of different patterns and rotations and how they try and approach this. And yeah, I think that 1 frag from Mega to Rail earlier on, that's where Ron thought, oh, do you know what? I think I could have this. Like, even for 1 frag behind with a couple minutes left. And yeah, absolutely right.
You know, for every time that you see a player kind of like spam in an area where they think their opponent is and it doesn't work out, why would they do? That's why. That's why it goes down like that, Lethal. I mean, we see it even on Ruins here out of the teleporter exit, but that was beautifully done. A little surprising, but I'm sure everyone loved that. So Ruins coming up next. Again, the Strog versus Galena, and going to be an uphill battle here for nosfa, as he has got to win the next 2 to take this series. But Ron already finds himself on game point.
Yeah, absolutely right. And go back to what I was saying before, as I mentioned, it's all about the hourglass. You don't want to avoid the overstack as much as physically possible. And if you can, great. If not, then you're going to be in a world of trouble. You can have all the mobility and speed in the world. Abuse it, you know. Try and not just trap your opponent, but just keep him in check with these turnips. Because we've seen some players like dramiS, for example, literally just overstacking here, then everywhere on Corrupted Keep, like one of the smallest maps. And you can't really give him that much leverage, because then, of course, it isn't going to go to a final map with ease for him. So as long as he does that, we know for Ruins, Galena could be a very good matchup, a very good pick, depending on where those totem placements are going to be. But with the Strog, the mobility, the speed, and especially the aim skill behind it from nosfa, if he gets that 1 or 2 frag lead, that's where we may see his opponent become a little bit desperate.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, already thinking back to that CNZ dramiS game and the totem placement there and how that ended up working very much in CNZ's favor. So certainly some interesting survivability. And I think you're right. You've got to, we always talk about totem management when you're playing against a Galena. You've got to make sure you're clearing those out. You got to be aware of where your opponent's putting them. And then I think as the Galena, you've got to say, okay, I can't be putting these all in the same spot. What's most beneficial to me based off of where I'm at? So I do think nosfa obviously is going to be much more comfortable if he can potentially grab a frag early on and then set the tempo, not necessarily letting Ron do that.
Yeah, that's the key phrase you just mentioned there, set the tempo. Once you've got the first frag, then, you know, the world's your oyster at this point, and then you've got to decide exactly what you want to do to hold that lead or increase it, depending on where you are in control here. But we are going to go to the second map of the series. It's going to be Xron with their first map lead. We've seen a lot of these underdogs in the lower seas take the first map straight away, and then it kind of escalates a little bit too quickly throughout the rest of the series. But hopefully this will be a change of pace for him, but nosfa now always going to be starting things off, but we'll be kicking things off with Ron's POV.
I mean, it really is an interesting dynamic because you have to imagine over the course of 18 weeks, you're watching all these players play, you're playing against them, you're talking to other players about their play styles, and you sort of adapt and get acclimated to how these players play. And when you come in, even off of challengers, not saying that like no one knows who Xron is, like they don't know how he plays, but it's just not something that you're necessarily well-versed or practiced in, and that is something that comes into play. Now, nosfa making his way down below, narrowly misses that rocket, but takes away that heavy. Mega just a few seconds behind, so not a huge gap between these two. And there's a trap set up there by Xron. Immediately we're going to see Peeker come out, and almost a little disoriented, and nosfa comes out of there, but he is still in pretty good shape.
Yeah, hasn't had any armor for a while, and it looks like it's going to be continue to be like that, considering nosfa's got the angle, going nice. 2 for 2, looking for the third, but of course Ron's already got it. Well, I say technically got away, went down the heavy jump pad just to kind of bait him out to push a little bit further forward, but he's not really in a position to do that here. Does get away if you pick up a couple more lights later on, but it takes the risk going for the Mega, and nosfa was in position, but a bit too late as he was trying to contest the Mega. Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing is that Xron is pretty okay just not picking up these lights. There he finally grabs one as nosfa gearing up and getting in position, wanting to give himself a tri-bolt as well, which I kind of like that. And then we're going to see Rocket come out. Can't follow up with that rail, but is going to give chase here. Needs to be careful because Heavy is up and may have missed his opportunity. In fact, he did, as Xron was able to go down and grab that one. Looking for him outside of that exit. Instead, going to turn around and go to the upper level. Rail exchange. That would hit. Some tri-bolt coming out as well. 2 minutes in. Peeker comes out immediately dispatched. And that was a nice defense there by Xron. I'm just a little bit puzzled with that last Mega, because with the Strog, that's one time to abuse Doom ability. If you know you've got a stack advantage, just go straight for it. But instead, was just passively contesting it. Maybe he had a feeling or gut instinct that maybe Xron would just go away as soon as he sees his presence or something like that. But sadly, that is not going to be the case. But nosfa has picked up the Heavy. Xron has also picked up the Mega. Not really too much in terms of segregation of the items in. nosfa is in a little bit dangerous territory here, being trapped around courtyard, but I think he's just patiently waiting to see where Xron is going to go next. Yeah, there's that slowdown, that walk to kind of set up a trap. Second time that we've seen him in that hallway, just preparing something. And he's not going to give up this position quite yet. nosfa believes he knows exactly where it is. Rails are exchanged. Kind of a slow reaction on that one. Maybe a little bit of surprise, but nosfa is going to grab that Heavy. And once again, it's going to be lights only for Xron after grabbing that Mega. But still, so little separation between these major items. It may take a frag before we see any sort of more time added between the two. But we'll have to see how that's going to keep playing out. Ooh. Oh, Xron was literally so close from Nova Stack on a couple of occasions, but this time round, nosfa's just barely finding one of his turn. One of the turns actually been on those Heavy backstairs for quite a while, since almost the beginning of this matchup. But nosfa's going to be dropping on down. He may find two. He takes his chances, but his back to his turn, goes straight on, and Xron's going to get the first frag. Took a little bit of time there, Wheat, but finally managed to get the first on the board. It did, and you know, it was trying to clear out those totems, saw one over the side. Xron, whether he just had that perfect sixth sense that now's the time that I need to go at him, caught him distracted just a little bit, and that seems to be a bit of strategy coming from Xron, setting up those traps, surprising his opponent. So far, it's proven to be pretty good. Only one frag up, a lot of time left on this one, just under 6 minutes left to go. But that, you know, there's still only about 5 seconds between these major items, which is not going to let anyone take that full control quite yet. The items, again, still not segregated enough to contest both, but the problem is for nosfa, if Xron literally gets that overstack and only contests the Heavy, this is where he's going to be in a bit of trouble in terms of the stack advantage. But some good rails coming out from nosfa, trying to back away with that Peeker, chasing all the way after him, but looks like he'll be able to survive for another day. looking to see exactly where he's going to progress from, but looks like Xron is just going to hold the angle, sit tight, and wait for a chance to go on that recovery process, but nosfa's coming straight behind him, caught him with his trousers down, and now it's going to be all tied up 5 minutes in.
Huge, and possibly even set up here for a conversion frag. Oh, the LG runs out, and Xron had one of his own. He's still going to be able to go and grab that heavy, but Xron is able to keep that lead up by 1. As, so I take that back. It is now tied 2-2 as nosfa lands that rail. Almost got that conversion frag. If he would have had just a few more cells, I think that would have gone down, but still manages to pull that back in his favor.
Certainly does indeed. Some decent beacon damage there, and finally gets taken down after that little fiasco. And just biding his time. Now that the items are heavily segregated, this is a time for nosfa to take full charge, full map control, get all the items, avoid as much chip damage as possible, progressing them. But Xron did a pretty damn good job with these rails. One more, and still, after all that, takes him down, considering the stack advantage and the weapon choice he had as well. Going for the full frag, 4 minutes left. Right now, nosfa's in trouble.
It's just one of those moments where you're like, I've got this one. That bounce was absolutely in my favor. Of course, what's Xron saying? Like, I need to heal myself. Here's a totem, goes down, gets the kill, and heals up, puts himself in a pretty good spot. Then to get the conversion frag off of that lethal, like, that situation couldn't have worked out any better for Xron. I think in that same position, a lot of players would have said, hey, I got these 2 great rockets. I'm going in. The third one does a little bit of damage, but doesn't kill. I don't think that was a wrong decision. It just played out in Xron's favor for sure.
This stack as well. He could just dive on in here if he wants him. Maybe could have gone past the peek it, but decided just to play it safe and just grab that heavy. Perfectly understandable. As long as he keeps the rotation of his items back and forward and keep up the congestion of the timings, then he should be perfectly fine to secure this series. Goes in with the LG. Will to clean it? Yes, he does. And my word, who would have expected this? 3 minutes left now for nosfa to try and at least take this map, or at least tie this second map going into it.
Yeah, that was a scary one right there. It did take away that mega nosfa, but unfortunately didn't have much of any other weapons to be able to truly fight. So Xron doing a great job controlling all of the major items. He's not forced this momentum. He's let it kind of play out. nosfa with a great rail back, and this is going to be his opportunity to try to open things up here for himself. He's got to win this particular map if he wants to stay alive here in this series. About 2.5 minutes remaining. Another great rail coming out. They'll exchange yet again. nosfa getting hit. He'll trade one back. And wow, that's a bit risky, but this is an opportunity and a time that you've got to be taking those risks if you want to bring this back in your favor.
Yeah, you saw Xron there, literally Ferrari peeking around that rocket area just a tad, just to see exactly if he's 1 still there and 2 holding the angle and may potentially grab him. It looks like he's been okay, but look how weak he is. Is he going to be able to delay it for 2 minutes? I don't know. I'm not sure. With the mobility of the Strog, it's a very, very difficult debate on how he's going to approach this. But Xron now so weak. The only thing he can do is sit there and wait, or at least do so much damage in order. Some missed rockets there for nosfa, but it's fine. He's cleaned up a 1 frag deficit now, and Xron is just barely able to hold on.
He's got to get this one. This is a huge potential frag right here. He does get a lot of damage, but can't close the book on that one. Only 1 frag away, 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. Looking for that rail to open things up and possibly advance here on his opponent. Mega's going to be up in just a few seconds, but it looks like Xron is already on top of it. He manages to grab it and now is giving chase. He's like, I'm not going to play defensively. I'm going to win this by 2, and he's going to go for it. nosfa's got to be careful. Gets caught by a rocket down below. His opponent now going to give chase. Did he come up after him? I don't think he did. Peeker is up, and he's got one more opportunity. Immediately railed out of the air, and about 1 minute left to go. Can nosfa do it?
He's just shutting down everything that nosfa is trying to do at the moment. Spell's been amazing. It's going to dive on through the LG. nosfa just trying to back away and just get to the LG area, but remember, he's still got 50 seconds left, so he's got a couple of choices now and a couple of occasions he can try and secure this 5th frag and try and tie things up. But it all depends on how Xron is going to approach these items. Already hits the first rail, needs to back away, available by 4 HP, but not anymore. It's now just trying to go back up and get ready to contest this mega. But with 30 seconds left, he missed that first rail. That could have been an important one. The combo straight afterwards, 21 HP. He needs to go on in, takes him out, ties things up, 25 seconds left. And this is where he's got to be so cautious he can go for the trade potentially.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Totem's down all over the place. Has an idea where his opponent's at. Does land that first rails. Ron's trying to play defensive. Has to be thinking about, okay, if we go to sudden death, how am I going to bring this one back? Pika from down below. Does do a little bit of damage. nosfa very low, though. Does grab that heavy into the back hallway. Pick up a little bit of health. We're going into sudden death overtime. Things equalize here a little bit. No one really with one stack over the other, but the totems could play out here. 2 cleared away almost instantly after that sudden death. And now, how will nosfa be set up here for these major items? He will grab Mega, about 11 seconds to head over to Heavy. Both players got to be careful on this one.
Third sudden death of the day. Maybe suppose if this is a long one as well, but messes up the rocket jump. Not too... It's a bit of a struggle one there, but it depends on how that would have worked out.
Yeah.
It would have been trapped around that T-junction, but we'll see, we'll see. Does have Peak in his back pocket, still got a great stack to work with when he goes into the next combat against Xron, but Xron just standing his ground from below. But long as nosfa keeps these items in check, play the long game and just try and starve him out of attrition, then he should be okay. Let's just see exactly how this is going to go long term.
It is kind of weird to say that nosfa really hasn't had much opportunity to control until 10 minutes into the game. This is the first time he grabbed both of those major items, and now he is once again set up to do that. Lands a big rail. That is going to be huge for him. 1 minute in, Xron has to figure out a way to kind of disrupt potentially this item gathering there. Big rail into the LG, and nosfa manages to pull it out. Xron with the GG. We heard the pop off, and it was absolutely deserved. That was nicely done. A tough situation to climb back from. It's exactly what they did. I'm really impressed with both players in that map.
Yeah, I could tell you what, hands must have been shaking a little bit, knowing that he had a 2-frank deficit, a couple minutes left. But you saw from there from Xron right from the very end. He knew that with the speed that the Strongsage was going up, there was just no point trying to get away. There was absolutely no way he was going to get away from that mobility. But it was so close. That's what makes it even worse and so disheartening. But he's still got a chance here. It's not like it's all over or anything like that. It's still not a 2-1 series as of yet, depending on who it's going to be. But this third map should be a doozy here. I do believe it's going to be on Awoken, so we'll have to see how Xron will do. But that can be a bit demoralizing, knowing that you are just this close in order to take the series 2-0.
You know, an incredible amount of patience displayed by both players. You know, on one hand, Xron, you've got the lead. You're like, oh yeah, I've got the time, right? I've got some cushioning here with the time, but that's just not the case when you're up versus a Strong, especially, you know, it can be deceiving, Lethal, because Xron had control at that point, right? Was pretty handily grabbing most of the major items, and I didn't even get a chance to look at what the counts were at the end there, but I think that was the tough part for nosfa. He also had a few moments here, you know, the Rockets kind of commented that, hey, I wish I could, you know, perfect my Rockets because they can be the you know, the one thing that can turn the tide, and we actually saw that play out in that game. We saw the triple Rockets in the hallway that resulted in Xron's win. We saw the Rocket at the end that gave him the opportunity to get the frag down at Heavy. So a lot of great opportunities. I think also it should just be said, sometimes you get in those situations where, you know, it doesn't work out for you. And that's like kind of where the game might end for you. And I do think that a lot of credit's got to be given to nosfa for his ability to say, hey, that was a pretty shitty situation, but I'm going to try to climb my way out and manage to do that. So great job by both players. And we are going to be going on to Awoken next. It's going to be Ranger versus Doom. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. Okay. I remember saying it was a very meta matchup. So Ranger and Doom's not probably the first two champions will go straight to my mind. But yeah, final map will be on Awoken, the side who's going to continue into the next round of winners bracket or drop down to losers. But Xron, you know, we said it before the series, we said that he's been scrimming really well, especially against rapha, had some close sets, or at least some close match, which made us think, okay, you know, these definitely stands a chance to at least get through a few rounds. But against nosfa, we were surprised with how he's been dealing with his aggression, how his calculated plays, and what he's been doing to progress some of those angles that nosfa's in holding or doing whatever. But from nosfa's side as well, he's hit some great shots, but sometimes you've looked and gone, what?
Yeah, I mean, if one thing can be said, right, taking all the players out of it and putting the challengers back in, right, I think this is the first time here in the QPL where you can't just label someone a challenger and expect I'm going to win. I'm gonna win versus that person, right? We've seen dandaman, Xron's come out really well, RMV with some good play as well, and that is a testament to either the work that the challengers are putting in, the road that they took to get here, and maybe a little bit of the randomness that might come from not truly knowing your opponent in an intimate way that you know other opponents. So it's making for a pretty fantastic tournament here so far, I have to admit.
Yeah, no, I have to completely agree. You've got to remember dandaking taking Kilson to the Y, 17th seed events #1. You've got this matchup we're currently watching and still going through at this stage. You had RMV earlier against dramiS. Like, I've been really surprised, but really impressed with how his lower seeds have been before me. And a lot of people will go 2-0, 2-0. You know,
right.
Yeah, we'll wait for the next one. But these have all been some incredible matches, and it's just continuing on. We're only halfway through day 1 as well.
Yeah, and again, it also kind of says, and it's been a theme that we've been talking about, even in the final weeks of the regular season, which is like, you know, it seems like the gaps are closing a little bit. There was a time where it was clearly like, all right, you got these players, and then you've got these players, and it's just not the case anymore. It will get even more fascinating as we head into the later rounds, where all the maps are going to kind of be coming into play, more champions are going to be coming into play. How deep is your champion pool? How is that going to work out for you? All of those things certainly make for an exciting tournament. So Awoken is our next map. We're loading into it right now. nosfa on the Ranger, Xron on the Doom, and gosh, considering some of the other games we've seen in Awoken, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm all for it. It's going to be hard to decide who's going to come out on top. I would have said nosfa to start things off, but now the way Xron's playing those first 2 maps, it's debatable. Like, you know, we could have a thought-provoking discussion about it for hours on end on how things would go. But yeah, this is pretty tight. But you've got to remember, Xron's got a huge amount of dueling experience. He's obviously just, you know, dust off the cobwebs a little bit, de-rusted here, and he's looking in prime form now. Going into the 3rd map here of this series, currently 1 apiece. We're going to see who's going to continue in the winners bracket or drop down into losers from Xron's POV.
Yeah, I'm going to be really curious and keeping a close eye on just overall control, how these players start off, what they're ultimately trying to do. I also think Xron is probably going to go for, you know, another kind of trap-heavy game. How can I deceive my opponent into thinking I'm here, set something up, but it's the first rockets coming out. nosfa with an orb only for positioning, but it's perfect positioning to get that first frag with the LG.
Certainly was indeed. Heavy is up, just to delay it by a couple of seconds. nosfa knows he's there, but just looking to see exactly how far he's pushed. But Ron's just gone, nah, you ain't. I'm just going to spam you with that rail. Absolutely no problem. Just managed to dip into that TP before taking any rocket damage. Got top mid control, and this is great for Xron so far in terms of that positional advantage. And as he dives straight in, getting ready for that mega in case nosfa does approach into that choke point, which he's not going to. Heavy's up in a couple of seconds beforehand, so it'll be a GA agreement here going for the items.
Yep, 1 minute down. nosfa with that quick frag, but we still have a lot of time. nosfa's going to grab that heavy. Does unfortunately get snagged with a nice rail from Xron, and his stack is looking very nice. So in a position where he can kind of force a fight if need be. And we'll see as nosfa knows that and is kind of slowing things down just a little bit, shifting down in gears, lowering that top speed. Some nice tri-bolt coming out. The second volley's not going to hit because his opponent's way out of there, but dropping down, LG out, rockets to answer. The rocket jump back up and needs to be very careful here through the window. 1 rocket comes out, a rail as well, but still, Xron holding on to a decent stack.
nosfa just making use of Ranger's passive.
Yeah.
He's now just biding his time here. Not exactly in a position to fight yet, but if he hits his first rail, he could have a chance to contest this. Mega still can, but 24 HP now up to 49, but still Railable needs to be so cautious. He goes for the light. That was very risky as Xron does take him down in the end. Bit of a question mark there, but
you know, I think he thought that maybe Xron was going to be there, right? And unfortunately, whether Xron saw that coming, again, the sixth sense coming out or whatever, but I think I get why he definitely went for that.
Yeah, I think so too. Just a little bit of a surprise how aggressive that approach was. Maybe hoping that he already rotated round, but trying to do it with the LG. Xron's now just standing there a little bit faked out by the orb, but he should be okay as he's going to pick up the Mega and go for the light straight afterwards. Love that rotation, and now just, again, waiting for the opportunity just to push on forward and try and get that second frag. He knows how weak nosfa is, but he'd rather just pick up the heavy, perfectly understandable, play the late game, play the long game, and try and at least do something in the meantime.
Yeah, I really do like the positioning there from Xron, and then also nosfa's answer to that, right? Sit behind the pillar, don't let him get the rail shot, use the LG, chip away. It was amazing how much damage he actually ended up doing. But Xron, one thing he's been consistent with through this entire game here is that he's keeping up a phenomenal stack.
Nice.
In fact, there it is. nosfa keeps getting hit, just chipped away at over and over, and heading back for that light. Opponent was ready for that. Xron lands it. He's now up by 1.
That was like the cleanest of frags as well, and
Yeah.
you can see from the stack, there's not really too much he needs to do now. Just is to stand guard again, get top mid control, get that positional advantage for the mega, and just have height for the heavy, and just keep doing what you're doing. That's all he needs to do, and just to take a few risks here and there. But nosfa's defense has also been pretty good until that last particular moment here, but he's going to catch him, and that's going to be a third frag for Xron. And it looks like he's not demoralized at all in the slightest after that second map. He knows he can still take the series.
Yeah, and I mean, Orb has not really been much of an aggressive friend here, but LG coming out, great position there by nosfa. Again, very, very low, a risky jump over to the Mega, and it is still a few seconds up. I'm not sure if maybe there was a missed time on there, but that's going to give Xron the ability to grab that, and once again remain solidly in control of our heavy items.
Yeah, he had no reason to reposition himself on top mid. That's literally the only issue, maybe. Maybe he thought it was Mega's coming up very soon, but instead, because it was delayed ever so slightly earlier on, which did throw nosfa off. Mega's coming up in the next 5 seconds, so Ron's going to, of course, try and go for this. He is in that choke point, so Ron could at least try to push a little bit more aggressively, but it's been a little bit cautious here. That was quite a risky play. Go for that Mega, get up with the LG, and this would be, again, another great clean frag for Ron if he takes it and able to go in straight for the spawn frag, but no, it's not going to happen. Expect him to go for the TP, but still around the LG area.
Yeah, taking a quick look at damage, Ron with about 1,700, with nosfa sitting about 1,300. And, you know, it seems like despite nosfa doing damage, I'm like always looking up. I'm like, how does Xron have that much of a stack? But he's just in, you know, control. Taking a look at major items on nosfa, 2 heavies, 13 lights, 1 mega. But over on Xron's side, 8 heavies, 7 lights, 10 megas. That tells a story.
It certainly does. 17 to the 3 items in control here.
Oh.
And that just says, oh, takes down nosfa once again. 4.5 minutes left. I know in that last game, to dive straight with the LG, try and get the trade, but 2 great rockets once more. Xron is gagging for this third and final map to take the series. You can just see the way he's playing. He's playing out of his mind, just trying to do everything he can just to put pressure onto nosfa. But don't get me wrong, nosfa has put a bit of contention on a lot of his items, but Xron has just got the better end of the stick each time.
Yeah, he has. He's been, his positioning's been quite good. His reads have been phenomenal. There's definitely been times where nosfa has just not expected that shot to come out, or at least what it appears like. And then obviously control. We talked about the items overwhelmingly in favor, and that orb landing just a little short, but does give nosfa the opportunity to at least clean up a frag. Very, very low though. Does grab that mega. And that will, of course, set him up to potentially grab another frag. There it is, an LG frag. He pins his opponent to the window, but has to be careful here. I think this is kind of one of those danger zone moments.
Yeah, can't let it spiral out of control for nosfa here. Some good rockets, picks up the heavy, does get away with his life. Mega's going up in the next 7 seconds, but he's already in position. These rockets and these rails just all adding up in terms of damage. The rail coming up from nosfa, that's all he needs.
Very
Takes
nice.
him down. 2 frag deficit now. We could be seeing a flashback here or a repeat. Hopefully not for Ron's sake, but we'll be catching him off guard once more with his back turn going towards that rail.
It was definitely very akin to, you know, the boxing analogy that we often bring up, that Avic, you know, that moment where it's like, okay, I had a pretty good body blow there. Things look like they're opening up. My opponent's defenses are down. I'm going for it, and that worked out quite well for him. Now, Xron was able to stop that flurry of blows quite well. It's still a 2-frag game in his favor, and as the clock ticks away, he's still in an advantageous position here on this map. But there is the Mega. nosfa's finally starting to get some items come in his favor. I think Xron, though, is probably going to go back into a more defensive mode here because those 2 frag
frags could allow him to walk away with the victory. This is all going to be nosfa's uphill battle.
Yeah, the question is it too early again, though? But there's nothing he can do. He just needs to wait for the opportune moment to do a fair amount of chip damage. But with the orb, it's not going to help him at all. Look at the LG coming out from Xron. That was a huge, huge step in the right direction for him. And I said it, one mistake, it's going to cost him, and it looks like it has done.
You know, and it's one of those situations where it's like you've got to at least go for it. A nice set of rockets, but nosfa walking away. And, you know, like the worst mistake that you can make in those situations is just not going for it. And I think that at that point, that was where nosfa said, I've got to go for it right here. It didn't really work out in his favor. Xron's now been able to really capitalize on that. We've got about a minute and a half left. 4 frags is going to be pretty tough here at this situation. A couple nice rails, maybe a conversion frag. I don't know. But I think that Xron played phenomenally. Really, in my opinion, comes down a lot to the overall item control.
It certainly was. From pretty much start to finish, wasn't it? Apart from a little segment during a couple of minutes in the halfway stage here. And it's like just adding more to the tally here. As nosfa needs 5 frags just to tie it up in the next minute. He's going to try and go for the trade here. Still doesn't get it, but he's taken way too much damage in the process. He's actually cleaned them up considering the circumstance and the scenario he was in. But that's going to be pretty much said and done here. Of course, nosfa's going to be very overly aggressive because they don't really have too much of a chance, really not really much opportunity. Time's running out, but that is going to be it. That's going to be GG's. Xron is going to be the one who takes this series outright 2-1. And that was just an incredible series overall. We had a bit of a, you know, we had our doubts, we had our worries considering what we saw in that second map and how much of a close affair it was. But for him, coming in at 23rd seed and going to the next round of the winners bracket, it's definitely a sign of something special, and it's nice to see him back in the Quake scene as well.
Yeah, I mean, let me take a quick look at some percentages and some damage. Gosh, damage was a lot closer than you'd think in the grand scheme of things, but there it is. Final score ended up being a 4-11 on that one for his opponent. Shaking hands virtually in that regard, but Xron is going to take it. Great display by both players. Again, we've talked about just, even though you're going to have a winner, you're going to always have a loser. I feel like we are still getting phenomenal performances out of every single player that's walking up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was a great series to watch from a distance. Both players, like you said, put on a tremendous performance, right? Starting on Blood Covenant, 2 lights, Athena versus Slash. Lethal, I think you mentioned it, the pace of that game was all over the place.
It was.
From slowing down to an absolute crawl to just explosive throughout the middle. Ultimately, I could clearly tell that Xron's aim was like getting better and better and better as time went on, which kind of carried over into map 2, where nosfa rather decided to make a stand. Absolutely sick conclusions. We tied the game up 9 minutes, something into the series, and ultimately the patience that nosfa displayed, and then that rail. There were a few beautiful jump shots in there where he jumped, barely peeking over a ledge, nailing it to Xron, and that ultimately got him map 2. And then map 3, you guys just talked about it, the item control was really what settled the score here. Xron was just so on top of everything. nosfa, he had some good orbs here and there, but a few costly mistimes as well, right? I think there was one moment where he was really starting to work on a comeback, momentum was going in his favor, and he jumps onto Mega 3-4 seconds early, dies without getting anything for it, and then Xron just started steamrolling him.
I mean, 13 heavies, 15 lights, 14 megas. I even said during there, like, how is Xron constantly just with some level of stack? And again, there you see it right there. So, I mean, 4-10, I think that game seemed like it was a bit closer than what that score represents, but it's certainly a decisive victory there for Xron.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think you're right, though, with the scores. Some of those scores don't reflect what could have, well, what we actually saw or witnessed, because it's almost a tie game or very close in a nutshell on a lot of occasions. But it's one thing we both said, it's in scrims where Xron was literally been playing rapha or something else, but it was the rapha scrim for me over the end of last week, beginning of this week, where I was like, okay, he could be not the biggest of dark horses, but he could definitely shake things up around that top 12 kind of area, even with or without a huge amount of practice. Because like I said, he's a veteran, he's got that dueling experience to see the dust of cobwebs, de-rust, and then, yeah, sure, may not bring his absolute A game, but he could definitely bring the best visibility to shake things up in terms of the positions.
Yeah, Xron continuing the trend, right? He beat nosfa at the very start of the Quake Pro League, and now they meet again, and Xron once again continues it. He had nosfa's number and moves on through the upper brackets.
Amazing, amazing play. Thanks to all the players for bringing the best and all this energy that they're bringing here to the stage. It's absolutely phenomenal. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's going to be Strongsage versus a returning player here to the QPL. I know a lot of you are excited to see him play. That's toxjq. We'll be back in just a moment after this quick break. We hope that you are enjoying the action here from day one of the Quake World Championships. I know that we are here. Joining me once again at the desk, we've got ZSX and Ketchup. Gentlemen, welcome back. Our next matchup is going to be Strongsage taking on toxjq, and I think a lot of people are excited to see this one.
I mean, Tox is back. I mean, that's number one, right? Like, that's super exciting for everyone. Unfortunately, you got a lot of the QPL, and everyone's been looking at when is he coming back? How's he going to be? So there's a lot of eyes on this one, and it's a real dichotomy here. You got, and Ketchup will go into the lore, I'm sure, but you got someone who's been in Quake Champions for like 6 months against someone who's been in Quake for 25 years or so. So there's a bit of a birth of experience we're going to see in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a sort of self-admitted biased Tox fan because I've always just been a huge fan of watching Tox play. But you have a drastic difference in experience here. So I was chatting with Strongsage earlier today, like over breakfast, came over and said hello. Lovely chap, by the way. But the key factor is this player is in a very strange way, rare example of someone who got into Quake Champions later during its life, decided that they enjoyed it, grinded it out, started playing ranked, you know, started off in the sort of silvers and the golds, and then over time started to get better and better and went, I'm going to start playing competitively. Why not? Because, you know, did have experience with previous FPS games before this one, but has landed on Quake Champions and is now doing well enough, clearly, to be here, going up against someone like Tox, who's been playing competitive Quake for longer than, or far longer than what is more than likely the average esports competitor's age these days. Yes. So, like, this absolute dynamic of the two, I find really interesting. Because Quake Champions doesn't have a lot of people that get into it.
You said a lot of words there, Ketchup, and what I heard you say was that he played a bunch of other FPSs, got into Quake Champions late, but then clearly realized that Quake is the superior FPS to everything else that was being played. So, my hats off to you.
I mean, mate, I couldn't agree more. So, to be honest, happy QuakeCon, everybody.
I interpreted it. Good.
Yeah, what I heard is if you're not lazy, Twitch chat, you could be here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I heard. But anyway, like, he's looking around. He's enjoying life. Look at it. It's amazing. He's actually having a great time.
And, of course, his opponent, toxjq, you know, you mentioned you're talking about someone who has an enormous amount of legacy, you know, going all the way back. I mean, he's one of those players here still participating in the QPL who I'm like, God, how many toxjq games have I covered in my life? Like, so many. It's almost bizarre. And clearly always had kind of a stamp to put in every Quake game that he played. So I know that's one of the reasons why a lot of toxjq fans from, you know, back in the day, that sounded a little weird. A lot of Tox fans back in the day, you know, are still excited to always see any sort of presence return. He has an interesting style. You know, he is also very stoic in sort of how he approaches the game. And, you know, I got a chance to talk to him before we got here, and I feel like he was pretty excited to be a part of this. So
yeah, he should be. And it's like, I think from the Smash community, you might correct me, but they got like gods and gatekeepers. I think Tox is a god of the game, right? He's somebody, no matter, he's not quite where he was, but his name and who he is commands respect.
For sure.
Even seeing him in the bracket, when it comes up against you, it impacts you mentally.
I mean, even as he's ominously like behind you right there.
It's scary
like,
staring into my soul.
Kill you,
but
Dan,
seeing him go up, seeing him in the server against you, it changes your mindset.
Sure.
And you can't underestimate that effect. Yes, he's not as good as he was, but he's still Tox, and he can still literally beat anyone on his day.
And now, we could probably talk about these players for quite a bit longer, but obviously they probably want to play too. So let's take a look at the picks and bans and see what we've got coming out here. I know that our maps are going to be Awoken, Insomnia finally coming into play here, and then Vale, an interesting map selection. Going to be mixing up a little bit. Who wants to talk a little bit about what we see here, champion picks and bans?
Well, there's definitely some, I feel like the final ban there with the Scale Bearer must have been a sort of mix of common sense ban because it was Vale, but at the same time, you're going up against Strongsage, who is kind of self-admitted, you know, favorite champion to play is Scale Bearer. So remove the favorite. That's something that we always see competitively in this game. But then we're starting off with the Awoken, removing the Athena straight away. We've seen what that champion can do. It's the crouch slide, you know, the Strog versus the Ranger. Tox, kind of famous for being, some would definitely say, the best crouch slide sort of execution on the planet. Insomnia, a map that we haven't really had a chance to see here, but it's the latest map, you know, it's the new map to the game, and people have started to get progressively more and more comfortable on it. But with a lot of the mobility-based champions being sort of removed, I mean, you look at Anarchy and you look at Athena, they're two very, very common picks on Insomnia, so we've kind of had to go with something a little bit different. Then Vale, nothing really strikes me as super, super different, apart from Strongsage, who kind of mentioned earlier, actually was the player that mentioned that Scalebearer feels a little bit worse on LAN, but at the same time, BJ, for Strongsage in particular, feels really good because of double LG. You know, so there's a lot of kind of LAN-specific things here.
Dan, do you feel like we've seen a lot of Galena on Insomnia? Because that was, I mean, clearly we've seen Nyx do some pretty amazing stuff on Insomnia. You got to be careful, the telefrags that we've seen over the last couple weeks. But Galena, what do you?
It's interesting, and there's two things here. I think, one, we haven't seen a lot of it. I think players have been experimenting with like more impactful champions, either movement or stack. And obviously Swordlags and Death Knights, things that could be super explosive. It's a bit more methodical. The one thing I will say is, and it's no secret, Tox obviously hasn't had a lot of time over the past months to practice. And how comfortable is he on Insomnia? I mean, he left it in the pool. He had the chance to ban it. Maybe he didn't think Strongsage was going to pick it. But it's there, and he has to play it. And Galena is, definitely not a pick we see a lot on it. You can be used well. You want to be playing up on that mid and high ground where the totems are going to get removed very quickly. So you do have to go quite far out of your way to really start building a bit of a totem fortress on this map as well. So it kind of moves you out of the stronghold you want to be in. So if I'm honest, that's the one I'm not. We'll look at how Tox plays that out. But the rest of it, as we would expect in this tournament, again, we're not seeing heavies a lot today, and that's largely down to the LAN impact. It's easier to hit in this environment, so we're seeing a lot more light champions, a lot more medium champions, and that's coming to fruition here in this map as well.
All right, well, we're about ready to jump in this. I mean, the other thing to mention is, like, when you've got a map like Blood Covenant, which has literally been around since the dinosaurs have existed, I understand why you might ban that one out, too. But not a bad choice there. So we're about to jump into this one. Make your predictions right now. Anyone want to throw one out here?
I'm going to say 2-1 to Tox.
Okay.
My biasness would like to see Tox just turn up today and just remind everyone why he is one of the gods, you know, one of the greatest of all time. However, this whole dynamic of the extreme of old versus new, surely there's going to have to be a different style here. Something that might catch Tox a little bit off guard, because Tox, in the practice, you know, scrimming against loads of the other current top Quake Champions players that might have had loads of legacy in either this game or a bunch of games before. So there is that element of like a new style that could win a map. But through experience alone, it's really, really, really hard to bet against someone that's just been here for so many years.
Understood.
But if Strongsage can win this, though, that's one hell of a story in itself.
That would be a great way to just burst onto the scene. So we're loading into Awoken now, gentlemen. I'm going to leave you to it. Good luck to both players. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks, DJ Wheat, as we are jumping into Awoken. And it's true what you said, Ketchup. There's a big storyline there. But we look at the play styles. Strongsage is somebody, from what I have seen, likes to play fast and likes to play aggressive. That can definitely play into Tox's hands. You don't want to be going toe-to-toe with the power of Tox. However, if he can keep his cool, play methodical, play the items, we do know that's where Tox can struggle. And so I definitely think there's an opportunity here for Strongsage. There's always a big question mark, though. What is Tox going to bring?
I feel like it's almost redundant pointing this out, but because this is the championships, this is the big one, there's a small percentage that there's going to be people maybe a little bit newer to this game. Why are we bigging up Tox? The master of execution. Takes the most difficult shots, the most difficult angles, and the most difficult to move around with champions, and has this uncanny ability to just put everything perfectly together to the point where it feels like you're fighting an AI that's cheating. Like, that is why Tox is so famous. The god of Quake 4.
Yeah, couldn't put it better myself. And that's the scary thing, because when somebody starts hitting like that, and even the previous hero we casted together catch up with dramiS hitting everything on rail, it just changes the way you play the game, because you cannot play the game. You have to play against your opponent, you have to hide, you have to play slow, and Tox is somebody who wants to press his advantage and keep the pressure up. And if you can couple that with strong control, that's when he becomes very scary. Knocking Strongsage off there, doesn't commit fully, misses a second rail, follows up with a third and misses that too. So nice from Strongsage. He'll get full map control off the back of those mistakes from Tox.
The tenacity, and able to secure a first frag at the same time. So what a wonderful beginnings here.
Oh, he's
teleporting through for the aggressive. Actually, hang on a minute. The Pika actually blocked the rocket at close range, and it forced the close range rail. That was unbelievable. I do not believe Tox would have survived that if the Pika didn't soak up that first rocket.
Absolutely, and all the hard work. Slightly undone there, but as you say, it will settle the nerves to get the first frag. The follow-up, and I thought was a really good push, but unfortunate cacophony of errors did prohibit that from happening. And it is 1-1. But what we have seen so far is Tox taking really good angles, playing aggressive, but he's not connecting. That's the difference. If he begins to connect with some of these rails, then Strongsage will find some trouble.
It's all about being able to warm up in the middle of the series, and this is far from the first time Tox has been here. You know, we've been talking about the aim, we've been talking about the execution. There's probably someone thinking, well, he hasn't hit much shots at the moment. It can take time sometimes. Whether it will this series, I guess, remains to be seen. But when Tox is in that element and the rhythm has been sort of perfected, everything is hitting the perfect cycle, it looks almost completely unstoppable by anyone. But we don't always get that level of performance. There is a degree of inconsistency here, and that kind of goes into the practice time. And I know Tox has been kind of practicing as much as possible, but was not as active for some time. I'm so curious to see what kind we're going to get here, because Strongsage, holding his own in then some, has hit some really good rails in return. Does miss this one though, which is going to open up for a lot of LG punishing, but that second hit, able to stop Tox from putting on that absolute onslaught that might have secured a frag. These shots are very important to connect.
But it's not even the aim that I'm really caring about when I'm watching Tox. It's, you know, where's his head at? How's he playing the map? What's his timing like? Because the problem with Tox in Quake Champions is he just makes basic mistakes at the end of the day. He'll miss an item, he won't time, he'll overextend trying to do damage, and that's where he gets punished. You know, there is no problem with that side of his aim, and we're already seeing it at this moment in time. Strongsage has over double the major items. Tox has overextended a number of times and been punished for it, and so he needs to rein it in slightly, because Strongsage is holding his own.
Nice kind of champion-specific bit of knowledge there. Rangers less self-damage, made that rocket jump after heavy. Not as much of a dangerous situation. I think some champions might have at risk of self-fragging there. Tox able to trade that one forward. So we are going to kind of just go 1-for-1 here. Mega in possession of the Strog. But where do we go from this situation? Heavy's going to be the next objective. Armor, so important, especially when there's this much damage being peppered through, and Tox does manage to pick up yet another one.
Yeah, at the beginning can connect. He's picking up his items now. The big weapon of choice from Strongsage has been the rail, sitting on 70% at the moment compared to Tox's 35 to 40. The LG though, as Tox begins to rotate these items, that's been scary. That mid-range damage has been huge from Tox. But the peeker up as well. He's going to go scouting out. He finds exactly where Strongsage is hiding it out. He's even going to go barreling on through. Huge damage from Strongsage with the orb, but it's not going to be enough, and Tox will sweep that up and has a heavy to fall back on. And this is what you want to see as a Tox fan. Let's keep to the basics, keep that control and keep that rotation, and just manage the pressure. Don't need to be forefront of aggression all of the time.
But even with that orb, the attack that was sprung there from Strongsage, it's kind of Quake 101, right? You go into a fight and you do the damage in your head, you do the maths, and you realize how much can I afford to take. Tox was so stacked. It was obvious that the orb was going to be a threat there, but he didn't care, because if I hit these shots, I can survive the fight. That was some amazing LG through that teleporter exit, and enough for Tox to punish that and then some. Not only getting the frag, but in position for a heavy. Yes. That's going to make things a lot harder now, as we have officially hit that halfway point of this first map. And Tox, this is kind of where that momentum starts to build into things now.
And on the flip side, this is where it gets really, really scary for someone like Strongsage, and it will show us now what he's made of. You know, I've been in this situation before as a newcomer to a LAN when you're under pressure from an amazing player. Will he retreat, or will he man up and find a way to stay in this game? Because that's when the pressure can get to you as more of a novice to the scene. At the moment, he's holding his own absolutely. 6-4, 5 minutes in, but we've seen the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, Tox has really begun to build that momentum.
The rail was the skeleton key to so many of those early frags, but with Tox's positioning, the rail has just not been as much of an option. However, the aggressive push, in this case, another orb, but one that nearly worked, but not quite. Could have gone either way. The high-risk plays here from Strongsage that we're starting to see. And, I mean, that can sometimes be a hallmark of someone that is a bit newer to competitive Quake champions in this kind of tournament sense. They like to be aggressive. They like to take those risks because maybe there's an element of someone not expecting it because you expect all this, you know, really careful play. If you're a bit of a risk taker, that can give you somewhat of an advantage. However, Tox angling himself wonderfully for these rails from far away, in position for a mega of which he can pick up. I do wonder if he's going to start to look forward for some of that entry damage as Strongsage tries to establish in the middle.
Yeah, but Tox is keeping the ABC game strong. You know, in the past, we would have seen him gone too aggressive now, overcommit, but he's not. He's keeping it cool. He's playing positional play well. I really like the move from Strongsage to steal away that mega, but that's actually not a good one. The orb doesn't do anywhere near enough damage. And this time, Strongsage, he makes a first big mistake. Spawned by the rail. Can he hit one? That would be a crucial rail if he can. Tox is playing it slow with a tri-bolt, chipping away at his opponent and keeping that rotation strong.
Now, some of these orb ambushes, I mean, they kind of worked a little bit earlier on, but one would think that Tox is now going to start looking out for those because that last one was so telegraphed and it did such little damage that, hey, look, going up against a crouch slider, least of all one of Toxic's pedigree, if you don't have that orb for utility and it doesn't do much damage in a fight, you're playing a championless character. There's no abilities here besides the stealth damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tox is doing well. He's built up some respect for Strongsage that wasn't there in the opening engagements, and now he's looking good. He's making way up his heavy. Strongsage is actually able to contest this one, but not able to do any damage, and that is going to be unfortunate as Tox rocket jumps up into the orb. In fact, he could go down, but Strongsage isn't able to connect with the really critical rail. Big time for Tox there. It was a nice move, but risky at that, and it does pay off.
The absolute degree of punishment if you miss those rails. You know, it could be so tempting to swap to that kind of be-all, end-all if it's going to do enough damage to kill, but you miss that shot and it's a complete done deal. In this case, Strongsage starting off real strong with the rail, but one would think that in these fights now it's starting to become a little bit of a hindrance. The orb is setting up a wonderful job, but then you go in with a weapon that has such a low chance of success, almost 50-50 you'd think.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem there's been like a plan B. It was working in the opening engagements. He's not been able to begin connecting with the rails as he was in the opening stages either. Tox has definitely become more calculated in his play, and that's limited the impact that Strongsage has been able to have. Lovely rail there, but with a minute and a half to go, he needs to start picking up some items and putting the pressure on. He does have the orb up, obviously. He's very early for this mega, though. I don't even know if he knows the timing. The heavy's the next item up, Strongsage, but he's in his position now, and he can't retreat. Tox waiting around, though.
Defensive play becomes rather scary, though, in this situation, doesn't it? Because now you're against someone who has way more frags and is now in the defensive position. These defensive angles where it's just a simple little reaction.
But that whole play just worries me for the future of Tox if he goes up against a player that's in a much closer position, because he should have known that heavy and that he had plenty of time. But nevertheless, he still has the lead. He's connected with the rail. That's going to hold Strongsage off once again. Tox is railable, won't want to commit, does back off. Both major items are going to be up at roughly the same time now. Strongsage has to commit for that mega. And Tox will just try and hit a fadeaway rail and get away quick.
Gorgeous rocket jump, though, from Strongsage. All these little sort of tricks and cheeky little things that you can do. Still there in the knowledge
Doesn't hold
tank.
his respawn either. He forces it quickly and has to scuttle away. Without the orb, though, it's difficult to track down Tox. He is obviously the one with the strong, with the crouch sliding ability.
This has to be done, surely.
Yeah, this
15
is
seconds to go. We'll delay the spawn if he dies. This is going to be the first map, but a rather close exchange. A solid beginning here for Strongsage, but wasn't a level of consistency. You know, the rail goes into those fights, and even if Tox were to get hit sometimes, I don't think he'd really care all that much.
It was definitely a little bit erratic from both sides. That mid game from Tox was very, very strong. He had the rotation, he had the timing, he was able to build his way into the set. The rail began to connect, and the hit scan was really, really good. Strongsage wasn't able to find a way to counter it. He wasn't able to set up some of the traps that he wanted. He was trying to make them happen, but the execution wasn't there. But towards the end, there were some definite mishaps from Tox. The missed timing on the heavy, he could have picked that up. Strongsage just wasn't able to have enough time, basically, to really finish it off. So a little bit messy towards the end, but Strongsage came out, and he can have his head held high for map 1. I do think, though, he could be taking this second map.
Well, I guess we'll find out because we're now loading in. We'll be starting this next matchup real soon. But yeah, the reasons behind that, I mean, there's so many of them for map 2 because first of all, I mean, I guess we will be talking about experience. Not to suggest that Tox hasn't been practicing on it because, you know, no doubt you qualify for an event like this. I'm sure you practice and everything, but what is the extent of it? You know, that's the question. The Galena pick, is there some kind of unique thing here that maybe Tox has been thinking about behind the scenes? I mean, look, if we think back to even sort of year 1, Quake Champions, Tox was one of the only players in the scene that wasn't afraid to kind of go with kind of just what he wanted to play.
Yeah.
For better or worse, you know, would play Scale Bearer a lot when Scale Bearer was bad,
Yeah.
but not afraid to just do what they want to do.
I mean, for the majority of them, particularly the medium champions, but like a Ranger and a Galena, they're so adaptable and versatile. You can just play the same style on any map. There's nothing massively unique that lends itself to any one map as it does for other champions. And so for him, it's pretty much probably just going to be a comfort pick. You don't have to get the overstack. You can just use them in fight to recoup. There's plenty of versatility there. So I'm not expecting, you know, some sort of magical strat where he finds hidden locations through his totems to build the overstack. I'm just expecting him to use this totem to recoup and keep going back aggressive. The question is, does he know the angles well enough, as Strongsage really does? I've seen him in practice on this map. He is good. And we've seen on Awoken already, he can be threatening. His follow-up I was really impressed with. The refrag potential showed was really, really strong as well. So the pressure is there from Strongsage, and if he can keep control, Tox will find it really hard.
There's a degree of confidence that we were able to see in that map, and that confidence was said by Strongsage himself. Like I said, talked to him earlier today, got a lot of, I've got to say, useful information about how he's feeling about this matchup, the champions he's thinking about using, the play styles. And the big thing is, he felt very, very confident that he could win this match. And the first map was not a blowout. It wasn't one-sided. And again, we're now going into this second map with a little bit more of that new stuff. Now, if you are one of those players that's going up against someone that might not have had as much opportunities to get acquainted with the new stuff in the game, that's an edge for you. Especially a map like Insomnia, which, yeah, it's gone through a few changes here and there since it first made its debut, but it's still a map that you can steamroll someone on.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there was definitely rawness in Awoken when he was getting behind. Obviously, it's very difficult. Tox at the best of times when he has full control. You know, the most experienced players, you'd see them finding creative angles to do damage in between pickups. Strongsage was not able to do that. He looks much, much more comfortable when in control, as anyone would. So if he can get that control early and get another early frag on Insomnia, he can, as you rightly put it, steamroll it and take this one away. And that's for sure what the obvious game plan wants to be.
As layer 1 as it sounds, though, I always get nervous seeing a light champion against Toxic. Like that's just, if he's having one of those games where the LG is just unreasonably high and the rails just refuse to miss, if you're a light champion, that is like not the situation you want to be in. But on the flip side of that, Strongsage trying to play this defensive game with the rail already and having some pretty decent results with it, already opening up with one of these shots. Misses the second shot though as Tox pushes forward, forces away. Now currently in control of that top middle, but enough time for these items to spawn. Are we going to take one each, or are we going to try and get that cycle early?
It's difficult in Insomnia to build the cycle, just build the geometry of the map. So you often see this kind of trading of the items. As I say that though, Strongsage is making an obvious and deliberate effort here to have a significant split. So the game plan is already in action for the next rotation.
Really well done. I mean, you managed to get a good frag now, and that's where the cycle can begin, especially against someone that's going to be using these sort of totems mid-fight. You will always have to be considering that stack. And speaking of which, there goes one of those totems. Face checked there by Strongsage. Defensive rocket. I mean, if anything, that's position. He knows where you are now, so the push is going to be a little bit risky. Teleporter now.
Oh
the
no,
aggressive
goes
goes
there. He's got him
Surprise!
behind, and he can't finish him off just yet. But what he has done, he's got full map control. Tox is on the ropes. He's still got a high ground position, but absolutely nothing to work with. Strongsage busting through the doorway with a rail. Oh, that's not the weapon you need, my friend, as he is paying for that decision.
The use of the rail has been a little bit concerning so far. There have been, even in the first map, there were instances where the rail is out almost preemptively because, I mean, I don't want to claim too much. There's a reason Strongsage is here, but you kind of think that, you know, factoring in maybe he won't be in this room, maybe he won't be in that location. There's like a level of readiness that is somewhat lacking, but we'll have to see.
Either way, he's still in a healthy position, just waiting for that Ghost Wall to come up. Now it is there. Tox knows exactly where he is, though, so he's going to double back, try and go for a little flick rail. Does not work. Tox switching to the HMG nice and early, setting up for this next heavy. Strongsage is going to wait it out, try and do some extra damage, try and do some connection with the pickup, or at least delay it so he himself can get this Mega. As I say that, once again, the delay is coming out. You can see how desperately Strongsage wants to offset any knowledge of Tox, as well as play around the next rotation of the heavy. It worked out the first time. Will Tox let it happen a second?
Hasn't really been anything major just yet, you know, been sort of taking it in turns to cycle around the center point. Looking for a surprise attack, and oh dear! Immediately pops that safety Ghost Walk. Really good stuff, because it has put Strongsage in that position to take the heavy. And just like that, Tox has to be quite careful.
But yeah, I think that's the key word, though. He has been careful, though. He hasn't been reckless. Yes, he might not be as comfortable with the playstyle and the positioning. What he is being is very careful when he's approaching any corridor, any choke point, because he knows what a Nyx wants to do. She's setting up the traps, and Tox is not falling for them.
Lots of information that was gathered from Awoken, because with the Ranger, I would say that playstyle was quite similar. We saw about 3 or 4 instances where that orb was used in conjunction with the rocket for a close-range surprise attack. So I think Tox is starting to catch wind. You know, this is definitely the style of my opponent. A hit and run, sure, but really wants to prioritize those close-range encounters. Now, Tox has done a good job of nullifying it so far, but very weak. And a alarming lack of armor.
Alarming lack of armor for both players. Tox does hit the rail. Will force Strongsage onto the back foot, and you can just see how slow he wants to play. He's just trying to set up trap after trap, and Tox once again ready for it. Right weapon out. Forces out the Ghost Walk just before the heavy. Will he make the jump? Yes, he does, but Strongsage is there. He doesn't steal it away, and he pays for that decision. I liked the thought process, but the stack wasn't there. The timing was slightly off on the use of the Ghost Walk, but he's still in a position to try and get this follow-up. Both are extremely low, but Tox has slightly more resources to fall back on. He has health in the area, and now he has another totem as well. So they're both looking healthy enough to compete for this next heavy.
That was extremely brave from Tox, but just does the numbers, right? In the head. No doubt Strongsage heard the pre-death scream there from Galena, but at the same time, Tox knows I've just picked up a light. All you had was a shotgun. There's really no way you're going to kill me here, but I can still get a nice little free rail. So just being able to do the numbers in the blink of an eye, you know, easier said than done, absolutely. Tox, more armor to work with. Strongsage, that Mega's going to definitely give you a nice little advantage here, but there's been a lot of unreturned opening shots, kind of like that one. The Ghost Walk, Strongsage sticking around, really wants to kill things now.
These situations have come time and time again. Strongsage, unfortunately, is not connecting out of the Ghost Walk, though. Again, if he is hitting any of those shots, he could follow it up, but some of these critical pivotal moments are not going his way. Also, now we're on Tox's POV. We can also see how careful and conscious he is of any of these traps that Strongsage is kind of full. When they're going mano a mano like this, Tox is happy to take those fights. He's the one that is the Galena with the slightly bigger stack. And in all honesty, he's shown us slightly more effectiveness with the aim so far. But it is neck and neck. They are just doing pretty much equal across the board in terms of damage output and item pickups. And obviously the scoreline is reflecting that too. Once again, they're going to meet over here above the heavy area. Tox is dropping down earlier. He'll get the pickup. Strongsage, though, fortunately does connect with the rail, which will keep them, again, fairly even. Nice and cagey.
I take one item, you take one item.
Pretty much.
By the way, not the last time we saw heavy, but the one before. How Tox managed to get in and out there without taking a single bit of rocket damage, I have no idea. Being completely peppered down from, but just having the perfect call out on, you know, I like to call it the rhythm of the rockets in between each shot, being able to just find that perfect time to get in between and take no damage. It really is some of the more experienced players that just love that combat. How they're able to dodge is kind of unreal, but more of these defensive shots with nullifying the heavy completely afterwards. But okay. But this is where the safety is. Tox, you can take kind of whatever you want. I'll back off. I've got my totems, and this kind of leans into what you were talking about, where you can play a real careful game here, and a very simple game, but at the same time, just having those totems, there's not as much pressure, I would say, to go in and constantly take
yes, you don't have an overstack, but when you're fighting constantly, it's still incredibly efficient to just use them. And that's exactly what Tox is doing. He hasn't been anywhere near an overstack all game long, but every single totem has been very valuable to him. But now I'm a little bit worried catch up. And the reason I'm worried is because Tox is losing map control. He's lost his momentum. He has got the overstack though, which is why he's not as preoccupied with pressuring for that Mega. But Strongsage is following it in because now he's got the full stack. Toxic does no damage. Another miss comes out, but there he is above. And the momentum is firmly in the next corner. There is 5 seconds to go. Will Tox even dream of pushing this area though, is the big question.
There's not a lot of health yet, but the armor, it is very, very, very tempting. And Tox actually kind of happy to just let it go. Looks like Tox is going to prioritize that Mega first.
But does he even? Yes, there he finally picks it up. Strongsage has to let that go. 5 seconds split between the 2 items, so not really enough to take both, but they can at least pressure it. And Tox is back on the board in terms of item pickups.
It's going to be a very scary 2.5 minutes. A nice rail to open things up with the defensive rockets. You're going to be very brave to push through this corner.
Tox decides against it. He drops down below. He tries to go for the pickup, but at least he forces out the Ghost Walk. But he's opened the door for Strongsage to take both major items. And Strongsage once again having that offset of timing, trying to make his life even easier for the next rotation. And he knows how weak Tox is. It'll be a certain frag here with 2 minutes to go. It's obviously possible, but the momentum is just not there for Tox.
Strongsage started off this map having a bit of a hard time connecting all the important shots, but really over the last few minutes has started to completely turn it around. And I mean, we're starting to see the results of it. Tox wasn't really cementing himself across this map, and it was the existence of these totems meant, you know, I'm happy to give up this item or that item, and now this is an element of Tox that we've seen before, kind of just pushing forward because you're running out of time and just trying to get that one frag that might snowball, but rarely does it work out.
Now this is now desperation pushes from Tox, and it can work because there's still a Nyx with no Ghost Walk, but you have to still play the map, you have to still play the items, and Tox is not in the area, he's given up a heavy, and this is the big problem when Tox goes in the aggression. He misses out on the basics of items. Yes, he's just got that frag, but at what cost? He's weak himself, he's used the totem, he's lost out on the Mega, and this is the problem. The strategy doesn't reinforce the execution. On the side of Strongsage though.
Oh, so close.
I was about to say he's also weak, but that super shotgun saves the day.
But small map, light champion. And with the damage that Tox has been putting out there, there is no Ghost Walk. Tries to escape, can't quite make it, but that was definitely a fight that Tox would have rather have finished.
We can see how quickly it can turn around. Strongsage is continuing to play the items though, and that has been his lifesaver, going through the TP into the super shotgun, and that will be all she wrote. Catch up as a 4 frag lead now with 30 seconds to go is going to be plenty. Probably going to be a 5 frag lead in a few seconds time as he buys his time through the TP, and there you go, inside out to finish off this map number 2.
I feel like it took a long time for us to get there, but once that point was reached, Strongsage looked really, really scary because you know, the hits started to connect, the fight started to work out a little bit better. The Ghost Walk was really nice, kind of all map long, but everything started to just fit together a bit better.
I feel that there was, I don't want to say a shift in strategy, but a definite tweaking of his approach in the game. And I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but there was a time where he was trying to set up these traps. He was trying to catch Tox in the doorway, you know, with these Ghost Walk plays with the rockets. And then he shifted slightly to playing an angle game. He was playing the rail a lot heavier. And by doing that, it made his next moves more effective because he was ensuring Tox was weaker. He'd done the chip damage, and he was basically getting into Tox's head where Tox wasn't confident enough to then press the items. That opened up the map a bit more, allowed Strongsage to get into that rotation. And when he had that rotation, you saw how conscious he was of maintaining it, continually delaying that Mega, continually making sure he was in the right positions. And so that rail switch really, for me, in the mid game was really, really powerful.
Felt like in the first couple of minutes of that map, there was kind of a lingering element of the first map. You know, how the Nyx was ambushing compared to how the Ranger was being done. Again, not particularly successfully. That instant switch, though, like that was the most important part, right? Being able to just acknowledge in the middle of the one map, rather than losing the map and then just thinking about it later, just make that adjustment as fast as you possibly can to the point where it was a very, very comfortable win on that second map. But map 3, here we go. We're jumping into the final frontier.
Yeah, definitely. And we're moving back into more familiar territory for Tox. He definitely did not look massively comfortable. You could see he knew the map, but there's a difference between knowing the map and feeling the map, really understanding the map. And a lot of Tox's play was very reactionary. I felt that Strongsage was dictating the tempo of the map. He was the one setting the traps. He was the one delaying the items. And that's a really difficult situation for Tox. I thought he played the Galena well. He played the map decently, but you could see that Strongsage was just more experienced on that particular map. We're moving back, as you said, to much more familiar territory on the combat-heavy map of Vale of Pnath.
And at the same time, we have Strongsage going in with the BJ. Always been a champion that's been, I would say, a little bit more North American focused than EU.
Yeah.
It's just always, it has always, always been a champion that's just been favored over in that part of the world. But then Tox going a bit more, I would say, traditional. You know, the Ison, being able to just shut down, obstruct, be annoying. And at the same time, you know, if Tox is able to play the way that we know he can on a map like this, which is very, very, very combat heavy, it could work out quite well. But Strongsage, the players that tend to be a little bit newer to this whole thing, fighting is what they do first. You know, because you play all the modes and you start to get familiar with how to use all the weapons. And, you know, he's by no means not a total beginner, obviously. But what I'm saying is, I think there's just a real link between players that, you know, the first kind of LAN setting and the first kind of like, this is like no doubt the biggest Quake tournament you've played in up until this point. That aggression and the fights that you take, that's always the stuff that people learn first. So on a map like Vale, you're going to be fighting all the time.
Yeah. I can see it. I can say in my first events, I was afraid to fight in case I messed something up. I just want to play the item, play nice and simple. Definitely not with these guys. They're a different breed. But the challenge here is Tox not getting sucked into some sort of hyper-aggressive playstyle where he forgets the items. If you can dominate the items of Vale, it's even probably more important than a lot of other maps because there's no breathing room for your opponents. And so that's going to be really key for me. Once again, across all the maps, we'll say the rail is going to be absolutely fundamental as well. But I'm really looking forward to the deciding map. I thought these two have put up an amazing fight on both maps 1 and 2. Seen remnants of the old Tox. I really like how much more calculated, vast majority of his players been throughout. If he can continue that, I'm still siding with my 2-1, but hugely impressed with Strongsage as well. He's held his own time and time again, and I like his emphasis on the strategy. He's really focused on his item timings, and that's going to be an absolutely fundamental part of this third map.
You can see why Strongsage was confident about the matchup. Clearly has what it takes to go all the way here. And, you know, from this point on, obviously it's only going to get harder and harder. This is the World Championships, but one hell of a statement to make, even right now.
I think there might be a slight restart here, as they might have joined the
server.
The wrong server. Yeah, they're playing pubs now, but they're going to restart very, very shortly indeed. It's the first time we've seen it today. You know, pretty smooth apart from that.
I know. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to say it, because if I say that it's been a pretty smooth day, you know that, like, frame 1, when I actually say that, the whole stream's just going to die. It's just going to get turned off, and then everyone's going to say, thanks, Ketchup, happy birthday.
No, but when that happens, you just blame 40. It's fine. You just blame 40, yeah.
Could do. It would be, you know, it would be cowardly. I have to accept it. If he was here, I'd blame him.
I mean, how's that different?
Because at least, you know, at least in that instance, I've got to look at you when I say it. You know, it's your fault, Dan. It's all your fault.
Just waiting to get backstage if need some extra makeup on that black eye. But no, we will be restarting very, very soon.
I'm not the one that has abs hurting because you decided to use an ab wheel that you found in the green room.
Why did you have to throw that in here?
Because you're trying to act like this. You're trying to act like this scary man. Oh, my abs are hurting.
Don't alpha me mustard. Oh, sorry, your ketchup. Forgot about that. Anyway, see, we can play this game.
Do we have the right server now?
That's what I'm just trying to check. I don't know how they managed to do that when they're on LAN. I don't think the admins know either. We're just having
Thanks, production. It's going to be live soon.
Triple check. What's your take, though? Have you been impressed with Strongsage?
Very much so.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, like, there's definitely been some elements of, I don't want to call it nerves, because I don't want to always go into that sort of, like, almost obvious excuse that you could give. But, you know, it's very clearly something that you're not as used to, you know, being in this kind of setting. But over the course of just these 2 maps has really started to rise to the occasion. I think the final half of that second map was where I've been the most impressed so far, because that was like the first moment it seemed like Strongsage knows what he wants to do, has changed the strategy, executed it, and everything just went well. You know, kind of just took it for what it was, didn't have an amazing start, and then being able to stick to a plan like that in this setting against the players of this caliber, I mean, look, that's the definition of easier said than done. And he was able to pull it off to take it to a 1-1.
Absolutely. I've actually been really impressed with all of the challenges coming through, particularly the Negos, right? This is an intimidating event. You're with people you've been looking up to for many, many years, with many, many years of experience. And so everybody has risen to the occasion. And it's actually just super refreshing just to be around people. Even all the old school guys have just been saying how rejuvenating this event has been for their motivation, the scene in general. So it's been an incredible event so far. And just backstage, there's been plenty of upsets. So, you know, they're bringing it to the main stage as well, which is the hardest thing to do. It's easy to do it, well, not easy, but it's easier to do it in practice. To get up there, those cameras in your face, you know, us ugly mugs staring at you and shouting about how many mistakes you're making, you know, it's not an easy situation.
They've got noise-cancelling headphones, so don't worry.
Yeah, but that's fine. They can still see us, right? They can still be intimidated by the presence of what we're saying.
But I got to say, actually, too, it's all come down to preparation and practice. Every player, I said this earlier today, and you know, it's worth bringing up again. All of the players that are here that don't have either as much LAN experience or, in some cases, none, they've been kind of glued to their personal stations. Everyone here has their own stations set up so they can practice. Most of the players here have been just getting as much games in with people as possible because they want to be prepared. They want to get used to the LAN setting, which is not something that comes all that often, especially over the last 3 years, right? Everyone wants to make sure they're playing at their absolute best. I mean, of course, it's the World Championship.
But they're also drinking it in. It's a very prestigious situation to be at this LAN, and so they're all absolutely taking it to the max. And here is Strongsage's situation to show us that in real time. As we have now started on map 3, we are now on a LAN server, so they both have 0 ping instead of the ever so cumbersome 25.
But we have a very slow beginning.
We do.
And I like this. You know, we're prioritizing the important items first. Tox has no reason to be over-aggressive either because every weapon's locked in, except for the shotgun, I guess, but Heavy's now in play. Ooh, the opening rail, Strongsage more than prepared for that one, and yeah, there's no way Tox can push up from the top. Time it takes to run down there, you've already got in and out. You've got that mega. Lovely shot there from Strong.
He also was slightly delaying that mega once again, and we've seen that strategy. He loves to delay. He wants the full control and have that timing. He's also in position for this heavy as well, which Tox comes in late. Hits a nice rocket though. So might be able to fight it out for this next mega. He doesn't know the exact timing, but hitting that rail will definitely secure it. So the plan of Strongsage does backfire, and Tox will have both item timings now, but there is such a big split between the two that they will both be contesting the next heavy.
Especially if they simply trade rails back and forth like this. Heavy, obviously going to be that next objective, but kind of wondering who's going to be able to pick this one up because they're not letting anything get away with it so far. Strongsage. Oh, the timing on that rocket.
Was that a rocket?
Yeah, I saw that from Tox. Tox literally just fired it and then just left it. Almost knew it was going to connect, you know. But a lot of armor has been gone in that process. Even with the mega in play, Strongsage nowhere to be seen, actually. So Tox will pick that up for free.
Yeah, we've seen actually no effective use of the abilities either. Obviously, Timmy's gone down a couple of times, done nothing. We've seen 1 or 2 maybe use of the dual wield. Once again, have done nothing. Cagey affair in this map 3. Tox in position, he knocks him off the heavy though. Strongsage has to fight here to live another day. And somehow...
Greedy, Dan.
It was, but at the same time, Tox knew how much damage he had done. He just did not respect the power of the dual wield. And Strongsage comes out with frag number 1.
I feel like everyone's heart skipped a beat the second Tox took a foot off that ledge. I mean, yeah, the damage was there, but as long as that dual wield is ready to go. Remember, we're on LAN as well, right? That's just going to go. Nice rail
from below. They're both so incredibly low. The passive ticking away, and the second rail, the follow-up from afar. Tox is doing good damage, but Strongsage once again is going blow for blow in this situation. They are trading items though, so it all comes down to execution. Timmy's getting in the way. He's actually done a little bit of damage. And he actually pops the dual wield just in case. Tox won't be aware of that though. Not that it really is too decisive in decision making.
It's been a truly interesting rail dynamic that we've seen so far. So I've been kind of cycling, wow, 75 damage on that, by the way. I've been cycling through different point of views, and with all of the rails that are taking place, like Tox, a lot of the rails that he's been having to shoot here are extremely reactionary, where Strongsage already kind of has the angle set up, right? So it's been kind of positioning over just straight up reactions, and of course the positioning is winning because Strongsage is prioritizing it. The items have been fantastic. Tox can't quite pull it off, and oh no, 3-0. Strongsage is looking real good here, Dan.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Tox felt the need to force it through that choke point. Strongsage was set up, had the right weapons out, and this is a symptom we've seen from Tox. Just over-aggression. Maps 1 and 2, we did not really see that. But already, being 2-0 down, he forces the issue, and now at 3, it's not an insurmountable lead by any means on a map like Vale. But every little one just makes that hill slightly steeper. Once again, I've seen this story before. Tox getting bounced around. He's just trying to force it. Not in the positions and not doing the work, the pre-work, to knock his opponent off their stride. And this is looking good catch-up for the Tox fans out there.
Well, on the opposite end, Strongsage has been playing this rather perfectly. His use of the dual wield, you know, it's a classic tale. The important item, we're fighting for it, dual wield. Either I get the frag or I force you away. In this instance, though, Tox has been kind of overstaying his welcome a couple of times and has been paying the price for it.
He's not been putting enough emphasis on positioning for me. You know, he's making himself known at the items, which is good. The timing is there, but he's not doing any work between the items to pressure his opponent. He's not taking the right position to advance on the items, and that's why Strongsage is having good victories here. So jumping into that dual wield, once again, it worked out, but slightly unnecessary. Could just wait a second or two till it had faded. Nevertheless, he is bringing this gap back. You know, frag by frag, it's 4-2 now.
One would think that kind of what we just saw there might have happened the first time near Heavy that a dual wield caught him, because I feel like Tox is trying to time it so you push in right as the dual wield.
Shot.
I was going to say, it looks like Tox is trying to push in right as the dual wield is kind of running out to maximize the ability to push in and get some punish damage, but either way, no time to talk about that now on the back of the rude interruption rail, the aggressive push
I like
here.
this, though.
Strongsage goes down again, and the snowball effect could begin. The next important item there going to be the Mega. Tox not having the bloodlust, going in for the item.
No, and this is where this type of playstyle can be more effective. When you're the one in full control. Oh, saying that nearly gives up a frag. Strongsage not able to connect with any of those final rounds, but when you're in full control, you can barrel through. When your opponent doesn't have the stack, you can take those fights. But if Strongsage is ready up, set up, have the respect. Another frag should be coming out here. Strongsage has done a decent job of doing nice defensive damage, but it's just not been enough to have any sort of refrag potential.
It's the LG that is starting to really shine here for Tox. So much damage in a short span of time, and I can only imagine it's very scary to deal with, because you kind of blink and then all the health's gone. You're like, you know, you kind of average in how much damage you'll normally take from a fight with someone with an LG, and then Tox comes about and it's like, wait a minute, how much damage did I take?
Yeah, what's my health? And he knows exactly what's going on. A nice jump up as well, controlling both of these items, and he's feeling comfortable now. There was definitely panic, I feel, in the early stages, making some of the moves he did, but now he's got that control. That's all he wants. He wants that control. Once he's got it, how do you knock him off it? For me now, Strongsage needs to take a breath, play around that rail again like he did on Insomnia so effectively. If you can do that and stop taking these mid-range fights against Tox, it might be more of a shout.
But to be honest, it looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
Yes, exactly.
Sitting down there near the rail gun and looking for the Heavy, trying to sort of nullify it. Unfortunately, stuck in no man's land.
Feels bad,
you hate to see it.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. But that's a fight he didn't necessarily, or wasn't in the position to take. Hadn't done damage to Tox. He was trying to force his way around to the Mega. And they're the situations that you get punished for. Those desperate situations, wherever it works out, even at the best of times, you walk away limping, having stolen an item. And at the worst of times, you just saw what happened. And now Tox is looking more than comfortable, throwing his Timmy out, trying to use it as a bit of a scouting tool to go out on an expedition down below. And he's caught Strongsage up above, who is looking more and more desperate just to take any sort of item he can. And he's not able to do the damage.
Unfortunately for Strongsage as well, Tox really does seem to be coming online. The sort of rocket to rail combos, the quick little LG, when that's all the damage that you need. You know, the maths are being done in the head and the numbers are starting to show. And even like that, the aggressive rocket jump upwards, and that's about, what, over 120 damage or so?
But you
The
can
preemptive
see-
rocket.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like, what can I do? Like, all Tox has done is rotate heavy, rocket jump up to Mega, take Mega, back to heavy. He hasn't offered any lifelines or opportunities to Strongsage. He hasn't gone out of his way to force these fights since he got that control. So Strongsage has to do something. He has to make a move, and unfortunately, he's running headfirst into Tox, who is more than happy to oblige.
The aggressive push to try anything possible to stop Tox from taking this all-important item, because we are very much running out of time. We're about to hit the 1-minute warning, and Tox, like, the second the damage, look at this. Look at how much LG is just melting the stack that remains. And that is going to give Tox yet another one here. 4-10 currently. What an absolute valiant effort, though, I gotta say. We had that turning point on this map where Tox started to take less risks. That one moment to be aggressive actually allowed momentum, and that's something that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and what he struggled is the obvious part of the game, right? And it's the part that really requires experience. It's just how to adapt on the defense. And you could see when he was in control, really had a firm grasp of what to do strategically, particularly on Insomnia. He was trying to do it on this map, get that split on, played well positioning. But once Tox was able to get into his groove, he found that rotation. He was able to bully Strongsage away. Finding that plan B is the hardest part of Quake, and he just wasn't able to do it. But otherwise, really, really good game. I think Strongsage definitely will walk away feeling a little bit frustrated that it wasn't closer than it was, given how well he played. But he also went up against Tox, who is looking more refined than we've seen him in the past, DJ Wheat.
That's true. We were kind of commenting, talking a little bit back, and backstage, and one of the things we were saying is that Toxic still has that aim. Like we were having the whole is playing Quake like riding a bike, and we've all agreed that like yes. But to your point, that's exactly right. The part that you can't buy that experience. You can't, like, aim is something you can refine and work on in a lot of other games. Of course, you have to tailor it to Quake, but the thing that you can't necessarily get in other games is like that dual mentality that, like, I'm down by 5. How do I come back and win, win this game? And I think one thing that is true is that we got a pretty dope aspiring Quake player over here, and like I just hope that Strongsage keeps at it, and because I think that's pretty exciting. There's not very many people that can say, hey, I've put this much time into Quake, and look what I was able to do versus a legend. So I mean, he obviously definitely appears to be a competitor too, so I'm sure like a loss still sucks, right? No matter what. But listen to 3 old guys up here, or at least 1 old guy and 2 youngins that are saying like, hey.
Yeah, I'm only 30,
Good showing. I'm only 32, so literally 30 as well. Yeah, did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm trying to believe you. I'm trying real hard.
So good games. Good games. It's great to see a legend back. It was also great to see, I wasn't necessarily keeping a track on Twitch chat, but I'd be curious to what they were saying in terms of like, yo, this guy's got some.
This is why I love
some
Quake.
clout.
This is why I love Quake, because it has very few games out there, least of all in the esports space, have such a degree of legacy where we can look at, people talk about generations clashing, but this was one of the most, what we saw right now for me was one of the most extreme examples of generations clashing in all of esports, because you have, one of the old school, and I mean old school, versus someone that is kind of a rarity in Quake Champions to play the game and enjoy it, get into it, and really just start teaching themselves and grinding as much as they can to now here we are, World Championships. Just even making it here is an incredible feat, let alone 2-1.
Wait, 1 sec. Strongsage, how old are you? Yeah, Strongsage is 18.
Bro, you gotta.
Like, Toxic could legitimately be his dad legally, right? Like, that is the situation.
Dude, good game, dude. Good game. I hope you keep at it.
Yeah, that's the round of applause. Like, I really
for
enjoyed that set. He took a solid map away, and you can see that the potential is there. It's just the experience. And like, he went up against someone that's been playing Quake longer than he'd been alive, and he went toe-to-toe. And so I'm really excited for that. And the players like that just bring rejuvenation and energy to the scene again, right? And it's really exciting. So, but on the flip side, Tox does progress, and the scary thing for Tox is he can beat anyone if he plays nice and simple, and that's what he did. There was 3 or 4 moments of, what the hell are you doing, Tox? That will get you knocked out. But apart from that, it was a nice, simple game. Play the items, play what Tox is good at, around your aim with items. If he does that consistently, he will beat players, and he's beat some of the best already down the back. So
yeah, you know, like just throwing it out here, I know we need to probably wrap and go to break, but like Tox has always kind of been defined as a cyborg in the game, right? Just sort of like always amazing execution. However, I think that we're now evolving in just the grand scheme of professional gaming to where that's not enough anymore.
Yeah.
You have to be a learning computer. You have to be a cyborg that is also an AI, the ability to adapt, and you can't just always rely on, you know, just sheer aim and like sheer experience. And so I don't know. Anyway, it was great, good matchup. It was exciting to see. So we're going to take a break. We've still got quite a bit of Quake left here for today, so I hope you're ready. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, it's going to be Chain versus Proximo. Don't go away. Welcome back to day one of the Quake World Championship. We're going to be moving on to our next matchup. Joining me here at the desk once again are Flea and Lethal. And gentlemen, we've got Chain versus Proximo. I'm going to ask you about both of these players in just a moment, but as you've now probably figured out with our existing regular season QPL players, got a chance to interview them over the course of the last couple of days leading up here to the finals. So let's actually hear from our QPL regular season player, Chain, and what he thought about the finals heading into this weekend.
My name is Chain. I've been playing Quake competitively for maybe 5 years now. My seed is currently 11th coming into the tournament. My favorite champion, probably Nyx. I feel like she offers the most creative gameplay. Can be most surprising, I think, to your opponent. Favorite weapon would be rockets, probably. I think they can really turn around fights, especially at a tournament on LAN. They offer the highest kind of burst damage as well, so probably rockets. So my journey this season, first 13 or so matches, I barely practiced. I was just very busy with other things. And then my last couple matches and onwards, I dedicated more time and focus than I ever have for Quake. So I'm excited to see how it will pay off. Being back at a live finals after 3 or so years feels much better. You know, everyone's in top form, practicing the most they ever do. The game also behaves the best, and it's most pure form. So it's a great competitive scene. I look to kind of have advantages that I might not have online, you know, with mindset and attitude. I look to have those as my strength coming in. Taking home first place would mean a lot to me. I've definitely put in a lot of work, and just to justify all the time and other sacrifices I've had to make, it would be great payoff and would, I think, jumpstart my return to Quake. I think based on my bracket, the hardest opponent would be Rapha until the finals, because I would meet him in the semis. I mean, everyone's very good. Overall, maybe RAISY. He tends to be very hard to play, but I'd say RAISY, rapha. The trick would be to find a reason to really want to beat them. Other than the championship, I kind of have to have a reason specific to the player. And for RAISY, it's easier. Rapha, he's been so nice to me. You know, I've been talking to him a lot, so it's going to be hard to want to beat him badly, you know what I mean?
Needs a reason to be. I mean, we can come up with a few if you need to, Champ. But no, honestly, some great answers there, especially kind of the dedication, right? Admittedly, a lot of players over the course of the regular season, like life happens, things happen. They try to dedicate that time and you know, to be able to speak to that and say, hey, I've now been putting in maximum effort in what I want to be able to do and perform. So, Flea, I'm going to start with you. Chain versus Proximo. We just heard from Chain. Your thoughts?
I mean, he said it himself, right? Starting off the season, not that good in shape, ultimately improved a lot, right? Was able to dedicate more and more time to his gameplay, and then you saw towards the end him beating Sparty, dramiS, psygib, so he did ultimately get a few wins on board, but still not the kind of performance that he'd expect, right? We've seen him in the past, a few seasons or stages ago.
Yeah.
He was really vying for that #2 spot in NA, with only Rapha proving to be a real challenge to him, and now, yeah, life gets in the way, but I'm hoping that we can see a return to form.
Oh, how dare you. I was going to say the same thing. I was going to talk about last season, how like there was a segment for like 3 months where we thought, you know, there's a opportunity for him to topple Rapha at one stage because his adaptation was so good as he was increasing his dual experience. But now, though, there was a bit of a question mark this season. For the first couple of months, we were just like, okay, he seems to be a bit of a shadow of his former self. And then the last 6 weeks, boom, there he was. Like, all of a sudden, we saw these reflections of him back in Season 2. And what makes it even better is it makes it more exciting for us, you know, spectators, casting this or watching it from home, is the fact that how he's going to perform here today and how he's going to perform this weekend, because we don't know what he's been up to in terms of how he's been scrimming, the performance and the results he's shown over the last 3 weeks. So he could definitely could be a top contender, and we just don't know.
Yeah, and speaking of top contenders, everyone that's come through the Challenger qualifiers to make it here to the LAN has absolutely proven that they deserve that spot. And, of course, another one of those in the mix, that's Proximo.
Yeah, Proximo is a player who's been around for a long time, right? If anyone's been following the community tournaments in Quake, even before Quake Champions back in Quake Live, Proximo is someone who has been omnipresent. Feels like he's there consistently all the time. You can count on him participating in these kinds of matchups. So it's really good to finally see him be able to play on LAN and play with the big shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're new to the Quake scene, like only recently, like the last year or two, you probably don't know of Proximo, but you're right, though. He has been here for a very, very long time through the Quake Champions, parts with Quake Live as well. I'm not too sure what it is in terms of LAN experience, but he's had some decent results in community tournaments and events in the past here. But again, it's a different kettle of fish. He's going to be up against Chain, who's been looking really, really strong so far. So for Proximo, it's going to be a tall order, but I'm very excited to see what he can do. We've seen some great players from him, actually qualifying from here. He's got some great mechanics as well, bit predictable in his rotations, but his aim skill does back him up on a lot of occasions.
Yep. All right, well, picks and bans are ready. Let's take a look at what we got coming up here for the next series, as we see Awoken picked by Chain, Insomnia thrown up by Proximo, and then the final map, potentially Blood Covenant. So any comments on what we see here from the picks and the bans?
One of the things that stood out to me is that when I looked into Proximo's recent games, I noted down that he almost always goes for the medium champions. That was just very consistently what he went for. So when I'm looking at these picks and bans, starting off on Athena, ending with Slash if it gets to that tiebreaker map, that's going to be interesting to see. And then also throwing Strog in there. So he's really doubling down on his movement abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing I'm going to add as well, Chain, his best map statistically has been Vale and Awoken. As you can see, Vale's been banned straight away. Chain's obviously going to pick Awoken straight afterwards, and I like how Proximo hasn't selected Deep Embrace. Deep Embrace is a map which Chain is not keen on at all, again from a statistical perspective, but maybe Insomnia is a map where you can maybe throw him off to a certain degree as we go into Blood Covenant. An interesting matchup, as the Athena, as you said, has been picked on the first match, so won't be selected here. But we have seen Doom on a rare occasion select on Blood Covenant. We've seen Kilson perform some amazing show of pedigree skill across the board on Blood Covenant, and a Slash again, another convenient pick there, quite a common pick, especially on Blood Covenant, to try and counteract what he can do with the Doom. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, but I think it's what we expected in terms of the map choices, especially.
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, interesting that in Insomnia, again, both players going for really fast and aggressive champions. You and I, we were talking while Toxic was playing, right? Like, we don't see Galena picked on that map very often, even though it makes a lot of sense. So curious to, again, see both players go for these faster ones.
And of course, that didn't quite work out the way that I think Tox would have liked it to. And maybe that map is not meant for that, but it does seem like it's kind of the go-to is like, let's throw the speed out, let's get the action going. And it's understandable. So it looks like both players are in the lobby, ready to go. Picks and bans have been set, so we're going to be kicking this one off here pretty soon. Any predictions that you want to throw out there?
I think from the way Chain's performed the last 6 weeks, it has to be a 2-0. I can't see it going any other way, but we said that before, but look how great the lower seeds have been performing. I'm not going to predict anything out of the realms of possibility here. So.
Yeah. I'm going to say 2-1 for Chain. I think that Proximo, based on the few matches that I've been able to watch him play in the rehearsal area, he's looking good. I think he can take at least a map.
Good. Well, in an environment, equal playing field, hopefully feeling comfortable, both of these players, and we are about ready to jump in the games. It looks like a match has been found, and we are hopping in. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let Flea and Lethal take you through this one. Gentlemen, I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much indeed. And do you know what? I'm so glad we get to see Proximo play finally in a LAN environment. We know he's been in the Quake scene for such a long time. I'm sure a lot of the hardcore fans especially know this. And it's just great to see him here, great to see him actually try and perform to the best of his ability to try and establish himself further. And we know that he's been in numerous different community tournaments over the years here. But Chain is going to be the person, the man with a plan to try and put a halt to that and try and chuck him into the loser's bracket instantly or straight away as fast as quickly possible. But again, you cannot underestimate this guy. He's got some good mechanics, good aim skill across the board here, and someone you need to keep a careful eye on.
On an unrelated note, we really have to stop letting Wheat get off the hook when it comes to predictions. He's always putting everyone else on the spot, and then he just leaves. He just doesn't have to do anything himself. So next time, we're going to hold him to it, and we're going to make him usher a prediction of his own. But no time for that now, as we're jumping into game. We're starting it off on Chain's perspective, as he's running around the map playing Ranger versus Athena.
We'll catch Wheat next time, don't you worry, Flea.
Oh,
we'll catch you next time, I'm telling you now. But as you can see already, Chain just trying to put his back against the wall to try and get as much damage as possible, but in the end does come out on top in that little scuffle.
Proximo, of course, got to be very careful. Playing a light champion means you spawn with no armor to your name whatsoever, whereas Chain, as a medium, does have Stomp to start out with. Plus, that orb, a lot of burst damage in addition to the mobility, so Proximo has got to be careful. Athena can be very strong on this map because of the ability, the movement that you get, but she's also weak, quite vulnerable.
Chain now just on the road to recovery here. Have to be very careful, as Proximo has had his sights on him at the time whilst he was approaching the heavy. Has top mid control as well, so it's got good position. Got a fair amount of stack to work with on top of that. So this is where Chainers need to make some pretty rough decisions here. It looks like he's going to do the long rotation around towards the heavy. It will be up in the next 10 seconds as to a matter of how and where he's going to contest it. He's going to go straight for the TP to try and catch him off guard. Does hit that rail. It's going to be huge for him. Oh, he is railable by 10 HP, but he's going to be okay for now. He's going to regain top mid control. Mega's up in the next 10 seconds. Just needs to be extra cautious on how Proximo's going to approach him.
Proximo being hyper aggressive in that fight. He's got to be careful. Pushes like that. Chain, that orb, it's deadly. We've already seen what he can do with it for that first frag. Proximo, I think the best thing for him is trying to keep his distance somewhat. Hooking straight into an opponent with a superior stack plus a burst damage ability, that's risky.
Certainly is indeed. Heavy has been picked up. Chain is still on the back foot, waiting for a chance to do a little bit of chip damage before progressing onto him. A nice amount of LG there, but the thing is, though, for Chain, the rail comes out for Proximo and decides not to engage or continue the aggression, which is understandable as he was waiting for that Mega. Heavy's up in the next 7 seconds. It's a matter of who's going to get the better position. Chain was looking good at the time, but that one rail is definitely going to do some wonders for him. If he gets a second, that would be huge, but it looks like he's going to have to try and get away. Got to be careful with the verticality. He's diving straight on up. He left on 32 HP. Should be able to clean this up. Nicely done by Proximo, and we're all tied up here.
Good rail of the spawn as well. Makes it so that Chain is in no position to challenge for the Mega. Proximo is even going to delay it a little further, hoping to get some more damage off. Won't be able to, but this is good for him because now he's setting up a solid rotation. Hooking straight into the fight, knowing that he's got a heavy to fall back on. Excellent play right now. This is controlled aggression, but he has to be careful. Taking center position, Chain now pushing in. Nice, I like what he's doing. Can he still get onto the heavy? He denied it at least. That's the silver lining of that death.
Yeah, burning that heavy was the best outcome he could have asked for, considering the scenario he was in. Mega's going to be up any second now. That will be picked up straight away by Proximo. Going to look to try and pick up that light from the LG area. Chain now just waiting on guard, just holding the angle here. Typical as that rocket goes through the TP just before it. Just misses that rail for top mid. That would have been a huge play there. The Chain, if he stopped him from doing that, just pretending to do that rocket jump, or maybe failing it just a tad, considering from what we saw there, but I'll give him his dues. So he hits that rail across top mid. So approaching the 4-minute stage here, I'm impressed by what we've seen from Proximo so far. We've not seen him chase or be over-aggressive. He's been quite a balanced player in this matchup, and it's really shown his good form so far.
Now Chain looking for a way back into this. He knows that if he can land one good rail, he's going to negate so much of the stack advantage that Proximo has, that they're basically on equal footing. Oh, but that speed into the rockets. Chain now on the back foot, has to drop down, is railable. Can he escape? Yes! Manages to dodge the shot. Will live to fight another day, as Proximo is the one to set up for the Mega.
Oh, look at that, 18 HP. What's Chain going to be able to do here? Oh, that was kind of close, but he knows he's still weak. Goes from a different angle entirely. Through Chain off, and it's going to be Proximo with the lead. and just catching up on stack there. Chain going to be directly above him. 10 seconds left to decide how he's going to approach this Mega, but Chain decides to try an LG, but he's going to be flying on up above the waterfall. We don't really see often, but the orbit's just going to pay its dues and tie things up. Good tri-bolt instantly, knowing that Proximo, if he was going to get around that rocket spawn, he's going to try and go up towards the light top mid straight away here. So good stuff from Chain, just to deny that a little bit, just to add a little bit more damage to the tally. He's going to be going on forward, but Chain decided to back off once again, knowing that Heavy's going to be up, just delay it just a little bit, just to throw Proximo off a tad.
Can't remember the last time I've seen anyone in the cove up on top of the waterfall in the QPL. That's
yeah,
something you see very rarely. Now both players still tied in terms of frags. This is a good opportunity for Chain though. Mega is his. He's got a sizable stack advantage. He's gonna push in, but oh, that rocket to the face is going to make him reconsider. Can't make a push on Heavy now. Unless he lands a rail, and he will. Good stuff from the Canadian. Heavy will be his prize, his reward for winning that fight.
Catch me now.
Oh, Proximo. I'm not sure that it was intentional to drop all the way down. I think he wanted to stay on top of the bounce pad, but hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision considering the weapon selection he had, but it's not like any much weapons in his arsenal at the time on spawn anyway. But you're right, though. There's one way to get it done and to tie things up here. As we've got 4 minutes left on the clock. Heavy up in the next few seconds. Proximo's going to do his best to keep Chain away. Chain decided to back away, realises that he's in nowhere near the position in order to continue the contention of that Heavy. And now we've got Mega in the next 5 seconds. Proximo got a very healthy stack here. Depends how well he's going to use that. 75 damage from that last tri-bolt shot. That's going to be huge for him. He could just dive on in for the TP and take him out, but of course, he's going to prioritize that Mega anyway. Pixup's going to go straight on in to try and at least regain the lead. Very, very aggressive here from Proximo. It does clean him up and it will regain the lead once more.
I'm honestly surprised that the game is still this close when just looking at the stats. So far, Proximo has 5 times as many major item pickups as his opponent, plus he's significantly outdamaging Chain by around 500 points of damage. So that's not something that you usually see end up in just a 1 frag difference. So Chain is really able to keep this a close game and has all his chips on the board still.
20%, or sorry, 27% rail accuracy for Chain, and Proximo at 45% as he's looking to try and back away, as he has done. But now Chain is the one with a big stack advantage, and how he's going to use it is going to be the next question. He's going to try and back away, trying to catch him with a couple of rockets, but the Athena got himself a little bit there, did some decent damage with the shotgun, and get the opportunity to try and trade and also pick up the Mega on top of that. But that didn't really last too long, definitely.
Definitely not. Now Heavy is the next major item that players are going to want to duke it out for. Chain taking a bad rail. Has to escape, but Proximo is so low as well. I like Chain's discipline right there, though. He could have absolutely stuck around going for another rail, but he realized that he was plenty weak himself, and with 2 minutes left to go, he doesn't want to give a much faster and more mobile champion a frag lead.
Yeah, he's got a good stack, and there was no reason for him to throw that away so early on, considering he's got a couple of minutes left on the clock. Chain just holding that angle to see if Proximo's going to re-peek. Looks like he's not going to as of yet. But once he hits that first rail, you damn well know he's going to be diving on in. Just manages to scarper away with the grapple, and now going to keep him in that choke point. It's the same because Proximo knows that there's no point even trying to attempt to push through that choke point, but at least get a bit of damage done with the rail. That's going to help him massively. Dives on in, which is very uncharacteristic from him, but it looks like he's going to continue with the aggression. Almost managed to get away with it here. And depending on the spawn from Proximo, he could go for the trade.
That's so risky. Didn't quite work out the way that he wanted it to. He is in position for Heavy though, but he's lacking the weapons, and that is something that Chain is now looking to exploit. Proximo hooking himself up there. He knows that time is not on his side, a minute left to go. I like how Chains is adapting to that though. Did you notice his positioning as far back as he could possibly go, just in case Proximo would try and hook up by using the wall on either side. He wants to position himself as far back so that he doesn't eat a direct rocket like he did last time. Clever plays. Chain definitely adapting to his opponent now.
Learning from his past mistakes, we're diving on in as Proximo will be cleaned up just like that, and with the stack Chain has at the moment, it's just going to make matters worse for Proximo to come back in this matchup, especially with his starting stack. And looking to back away, only 20 seconds left remaining. They need to try and find 2 frags, but it looks like it's slowly but surely going to be at the realms of possibility as Change is covering every angle, every corner which Proximo could potentially flank from, but that's going to be it here for the first map. Chain will be taking out Proximo 7, maybe 8-5 here. Yeah, it will be 8-5, but I will say this though, a good start from Proximo. Okay, yeah, sure, he lost the first map, but he kept the score respectable. It was quite a close affair overall, but I like this from a lot of these underdogs as well, or a lot of these lower seeds, especially from the entirety of the qualifiers and the challenger side. The best opportunity or one of the best chances to take out some of these top players or drop into the losers bracket is the first match of the tournament, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on, and when a lot of these top tier players end up approaching day 2, day 3, they're in top 4 and they're used to the environment, transition it into a LAN environment overall. And this is why I always feel like the first match for any of these top players, it's going to be some of the toughest ones, and all the players from the qualifiers and the challengers have really put on a really strong showing overall.
Definitely true, but on the other hand, I think that there were quite a few mistakes on Proximo's side as well, right? Sometimes the aggression just was totally uncalled for. At times, yes, it did work out, but it put himself in a bad spot very often as well. And generally speaking, I think that his decision-making was his weakest part, right? There were quite a few situations, for example, where he was so insistent in leaving an item up, not picking it up straight away, but looking for more damage or a different position, that he almost, or sometimes he even did, have to give it up entirely because of that. So Proximo still, I feel like, trying to find the right balance between being aggressive and being a little bit more reserved. And that is something that a veteran like Chain, who's been in the Quake Pro League for a very long time now, who's seen a lot of LAN experience, can mitigate so much better.
Yeah, it's that offensive and defensive balance he's still looking for at the time, and we saw a bit of both, but on times where he shouldn't be that aggressive or that passive when you're trying to close out some of these frags. But as you see, that's the first man. It's 8-5 in favour of Chain, so good start from him in this series. Make his debut here in the Quake World Championships today, and you can see for the rail percentage as well, approximately 46% to the 35 from Chain. And now going into map number 2. From what we've seen so far, do you reckon you're going to see similar mistakes coming out from Proximo for Chain to try and close us out 2-0, or do you think it could go either way depending on the map choice?
Well, the map 2 will be Insomnia, right? And Chain is going to be running the Anarchy, and Proximo is going to try and counter with the Strong, as we can see on the stream right now. So a little less room for him to be so recklessly aggressive, right? Of course, Strong is still a pretty fast champion, right? You've also got the Peeker to work with, but it's nothing in comparison to Athena, where you can literally just hook halfway across the map, zip yourself right into your opponent's face, no matter the situation. So I do hope that that champion choice is going to help mitigate and kind of, minimize Proximo's aggression a little bit, and I think that will work out in his favor.
Yeah, you can see from the champion choices as well, all that agility there. You can see from the Slash, the Strog, the Athena as well. Anything in order to help chase down those frags, you see, make sure he has that potential every single time without fail. So we'll see what happens this time, man. There's going to be a bit of a role reversal because we've got the Strog versus the Anarchy. With the starting stack, it's not going to do Chain any favours, but we'll have to see what we could do in terms of that spawn frags overall going into this matchup. But for Proximo, yeah, sure, fair enough. There was a few struggles here and that. I do agree, but there was time it was a bit overly aggressive and a bit too passive on a lot of occasions, especially contesting some of these items. But for Chain, though, he's still looking pretty strong, considering his aim skill wasn't the best, but it was enough to make some of those big brain players as intellectual prey to keep him at bay.
Yeah. I also think that Insomnia really isn't a bad map for Proximo to play on right now, because if we look at Chain's history, the #1 map that he bans whenever he is able to is Insomnia. And that was by a huge margin in comparison to any of the other maps. So the fact that Proximo gets to play one of the newest maps, as also one of the newest players to enter the potential Quake Pro League, that could really work in his favor, because this is clearly an arena that Chain wants to avoid. And if Proximo has practiced on this, if he knows this one in and out, he could have a significant advantage.
Yeah, everyone has that one map where they want to try and throw off their opponent somehow, some way. This season alone, we've gone from a map on Awoken, where it's the most played map in the Quake Pro League this season, and then we've got Insomnia, which is the least played. But it makes a lot of sense as well. It's not even because it's been banned so many times, just a lot of players don't really favour it. Just the meta is still looking to be established. Yeah, so it's been established to a certain degree, but not fully exploited. Like, of course, you know, your Blood Covenants, your Awokens, etc., etc. But to see how Chain's going to perform so far, I think we're going to get to a point now in the second map. He's, transitions nicely into a LAN environment. movement is gonna, his aim skill's gonna improve now. He's in a different setting here, but the more Chain plays, the more there's that chance where he can increase the gap in terms of the scoreline and try and make something happen here. But for Proximo, this could be his last map in the winners bracket. It's a 1-0 lead in favor of Chain. And we'll see who's going to drop down to losers or who's going to go into the next round of the winners. We're going to kick things off from Chain's perspective and see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be up to.
He's got the Anarchy, secures himself the Mega Health as well. But Proximo is already outstacking him because of that Heavy that he's got to play around with. Now let's see Proximo. He's got the high ground, looking for an angle, trying to connect with some rocket damage. Actually just going to go all the way around to pick himself up the rockets. Okay. Proximo is just like, you know what, this find, I'm going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to prioritize getting my hands on all the weapons that I need first.
Certainly does indeed. Just hang around the Mega, getting for the next pickup. First minute in. Not too shabby so far. Got all the weapons he needs in his arsenal, just a matter of how he's going to position himself for the next set of items. Of course, Heavy and Mega only a couple of seconds apart, using that peeker just to see exactly what is going on in terms of the information. Because let's be real, Chain hasn't really given much info at all, has he? He's just been standing his ground, getting ready for that next item. And you can see now Chain just looking to see exactly where Proximo could be approaching from. That's a good read though. Both players had the same initial thought. Let's just use the tri-belt to see if we can catch him a little bit in terms of damage and information. And of course still has that inject in his back pocket. But I like this. A huge amount of patience there from Chain, but it's understandable. He just wants to hold that advantage, knowing that the Heavy is going to be underneath him. It's just a matter of time and basically daring Proximo to approach him by any means. But it looks like Proximo just went, nah, not at all. I'm just going to stick and wait for the Mega.
We saw a bit of action at the very start of the map, right? Over at the LG side, there was a bit of a confrontation, but ever since, both players have really just been content with sticking to their own side of the map, but that all looks to change. This is an all-out battle, LG on LG. Chain will be the first one to fade away. Heavy not up just yet. Just gonna get himself some more LG ammo, and is actually going to give up that item and make a move for Mega, but actually Proximo might beat him to it. That midi though, beautiful shot by Chain. That could have gone very, very wrong, but that rocket that he landed, that prevented Proximo from getting full control.
Yeah, that mid-air was huge, but let's be honest, it was literally in his face, wasn't he? So it wasn't exactly difficult to miss,
True.
But it doesn't matter. He managed to get the job done. You'd be surprised what people can miss nowadays. As Chain has to pick up the Heavy again, but looking very good in terms of item control. As you can see, 4 items for Chain, but actually 5 for Proximo, so it's actually not been in too bad in terms of the item department either. Misses that rail, he's only on 30 HP. This is Proximo's chance to try and catch him with that mobility, and he has done. Finally gets the first frag on the board, nearly 3 minutes in. This could be almost a chance for him to try and increase that, but doesn't want to go for it.
The click, out of ammo, didn't have any rails left to fire. Could prove to be important later on, but so far Proximo looking pretty, got himself a good position. He's even gonna find Chain randomly, flying around the map, breaking at speeds with that Anarchy, of course. And I think Proximo is just like, you know what? Looking at how you're playing right now, I am just going to wait for you to come to me. I'm going to set myself up around these major items. You're gonna show your face sooner rather than later, and then I'm going to have my advantage.
And Proximo not doing anything to get himself into trouble. Still got that huge lead. David can take a few risks if he wants. Using that pick to see what he can find, but will find Chain almost directly in front of him as he's going to try to approach his Mega, but dropped all the way down. And he decides to discontinue that engagement, but decides to go for the TP. We'll find him with the LG, but Chain's LG just a little bit better. But he's diving in and he could catch it with the rockets here. Uses the inject, 1 HP. Won't be a dream though, as he does pick up that Heavy. And now we can see Chain all tied up and looking to try and get map control back too.
I feel like both of these maps so far can really just be described as messy. You know, there hasn't really been any consistent control. Very little controlled or planned fights, it feels like. It's just a back and forth, players getting frags left and right, kind of a fumbles going on here and there. So it's messy. It's messy. So far it's working out in favor of Chain, but that can easily change.
It certainly could, but the more I see this map develop, the more I see Chain getting increasingly comfortable. It goes straight for the Mega. That was a bit of a bloodbath there, going straight towards that Mega, but will get picked up eventually. Heavy's in the next 10 seconds. Does back away for the time being. Still got 5 seconds left to see if he wants to try and contest it or not. Picks up the light, going to dive on in anyway. Nice little play there just to ruin the audio cues a little bit and just get there as fast as physically possible. It's going to help him out massively. Increases his lead, increases his tally. 5 minutes in, and now it's 3-1 in favor of Chain.
Proximo going up the bounce pad a moment too soon, giving his opponent an easy angle to land that rail, steal away his item, and then just convert it into a frag. Now, luckily for Proximo, you know, he's still playing a fast champion, the crowd sliding on the Strog. He still has the peeker to work with, so it's not as if Chain can effortlessly run away from him for the remainder of the map, but still, 2 frags down, make that 3. He's got to start breaking this control somehow. Oh,
literally, we've seen them both face plant each other so many times this game. But it just means they both got the same idea, but the right idea as well, just at different angles entirely. 4 minutes left as Proximo's still trailing behind by a 4 frag deficit, looking to see what he can do. And he definitely can. With the Anarchy starting stack, there's no reason why he can't, but Chain has been doing really well so far, but Proximo with that rail going up that jump pad, that's exactly what he needed. And he can do a little bit more, stops him from getting the heavy here, Fleet. That was huge from Proximo to bring himself back in this matchup.
That was a costly fumble on Chain's end, right? He kind of switched weapons and then switched back to a different one while he ran into Proximo in that doorway, and that ended up costing him the frag. Quickly turned into another, so now this is very well within the realm of possibility. 2 frags in 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Proximo can absolutely do it, especially if he can keep in control of the items. Beautiful little rail right there. Chain barely even visible. This is looking good for Proximo. This could be the start of something.
Literally, his board was sticking out like a sore thumb, wasn't it there, Fleece? That was a good time for him to approach it straight after. Look at the stack, though, here from Proximo. As long as he keeps these frags clean and efficient in terms of how each fight is going to process, there's no reason why he can't take this. 3 minutes left. A minute ago, we were saying he's trailing behind by a 4 frag deficit. He's already managed to get 3 back-to-back. And this is the difficulty, I suppose, with the starting stack of the Anarchy. Yeah, sure, Fenno's got the inject, it depends on the spawning locations, but if you've got someone who's pressurizing you that much, it's very difficult to get yourself back in this matchup no matter who you are. It's Proximo just keeping that top mid control, just biding his time. He knows that the frags will come to him eventually, just a matter of how Chain is going to contest these items overall. As Proximo does pick up the Mega, is now on the hunt once again. He has the mobility, just like with the Anarchy as well. He's going to see if he can catch him. He certainly can do to try and tie things up. Yes, he does. Again, another clean frag, and now tied up 5 apiece.
Got that frag at a very opportune time as well, just before Heavy spawns, denying that to Chain. Yes, Chain found himself some armor to work with, but he's definitely outstacked. Probably not in the best position to make a move on Mega, but we've seen some crazy things this map already. Especially around this little jump between the teleporter and the Mega. That's been hectic, to say the least. Now Heavy up in 10 seconds. Chain already in position, trying to cut his opponent off. That's one rail. The second one would allow him to stay in this fight. Nice chunk of peeker damage, but oh, the LG, murderous. And that should allow Chain to walk away, not just with the Heavy, but even with a frag. Good retaliation.
Certainly was indeed. That was a bit unfortunate. Proximo assumed that he was going to be able to get away. No problem, or maybe assumed that Chain already rotated back around, but that wasn't the case. Chain was still holding that angle, knowing that at some point Proximo is going to have to peek out and get away, but not going to happen. Minute 15 seconds left though. Proximo definitely in proximity to try and come back in this matchup and take us to sudden death if it gets that far. As Chain now just biding his time. You can see as well, he's top mid and just around those close quarter angles, so he can use those defensive rockets to his full capability here, but the peak has done a fair amount of damage. Room for Proximo now to try and clean up that bounty if he can, but it looks like it's not going to happen. He's actually rotated all the way back around. Chain does have that inject if he needs to, if he's in a bit of bad trouble. That direct's going to do wonders for Chain again. So much damage done with these rockets. Cleans him up with the rail. That was beautiful stuff from Chain, and you couldn't ask for more considering the stack advantage Proximo had.
that definitely worked out far better than it had any right to. Chain did not want to pick another fight with Proximo. He figured that Proximo was going to go all the way around, and that's why he dropped down on that small green armor, expecting it to be free. But no, Proximo was right there, and yet somehow it was still Chain who secured that frag. And now with 20 seconds left, this is borderline impossible. Proximo needs this frag now, but Chain proves to be a little too slippery to hold. And that will be a 2-0 win for the Canadian. Well played, Chain.
Yeah, not bad at all. And, you know, commiserations to Proximo, but don't worry, we'll be seeing him in the loser's bracket later on to continue his path and see how he gets on at a later stage. But it was close. Yeah, sure, I think the 8-5 in that first match doesn't reflect what really happened in terms of Proximo's performance. But that second match was definitely a lot better, a lot cleaner. And that could have gone either way in that last map especially.
True, true. Yeah. Now, we've once again been rejoined by Big Papa Wheat.
Hello.
Wheat, curious to hear your thoughts on this one.
You know, I think, as you said it, there's a couple things to take away. First off, Proximo, you know, great games. Chain pulling out the victory. You know, Chain talked about a little bit how he's had to, you know, kind of focus and the time that he's put into the game. That's not something that you snap your fingers and happens overnight. So were there moments where I felt like maybe there was some struggle? Like, sure, there were. I think it also is a testament to, you know, Proximo, again, we talked about it. Every challenger who's here absolutely deserves to be here and is showing up in great form and in great shape and, you know, surprising us. And I like the Insomnia pick. It was a pretty interesting game overall. And I think could be a testament to, you know, we talked a little bit about it earlier, the different styles that we're seeing on Insomnia, and that it clearly is still not a map that everyone has figured out yet. And in that case, just frankly, I think some people don't really like it that much. But a good games. I'm excited to see what Proximo can do in the lower bracket. And then also Chain, right? I think, you know, moving on, that's got to be a big confidence boost. No doubt about it, he's going to continue to have some real tough opponents ahead of him. So the truest test is yet to come for Chain. But well done with the 2-0 victory. And yeah, we didn't even get a chance to see Blood Covenant, so.
What a shame.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've seen it enough over
20 years.
30 years, so good old DM6. So, yeah, congratulations. And again, I cannot say it enough. I'm so impressed with the challengers. You know, I don't ever want to discount or discredit the challengers who have made it to where they have before. We've had some great players make it into the, I mean, CNZ, one of those players that long ago made his way in and is clearly, you know, made their mark on QPL. I think there's going to be a lot more players potentially vying for those spots here in the QPL, and quite a few that might deserve that. So that's been one of the most enjoyable things I think about day one here, and I look forward to the rest of the weekend. So.
Yeah, I think the good thing about these lower seeds is, you're right though, even the scores have been very close, it's been 2-1, but we haven't seen any whitewashes or any clear margins or spiraling out of control. I mean, that's why, you know, you were saying everyone deserves to be it, because it's been that close and the skill gap has been so tight, not just for the top players, but of course on the opposite side of the echelon anyway, in terms of the low tier. But I wouldn't even class them as low tier because they're giving these top players so much trouble in these first matches.
Yeah.
I mean, even players like Kilson, right? Seeded first in this entire tournament, dropped a map, really had to fight to stay in the upper bracket. I mean, we might as well have seen him drop down into lowers. It was really, really close. So indeed, even the best players in the world are pushed to their absolute limit going up against these challengers.
And we've still got more coming at you here in the next few matches. Coming up next, it's going to be Sparty versus Sirius. Are you tired yet? I hope not, because we got so much more Quake action coming at you. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back to day one of the Quake World Championship. I'm DJ. We joined once again by ZSX and Ketchup. Gentlemen, welcome back as we have the battle between Sparty and Sirius about ready to take place here. And before we really jump into things, look at the picks and bans, talk about the players. As we mentioned, you've probably figured it out. We had an interview with Sparty, and he talked to us a little bit about being here at the regular season and what he expects.
My gamer tag is Sparty. I am seed number 12. I've been playing Quake since like 2004 maybe, or actually a little bit earlier. But the newest game, Quake Champions, I've been playing since the release, 2017. My favorite champion is probably Ranger, but can also be Visor and Galena. Ranger I like because you can do really cool stuff with the orb. And with Visor, you have the wall hack where you can use in different situations to push your opponent, to play defensive, or just read the game better. Galena, yeah, it's cool to get free totems out and have orb heal. For the finals, my preparation has been playing as much as possible. It started with playing 2 weeks after my job, like working daytime, and then playing as much as I can after work, even cutting sleep to be able to play, which is not the best, but I needed the hours. And then right before finals, the last 8 days, I've been playing a lot actually. My goal for this tournament is to place top 16. Of course, if I could place top 8 or actually win the whole tournament, that will be like my dream actually. The top 4 players this event is Kilsen, Rapha, Wenger and RAISY. So of course, playing against them will be my toughest matches. If I beat Sirius, I will have to play RAISY. And yeah, if I can beat Sirius, then I actually feel that I have a chance to actually beat RAISY also. But it's not gonna be easy. It's Kilsen's turn to actually win the tournament.
Oh yeah, feel the burn.
Yeah, yeah. I need one of those T-shirts actually, Sparty. So, welcome back. Some interesting discussions there. Yeah, all the way back to the days of Quake 3 and even before that. And you know, kind of have like a little old school match going on here a little bit. So I like it. Let's talk a little bit about Sparty versus Sirius, the next matchup. And then you saw on the schedule that it was RAISY versus TBD. Well, surprise, the TBD is the winner of this matchup. So you're going to know exactly who RAISY is going to be facing right after this, and a back-to-back, certainly almost endurance match for one of these players. But let's talk a little bit about it. Sirius or Sparty.
Yeah,
Dan.
I think often we look at these matchups and pick out, styles and techniques and say, oh, this may be Brain versus Brawn. Well, this is just Brawn versus Brawn.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of Brain going into this one, and they'll admit that too, because they are both incredible players that have mishaps in the smarts department at times. Not to say they can't do it, but they prefer to aim and they prefer to fight, and they admit that. Sparty, obviously a lot more heritage at a competitive level, as you pointed out. He's been up there, second in Quake and QuakeCon back in the day, and Quake Live had some decent performance in Quake Champions, but probably nowhere near the level he wants to be. And that's off the back of a disappointed season from his point of view. So I think he's still got a lot to prove, and he still believes he can win and is one of the best, and that's what you need.
Absolutely.
But this is I think this is a real tough match for anyone. But for Sparty in particular, I think this is a real tough match.
Yeah, Ketchup?
I think we always say the same stuff about Sparty in that, like, no matter how inconsistent or whatever things may be on a weekly basis, every time Sparty's going up against someone, there is definitely still always that part of the audience that goes, yeah, but it could be done. Because when Sparty has like a really good series or like a really good map, it's like as
you feel it, right?
It's as world class as it gets. And you can see it, that there is some interesting sort of plays going on around the items in particular. Sparty likes to sort of mix things up there and do some really funky stuff. And when he needs to hit those shots, he'll do it. It's just that what you said, there's... I don't want to use the term prone to disaster, but things can just go really wrong to the point where they're quite hard to recover from. So it's like... everyone always knows that Sparty has what it takes to do really well. It's just, it doesn't always happen. You know, but again, if there's one time for it to be like the miracle run, which can be done through just past alone, this is the weekend to do it.
That's right.
And I know tournaments are different, so I'm not going to say this. I think in the weakness is sometimes frustrating. You can almost see it unfolding. It's almost a cascade of effects. As things don't go his way, you could almost predict how the rest of the set's going to go because it's very rare. He's picked himself up and come back, you know. When he gets ahead and he's in his zone, that's when he looks really good. But when things start to turn away, very quickly, everything falls apart. And so it's just managing that. And again, we talk about all the time, but it's a mental game, right? It's just managing that mental side. It's always been the weakness of these players who are so close to greatness but not achieved it yet.
And talking a little bit about Sirius, once again, coming up through the challengers here so far. I mean, every new challenger that comes to stage, it's like, all right, you got something to prove because everyone else before you is really bringing something to the table.
Well, Sirius has a interesting backstory with Quake Champions in particular because like he's not always been like actively competing in it. Like he's taken breaks, he has taken time away, but whenever he comes back, he does really well. You know, this isn't his first time here, is it, really, in this studio? Like, not necessarily for Quake Pro League, but it's one of those, he's one of those players that when he actually does play, the talent is there. I think that's one of the reasons that so many people have been excited for, like, this matchup in particular, because as far as first rounds go, like, these are two absolute, like, fantastic players with very similar styles. People just want to see what happens.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't have the Twitch chat in front of me, but I can tell you, if you're looking at that bracket, I think he's probably one of the top 3 players people are most excited to see because of just the raw skill he has. And when we talk about the mental game, again, he'll admit it again, the #1 thing he's always struggled on, whether it's in competition, out of it, in practice. And so can he bring his A game? Because if he can, like, there is zero reason why he can't go far into the bracket. Sure. That's the thing, and that's the scary thing, and why I picked it in this particular Sparty, who's such an aim-heavy player, why I think he could struggle.
And if we get both players bringing their A games, it should absolutely be an explosive matchup. Let's take a look at the picks and bans, because that, too, will help us tell the tale. Ruins going to be picked by Sirius. Insomnia picked by Sparty. That's actually a pick that we've seen several times during the regular season. And then Awoken would be our final map. But as we look at the picks and bans as it relates to the champions, what do y'all see?
We get to... Oh, sorry. No, take it away, mate. Take it
I was going to say, I was actually in the booth when they did this for about 20 minutes, and Sparty didn't even pick his first champion. They were really engaged with the strategy side here because it's going to be for it. And he hovered for over 20 minutes on whether he should pick a visor, for instance. So there was a lot of thought going into that because Sirius loves a visor, and we know how powerful it is on Ruins as well. Sirius opted for the Galena. We've seen that already today. That will make him play a slower pace.
Yep. And
that actually favors Sirius playstyle for me. If he can play a bit more passive, a bit more careful with his stack and his positioning, like a Galena forces you to, that's a better place to be. Insomnia from Sparty, he's one of the few players that was picking it in the Pro League, and so a bit of a curveball there, and he's picked up the Anarchy, which I really like. The Nyx is, again, an amazing pick there, but we've seen it go both ways. And then an Awoken, pretty standard. We've got the Doomslayer and a BJ, which is coming out more and more in this event.
Yeah. You know what I find really interesting, though, is that these are two players that are known to have, like, some similarities, right? Now, we already saw in the video that Sparty mentioned, you know, the Visor, big fan, Galena, big fan, loves the Ranger. The Ranger was removed. You know, if you have someone that has a similar style, there's more than likely going to extend into a similar pool of, like, effective champions. So being able to kind of just take off the ones that, hey, I'd take this away because if I'd play it here, then there's a good chance they might play it there, so just get rid of it entirely. Yeah. It's one element of this tournament that I've always really enjoyed is kind of just trying to get into that next level before we've even entered the first map.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. And with that one, we are moments away from jumping into this matchup. ZSX, you and me, we're going to do this one. So
yeah, before we start, have you got a prediction for us?
No, hold on. That's my job, all right? I don't know if you and Flea had a conversation in between or whatever, but...
Actually, I think it's the guy who leaves the table. So, Ketchup, would you like to ask one of the casters what their predictions are?
Esports casters, such as yourselves... Which cyber athlete is going to take this bout?
My ears. My ears.
I'm going to say that Flea will take it 5-0. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I think we're going to see a 2-1 here. Like, I would be surprised with a shutout either way. Of course, even though you guys brought up, right, with the tilt factor could be high here on this one. But I'm going to go out, and I've basically never been wrong this whole season. So I'm going to say 2-1 Sparty. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to say 2-1 Sirius. And not just because I want to be, you know, conflictual and anything else. I genuinely believe, I think...
Great.
I genuinely believe it.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Can I go now?
You can.
You set the feud.
By the way, like Dan walks into the room as I hear Flea say, Wheat has been dodging the predictions all day. And I'm like, first off, Flea, great observation. Second of all, Flea, you're absolutely right. Damn straight I have been. So, but not this time. We'll see how this plays out. Either way, you know, we've been getting great games all week. And what a change. Not like previous versions of the finals have, you know, had their slow or duller moments, but I just kind of feel like, have we ever had a day one that's been as explosive as today? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I was toying up getting a coffee. You wisely said no, but then I also realized the energy is just insane today. And we're bringing it here with Sirius's return to LAN against Sparty's redemption arc. Potentially, we will have to see.
And already hitting that first rail in the game. Both players are saying, hey, I showed up here to fight. That's what you do in Quake. As Sirius sets up a tiny little trap there. In fact, perfectly reads that one, goes in, does get a little bit of damage, but those rails from Sparty, one thing he's always been pretty great at is playing that long-range, medium game, finding those angles and those shots. Gonna line that one up, but can't find an opportunity to fire. And here we are, sitting still 0-0, but already liking what I'm seeing here.
100%. And I was about to say, I feel that the start of this game was going to be so critical for both these players. Not giving up the early frag, beginning to connect with those early shots to build that confidence. And we're seeing it already from Sparty's POV. He's quite happy where he's sitting. But at the same time, Sirius is the one with the stack, all things considered, and that is what matters in this game of Quake.
That is. We got some like sort of 5-head strats here coming out from Sparty as he, you know, waits to take out that totem, see if he might be able to get a drop on his opponent. Did end up taken out now, but you know, you see them rotating, moving around the map, Dan, and then that moment of waiting. I mean, Sirius is definitely like, I'm gonna play the role of hunter today. I'm setting up the traps. I'm gonna try to catch you in it, and Sparty so far has not let that happen.
But this is why he's so scary when he's on form, because, you know, Tox and Sirius with those aims are renowned, but Tox just loves to charge at you, whereas Sirius plays a lot more passive and smarter with his angles, and his rail is incredible when he uses that so effectively, and you can see Sparty respecting it already. It just changes the play style. Yeah.
I mean, it also goes to show that the Sparty's pick of Visor was absolutely a right pick here. Although hitting that jump pad, a little bit of a mistake there, not intentional at all as he's kind of knocked into it, but that is going to allow Sirius to open up. He sees the opportunity. You go up that jump pad, you know, you're going in the direction the jump pad fires you. There's no way to stop that one. So in this case, Sirius does pick up that first frag, and although I think Sparty kind of meticulous played that one, I don't really see that Sirius has been able to capitalize or convert that frag.
No, for sure. He's quite happy right now, just keeping control of the map, patrolling it away from Sparty. I'm not sure if Sparty has the rail, though. He does, in fact, connecting with that one. Wasn't too sure, but he's wormed his way out for now. Had to burn the piercing sight in order to do so, but he's been using that to really good effect, as you pointed out. It's been a really good use of that utility. At the same time, we haven't yet seen the overstack. In fact, all of the totems are off the map. Not that it's a problem, but it's a factor. You often see that on Ruins.
Yeah, you do. 3 minutes in, a little bit slower is Sirius again, setting up those traps, trying to make his own presence unknown to Sparty, while Sparty is certainly being more careful than maybe the early commentary before the match that we were alluding to, or the way that we think he plays. So some tri-bolt going up, that's going to give away Sirius' position. He's down here ready to pick up that heavy. Both of our major items are pretty much on the nose with one another, just about a second separating these two. Will we see higher separation? We'll find out here. As we're going to have a battle in the courtyard. A great rocket coming out from Sirius. The second one hitting, followed up with a rail. The moment to strike was right, and he took the chance, giving himself the second frag.
Didn't need nice and smooth and calculated, and that's what I like about this. It's just the tempo. He's playing around his positioning. He's taking the fights that he wants to take. And as you pointed out, the items are on the same, pretty much the same timing, so they're trading. And if you're the one in the better position, you don't mind giving up the items, really, if you can punish those pickups. But in saying that, Sirius sees an opportunity here to punish his opponent and with the wrong positioning, but Sparty sneaks his way around and gets onto that one, but recklessly jumps across and eats a whole rail for his trouble.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Sirius didn't rocket jump and maybe try to go for it. But I think to his defense, I don't think he knew for certain where Sparty was. Sparty went down and then backtracked. I thought he was going to go pick up the Mega. That didn't really happen right away.
Oh, he was hiding just behind Sirius. He jumped across the map right there. Tricks coming out from Sparty. Yeah, and he was fortunate that he used the piercing sight to pick up that previous Mega. Sirius is in the vicinity this time, though. He knows exactly where he is. He knows the timing, and Sparty is delaying. And again, that is signaled he wants to play more aggressive for the next round of items. But Sirius hasn't even picked up the heavy.
No, and they're both going to drop down. We could meet right here as he's coming in. Missed rail. Big opportunity for Sparty here as he does grab that heavy. Now, Sirius has kind of been enjoying this space right above that jump pad in the courtyard. Obviously, easy access to both sides, the weapons that you want in this particular case, but eventually Sparty catches on to that, and it's going to have to move off it. Great LG as Sirius catches his opponent by surprise, but Sparty's still with a better stack here. He's been hitting some nice rails. Is at 55% right now, just one less shot than his opponent.
But what we're seeing, is just Sirius now forfeiting the items, and there's a difference because he's not even challenging them. The overstack is up, though, so this Mega's not important, and he shouldn't give up his life for it. He can definitely damage it, even to try and take it. But he definitely needs to be more aggressive in and around the item. The LG comes out, he forfeits the Mega to hit more LG, and it seems to be the right choice.
It was. I did like that move by Sparty, going in, saying, I'm going to commit to this fight because that Mega is going to be mine. And he did get Sirius pretty low. There we see a rail coming out as well, putting Sirius in a danger zone. But one of the totems snaps at Sparty.
Yeah, but that's a huge moment hitting that rail because Sirius has nothing. He's lost his overstack. He's now in a position with no items, out of position, and Sparty can run riot. Great conversion, but now the piercing sight comes out and the conversion potential is even greater.
That was a risk not worth taking. That was a risk. Oh my gosh. Blew himself up. We'll see what happens here as the rocket launcher goes to Sparty. Sparty hits some really nice shots. Now, Sirius picked up that rail, is able to answer one back, but he is still in the danger zone. He's going to be able to get out of there. His overstack is up. And 3 minutes left to go. It's kind of amazing how low scoring of a game here. But we've had some amazing plays. There's the triple rocket from Sparty. Picks up the Mega and gets the frag. Puts him in a great spot here for the final 3 minutes.
Man, he hesitated for a second and Sparty snuck up, hit him in the face with a rocket and blew him away. Sirius in the vicinity with the shotgun, I believe. Not able to finish off his opponent, but keeping him low. The rail is there as the rail is good as well, but what Sirius needs to do is just get some items on the board. He's just
that was close.
And finally he picks up.
There was a clench there.
A heavy.
That was a bit of a clench.
Sparty able to recoup here with the Mega hitting a lovely rail, but he's now railable himself, and then it's almost a carbon copy for Sirius on the previous frag.
It was, and I got to be honest with you, both players, I've given them some props for, those sacks, because that I wouldn't make that peak versus Sparty in that situation, and in that case, Sparty probably shouldn't have made that, but they're going for it, right? And it just goes to show the confidence in their own game. Sirius is going to get an LG frag on that one. That's going to make it a 3-point game, and this might be where we see sort of the de-evolution of the game.
Yeah. As I say that, though, he does go up and get the frag, and I was about to say, but they're both hitting virtually identical stats. 62% rail each, 50% LG each. It's just been a brawl. We still have a minute and a half left. He's caught Sirius over in the courtyard here. He's got nothing to work with. He's actually going to go down for free.
Was good, and he's got piercing sight up. He drops it right there. There's the heavy coming out, but he doesn't really have an angle to go for attack. That's going to be a free heavy there for Sirius. Sparty not in a position where he could commit to a battle, but a few moments ago, I was a bit concerned for Sparty and his potential to take this game. Now he's in a spot where there's still a chance.
100%. He's got himself recouped. He hasn't got a rocket, though, and he's running out of LG. So if he's going to convert, it's got to be clean. And he's only got a minute to go. He doesn't really have time to go out of his way to pick up the right weaponry. It has to be all or nothing. He's been pinned and pushed over.
No way.
How?
I cannot believe. And then another rail off of the spawn.
What?
Unreal. That was a wrong place, wrong time situation. Piercing Sight's going to come out 30 seconds remaining, but 3 frags. That's going to be a tough one. And is it wrong to say that we've seen a pretty unorthodox game between these?
Yeah, and I've never seen a frag like that where you've just been pinned into oblivion. Like, that is the definition of perfect tracking. But this game has been, bizarre, very passive.
In a good way, I
think.
think.
No, definitely different. Bizarre is slightly sloppy, particularly from a Sirius point of view. There was definitely times where he should have committed for items. He should have pressured here and there. Finding that balance is always one of the hardest parts of playing a duel. He's probably counting his blessings slightly lucky that he got that frag. But just look at those stats. This is why he's so scary, Wheat. 70% rail, 50% LG at this level of duel. 6 impressives. That's the thing that stings as a player.
Yeah.
Stringing them back to back, because then you're just crippled or dead.
Yep. Damage definitely kind of more in favor of Sirius in that situation. But gosh, I mean, the opening 5 minutes of that game, right? A lot of pretty much the exact opposite is what you were kind of talking about in terms of what you might see out of these players. I mean, when they fought, they fought.
Yeah.
But the traps setting up early by Sirius, Sparty clearly avoiding those traps and then sort of counterattacking on his own. This was at one point a 1-point game.
It was, and it all came down to just how clinical they were in these engagements. Look at the pixel-perfect shots. It was exactly the same from both POVs. And this is the frag that turned the tide. Like, wow. I've just never seen that.
I don't think a cell missed.
No, I don't think it did. And count his lucky stars it didn't, because that was the 1-frag game, and it was a 1-frag game the whole time.
Was Sirius the LG under Sparty's wings?
He was. I like the reference.
Yeah, I don't even know who sung that song or whatever, but here we are. All right, now, just pretend like that didn't happen. We're going on to Insomnia next. Now, we mentioned that this has actually been a map that we saw, let's just say, avoided in the second, third half, right? Players, I don't think would go out of their way to ban it, but if Insomnia didn't end up in the picks, people were like, yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Where like Sparty was one of the first individuals who was like, nah, I'm picking it against you.
Yeah.
And I think what we've learned over the course of this, it felt like it's been a whole weekend already, but we're still on day one. If there's anything we've learned on day one is that still players are trying to figure out what's the best approach to this map. So far, it seems like most players believe, well, mobility, speed, let's go. But we've seen those really awkward Anarchy versus Scale Bearer matches where Anarchy somehow wins pretty consistently on Insomnia.
Yeah.
I don't know. So seeing the Anarchy versus the Nyx, we've seen Nyx do some pretty wild stuff. One of the best frags I think I saw in the regular season, just like a perfectly telegraphed telefrag coming up in air, mid-air.
Yeah, that was
jump pad.
that was great.
Bonkers.
But you've seen now how Sirius wants to play. It's, you'll come to me, I'll take my position, I'll set my traps. I mean, half the time it didn't even look like he cared about an item unless it was for free. He was much rather just positioned to deal damage.
Yeah.
And when you're hitting 70% rail, why not? It makes Sparty's life a misery. It makes him second guess every corner he's going to go around. And he has a Nyx now, which is even more defensively inclined when you want to play that way. So I think it's going to be a nice slow pace game again. There's plenty of rail angles on this map as well. And
I mean, what do you think the approach is when your opponent's like, yeah, take the majors, it's all good. You know, is it just then, okay, well, he's giving up all the items, like I've got a stack, let's go, or is it no, you're playing against the Gleaner, you still got to play this one like slow and steady?
It's hard on a Visor to push the tempo, and that's the difference here. He has an Anarchy where he can close that gap, right? And he has an Inject if he does get eaten with 1 or 2 rails on his entryway. So that's the difference. Is really for me. Yeah, respect the aim, but really push the tempo. If you're picking Anarchy, play fast. If your opponent doesn't want to, then you have to force it. And you can now close the gap quicker. And if you close the gap on a Nick, yeah, she has a Ghost Wall, but if she's not going to use the items, she is vulnerable. So for me, Sparty has to play quick. He has to force that issue. And Sirius has to find a way to continue at least take 1 item and maintain that high ground position.
Well, we are live with map number 2, moving on to Insomnia. This was Sparty's pick, already landing 1, 2. Can there be a 3rd rail? Well, some rockets coming back, forcing out the Ghost Walk. And is Sparty going to give chase? He had the opportunity for that first frag there. Actually, he may have just had the rail. I should just check it. What he's rail and tri-bolt is all he had. But he still manages to clean that one up, picking up the first frag, and put himself in the lead. Game number 2.
And both items are still up. Sparty taking that 2 frag lead. Actually trying to force the spawn frag because he knows the Ghost Walk still isn't up and just want to use this small window of opportunity to maximum effectiveness. Exactly what he's doing. He's going to take the long road round to try and get this heavy as well. Does miss out on that one, so give Sirius a little bit of a lifeline. But you know, he's already put himself a 2 frag lead in the first minute. 3 frag lead, Wheat.
You know, you said it best. If you're going to play Anarchy, this is exactly the way you want to play. And this is where I think if you're sometimes an emotional, like a player that is like, hey, I'm not happy with that last game, this could be a great place to be. It could go terribly wrong too. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people come back and be like, no, you said to play emotional, Wheat, and I got wrecked. Well, that still takes a little bit of practice, but Sparty so far has definitely used that to his advantage here. 3-0. It should also be mentioned that he's hit 75% rail. That's going to go a long ways.
Absolutely. But they are trading items now, and Sirius appears to have stabilized. The question is, he just can't get on this high ground. That rail will certainly help his cause somewhat, but with the Mega coming up now, Sirius might just settle for a heavy and live to fight another day and look for another fight. Going off that jump pad he's caught, but no connection coming out from either player, so they will once again reset. The question is, can Sirius knock Sparty off of this mid ground? Because at the moment, that's the deciding factor.
Nicely done. A little bit of Super Shotgun revenge from game number 1. That was the one gun that Sirius was 100% with, and a second one. I don't even want to necessarily take credit away from Sparty, but one has to ask, is Sirius comfortable on this map? Either way, Sparty has shown even throughout the regular season, I'm picking this map, I put my time in. We're now seeing potentially that kind of play out here in this matchup.
Absolutely, and it is pretty still early days, but obviously not being in the QPR means you're less inclined to get practice. Most people in ranked won't pick this map unless you go out your way to play it in scrims. You're never really going to play it, particularly on not the same level. So the comfort isn't there. Definitely not out of it.
Sparty was at 1 HP and he still saved that eject. Just to show you the mentality that he's in right here. Like, no, I'm going to take away all the health bubbles because I've got this free heal in the grand scheme of things. There's the inject after the hit. Still at 10 points of health. Survives that one. Lands another rail. And even though he's in the danger zone, is not really letting up.
He's just... The problem is, again, the high ground. He is the one using that speed, creating these angles up on the high ground. Sirius hasn't had the stack to really position himself or bully Sparty off of that land. He does now, though, connecting with back-to-back rails. And he still has the Ghost Walk up.
And now, you know, it's all about the, okay, cool, how do you now deal with the situation where your opponent's got a little bit of control? You know, you have to adjust and you have to change your strategy a little bit, at least until you feel like I've got a stack, I've got control, I've got the weapons that I need. Certainly, he picked up the one that is probably the most important to him so far. That, of course, being the rail, shooting a 56 now, but his opponent answering back with a 66 of his own.
Yeah, delaying that Mega allowed Sparty to steal the heavy, so in hindsight was a mistake. What it has done, though, is that it has tied up the item timings, meaning even now he's on the back foot, he still has something to fall back on, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Sirius. But he's still struggling to get any sort of positional advantage here. And his rail so far hasn't been as clean as we saw it on the last map. No, it's still 66%, but
there's been a lot of trades,
yeah.
right? Just kind of washes, but both majors are up. The heavy in the sights of Sirius. He's going back to setting those traps, hoping this little rabbit will come in, get its foot caught, and take the kill. But great defensive rocket coming out there by Sparty. Once again, still finds himself with a little bit better stack coming around the corner, and he's going for the chase. He can't quite get up on him, but the next excellent exit rail on that one. Sirius, though, gets hit with one on his own, and that's the thing. Those rails, you can take them if you're also hitting yours, and that's been the case here for Sparty in this match so far.
Sparty's playing really well so far. He's using the Anarchy to perfection. You can see how powerful it is in these situations when you just have that speed advantage. But Nyx just cannot cope. Sparty pinned up in the world, and somehow, actually, Sirius recoups.
That was really unfortunate. That's the one you just got to brush off and go like, all right, well, we're halfway through this game. Still 4-frag lead for Sparty. Certainly that 5-frag was feeling pretty comfortable, but after getting pinned like that, that is not great. Another great flick rail coming out, and both these players' rails have been off the chain. They've been great.
Yeah, Sparty's meeting fire with fire, and that's been the saving grace. He's playing it strategically very well, but the execution has been on par as well. And that's always going to be the hard thing against somebody like Sirius. So Sparty's done a great job, and he's also now stolen himself a Mega, so he's keeping in this game on the timings as well. They've been spot on throughout. And he's consistently now going to frustrate Sirius to play keep away. He doesn't want to take these fights. He's the one that's got to lead.
That is gotta make it feel a certain way on that one. There's an aggressive rocket jump up to the top level. Gonna steal away this light as well. And I gotta say that the previous Ghost Walk that we saw was pretty good at mitigating that.
Yeah.
Direct rocket, I think, would have resulted in. But 6.5 minutes, 4 frags still for Sparty. Keep his head on, and he has the potential of tying this one up 1-1 and taking us to the third game, which means one of us will be right.
The shadows hide me.
Yeah. Oh. Turn the other way. Couldn't find the telegraph frag out of the Ghost Walk.
Yeah, this is Sparty's done playing now. Sparty is defending my lead, chipping away, frustrating his opponent, just stealing the items, using that speed, and he's doing it so well. And when you are an Anarchy playing like that, it's just incredibly difficult to do anything against them.
Yeah, and this shows some patience and discipline from Sparty, for sure. Ooh, almost ate that shotgun blast, but the LG comes out instead. A couple of rockets exchanged. There's the inject, and a follow-up rail cannot be hit by Sirius. Going to go for that tri-bolt damage. Does do a significant job there. Misses that rail. That actually could have been a game changer right there. That probably would have been a kill and possibly a conversion. But once again, that Anarchy showing you why it can be a royal pain in the ass if you get that lead here. And have, you know, solid little health buff there from the inject.
Yeah, the lifeline for Sirius is the fact that Sparty now cannot get an item. Look how low he is. Double rail, the inject comes out. Oh, and there he is going through the TP. What? There you go.
God. Did he hit that rail too?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
But he will steal away the heavy. So, you know, it's not all in vain with 2 minutes to go.
Nah, still need to take it easy on this one. Did peak that Mega, but is he gonna go for it? He does. He thinks he has an idea where Sirius is.
Sirius just completely
Is he below him? Oh, he is. He is. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and it's just pure time wasting from Spotty now, setting up around these corners in the choke points. Sirius obviously has a Ghost Walk, so can afford to go a little bit reckless, but at the same time, it's all just burning the clock.
Yep. That's exactly what he's doing at this point. There's the inject.
This is frustrating.
I mean, yeah.
From a Sirius, they're not for me, sorry. I'm not whining here, but...
God, I'm so frustrated, wait. No. A great rail from the back, but another one coming out by Sparty. A trade yet again. And Sirius does have a minute to try to bring this one back.
He's making it a game, that's for sure.
That is true.
I don't think he knows exactly when this timing is, so he's not going to stick around. And there's a lovely rail through Spotty. Hasn't got an inject. He could definitely close it down, but question is, can he's just going to hang around Banana and listen. Oh!
No!
The heavy's up, though. Spotty will know this, but he's in the vicinity. What a rail that is. Sirius coming barreling through. Spotty's going to try and take it. He actually clips the ledge, leaves the heavy up, though. He's so weak. The inject's used. Can Sirius track his opponent down with 20 seconds to go? He's just sitting in that Banana. Once again, a lovely rail. Sirius has to go aggressive. He's got the Ghost Walk, but no, he misses it on the Mega.
God, 15 seconds, though. It could still happen. Ghost Walk pop. Try to get into a better position. See if he can take at least a rail shot and possibly something else. But Sparty up by 1, 3, 2, 1, and pulls it out with one frag. That was actually... That might have been one of my favorite games I've watched. That was a pretty good one. I like that.
Yeah, the first 30 seconds to a minute, I was like, this is going to be brutal. But, oh, he clawed it back 6-5. And Sparty getting away by the lick of his skateboard, because there were so many rails in that last minute that if they connected, we would currently be in overtime.
Yeah. I mean, good chase. The frag as the eject comes out, like a rough go on that one. But we're tied 1-1 now, and again, both players kind of are playing with their signature styles, but are also have elevated those to the next level. They are adding in the ingredients that we said would make this cake taste a little bit better, and now are like serving it up to us and everyone else.
Absolutely, and what I really like about both these players, exactly what you said, they've risen to the occasion, and they're respecting one another. Like on another day, like Spotty could have been rushing around, but no, he played smart, he played the items, and he was connecting with every shot he needed to. As smart as Spotty was playing on that, and if he wasn't hitting 60% rail, good chance Sirius had walked away with a victory in that game.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there were so many times we talk about it during the QPL where, defensive play, defensive rockets, defensive rails, something in which like you are the mouse being chased by the cat and you kind of stop that cat cold with that beautiful rocket or that perfect rail. We saw quite a few of those out of Sparty. Sirius still gave chase, did bring it back, very, very close. And who knows what would happen if that would have actually gone to overtime. Like, I don't even...
Yeah, it kind of felt that it took Sirius a good 3-4 minutes to realize what had happened in that first 30 seconds, and then to understand what Sparty was doing. There was definitely an adjustment there. He played the islands better. He found his angles, and that was the pivotal shift, but he just ran out of time, to put it bluntly.
Awoken is next. We've got Doom versus the BJ. Definitely we have heard the rumblings of like BJ getting picked up a little bit more, simply due to the fact that it's like, well, I kind of like this zero latency thing that we got going on here at LAN. That can mean a lot of things for BJ. Now, Awoken though, right? I mean, that BJ on Corrupted Keep, totally get it. Awoken is another map that we've seen. What are your thoughts here?
I really don't know. I think it's going to come down to the rail again. I mean, even the last map, I think both those players had more rail damage than all other weapons combined. It's just been pure aim. It's been slow. It's been cagey.
I was going back to nosfa versus Xron, and Awoken was the nosfa was on the Ranger, and Xron was on the Doom, and it was 11-4, and it's kind of unusual, right? You have the double jump, but never used rage. There was or berserk. There's like nothing there. All kind of tactics and aim, and won the game convincingly 11-4. But when you throw BJ into the mix,
yeah, I think the Doom has fallen off quite considerably. One, because the berserk just just got nerfed into oblivion. But also, the Doom was excelling in a period when the players didn't know how to play around it. You know, it was at the start of the meta when you didn't really know the angles of the map. You didn't really know how to play that defensive. And so that management of the choke point, which is basically where the double jump only really becomes massively valuable, was the be-all and end-all. If you can get that choke point up in the T-junction quickly, smartly, you would win the game. And obviously the double jump has other uses in combat, but that was the main thing. As players have worked around it, and we're seeing things like nail jumps and everything else to help you get around the map quicker, and you're smarter on the defense, it lost a lot of value. We don't see BJ a lot on this map. BJ is not really picked that much in general, and it's definitely more important here, and it's definitely used well by Sirius. I've seen him play it a lot. Can he maximize the efficiency here? We will see. The Doom is easier to execute, but the BJ has a higher threshold.
Right. Considering that Sirius has also been playing I'm going to try to set up some traps and get you caught, that's where I think if used properly, BJ could do some damage here. Now, off the spawn, we do see Sparty pop the Rampage, and that at least gets him over to grab that.
Oh, nice
mega.
trap. Ooh. There is a jewel already. Even with the rockets, it still gives you double the output, double the potential.
Ooh.
Can't just finish off Sparty, but he's going to try and chase him down. If Sparty goes barreling on, and there's the easiest rail hit all tournament.
I kind of like that. Like, go through the teleporter psych. Nope, I'm not.
But yeah, we definitely need to see that level of more of proactiveness from Sirius. I don't want him just to play that I'm going to wait until you come to me type style. It's more, let's just use your advantage and your presence to manipulate your opponent as well.
I think Sirius might just play the come to me
strategy.
So
he's sitting in the chair.
We'll have to see. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. 1 minute in, Sirius has that first frag.
He hasn't got an LG, so that's a problem if he falls into this pit here, because if he gets pushed, there's no way out. Fortunately, he isn't pushed. Not sure if Sparty has a rail yet, and he doesn't. He doesn't even have a rocket, but there's the push I was talking about. I don't think Sparty realizes no LG to play with, so he's not going to full-on commit. But it is a dangerous situation to be in.
Yeah. I mean, Sirius, I think, got really lucky to kind of get out of that one in a perfect spot to be able to do that, but he's slowly building up his arsenal here that I think will make him a bit more effective. Oh, narrowly misses that rocket. We get the rocket jump after the rail connects, and setting up for our next set of items.
The problem I see with the way Sirius is playing at the moment is just giving almost too much respect to Sparty. It's too easy for Sparty to play the map. It's too easy for Sparty to get out into that mid ground, because Sirius is the one that had the control and the momentum, and that's been critical. But what Sirius is doing is he's managing this rail. Sparty still hasn't got it, and so he cannot really contest. And as long as Sirius maintains that presence and maintains that rail, Sparty is really a lost lamb in this game.
Yep, and is happy to give up that mega as long as he can continue to keep hitting these shots too. We do have about 6 seconds in between these major items, so that could also change things if we see even wider gap. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we still have no rail, and you've got to imagine that's what's got to be frustrating for Sparty.
Yeah, so Sirius is actually willing to let Sparty run the map. He's got a 1 frag lead. Sparty's, if he wants to play this game, he has to have this rail, because otherwise he's just going to run at his opponent and get bullied. So that's exactly what he's trying to do now. He's trying to force Sirius away. He's trying to work out, how do I get my opponent to move? It's an unusual problem. And at this moment, that's not really the play. He's in a lot of damage, but he might be able to steal away the heavy. He can, and he will get out.
Yeah.
But the problem is he still hasn't got a rail.
He hasn't.
He will now.
Good defensive shot. He's also going to grab both of these major items, potentially. He decides to go over to the rail, but then also gets the mega, which suddenly puts Sparty in a position like, you're going to let me run the map? Great. You cannot keep the rail for me for 10 minutes. That's like the most asinine strategy that anyone has ever tried to come up with. But he tried, and it did work out. Now he's got to adjust.
Yes, and now we have to see a different strategy, absolutely. And Sparty has that rail, which is exactly what he needed to make these moves. Now Sirius has to actually play the game. He has to get out on the map, and he has to find a way to get onto these major items, because at the moment, Sparty, whilst he's eating more damage, he's taking a lot more resources.
He is. And, you know, maybe that's fine. Can, like, slow things down when you have a rail, can play more long distance. Some more shots exchanged there. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Sirius's dual wield strat here. I'm not sure what he's ultimately trying. We've seen a lot of dual rockets come out. None really having a huge effect.
No, not yet. He's just using it as almost intimidation tactic.
Maybe, yeah.
He's got timing on that. That's so much damage. He's got timing on both major items. Now, and what a rail as well through the grate.
Oh, gosh. These two are just reading each other like a book. A beautiful...
Lovely.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Did you see that?
He's got Spotty in the corner, though, and at least delaying the pickup. If not killing his opponent, can he get him? He should do now. There you go.
Wow.
Doesn't miss. This guy does not miss.
Dude, the rail that I saw before that was just bonkers. I mean, he saw his foot, knew he was going to go over to that jump pad, and immediately adjusted for the angle on the shot. Like, that was bonkers. And we're only halfway through, like a 2-frag lead, the way they're playing, and things could change instantly as Chase is given, but he stops at that hallway knowing that that would be a dangerous situation to let
But at the
Sirius
same
get.
time, you can see how he's not thinking ahead in terms of the map. He was positioned in the banana room, allowing his opponent free entry to defend the Mega. He just needs to shift his mindset towards what is my opponent doing next? What's the next item? Rather than how can I do the most amount of damage at this point in time? That's going to cost him against players that are playing a bit better, but he still might cost him now as there's 4 minutes to go against Spotty, who has been himself playing very well. This is a better setup, though.
I mean, with that said, I do have to give Sirius some credit. It feels like he's trying to mitigate angles, right? Which he's like, okay, Sparty keeps ruining my day with this rail. So at least, how am I approaching this?
But this is the problem we see with a lot of players. You're absolutely right, because he doesn't give his opponent an inch, but at the same time, his strat relies on hitting everything.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
And he is hitting everything.
Yeah.
But if you don't, the pressure will build to the point where you cannot defend anymore.
What is more winning strat, Dan? Hitting everything or trying to deny rail for 10 minutes?
Or in Sirius's case, do both. Oh dear, but Spotty's got him pinned once again. He's just holding his ground, nice and casual. And I can tell you, this is frustrating for Spotty, but he knows with the control, he's always got a chance. And as long as he doesn't relent and let Sirius get back onto the map, he's in an okay position.
Wow.
As I said, Sirius goes on aggressive for the first time in forever. Does a little bit of chip damage. Should have been spamming that entranceway. Let Spotty come through. Fortunately, hits a rail, which I don't know. Is he like 80%?
No,
what is it?
65 feels like 80.
Yeah.
That's when, you know, the weather is like, yeah, it's 70 degrees. Feels like 105 for all those that use Fahrenheit out there. Sorry. But yeah, it's kind of like that. It feels a lot higher than it actually is. So we got about 2.5 minutes.
Just defend the Mega, my friend. No need to push out. Spotty's going to come to you, and there he is. But Spam's good. Spotty's in a position where he has to take this fight. He's done a lot of damage himself. Sirius is railable. He waits to heal up. Oh, I thought he skinned on a bus.
Oh my God, what a sick move. I mean, first the momentum with the rocket jump into the Mega. It's not over yet, but the door is closing.
Yeah, you can feel it coming, but Spotty, though, he doesn't want that door to close. He shoves his foot in the way, and he has a lifeline with 2 minutes to go. He's still healthy. He knows the timing, and this is it. He's keeping that rotation strong. He's maintained the timing, and he's caught Sirius in a position of vulnerability.
I think the danger here for Sirius is getting, you know, content here with his the little bit of time he has. Huge rail around the side. Watch him go around. There is the dual wield LG, which does a stupid amount of damage, and exactly the reason why he wanted to be on that champion. It completely stopped Sparty there. Great rail through the window. Can he follow up on that one? He's finding it.
The headmaker's up. Oh, he hits him just a second too late. Sirius is still in the vicinity. He hasn't got a rail. He's just spamming away with the LG. He doubles back. It's huge damage. And Spotty has to retreat. With 1 minute to go, he cannot give up a frag, but at the same time, he cannot relent on the pressure. And so the Berserk comes out. He tries to recoup, but Sirius, he is in the vicinity for this heavy, and this is a massive item wheat. Another rail.
He had a good idea where he was, but decided to go for it. There was a rail, an answer back. Sirius got a pretty legitimate stack here. Mega's up, but the time is ticking away. 2 frags, it's still doable, but he's got to find one here in the next 10 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's low on rail. He's got 3, so it's not even going to be enough to finish the opponent off. And Sirius, he's worked his way over to that heavy once again, his favorite part of the map, but no, he decides to retreat. He knows that's where his opponent's going to be. Instead, he takes a higher ground position. Spotty sneaked his way around. He's going to have to rocket jump up. Sirius drops down. This is going to be a fight for the ages. Spotty has to make something happen here. He's connecting with the LG, but that's all it is, a trickle. Rail from Sirius, another one from Spotty, but it's not enough. And even if he kills him now, it won't be enough.
Wow.
And Sirius takes out Spotty and my voice in the process.
That was actually a phenomenal series. 2-1. Did go to Sirius. First game 4-9. Insomnia 6-5. Awoken 1-4. Absolutely loved that series. That was unreal.
It was a very different type of series.
I think that like watching that final map, like a good 80% of that map was in rail room.
Yeah.
Like that absolutely the very beginning, just the absolute game of denial. But I mean, I feel like there's nothing I can say here that you didn't already cover in the middle of the map. Like, we all kind of knew what match we were going to get before we got it, and that's exactly what we had. You know, super aim heavy, even down to that kind of almost final rail straight through where light armor is. Just insanely good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do when someone doesn't miss? Like, what do you do?
The thing is that there's not much where I'd be like, this should have changed, this should have changed, should have done this differently. I feel like there was a clearly game plan on both sides, executed, but to your point, there are those moments where you're hoping like, my opponent's going to miss. That's my opportunity. And even when that often happened, there'd be an exchange. It wouldn't quite, and then it just sort of be a reset at that point. But
I think, like, to summarize it with all due respect to Sirius, Spotty played the better duel. Sirius played the better point and click. Like, it's just, he obviously did the right things for his playstyle, but it is a scary playstyle for me to watch because it leaves him so vulnerable when you're willing to just forfeit the map, forfeit items in favor of just taking a slightly better angle at a point in time. Better players will punish him for that. Spotty nearly did, but it wasn't enough today.
Yeah. Ketchup, coming back. Any other thoughts about that matchup? I mean, going all 3 games, Sirius takes it 2-1. I'll be the bigger man and admit, when I'm wrong. So,
I mean, you're pretty used to that by now.
Good. I'm done. I'm out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just a 1-0-1.
I think that match really sets up the excitement for what Sirius could do in the rest of the bracket. Sirius is, you mentioned it for good reason at the very beginning, that of all the players that are not your standard Pro League bunch that have been here for all the weeks, lots of people were looking at Sirius, and that kind of matchup is a perfect example as to why everyone was looking at Sirius, because it is a unique style.
Like, I've seen him in scrims dismantle rapha, and like you know how serious rapha takes scrims even still, right? Like, if you put him in a situation where he feels confident and he can play the items and play the basics, that aim will take him far. That's like Tox on another level of aim,
right?
And that's the scary thing.
Yeah.
If he can refine the fundamentals, he will be a force in this not just in this tournament, but for the future of the QPL.
Well, guess what? We've got more Quake games coming at you here. We mentioned that the winner of this match is going to go on to face RAISY next, so we might take a little bit of an extended break as we get that one ready, because coming up after this one, RAISY versus Sirius. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go away. We'll be right back. welcome back as we near the end of day one here for the Quake World Championship. We are getting ready to jump into our next matchup. Joining me once again here on the stage is, of course, Lethal and Flea. Sorry, no, sorry. I noticed I was kind of out of frame there a little bit. That was just call that my bad. Gentlemen, we just saw an amazing matchup there between Sparty and Sirius. That, of course, sets up this upcoming matchup, RAISY and Sirius. You might have said, wait, I thought it was going to happen right after. Yes, but they had to do picks and bans and get things set up, so that's in the process. We'll know that stuff very soon. But, gentlemen, welcome back. Did you get a chance to watch that last matchup? Quite an interesting game and series, and honestly, continuing the tradition of just showcasing some great Quake already here for day one.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think I watched the majority of the series, and one of the notes I made about Sirius is that he's a momentum-based player with really strong tracking, and we saw that throughout the entirety of it. Like the rail accuracy, 68%, 58, 63 against even some of the light champions as well. And there's not something we really predicted because Sparty has been training his backside off massively over the last few weeks. And any single time you saw someone scrimming, Sparty would be in that scrim. He must have scrimmed at least 3-4 times a day, like at the bare minimum, considering the amount of practice he put in. So he's not going to be too happy about it. I'm sure he'll do, or at least progress through the losers bracket quite far to a certain degree. But Sirius really putting on a good show here.
Yeah.
I mean, Sirius initially kind of made his debut in Quake Champions right here, PGL 2018, where he surprised everyone, upstaged a lot of players, made it into top 8. I still remember some of the interviews then with Rapha, for example, saying, this kid, he's like a human aimbot. His aim it is absolutely unbelievable, and that's exactly what Lethal was just talking about. Excellent tracking. His LG and his railgun are second to none. And you could see it at the end of the previous matches, right? Every single map, it was like 50% LG, give or take, 65% rail. Consistently, that is nuts.
There is still one shot on Awoken that I will just think about for the next couple weeks where, you know, he predicted Sparty going up the jump pad, and his crosshair just was like, okay, he's there, and then immediately went to the middle of the jump pad, and then right as Sparty jumped, hit the... You know, it was serious business for sure. So, yeah, a great matchup indeed. We're going to now shift gears and move on to RAISY versus Sirius. We'll look at picks and bans and talk about these two players in just a moment. But RAISY, a player that we've all said, hey, this is someone who's got championship potential here. But let's hear from him as we sat down and talked with him about this previous season and, of course, the finals.
Hello, my name is Adrian Birgain. My in-game name is Maestro RAISY. I have been playing Quake Champions ever since 2017 the game came out. My favorite champions are the ones that have really interesting mobility, mainly the ones that are really fast, for example Anarchy and Clutch and Swordlag. Lately I've been using Slash a lot as well. I started to enjoy her as well. I learned how to move well with her, and I've been feeling like she is gonna be one of my favorite picks. My favorite weapon used to be the lightning gun, and I still enjoy it, but lately I have been focusing more so on using the railgun, and I have been very efficient with it, I feel like, so I started to like it a lot. I do enjoy pummeling people with the gauntlet, because that's fun. I've been looking forward to being on LAN again. While playing QPL online is nice and all, but the LAN feeling is just something else. And I was very happy that it is being held here in the PGL studios, because I have been here before in 2018, and I had really good experiences with the event. It would mean the world to me to finally be able to win one of the QPL seasons. I've been doing so well in most of them, and I've come so far and so close to ending up being first place, but unfortunately I've been only managing to get second places so far, so maybe this time. I feel like I'm quite happy with where I got positioned in the bracket. My first opponent is going to be the winner of Sparty versus Sirius, and from then on, if I manage to win against him, then I'll be playing against, for example, maybe Avec even, and Kilsen, because it could happen. And I have lost to both of them throughout this season, so hopefully this time I'll do better than that.
We were commenting that, you know, maybe his favorite weapon was going to be Gauntlet, but he didn't go there. He didn't go there, Flea. Yeah, and you know, RAISY, although getting second place in the pool of players that we have is still, that's not a thing you should be ashamed of on any level, but I understand the thirst for the championship.
I mean, I looked it up. RAISY has come second in 5 finals. 5 actual Quake Pro League finals. He came in second, including the most recent one, Season 2. He also ended up second place once again, losing to his teammate Wenger. So he really is due for that win, that championship to his name.
Yeah, the fact that he's been the bridesmaid that many times, it's just so demoralizing on so many occasions. It's like, how much more do I have to practice and grind? And it's, you know, before it was always rapha, and then before that, it was actually after that, it was Wenger. So it's always someone who seems to be in his way at the final hurdle. But also at the same time, he always comes from the losers side. So it could be a stamina issue, but I would love to see RAISY, if he does make it that far, come for the winner's side and see how different he is in comparison.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that it says a lot, right? Like, having a second life in this tournament is great, but you still know that, like, now I'm at the end of the plank and someone could easily boot me into the water and get eaten by the shark. So I understand, and yeah, maybe that could change someone's motivation, how they feel, their confidence level going into these matches. You just never know. Now, his opponent, certainly one who just impressed coming off of his last series versus Sparty. It was a 2-1, but was just a remarkable display of Quake skills across the board. And, you know, you mentioned Rapha described him as a human aimbot. I think that is pretty solid. How's he going to do versus an opponent like RAISY? Well, I can't wait to jump into it and talk a little bit about it. What do you think about Sirius?
Well, the fact that he's got such great combat skills is something which RAISY needs to take a huge element of caution in. And even at a KingCon event, I believe Sirius did defeat Maxter in the final of that, and that wasn't too long ago. So it's not that he's scared of land experience at all and he's not familiar with anything. The fact that he took down Maxter, who's technically a top 8 player in this league, and managed to take him down, it's not something, I think it's something which has been overshadowed coming into this tournament.
Just a few days ago, I managed to catch RAISY play Tox on stream, right? And Tox is a player with a similar skill set when it comes to aiming as Sirius does. And in the end, RAISY was really talking about it as in, this was so different from finding anyone else in the Quake Pro League, because fights that I would normally just win with ease, I now have to approach with extreme caution because I just know how much it's going to hurt. Sirius is going to be no different.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. There's these elements of like, I don't quite understand my player, I have to adapt to them, but then when your player has such a strong aim fundamental in the game, and frankly, I think approaches things in his own unique way, right? One example that we were talking about during that matchup was Awoken, where he decided to spend that 3 minutes just guarding rail and keeping it out of his opponent's hand. Like, he identified that with Sparty as being a reason why Sparty was able to claw back and potentially take a game. So, right, how will that affect his approach on RAISY? I don't have the answer to that, but I have a feeling we might figure it out in this matchup. So it sounds like picks and bans are ready. So let's check things out because I'm very curious. So Deep Embrace, chosen by RAISY, Awoken by Sirius, and I'm not surprised to see that one. And then finally, if we need to go there, it's going to be Corrupted Keep. Now we also have our champion picks and bans. You want to take a look at those and tell us what you think. I mean, one thing to note is that obviously RAISY said, hey, this Slash character is like pretty great. I might like start playing a little bit more. Well, there you go. Chosen there right off the bat as we see versus the Ranger. But any thoughts on our champ picks?
Yeah, he was playing Slash as a bit of a meme on stream for like a long time, just playing everyone and every map on with this champion. But instead, he's actually decided and thought to himself, oh, do you know what? It's actually pretty damn good. It's the map picks which kind of give me a bit of a question mark, and I find quite interesting. Is RAISY statistically has not been that great on Deep Embrace overall, but then again, his best map is Awoken, but Sirius has selected it for him here. So could it be curtains already? Early days, we'll have to see. But going on to Corrupted Keep right at the very end, very meta, you can see with the BJ versus the Galena, so that'll be an interesting matchup in itself. So yeah, very an unusual map selection going into this, considering that the first 2 map picks that RAISY's going to be happy with, but still then again, statistically not the greatest on Deep Embrace, and Sirius selecting Woken for him anyway, which is passing. But he's also equally as good, so it might just show a huge amount of confidence going to Sirius.
Yeah.
Also worth pointing out again, Death Knight being banned by RAISY, right? Just a few stages ago, Death Knight was essentially a joke pick. You wouldn't pick him unless you absolutely had to. And now players are actively choosing him multiple times, plus taking them away from their opponents. So that just shows how much that character has evolved. Now, other than that, indeed, RAISY picking Slash on Deep Embrace. We were talking about this actually before we went live. RAISY was talking about picking Slash, and people were kind of joking about Deep Embrace, but Slash has become a pretty common pick on this map.
Yeah.
People have been making her work, and I think that RAISY's once again going to show what she's capable of.
Yeah, I think using the speed, and it kind of RAISY's discussion on that was interesting because, right, not everyone played Quake 4, not everyone was acclimated to crouch sliding mechanics, so I could understand why that might not be a character if it's sort of a movement style that you're not necessarily used to. But here we are going to see it, and then up against the Razor. So I do think one thing that is interesting is that BJ kind of took a vacation during Season 3 a little bit. We did see a few picks of BJ on Corrupted Keep. We saw it lots more in the previous season, but being here on LAN, you know, knowing the potential burst that you can get, I'm not surprised to see these BJ picks sprinkled in.
Yeah, considering what the players have said, like compared to what it is in a LAN environment now back to online, and realizing that BJ is even more of an influence to kind of encourage you to select him instead makes perfect sense. So going to Corrupted Keep, he's hoping to seal the deal if he can, if it does go to that final map. And potentially it could, but the problem is those first two maps is a doozy. Why has RAISY selected Deep Embrace when it's statistically not his best map? And Sirius has just shown so much confidence selecting RAISY's, or one of his best maps statistically as well. So I really don't know how this is going to go. I do feel like RAISY should have the upper hand no matter what, but I'm just really scared of Sirius's aim skill. I know he makes some big brain plays here and there, but his aim skill alone just packs it up so hard.
Yeah.
Wheat, gonna ask you.
He's been waiting for it.
He's been waiting for it, but DJ Wheat, I have to ask you for a prediction, my good friend.
You know what? I am happy to make a prediction here. You know, first off, really impressed by Sirius, but the thing that I have to consider here is that, you know, RAISY is hungry. You mentioned 5 second places. That's still amazing, right? That is phenomenal. But I have to imagine seeing the work that was going in prior to this, the scrims that we were seeing, the dedication that RAISY was having to, you know, some of the unique ways that he was playing through, like no ability, this character only, these types of things. You know, maybe this will be the tournament in which he truly turns it around. He's got to get through an incredibly difficult opponent, but I'm going to throw my weight into RAISY's corner, and I'm just going to go ahead and say this is going to be a 2-0 for RAISY.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. I might actually say 2-0 because aim skill alone is great, but when you get a player with so much dueling experience now and got such great adaptation across the board, it's like I said, aim skill's great, but some of the big brain plays that RAISY makes again and again and time to time, he knows exactly, he has the perfect balance of that offensive defensive balance, which is going to throw Sirius off from time to time. Yeah, sure, he may keep the scores respectable, but I don't think he will take him out.
Yep.
I'm going to agree with the two of you. I think 2-0 for RAISY. Sirius is an incredible player, but his aim is such a key part of his game, and we all know that when it comes down to mental fortitude, if things start going the wrong way, Sirius tends to tilt a bit, right? He's prone to letting his emotions get in the way of himself, whereas RAISY is an emotionless robot, so I'm going to give it to him.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad I could help you with your prediction there, Flea, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Wheat.
Cheers, we appreciate that, mate, as we're going to get into this first map between RAISY and Sirius, starting off from RAISY's POV, just taking it a little bit slow here. He's only got the LG in his arsenal, but I'm sure it's going to increase, but of course, just biding his time for now. Has the heavy machine gun, he wants to do a little bit of damage instead of the rail anyway, depending on its strafe pattern. And yeah, this is a very slow start from RAISY. He's obviously picked up on what shenanigans was Sirius was doing previously. But yeah, Sirius does pick up that heavy, and RAISY does pick up the mega for now.
Both players off to a very slow, calculated opening. Respectful of one another. RAISY knows exactly what Sirius is capable of with any weapon in his hands. Now both players, of course, spawning on opposite side of the map, meaning that RAISY starts off with the LG and Sirius can take Rail and perhaps even Rockets. Now RAISY sneaking into Sirius's base without making any noise whatsoever, will eventually give away his position, but not without getting a Rockets and a Rail for 3. Meanwhile, Sirius still sitting pretty in that exact same spot, lacking the lightning gun, which is, of course, the weapon that he's most known for.
Of course, RAISY knows when your opponent's already around that heavy area, it's very difficult to try and contest, especially with the height and the close quarters area he's in, just waiting for RAISY or daring him to try and come across. But if he gives him more and more of his chip damage, then it's going to be a huge opening here and sound alarm bells for Sirius as RAISY will just dive on in. But slowly but surely he's able to get through. Man's hit the first one, backs away straight away just to throw him off guard a bit. And that was huge. Hits the second one straight afterwards. And this is what I'm talking about. Some of these big plays will be huge for RAISY, considering the aim's good. No matter how good it is, almost taken down in the end. But Sirius will get cleaned up as RAISY's left on 16 HP at the time.
RAISY taking far more damage than he had bargained for. Somehow Sirius was able to avoid most of that shotgun damage, picking up a few health bubbles here and there to keep himself alive. And because of that, RAISY was unable to get control of both of the items, has to concern himself with just the heavy, while Sirius got a pretty convenient spawn near the Mega. But here we go, another fight opens up. Sirius getting bounced clean into the air, and RAISY once more finishing it off with the shoddy.
Certainly has done, and you can see RAISY's just trying to make Sirius feel as uncomfortable as possible, just to, not just in terms of what decision he should make, but it will affect his aim skill a little bit also. Nice 41 from that last try bolt, a further 35 to add to the tally. Again, just dancing around top mid to see what Sirius is going to do first. But Sirius isn't taking the bait right now. Mega's up in the next 7 seconds, but then again, so is the heavy, as RAISY now pushing it in with the LG. Would have had to clean up though, looking very strong indeed. Sirius will get taken down once again, and RAISY already up 3-0 in this map.
And you just know that this is not how Sirius wants to play these matches, right? And that's exactly why RAISY is approaching it like this. Constantly keeping his distance, staying clear from that murderous LG range, and just baiting Sirius out into these very awkward, uncomfortable fights that RAISY knows that he can just play the way he wants to, and Sirius is likely to kind of get a little flustered, start making mistakes. And now, before you know it, Lethal, we blinked and it's a 6-0 lead.
Absolutely incredible. This is like a different tier on itself already. And I did actually make a note before with Sirius. Like, one of the main things, it just must not tilt. It's easier said than done. We know a lot of players completely change their ways when their mentality is thrown out the window entirely. But it looks like he's still chilling a little bit and just trying to find his footing in this matchup here. But RAISY's just kind of feel like he's already got his number, considering the start he's had, just trying to throw him off a little bit, not just to the champion pick, but just in general with how he's making his rotations and changing up his pattern at all times. Sirius is so weak. He's actually missed the jump for the heavy, but it looks like he's just going to orb up and try and grab that. Eventually it does. Delayed it just by a few seconds. It might throw RAISY off depending on the circumstances here, but Sirius does have top mid control.
I like what RAISY was going for there. First jumping up to the heavy with the plasma trail, then dropping right back down, just making it so that Sirius couldn't take that item first. But then unfortunately RAISY missed that jump back up and had to give up the item. Not that it'll bother him too much. He's still looking very healthy, plus has a considerable lead over his opponent as we are approaching the halfway point of this map.
Yeah, there's been a couple of occasions where RAISY was knocking on death's door as Sirius just could not clean up at all in the slightest. Not the best of rockets here from RAISY, just to put a little bit of pressure down. He did about 61 total there from the two rockets, did some damage, but that last rocket would definitely give him the opportunity to try close out this 7th frag, but that tri-bot will do some additional damage there. Just waiting for this heavy, has the advantage, but oh, he's just waiting to see if it's going to fall for it. He does not, as RAISY just down his grandma. Sirius still manages to take him out, get that first frag, and still got 4.5 minutes of play, so Sirius does have time to come back in this matchup.
I like the aggression that Sirius showed right there, going for the rocket jump to try and make his way over to Mega on time. Unfortunately for him, RAISY, of course, playing Slash, got there first. But still, I like that Sirius was immediately ready to go and apply pressure. Now going up this bounce pad without the orb at the ready, that is something he should not do. Fortunately, he does reconsider. loops back around, sets up for the Mega instead. Now, Deep Embrace still is a pretty small map. Yes, he is outmaneuvered by Slash, but small arena. 5 frags in 4 minutes, perfectly doable. Doesn't have to rush himself, especially if he can get this one, and he can. Beautiful rocket. Picks up a small armor, nice opening rail. This is so good for Sirius.
Oh, great read as well. Heavy will be up in the next few seconds. Not going to go for it as of yet. Just going to see what RAISY's going to do first. That was an important rail to hit. Sadly, he just barely misses it to add that third frag to his name. But still, though, continue to put this pressure on. You could see RAISY was suffocating him so much, but Sirius couldn't really get going. He couldn't really push his own style of play. RAISY just forced him to make him play his own, but it seems like Sirius now has got a bit more room to breathe. You can see he's a bit more himself now in terms of his character in game. Still got about 3 minutes left, but it's like you said, it's a very small map. 4 frags is definitely doable, but these frags need to be clean and avoid being traded out.
Both items picked up at the exact same time. That's not what Sirius was hoping for. This benefits RAISY considerably, because to mount a comeback like this, you really want full control and be able to cycle both of these items, and in between picking them up, go hunt for your opponents. But now that they're tied, Sirius is not at liberty to do so. We'll actually trade a frag here that is again just going to benefit RAISY, because all that does is bring us closer to that 10-minute mark.
Certainly does indeed. Any way to waste time, RAISY's going to be all for it. He has a bit of a feeling he's biting that pillow, at least around top mid, but just RAISY just making sure to not give too many reads. Hits that first rail, beautiful stuff from Sirius, just to add a bit of damage and force him away. Heavy's up in the next 10 seconds. As RAISY does have time to try and contest it if he likes. He's going to assume that Sirius is going to be around the proximity of the Heavy. Looking to back away, but RAISY now already on guard here on top of his Heavy, looking to see if he can get a bit more done. Not as of yet, but this is the problem for Sirius now. RAISY's in a position with the items segregated so much in terms of time. He can go back and forth for these items. It's RAISY's to continue to hold top mid, waiting for Sirius to progress onto that Mega. We'll have to give it away for free after that first missed rail. And, oh, again, good rocket there as he's backing away once more. But this is a problem, you see. Sirius now needs to be overly aggressive, take a lot more risk, because there isn't really much time left for him to kind of make these methodical plays.
True. 90 seconds, 4 frags. All the pressure is now on him. He's got to find RAISY, but RAISY, we know that he can slow any game down to a crawl. He can turn himself invisible on these maps and just run down the clock, and I think that that's exactly what he's going to do. And now Sirius has to make really difficult decisions, right? Does he even go for the Mega? It's his, it's free to take, but he knows that doing so will cost him yet another 10 seconds that he will have to waste not being able to chase RAISY. But then you end up with situations like this where he doesn't go for the Mega and ends up without the stack needed to actually get the kill. And I think that there would be the final nail in the coffin, and that RAISY is comfortably going to walk away with a map 1 win.
That's literally going to be it as RAISY makes quick work of Sirius. Nicely done there with the LG as he went flying high. And yeah. Oh, okay. Make it a second time. Why not? Why not? Pretty much kite flying at this point. And yeah, you can see from RAISY, he just made him feel really uncomfortable from the start, because Sirius wasn't too sure where to look, where to go. And I think before, in the previous matchup against Sparty, he had all the info he required in order to continue pursuing that aggression again and again and again. But RAISY is the complete opposite effect. It's not giving him any angles, any clue what he's doing. And anytime RAISY does come out really strong and just hyper-aggressive, he's got a full stack advantage. And of course, he's going to take that every single time, trying to go for the gauntlet, but not going to happen here. But 10 frag deficit, there you go, as the first map will be going in favor of RAISY. Make that 11.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about just a few minutes into the match, right? RAISY knows exactly how to counter this playstyle. He's had the practice against Tox, right? A similar aimer to Sirius as we discussed before this match started. And he is just able to dismantle that playstyle. He knows what Sirius wants is constant aggression. Right up your face, or up in your face rather, with the LG, tons of damage coming out. So what does RAISY do? Stay as far away as possible as he can, steer clear from his opponent. He says, I know that you're going to get antsy. if I slow this down and you don't see me for 2 minutes, you are going to want to push and you're going to start making mistakes. So what RAISY does is just play to his own strengths, sitting there back, emotionlessly waiting and just baiting Sirius into jumping out into the middle of the map and taking him in these uncomfortable fights, like you said, making it extremely awkward for Sirius to do anything, and that ultimately worked beautifully for RAISY.
Yeah, you can see that Sirius is getting the heebie-jeebies a little bit. He was so tempted to push him in any way, shape or form. But the thing is that, again, it was the lack of info, just how he pursued at the very beginning, just almost walking towards the health bubble outside the heavy across top mid, and then eventually jumping out with that first rail, just doing anything just to mess with his brain in more ways than one. And no, I'm worried now because, like I said, this was statistically one of the worst maps for RAISY, but now we're going on to RAISY's best map. But Sirius also selected this map for a reason, so he's obviously very confident going into this second map. But as it could be a 2-0 sweep, the potential is there, looking like how RAISY performed so far. But yeah, the plays RAISY was making was just phenomenal. That's why he's one of the players and the top tier players here coming to the championships, but also one of the favorites to win the competition.
Look at these statistics. 70% railgun for RAISY, 44% LG for RAISY, out-damaging and out-aiming Sirius with the two weapons that he holds dearest. And that is exactly the result of that playstyle, making it uncomfortable for Sirius, always putting him into these awkward fights that he does not want to be in. So I'm curious how map 2 is going to start off, because previous map, it was so strange, the opening. It was almost as if I was watching one of those tactical FPS, right? RAISY just crouched walked all the way across the map, didn't even pick up railgun, just stood there for a moment, completely throwing Sirius off his guard and then moving it from there. So map 2 is going to be Awoken, very different beast. In terms of playstyle, honestly not that different to Deep Embrace, like similar art style as well, but also relatively small maps, the both of them. But it's the champions that are different, right? Anarchy versus Nyx, two lights.
Yeah, I love how you compared it to tactical FPS at the very beginning. We don't like those. You know, Quake's 10 times better anyway. This is why we're here, actually.
True.
In all fairness, but yeah, two light champions. This has got a lot of potential to be a high fragging game, depending on the circumstances. It could just be in RAISY's favour, or it could be quite a close affair. We'll have to see. But it's like I said before, once someone's forcing their style onto you and you start to feel really uncomfortable, it's not the fact that he did it for 30 seconds or a couple of minutes. It was literally like 8 or 9 minutes of the game. There's only one moment where I saw a bit of flair coming out from Sirius, where he was like, right, okay, you know, let's make this comeback. Let's try and at least stop trailing behind by so many frags in terms of deficit. But no, RAISY was like, no, it's fine. I'm just going to whack you with a 70% rail. And with a slash as well. That's not an easy task in itself.
It absolutely is not. Now, with that being said, we are loading into map 2, Awoken. Anarchy will be played by RAISY, right? So he's got that injection, give himself that health top-up, plus the air control to work with, whereas Sirius is using Nyx. And Nyx, she's got the Ghost Walk, very powerful aggressive tool, but also useful defensively to get out of sticky situations, and the passive, the wall jump, which essentially is a double jump in many of the situations on this map, especially around that center area where you can make such good use out of that ability.
Certainly does indeed, but let's see if RAISY's going to make quick work of this series and make it a 2-0 victory, or Sirius can make some kind of comeback here and take us to a third and final map in this winner's bracket. So we start things off from Sirius to see exactly what he's going to be up to. And it's quite interesting as well. Both these players will be fighting for the hourglasses on multiple occasions, depending on what pattern and rotation they're going to make. Sirius with an early stack advantage here. It's just a matter of how he's going to use it to its full potential.
RAISY still lacking the LG, doesn't have the rockets yet. Sirius, no doubt aware of this. Wants to zone RAISY out. Knowing that his opponent only has a railgun to work with, that opens up a lot of interesting engagements. Now he's trying to bait RAISY out. Oh, he came so close to doing a lot of damage with that opening tri-bolt shot, but RAISY stuck far enough back to avoid it.
Certainly did indeed. It's going to be another slow-paced game, another game of chess at this point. The Sirius is waiting for RAISY just to come out of his tents in that rail room and just come towards him in any way.
I like that Sirius is adapting the same strategy. He realizes what RAISY is doing, and instead of playing into it, he just mimics it, slowly crouch walking around the sides of the map, hoping to get an angle, which indeed he did. Now RAISY, I think, did secure the LG in that one. Yep, still lacking the rockets, but finally managed to still stack out his arsenal a little further. But Sirius is doing a good job at countering RAISY so far.
Certainly has done. If you can't beat his game, just play his own game. That's literally what he's been doing. Just it's working out for him so far. As you can see, RAISY knew he was top mid. It's just a matter of which way he was going to peek from. Chose correctly. It's backed away again. But it's interesting seeing the slow start from Sirius. I'm actually surprised Sirius is playing the exact same game, but I think he's been forced into a position where he has no choice, and this is where he's going to have to strongly adapt, which is going to be a question mark, especially at the later stage of this map. But so far, so good. But this is what exactly happened on the first map. And then RAISY, as he was getting a little bit more comfortable and confident in his setting, he was able to run away with it. Sirius, of course, recognised that instantly and doesn't want the same thing to happen again. No players heavily segregating the timing at all in the slightest. And we're going to see what Sirius is going to do now continuing forward.
I think Sirius is going to want to flip the items. He wants heavy rather than mega for two reasons. One, they're light champions. Heavy is always going to matter more since they don't spawn with any sort of armor to begin with. And secondly, RAISY is playing as Anarchy, so he can essentially top himself up, overstack on mega regardless. So you definitely don't want him to be the one to have heavy. If you can give him mega, his ability essentially becomes a lot less useful. So Sirius really wants to flip this, secure heavy for himself, but so far RAISY has been able to deny that nicely.
Yeah, I think this is probably the slowest Awoken game I've seen probably all season so far.
Could
but
be.
This means a lot for both of these players. Of course, neither player wants to drop into the losers bracket, considering how well all these players have been performing all day long. Literally a death pit into loser bracket so far, considering what we've seen from the performances there. But that was such great LG. The one mistake almost cost him here, and that means he's going to get both of the items, and that's going to be, again, ringing alarm bells for RAISY to try and push on forward and trap Sirius down, and he has done 10 HP. This should be the last frag here, as RAISY just trying to clean up, finally does it in the end. Took a while, but, you know, it's one of the situations where at least he managed to get it, no matter how long it took. So 4 minutes in, 1-0 lead in favor of RAISY.
Pretty sure Sirius was saved by that pillar there too. I think he would have been pushed out of the map by RAISY's LG there. Luckily for him, there was a pillar behind, but he was unable to make his mistake. He might have been able to use the ghost wall to get out, but chose not to. And now RAISY getting by solely because of a stack advantage. If they were on equal stacks, Sirius would have absolutely won that one, but now RAISY is starting to string together a few of these kills. He is weak, he is low. Sirius, if he can find him, might be able to secure a frag. Problem right now is his weaponry. No LG, and up until a second ago, no railgun either.
And we spoke about this earlier as well. No matter when he gets that first frag, that's when it's going to spiral out of control, and it looks like that's instantly happened. Taking full advantage with the full item control and the map and on top of things. So for Sirius, it's going to be a question of how he's going to try and bring this back from a calculated perspective. It was fine before, but he can't do what he did before, where he was playing quite passive and trying to wait for a mistake to come to him, because it's just not going to happen. But it does get traded out, and also means that RAISY's not going to have the huge stack he had beforehand. So it might be technically a win for Sirius, but RAISY straight on him with the rockets to make it 6-1.
Also can't help but feel that Sirius is being perhaps a little too conservative with that ability of his. He's barely used it at all lethal, and that one time that he did, it amounted to very little, because RAISY still beat him to that small armor pickup. Now they happen to trade frags, but RAISY, beautiful mid-air rocket extending his lead, and Sirius now left struggling for dear life. RAISY, sneaky little drop down, one rail into a shotgun won't be enough to clean it up. And Sirius bleeding frags ever more, won't be able to secure that mega either. RAISY now just starting to run both of the majors. This is where it becomes dire for Sirius.
It's crazy how that one instance when he got caught off guard with the LG when he was placed above heavy has caused this scoreline and this fiasco. And this is what happens. The one time RAISY got full item control and just swinging it back and forth, and that's where it's literally just become out of control, and Sirius just can't contend with it at all. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left for Sirius to try and close the gap with that 8 frag deficit, but it's not looking likely at the moment. With RAISY, I don't think he's the sort of person going to give away such a huge lead throughout this time scale. If anything, just going to continue piling on the pressure. Or maybe get a golden kill. But that was a lovely rail there from Sis. Could be a style or something, but it's like I said, time is of the essence.
Excellent rail. Through the glorious hole near the heavy. Now Mega, next major item that's up. Sirius will be able to secure that one. But RAISY, once again, proving so difficult to catch. Anarchy, one of the fastest, most mobile champions in the entire game. Sirius, of course. Nyx, still a very versatile champion. We've seen people talk about him in their interviews, right? Several people have said that Nyx is their favorite champ just because of how flexible and how versatile she is to throw your opponent off. But RAISY is just so experienced at playing around that. Sirius is struggling. I don't know how he can do this unless he starts hitting every single rail, which he's very well capable of, but he has to make it happen now.
We've seen it before, but I don't think RAISY is just going to give him the opportunity. He's just going to keep his distance, and that's what he's doing. And every time he keeps his distance, he's always getting first shot. Don't we want Sirius managed to get it then, but these frags aren't the cleanest, are they? Every time Sirius makes that recovery rotation across the map, that's more time added and more time wasted. But it has to be done. He can't fight on such low HP. He's literally on top of him at that stage. He's going to push on forward anyway, but RAISY will finally get the frag and increase his lead.
Now what do you do when you're Sirius in this situation? 7 frags down. Bordering on the impossible now, knowing just how strong RAISY is. As you said, one of the biggest issues is that Sirius has been able to secure a few frags, yes, but they've never been clean. They've never allowed him to just start stringing kill after kill together or getting a consistent grasp of the major items. And in doing so, RAISY was slowly able to start challenging him off the respawn and steal away one of those items and get a frag as well. And I think that at this point, Lethal, it's over and done. 90 seconds, it's just not gonna happen anymore, I feel like.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it was done pretty much a couple of minutes ago. Definitely out the realms of possibility now. But RAISY just putting on a show. But I said this before the series as well. You can have all the aim skill in the world, but when you've got such strong adaptation, witnessing how to play against someone like Sirius, where he's you know, a very accurate player, he's got very strong tracking, he's a momentum-based player. But him being that momentum-based player, once you're literally just suffocating him and putting so much pressure on, that's where you can tilt a little bit and go, well, what do I do next? What do I need to do in order to try and bring this back? And he's had a few ideas left and right, but it's just not worked out for him, sadly. So some of this did not pay off, but it's like we mentioned before in this map, that one instance where he was thinking about dropping down as he was above that heavy and just took so much LG damage. And as soon as RAISY was going back and forth, getting full item and map control, that was it. That was game over from then. That was the one instance which cost Sirius this map.
And he was doing so well up until that point too, right? He was really mimicking RAISY's playstyle, not making any mistakes, but that one little slip-up sent everything spiraling downwards. Now, of course, this is still the upper bracket, right? So let's keep in mind, Sirius remains in the tournament. He still has a shot at making it further than this, but looking a little dire after this one, and I think that any other player watching this might take a page out of RAISY's book and try to do the same when they have to go up against Sirius next.
Yeah, it's don't get me wrong, it's going to take a few years of hard work
Absolutely.
and a massive grind, but do you know what? It's not an overnight success, as we already know, as RAISY's been here for quite a few years now, and it looking like to try and, you know, he's had enough in second places now. He wants to give it a vote. He might want a first, maybe a third. I don't know. We'll see what happens as the weekend goes. But yeah, it was a shame for Sirius. I was going to say I look forward to see how he does in the losers bracket, but you have to worry about everyone in the losers bracket. And yeah, welcome back. Wait.
Thanks. You're welcome, by the way. No, actually, agree about Sirius, right? Anyone that's going to go up against Sirius in the lower, watch yourself. But also, you know, RAISY looks fucking good.
Yeah.
Like, real good. Was impressed with both of those maps, especially Deep Embrace. Again, we talked about that. That's not necessarily a map that we've seen him favor and talk about, like, oh, I love this, but looked super comfortable on it. Was also, you know, would play a position, right? Whether it was in the middle or it was over near the heavy, and was content doing that, but still maintaining control somehow. Just
you know, look like a RAISY that's tired of second place and wants to win a championship.
Yeah, it sure does. Now, for all our underage viewers, that was freaking good.
Yeah.
That we've just said right
Did
there.
I
So
just say that?
something like that.
Well,
Something
I
like that.
I felt like I censored myself there a little bit, but you know.
Nah, but like let's just take a look at the statistics, right? Sirius did manage to turn it around on map 2. You could tell that he was a lot more comfortable, at least for the first half of the map, right? On map 1,
yeah.
RAISY dominated him in terms of aim as well, just because it was so awkward for him. But map 2, Sirius was getting into the groove of things a little bit more, but ultimately still wasn't enough, especially in that second half.
Yeah, also I did point out what those first 5 frags, right? LG, 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 shotgun, shotgun, shotgun.
Yep.
Like we were even commenting in the back that, you know, I said I think that RAISY is right now one of the best in terms of being really smart about weapon selection, right? Whether that's cleanup or that's just I'm going into this battle, I have the right weapon out. I'm not going to let you gain any ground there. So, well done. I'm excited to see more out of him. So. Well, that's going to be yet another match coming up next. Waited till kind of the end of the day, but Rapha is going to be going up against someone who he's played in the past many times as well. It's Legacy versus Legacy, although returning Legacy in this case. It's going to be Rapha versus toxjq. It's coming up next, so don't go away. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, more action after this. as we near the end of day one here for the Quake World Championship, there is no doubt about it. This has been one of the most action-packed days of Quake that we have ever seen at a finals. And to think that we have 2 more days is pretty bonkers. But here we are as we are about ready to enter into our next matchup. Joining me once again, ZSX and Ketchup for a matchup between rapha and toxjq. 2 Quake legends going all the way back. One who has never, ever, ever stopped, and another who's making a glorious return here. We've got champion and rapha, a champion in toxjq, and now these 2 great giants face off.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of eyes are on this matchup just because of the names alone, but the most important thing is obviously and what shape is rapha in. Because I think everyone's looking at Tox, seeing the resurgence of Tox. He's going to do well in this tournament, but rapha is one of the favorites to win it. And this is when we finally get to see, is he in that championship form, or has he got a little bit ways to go?
Well, before we talk about it, why don't we hear from rapha himself? He sat down with, of course, our interview team to talk a little bit about the regular season and the finals. Let's hear what Shane has to say.
Rapha is my gamertag. I'm currently the 2nd seed going into this tournament. My favorite, it's hard to pick. I would have to say it's between 2. It's between Athena and Slash. Those are my favorite champions, and it's just due to the different mobility that each provides to the game and the way that you can really express your play style. And yeah, I don't know. Just watching good Slash players and Athena players in general is a beautiful thing to watch in Quake, and yeah, I really like playing those 2 champs. Favorite weapons, probably rockets. I don't know, just hitting sick air rockets. There's nothing like it in any other game, so probably a simple answer. I've had a pretty decent season, not as strong as some of the others, but I think I'm still in a really good position. Obviously, the 2nd seed is nice to have. Obviously, it feels really good to be back at LAN, and it feels good to be back here because the last time I was here, you could say I did all right. So, but yeah, it's always nice to play here at the PGL studio, so grateful for the opportunity that we get to get. It would mean a whole lot to win it again. Just like the last 2, the goal is to go 3 for 3. So that's what I'm going for, and I don't expect anything less from anyone else. I think the biggest challenge, like every finals, is just trying to pick up stride through the tournament. So typically some of the tougher matches end up being like the beginning for me because I'm not necessarily playing at my A+ game yet. So it'll just be about like whoever I end up facing between toxjq and Strongsage. Just making sure I bring my best game possible and like learn from it. Because like you said before, it's been almost 2 years since we've been able to play on LAN, so there'll need to be like slight adjustments made from game to game or evaluating what champions are going to be good during this tournament. I think, everybody has a rough idea, but once we get to LAN, you'll really start to see, which ones I think overall are consistently better. And then, yeah, a meta will take shape as the tournament goes on. So it's all about just being as prepared as possible and then hopefully ramping up and getting better and better until the grand finals.
Wise words from very well-spoken rapha. Ketchup, I'm going to go to you. rapha, obviously champion. It couldn't quite become the quad father yet, but certainly there's an achievement list that is very, very long, spanning many, many titles in the Quake series. And, your thoughts, and then take us into toxjq.
It's the championship mentality. That's one of the main and biggest things that rapha has always brought to the table. He's the kind of player that is very self-reflective, happy to sort of look inward and realize if there is something that didn't work out, what was the reason for that? And that happens from a map-to-map basis. Sometimes it happens within the map itself. His ability to adapt to people is nigh unmatched. I think there really is no player out there that can reflect on the player versus player element of duel like rapha has been able to do, because there are so many layers to what makes someone top level at a game like this, and rapha somehow manages to be the top of the leaderboard in pretty much every single way.
Yep.
The most successful Quake Champions player that exists, and not just duel, but like every game mode. You name a game mode that was made competitive in this, and rapha was able to win it with some people or himself.
That's true.
Ridiculous.
He's just somebody that commands respect. I think, we've done few of these segments now, and I think that's the only video we've all watched basically in silence, because when Rapha speaks, you listen.
Yeah.
He's always got something insightful to say, always valuable and concise. And no matter how good he is, he always seems to find a way to get better, to iterate, to lead the meta. And that's even harder when you're in a region with no competition. So Rapha is somebody that I really respect for a lot of reasons. I actually don't think he, and he said it in that video, he's not in the best shape. I don't think he's the favorite coming into this. He's not #1. He had, for his standards, a rough season. You still owe me a bit of money for that, by the way.
I thought I was paid up, but okay.
Well,
All right. Show me the receipts, dog. Let's go.
Wasn't undefeated. Had a rough season considering, even though he was top 2, top 3. But I don't think he comes in as favorite, but he comes in as the one to watch, no matter who you are. Like, I think my opinion is RAISY is probably my favorite. I still think he's looking at Rapha, trying to learn, trying to work out what to do, and that's the status of the man.
And of course, his opponent, right? Not a slouch when it comes to Quake. Quake 3, Quake 4, Quake Live, you know, other modes in between. And then, of course, here at Quake Champions as well, toxjq makes his return. A lot of people were hoping he was going to play through the qualifiers, was going to make it into the tournament as a challenger. And, you know, here he is. Have we seen old Tox in this play? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But you got to ask yourself, can a person who, you know, takes himself away, embeds himself in a real life, be able to meet the, you know, the level that you need to be to defeat a player like Rapha?
With the way the game itself has shifted, a lot has changed since, you know, we started to see Tox at, I would say, the peak of his success in this game in particular. We have really started to see the decline of just how important aim on its own can be. We're looking at all of these world-class players now that are always on people's favorites. They may not be known as like the absolute greatest aimers on the planet. You know, you look at someone like RAISY, Rapha. Kilson's different because Kilson does have great aim anyway. You know, Wenger can have these unbelievable moments, but they're not just aim, right? There's so much more to their gameplay that if they're fighting someone that is even able to hit every single shot imaginable, they're still able to go, okay, well, this is what I'm dealing with. I know that. How can I shape what I'm doing around that so I can still have an advantage? And it's just the ability to match any amount of ferocity from an opponent is something that the best players in the world currently are able to do. You know, you can hit the best shots in the world and they'll still beat you. That is one of the elements that I strongly believe that, as much as I love watching Tox, I do think this is going to be a really rough matchup because Rapha knows what you're going to do. You know, this is not going to be a new thing for Rapha. Rapha will know what to expect. And Rapha has, you know, one of the biggest brains going.
Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans and see how that's going to play out here, as it looks like we are going to have Awoken picked by toxjq for the first one, Vale coming out for Rapha, and then finally a good old-fashioned DM6 showdown between two Quake legends. Let's go. Blood Covenant is joining the fray on this one. Take us through the champions, whoever kind of wants to grab this one.
Scalebearer at last.
Yeah, this draft gives me a headache. Partly because he's banned a clutch at the end. I don't know if last time I saw Rapha pick up a clutch as a random.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I mean, just to start it out, like, you're kind of really in a tough spot if Rapha's got first pick, because what do you ban? You ban the Nyx. Oh, he's got an Athena. Cool. That's going to be rough from the outset. Then we move on to Vale, and we've actually seen a Scalebearer first time today. I think, you know.
And the fact that Rapha's like the only guy that picks Scalebearer, and I'm like, yep, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we just picked up how smart he is and strategic, and of course.
Well, no, it's more with how he plays Scale, not that it is a good pick.
It's a high
any other.
It's a high skill ceiling champion. That's why it's picked by the absolute best.
If by high ceiling you mean he's taller than most of the bumps.
In many ways than one. But anyway, the Scarebird comes out, like a lot of players have said, this champion sucks on LAN for various reasons. However, Vale is a map where you can use it no matter what, because
Yeah.
the corridors are so tight. You've got the speed, you've got the stack. It blends perfectly. That's a really good pick. We'll see how it rings true. Strong's a bit more of an unusual one there. I still think it's very valuable nonetheless. A little bit more unusual. That you could have picked an Ison, and we've seen him work around that, but it was actually picked first, so that's one way or another.
I think it's a movement.
Yeah.
And then the preemptive removal of Slash. You know, we have that Blood Covenant as the final map. Rapha himself has said that Slash is one of his favorite champions currently. And we kind of know what Slash can do on Blood Covenant.
Yes.
Least of all, Tox's Slash. That's,
Exactly.
you know, the master of the crouch slide. I think being able to take that away and being confident that you can win with what's left. Again, it's very much a know your opponent situation, which kind of just reflects onto what Rapha is known for.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I think these two players are ready to rock and roll here as we've got yet another best of 3 upon us. One of these players will move forward in the brackets while the other will drop down to the lower. I did hear that we've had our first couple of players eliminated.
Yeah.
I believe that you were covering that. Any quick updates you want to share with us?
I don't know if more games have been played, but the one I was casting on the B stream with 40 lines was CNZ versus nosfa. Unfortunately, CNZ didn't have his best day at the office, and nosfa looking really good in that, took it 2-0.
All right. Well, as soon as these players are ready to go, we will go. Any predictions before we kick things off? I have a feeling we might be on the same page across the board on this one.
I think it's no matter who's playing up against him, you've always really got an inkling Rapha's going to win. I'm going to say 2-0 Rapha. We saw Tox earlier. He looked decent, but he also struggled against a newcomer in Strongsage. Not a situation you want to be in going against Rapha. No disrespect to Strongsage. I thought he had a great game.
He struggled against an American player?
Yeah, but he came out on top. And out of all the matchups, pretty much any other player in the tournament, I would favor Tox slightly more. But you give him Rapha as Ketchup Illuminated 2 is so smart. He plays so methodical. And unfortunately, we've seen time and time again, there are moments where Tox's control lapses. And Rapha will absolutely take his little cleaners. You have to play a perfect game to beat Rapha. And I haven't seen Tox play a perfect game yet.
Yeah.
The amount of Tox that we've been watching over the years, if there's one kind of player that Tox has historically struggled with, it's those that can keep up with his aim and then simply play smarter. Rapha is one of the players, especially of recent years, whose aim has continued to climb and evolve. Rapha's definitely one of those, similar to like a Kilson, for example. So as much as it pains me to say, I do believe 2-0.
All right, gentlemen, have fun with this one. I'll see you on the other side. Enjoy yourselves.
I will. It's late here, but you know what? The vibes are still fantastic, and with games like this, that's going to keep us nice and awake for the rest of the show. Rapha having that armor already, the Battle of the Lights, which you always kind of get at the start, right as we go into a map like this one. But Rapha in a pretty decent situation. Still needs to get himself one of those rails to kickstart things off. And Tox, we talk about how it can sometimes be a bit of a slow start. Can't really afford to be against this opponent.
He can't indeed, but I do really like the Anarchy pickup. You know, first pick the Athena. How are you going to match it? Go 5 at a time with the speed. Oh, he didn't really hit anything right there, though. Forced to pop the inject, so he does get out alive, but he burnt a lot of resources just to get out. Now he needs to get himself back on the map and contest this next round of items. But Rapha's going up aggressive twice with the shotgun. And there's the first frag catch-up.
That's just starting things off incredibly strong. Knowing where your opponent's going to be, I mean, just them coming up near light, it's such a common place for someone to look for you, try and position themselves towards Mega. Rapha immediately just goes, you know what? Yeah, I know you're there. Let me just do this sneaky little maneuver and then take away that first frag, and then whatever else happens after that, a nice little bonus one to double it up. However, 2-0, we've only really just started, but one thing that's been locked in is that map control. Rapha has sat on the vast majority of items so far, and importantly, keeping control over that heavy. You got 2 of these light champions, especially one that has inject. You've got more armor to work with. That's just great in every situation.
And the respect from Rapha there to not push through that doorway was great. He's going to take the low ground nice and early, spam it out with this tri-bolt, do any sort of damage he can, a flick rail as well, and then get back in position to defend not only the light, but also the rail, and even get a frag for his troubles. Really smart play by Rapha, forfeiting the Mega for the long game. Got this heavy on lockdown catch-up, going to keep patrolling this area.
Ooh,
a huge rocket.
That was almost a lovely little three-piece there, Dan. I mean, being able to get that direct rocket to open up. I mean, this is kind of what we mean, right? Being that one step ahead in the mind of Tox. I know you're going to go for that item, and I'm so confident here's this direct rocket.
Yeah, rapha already looking really, really strong, playing just nice and methodical. Tox is doing a decent job of not overcommitting and finding that balance, but unable to get himself a rail, so confined to the mid-range. And when you're doing that, rapha's going to close the gap ever so quickly. And once again, he's found him off the spawn in the doorway, and he converts 5-0. 2 minutes 30 in. There is no mercy from the American.
And there will be no mercy for the entirety of the 10 minutes. One of the things that has been famous from rapha at this point is the ferocity, being able to go, it doesn't matter if I'm 10-0, 20-0, up until that 10 minutes, I am going to go intense all the way, full focus, no room for you to get warmed up or comfortable.
Yeah, and there's a lot of respect from rapha's side for Tox. This is definitely a statement piece when it comes to the result and the performance, because no doubt, I know you're all there, pros. There's everyone in the waiting room watching this to see how rapha's going to turn up, and he is turning up a treat at the moment. First frag for Tox on the board, 3 minutes 30 in. Let's see how he can continue with this. If there's any momentum off the back of it. rapha has stolen away that heavy. He's got himself a rail already, and no doubt he's going to be in the vicinity to defend this next mega.
This is the thing about Tox, right? It does manage to get a nice little bit of opening damage there, but rapha has the control of the entire map, and in a lot of cases when you've picked up an item, it's because he's kind of all right with you picking it up, and he, as you said, he's been playing the long game.
You're allowed an item when I say you're allowed an item, Toxic. And here you can have one, but I'm going to punish you for the next minute for it. And that is the rapha game. He's been just relentless. The tempo is huge. Like we said, Anarchy's a nice pick because you can play and keep up with the tempo, but you can see when we're on Toxic's POV how difficult that is. No matter where he goes, rapha is doing a drive-by or has some spam to say something for you. It's a really challenging situation, particularly when you're 7 frags down.
7 frags down, and we haven't even hit the 5-minute point yet. And this is the kind of concern that you have. Tox, by all means, a fantastic player in his own right, but you go up against someone like rapha that is able to match your aim, especially with, well, some of the rails that he's been landing today. And then he's just playing that locked in, just iron strength level of control. Tox does manage to get a rail, so that's a nice little bit of bonus damage there, but what does Tox do from this point?
It's not even going toe-to-toe on the aim, which he definitely can. It's just the efficiency, the weapon choice, the preemptive fire. Every corner Toxic goes around, there's a rocket, or there's a nail gun, or whatever it is. There is damage waiting for him. And so all of these fights, he's going into with half health effectively. He has converted there once again, but look how difficult it was for him to do so. Left with only 60 health, and he used the inject.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Dan. I'm getting very similar vibes watching this map that we just saw with RAISY.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The ability to say, it's not that I'm hitting these stylish shots and doing all this out-of-this-world stuff. It's just that I'm constantly in position. Yep. I've got wonderful weapon choices where if there is an inch to get max damage, I'm just going to take that every single time. I'm not going to give you an opportunity to kind of wiggle your way out of a bad situation with some kind of highlight reel moment. Like, I don't even allow it to exist.
And this is what we saw building from RAISY throughout the season since he's changed his setup, is just a quicker tempo, a smarter tempo, more efficiency, less just raw power. And he's taken it to another level, and we're seeing it again from rapha. rapha is someone who has shown this consistently. But this is... He doesn't normally start this strong in tournaments. He's looking incredibly effective already. It's only map 1. Tox has done a decent job of stabilizing, but at the same time, you can just see how hard it is. No matter where he goes, rapha's always waiting for him.
Lots of work to do and not a lot of time to get it done for poor old Tox. There's currently 6 frags to make up for, and that's on the understanding that rapha's not going to be able to get any more. Now, this could be a decent fight, but the positioning from rapha once more. You know, Tox did damage, but you want to push in, you had to go through a minefield of rockets to do it, and that could have just as easily gone the opposite way. A little bit of damage, that's going to completely neutralize the light armor and make things miserable for Tox once more. The LG duel, rapha, smart, knows that, hey, look, I'm getting caught out here. I don't have to take this fight. Why would I take this fight? Let me just get some health and I'll fight him later.
Exactly. Just understanding which fights to take, which to run away from, how to position. He's caught a little bit here, but once again, if you're in Athena, you do have a number of get-out-of-jail-free cards. He does burn his last one just there until it recoups. And Tox got some ammo for his rail now as well, so can sit pretty there. But with 3 minutes to go, I think Rapha's at a point where he's just going to manage the game. If he blows it wide open with another frag from Tox pushing, sure, he'll go back on the aggressive, but until then, he'll just play the positions, play the keep away game, and he has a lockdown on the heavy as well, so he has that resource for himself.
Rapha's been able to get in and out, take that heavy for yet another time, and this is always a future investment. By no means does Rapha plan on being fragged in that situation, but the important thing is just shutting down those items. Tox isn't able to pick any of those up. He really isn't going to have anything to mount a comeback. Even if he secures a frag, again, it's not going to be clean, right? Rapha's always going to return some damage, and then in 2 lights, he's going to be able to spawn, maybe spawn near something, and then pick it up once more, making that comeback so hard to obtain, as we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, and Rapha just wasting time there, so he gets himself a free pick up at the heavy. Really, really smart once again. He didn't even care about doing any damage. It was just delaying his opponent. It's worked for treat. Tox is caught in here, but can't even do any damage. And this is the frustrating part for Tox, is he just can't push Rapha because the positioning is just spot on time and time again. He's going to try and go through the choke point. Rapha's already gone and disappeared with the right weapons to defend himself. A minute and a half to go to catch up. It's looking impossible at this point.
Don't see how it can be done. Rapha's played this rock-solid game, and with rockets like that, it's just simply going to become even harder. But let's kind of talk about what we saw there. It was that kind of quintessential Rapha experience. Athena, in particular, is such a dangerous champion in the hands of a player like this. Someone who has complete map control in their mind, timing every single possible item, being able to cycle them where you can barely get anything yourself. And then you factor in, now we're playing a champion that has mobility that is almost completely unmatched.
Absolutely.
Nightmare.
Yeah, and obviously hindsight 2020, but maybe the Nyx is slightly more amenable to play against because she doesn't have that obnoxious grapple. She's only got an obnoxious disappearing act in the Ghost Walk. Who knows? Either way, it would have been a formidable task to challenge Rapha in a situation with the way he's playing. Not just the use of the ability, obviously, but everything about it. The decision-making, the aim, was all on point. It was just that Athena X Factor gave him the additional impetus, should I say, to really maximize all of those key factors. So he's looking very, very scary. But we do move on now to Vale, which we do now see the Scale Bearer against the Strong. And, you know, Rapha said in the past many times, this is his favorite map, but this is the one we often see him lose when we come to the crunch.
Well, we've already seen Rapha off to a fantastic flying start on this map, so that's already things being a little bit different to how they often are in this land setting. You know, a bit of a slow burner perhaps, but not happening at the moment. And there's actually quite a lot to talk about how that map ended, or went in general, because Rapha's in... Oh, wow, that's bad. Lord. That's bad. You've for those that obviously can't see, Dan is pointing out the end game stats. Tox did not manage to pick up a single heavy armor. Not one. A 0.
I genuinely don't know if I've seen that in a pro game.
So actually that does kind of lend into what I was just about to talk about with that map, though, is that Rapha's game plan there being something that we've seen many times, where the Athena on a map with control such as that, where he just owns the entire map. You cannot exist. That just naturally lended itself into being a bit of an anti-Tox strategy, because Tox, known for being an aim machine, and even if he's getting potentially outsmarted, he's still able to hit those ridiculous rails, hit that nice little bit of LG if we have these fights. Rapha's style in that map just did not even allow for those shots to take place.
Yes.
Like, by the time Tox would even be in position to do damage, it was often return damage because Rapha already has an angle on you. And even then, most of the time, Tox couldn't even hit that because Rapha's already gone.
Exactly. His whole strategy, as you say, was about lock the items down and play the safe angles and just absolutely spam the map out. But the thing about the heavy in particular is it's the perfect one to isolate as an Athena. because your opponent, more often than not, is going to be TP side of the map. You can just scuttle on out through the rail with a single grapple. If your opponent comes from behind, you can just grab the upper ledge and fly on through the TP. So it's got 2 perfect exit routes, whereas the Mega is a lot more of a vulnerable situation to be in as an Athena. And so that, for rapha, was more, I will challenge this and take it when it's safe. But the heavy was locked down and unchallenged by toxjq. And what can you do in that situation when you don't have the item? So really well played by rapha. I love the tempo. Everything fell into place nicely. Obviously, Vale's very different now. You're going to go up in a much more heavily contested situation. We saw toxjq win this map earlier. It was a little bit messy, but we saw his aim coming to the fore in the mid game against Strongsage, and it brought him through. Different challenge against a scale bearer when you have that stack, and that's again another reason potentially why rapha picked this champion. It's just to have that additional padding to absorb more of the damage of tox as well.
Now, there's a vast difference here that we're going to be able to see, and that's mostly a question being answered. Players have been talking about heavies maybe not being so effective here on land because, I mean, just weapons feel better. They're easier to hit, more consistent to get that damage. And at the same time, Scale Bearer in particular, players don't seem to have a huge amount of faith in on land. Now, one of the main reasons that I've been told by a few is that Bull Rush, something about that extra split second you've got to kind of just do what you want, it's a bit harder for him to land that Bull Rush on people. Now, as you quite rightly said, on a map like Vale, maybe it won't really matter as much, because to be fair, Scale Bearer is more than just Bull Rush. There's mobility, stack, the sort of unique movement that he has.
Yes.
I'm kind of curious to see what this champion's looking like right now.
I think in rapha's hands on this map, it's a really good pick. The Bull Rush is definitely an interesting one on land. I haven't played it to experience it, but I think a lot of that issue will come around when he's cornering online and you get a slightly wider berth. That's not the case on land where it's more accurate. But cornering on Vale isn't normally an issue when you go in straight lines a lot of the time. And if you cannot move through a doorway because you're blocked, that's what happens. Plus, it's a lot easier to play a slightly more reserved game in terms of the angles on Vale. So the size of the champion also isn't as big of a concern. You can definitely avoid those fights. So for those reasons, plus just having the additional stack to go up against Tox, this is the recipe for success for me on this map. Now, Tox is playing a crouch-slotted champion. We know he loves that. The peak is great. The Strog is great in himself. So it's a good pick, if not slightly more difficult to execute.
Well, looks like we have, in fact, just entered the Vale here for our second map between rapha and Tox. rapha, a one-sided affair on that first map. And the question is, will that dominance continue? Is this a chance for Tox to come online just a little bit? Because, to be honest, in that first map, there was no momentum to be had. Not even an opportunity.
No, I couldn't agree more. And
uh-oh,
as you pointed out, Tox is the champion himself, and there's the first Bull Rush.
Oh!
DJ Wheat
is laughing somewhere. Well, maybe not.
I'm just going to say DJ Wheat for every frag the Scale Bearer gets.
But that was kind of the quintessential Vale of Pnath Scale Bearer, if you think about it. How did that rocket do 100 damage? rapha found a way, almost managed to hit that cheeky little rail at the same time, but no matter. Sometimes it's not about securing that frag, is it? It's just about forcing the opponent to retreat, send them into a predictable running away point.
Oh no, that's not the time to use a peek. Yep.
No, he's coming right around the corner. The Galactic Warlord. Uh-oh.
Oh dear, you don't want to be there either. Once again, rapha's already got full lockdown on this map. He's even going to take away one of the lights that Tox has at his disposal. We saw Tox have 0 heavy armors on the previous map. Items are an absolute must for obvious reasons, as the second light armor gets taken away from Tox, meaning he only has 1 to work with, and that's already been eliminated with this spam.
Here's what's worrying. rapha has done so much work in these opening couple of minutes that in the downtime between these 2 major items, he is going to have time to take those lights away from Tox. And even then, Tox with no armor picks up that Mega. I don't think rapha cares all that much, because enter the destruction. Toxic does actually manage to get some pretty respectable LG damage, I've got to say.
But the problem is, and you just pointed it out, the more damage you do, the more stack they have to recoup with your items. If you're not able to bully them off, and unfortunately for Tox, he's not able to. He might be able to get over to this Mega. He's working his way around, but rapha's already there. He's got the Bull Rush up if he needs it. He's just going to stick around here. Doesn't he hit that rail, though? He's low on health, but not low on armor. And that's easy enough to recoup. He's gone barreling through. He's got the shotgun. He's got the bull rush.
Oh,
somehow
misses the shot. That was really one of those kind of disastrous super shotguns where you're at the right range, but just for that split second, they're just out of sight. Almost a wrong word there, but that was no need to repeat that. Anyway, as we now jump into the rest of this map, a bit of a mistake, you know, the first time we've seen any kind of combat mistake from rapha, and it's the kind of thing that can happen to anyone, so I don't really think that's going to bother him all that too much. 3-1, still looking good.
He is looking okay, and despite the pressure from rapha, the thing Tox is doing, he's doing the best he can on the back foot, which is hitting as much damage. And you've mentioned it, the couple of fights rapha's gone in, Tox has absolutely melted him. And so if he can be more consistent with that and do it with items, then he will begin to pick up some frags. And at that point, he might be able to convert that into some momentum. rapha has forfeited that heavy, though, in favor of the Mega and grabbing some weapons, I presume, and just maintaining a higher ground position in turn, challenging for the next round of the heavy.
And the patience coming out strong. rapha not going to pick up that tri-bolt. Absolutely unnecessary to give your position away. And the opening rocket doesn't quite hit its mark either, catching the terrain. Bit of a shame there for rapha, however. Able to get in and out by taking that heavy, and by using the bull rush, that damage mitigation means that you're going to take no damage running towards Mega and full map control, once again belonging to the American as Tox. Forced to retreat, and even one opening rail is going to make Tox sweat in this condition.
That's the problem. When you're going up against a heavy like that, you can't afford to miss. I know they were challenging rails, but you just can't afford to miss, because look at rapha now. He is walking around swinging his thing as he has got lots of stack to work with. Tox is early for this Mega.
Too
rapha
early.
knows it. He's coming
too
around.
early.
He's gone the long route. He's going to go through the TP, but there's a rocket to meet him. Sticking around, trying to bounce him with some rockets, but it's not going to be enough as Tox is flinging it around. Oh, and there you go, the conversion with the Pika.
That was a straight-up Quake Champions 1v1 right there.
But the thing
weapon
is,
upon weapon upon ability upon ability.
That is such a deja vu moment of the way in which rapha has lost this map. The overconfidence, the stack, trying to bully his way through. We have seen this story before, Ketchup, and it's 3-2. Once again, rapha's coming in slightly late. Tox doesn't get the Mecha! No! He was standing right by it the entire fight. I thought he was using it efficiently, but I don't think he realized it was up.
Either that or just in the heat of the moment, holding on to the promise of picking up when you get weak just that little bit too long. Either way,
greedy, but
no time to reflect on it now, because 5 minutes are gone. rapha now 4-2. That was a fantastic situation for him. And with that Pika, at the very least, Toxic is going to get some timing on that heavy.
I think there's a bit more respect from rapha's side as well, as that was a very, very close call. I'm sure he saw the situation unfold and counted his blessings. It's only 4-2. There's been so much combat. And again, Tox is doing exactly what he needs to do and just clutching this map. The bull rush comes out, but it is cancelled as Tox gets away. There's a decent enough split for rapha to contest here. And he knows he's done a little bit of damage, so he might feel confident to push on through. He goes around through the mid this time, and Tox is there, as he rightly should be, contesting this Mega. This time he must take it. He surely does, but he has taken a lot of damage. Not done enough just yet. But rapha himself potentially getting a little bit greedy and getting low. And now deciding to retreat to those lights.
The rail has not exactly been rapha's best friend. There's been a couple of key instances where even one single rail would be able to turn the tide of an engagement or stop Tox from being able to run away and establish himself. I feel like the 4-2, with how things have gone, we very well could have had a much higher scoring game, but sometimes it just won't turn out that way. Tox forced to use the Pika. I think way too nervous to re-peek that, though. You know, rapha could realistically swap to anything there, and it just wouldn't have been worth the risk. However, sticking around up here maybe a bit too long, as he does get forced to drop down. Truthfully, don't know what he was doing up there.
He thought rapha had gone into the main room and decided to try and sneak the light, but again, very risky. And at this point, he's given up the whole map for that one item. He's going to go aggressive here, trying to push on and do anything with 3 minutes to go, but it's not to be. rapha will sweep up both major items for a second rotation in a row. And now things are looking bleak for Tox. Needs to pull out some of that classical magic to get back into this one.
Rapha's certainly not going to make it easy. One of the reasons the Scale Bearer can be such a wonderful pick on a map like this, being able to spawn fresh with a gigantic stack, often one that will trump the size of Tox's, even though there is a medium champion here on the field. It makes a comeback so much harder, and Rapha getting hit by constant damage, forced to use the ball rush just in case, prioritizing the timing on the Mega, does manage to get it. Tox just frames too late on the arrival. And Rapha not able to get any rails in return, but again, starting stack. That's why the comeback's going to be difficult to make.
But he can make it. This is the thing. He needs to get the items, though. He's shown the stack doesn't even really matter from a Rapha point of view because the execution has been so crisp from Tox from the most of this duel. That they can keep that pressure up and get the items. It'll be enough. He uses the Pika, but nah, Rapha's there. He bounces across and smacks him in his ghost form with a full rocket.
Has to go for the safe approach, and that was a tasty little rocket jump just to make the incoming rail angle so much harder to obtain. And to give Tox's credit, was in a position to at least try and go for it. Rapha stealing that item away, and at such a pivotal moment in this map, a minute and a half left to go. Tox, I'd say very little armor because I'm sure there might be something nearby for him to pick up if he wants to go out of his way to get it. But even then, he is significantly down here and not in a position to fight for this heavy whatsoever. Nowhere near it, and had to really trade a heavy for a light. And even then, Rapha in position for a light himself. If he takes damage in this fight, he'll just back up and take that. Oh, direct. See ya later.
Yeah, that's the stamp on the envelope, I think, to send this one home because Rapha is cleaning up with a minute to go. There's 5 frags of difference. Might only be 4, but as you pointed out now, look at the difference here. How can you rush this one down?
Getting all of those frags on this map, if it was like a light champion, then you would think there is a possibility. Scale Bearer, though, and the fact that a ball rush is up in 20 seconds, highly do not think so. And all we can really do here, I think, is just give Rapha the props deserved to know your opponent, contain what is often very hard to contain, and just play a rock-solid game of Quake.
Tox is making a good go of it, but it's not to be. And then the issue with the Scale Bearer is it offers you more license to make mistakes. It's just easier to execute on this map. And I'm sure you'll see when we get to the scoreboard, the eternal problem we've seen with Tox in this set is just a lack of items. I think he had 4 or 5 heavies, 6 or 7 megas to Rapha's 15 of both. And it's how can you contest with someone who's got double, triple your stack? Map 1, he had 0 heavies. It was a valiant effort. Welcome back, Wheat, but it's just a step too far going up against one of the best players at this day and age with no items to your name.
It's now my turn to point to you for the stats. In those 2 maps, Tox picked up 4 heavies.
Yep.
In both maps together, combined.
It just, what do you do?
Ouch.
I mean, I think we pretty much kind of covered it in the beginning, right? Is that like you're up against, you know, a player you've played before, but you're up against someone who has been consistent and never stopped and has kept refining their game. And at some point, it really doesn't matter how incredible your aim is. If you've got to be able to match that momentum on some level. And I think we saw that there. It might actually get a lot of people to beg, like, Tox, come back, put your all in it, let's see you go again. But in this case, it was pretty clear. Still put up, you know, a reasonable game, especially in the second game. Maybe not so much that first map, but
no,
you know,
and it was a much more a much more clinical, classical Tox in that it wasn't all out aggression, just trying to bully. It was more calculated. But the problem is, he was going up against someone who was playing Quake Champions, not just Quake. They were playing the map, they were playing the champions, they understood it in more detail, and they understood how to min-max, and that puts so much pressure on Tox to execute everything perfectly. And we said it, as soon as there's a mistake, it's done. You're just going to capitalize on it, 2, 3 frags. Exactly, and then momentum's gone.
I couldn't agree more. Sorry, you both looked over in my direction.
I thought you were going to say something. I mean,
I was just looking, you know, coherently. I'm listening.
We didn't get to see the fabled Blood Covenant reunion. It didn't happen, but that's okay too. Rapha takes it 2-0. He will advance on. And Toxa's not out of it yet, right? Still has the means to claw through that lower bracket and could still potentially give some folks problem down there. So I don't think he's someone you underestimate. I don't expect him to have some like monumental volcanic explosion of like skill or you know, just sort of clarity that would allow him to make a super run through. But hopefully he's at least happy with, you know, coming and putting up the results that he's put up so far.
And once again, folks, remember the lower bracket action. You can find all of it on the B stream. Very, very easy to find. And it kind of means that no stone is left unturned, right? There's so many players here and so many matches that people want to see. And by all means, you get as many of them as possible on show. Can't fit them all into this stream. So tune into the B stream as well and catch the ongoing action that is currently taking place.
That'll be obviously tomorrow as well. You're going to need an extra pair of eyes to watch all of it, but that's okay. We expect you to do just that.
I don't know what you were going to say there.
I mean,
I don't know. It's been a long day.
Clearly.
I don't even know where you're going with this.
Clearly. All right, gentlemen. Well, then it's time to take a break, isn't it? When we come back, it is going to be Aavik taking on psygib in our final matches leading up to the end of day one. But don't worry, you'll get some sleep. We'll be right back with more of day two, but we still got a few matches to get through. So we're taking a quick break. We'll return right after this.
Just 2 more games to go here for day 1 for the Quake World Championship. Joining me again here on the desk, we've got Flea and Lethal. Gentlemen, welcome back. We are about ready to go into our next upper bracket game, which is going to be Aavik versus psygib. And before we talk about these players, look at picks and bans, got a chance to interview Aavik, and we're going to hear what he had to say about regular season, his favorite champs, and of course, hear the finals.
My game tag is Aavik. I started playing Quake when I was about 14 years old, so it's like over 15 years. I don't have favorite champions. I'm just like trying to play the game professionally and choose whatever I have to. Journey. I think it was decent. Of course, I could win a bit more games, but in general, I'm quite happy with that. I personally like to play on LAN better, because I usually get more motivation, the conditions are better, there is more pressure, and I like to play under the pressure, so I prefer playing on LAN. I think it will be super good, because the competition is quite tight right now, like in the top 5, so it's really hard to take it and guess like who's gonna win. But it will feel unbelievably good, because like the last major event I won was many years ago. I think since the bracket is like double elimination, you kind of like shouldn't give too much thoughts on that, because like you're probably gonna have to play a bunch of players to get to the finals. You might drop to the lower bracket and meet other people. So I think that the place in the beginning of the bracket isn't that important, actually, if you want to go far in the tournament. So I try to not focus on that. I think rapha is in great shape, Kilson as well, Wenger, RAISY as well. RAISY is super big threat always on LAN. I forget about him, but yeah, he's always up there. Some players are better on LAN than online, some are worse. So I'm curious myself to see and watch it from a side how it's gonna go, and it's super interesting for me. Of course, a big shout out to Team Endpoint for supporting me already for, we are going together for the year already, so it's quite a long journey. They've been supporting me from the beginning of QPL project, so shout out to them and their sponsors, to Zex, and for their letting us use their facility for a bootcamp, and for the other help, like mental help, financial help, and everything they do for me.
Well, there you heard from Aavik. I'm a little upset because I want to look all smart and everything, because, I mean, he said it himself. Aavik is a LAN player, and
Right.
he has always been very vocal about that. That's where there's the highest amount of pressure. That's where you are truly put up against the wall and forced to fight your way out, and that is 100% the type of player that Aavik has been in his entire 15-year career that he mentioned about right there. So I think of, you know, of what we've experienced over the last year. Have we seen some amazing games from Aavik? Absolutely. But is this the environment that he wants to thrive in? You better believe it.
I also just love how sober he is about this in the interview, right? First of all, he says, favorite champions? I don't really have favorite champions. I pick what I need to pick
Play
to win
yeah.
and to get the best results. And then after that, I loved the very sober take saying, well, it's double elimination. You're going to have to play really good players regardless. So seed, I mean, it is what it is, right? The seeding, you're going to have to go up against the best in the world no matter what. So to him, it really doesn't matter that much. And I love that attitude.
Yeah, and want to add to that as well, I looked at an interview, I was watching an interview actually, funny enough, with Aavik, and he was basically describing with the top players how they transition to LAN, because it's been quite a while, it's been 2 or 3 years since a lot of his players have been back in an offline environment, and he was saying that there's very minuscule things or changes that some of his players make, which makes a huge difference, and that's when he notices all these changes, which gives him a bit more confidence. Like I said, he's also a LAN player, but he's had so much experience across the board, and this is like a time for him to try and shine. We've seen a lot of people, a lot of favoritism with the top 4 with Wenger, RAISY, Kilson, and rapha. I've not heard Aavik's name mentioned much, but he's definitely well in there as well.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And let's talk a little bit about his opponent coming up here, psygib. You know, looking good earlier on in today. Won his matchup to put him here in his game versus Aavik. And you know, what do you have to say about psygib?
I mean, psygib has struggled throughout the season, right? He was the first to admit that as well during his interview, said that he hasn't been able to perform the way that he wants to, but over the past few weeks he has been able to get into much more of a practice mode, really focused, dedicating himself to LAN. So I'm curious to see what he can do now. Earlier today he already beat Sip, so yeah, let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I want to add to that as well is the fact that, yeah, sure, he's had a rough season. There's been a lot of major faults in his gameplay. Is 2 to 4 weeks enough to kind of rectify all those mistakes he's made leading up to this moment? Not sure, but you got to remember he is a very good, methodical and calculated player as well. Not as fast as some of his opponents, but he likes to play it like quite slow and steady and just quite reactive in terms of what he wants to do. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle because you saw it in the Pro League as well. He's riding that struggle bus where it's either straight up 3-0s or it's been quite a close series off and on. But you know, maybe if he puts on his sunglasses, he'll reach his true potential. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I don't know either. For me, one of the things that actually maybe we go to the picks and bans and we could talk a little bit about it. Let's take a look at those before we get started. We'll get there eventually. There we go. So we got Blood Covenant picked by Avik, Corrupted Keep from psygib, and then Vale if we go to a final map. Taking a look at the champions. Flea, you want to break this down for us?
Sure. Starting it off, Blood Covenant, we get Nyx versus Anarchy, two really fast light champions, which is something we've seen a lot of on Blood Covenant today, right? We've seen a lot of Slash, we've seen Athena, we've seen Anarchy played as well, so this is nothing out of the ordinary. Then map 2, Corrupted Keep. We're gonna see Strog, played by Avik, really popular because there's no railgun, so you don't have an immediate counter to the Peeker, going up against Ranger, also a very versatile pick on this map. And then finally, it may come down to the decider, Vale of Pnath, where we are going to see Ison, very powerful with that turret, able to lock down areas of this map with ease, up against the Death Knight. Lethal, that's interesting.
It certainly is indeed. Avik's been performing his best on Ruins and Blood Covenant, but standing for psygib is basically pick your poison at that stage. So Blood Covenant will be the first map, and he didn't really have too much of a choice. Obviously, just clearly prefers it in comparison. Going to Corrupted Keep, that's actually a bit interesting in itself, because just having a look at my notes, it's been Insomnia and Awoken, which he's been leaning towards from a statistical standpoint, but it's not really much. He didn't really win many maps, so it's quite hard to grasp exactly what he's going to be looking towards going to his map pool. But Corrupted Keep is going to be interesting in itself, and the final one being on Vale with the eyes, and once again, scale band, of course, against that Death. Now, that should be an interesting one if we do make it that far.
Yeah, if we do. So leaning a bit towards predictions, you know, one of the things that I was going to say is, like, for me, you know, Avik, definitely a favorite, but there's kind of a question mark, which is, you know, Avik performed well during the season, although he had some bumps in the road, but the preparation leading up to this point, right? Like, you can be a LAN champion, a LAN warrior, and that's great, right? That attitude, first and foremost, what you need, but the preparation, the practice behind it is just as important. You mentioned that he talked a little bit about the little differences. Well, you've got to change your game, you've got to make those adjustments, but then you've also got to be able to adjust to all of the different things that your player, you know, your opponents are adjusting to as well. So I do tend to lean a bit more in favor of Avik, and I think, right, where I sit on that fence has a lot to do with how much he's prepared leading up to this, which I'm not 100% sure.
I think the unknown is just that we haven't seen Avik play yet, right?
Yeah,
We've been able to watch
too,
him rehearse a bit, get some preparation matches in behind the scenes, but we've seen what psygib can bring to the table. We've had him watch, or we've gotten to watch him play Sib earlier today, but Avik is still a bit of an unknown, at least when it comes to playing on the main stage. So indeed, Wade, you raise a good point, but still, I just question how much psygib has been able to improve over these past few weeks, which is what Lethal alluded to earlier himself. So I am going to have to say 2-0 for Avik.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is like the safe bet there. If you're waiting for us to comment before you put in your predictions there into chat, you know, I want the boxer to come out, right? We talk about Avik's analogy of Quake is like boxing. You have to do the dance. You have to attack when it's right. You have to be defensive when you need to be defensive. And there's no doubt one of the exciting aspects of returning here to LAN is watching Avik in that natural habitat.
Yeah, I kind of feel like him and Rapha, there's a category between him where I kind of feel like they transfer their skills onto LAN the best than any other player. There's some players out there at the higher echelon once more, but it can be a little bit hit and miss when the pressure is on because they want it so badly, they've been grinding so much, but they've hit a stage where they're still looking pretty damn good, but this should be an incredible series nonetheless.
All right, well, I'm going to take this one with Fleece, so we'll see you back here in a little bit. Lethal, thank you for joining us, and we are officially live watching through the eyes of Avik here on a classic Quake map, Blood Covenant. Of course, Avik on the Nyx and psygib on the Anarchy. And I would kind of, Flea, expect a faster paced game, you know, given the champions we've got, given the way that these two players like to play. It's what I expect, although I have been surprised more times than not today.
I mean, Avik has coined the term Avik aggression, right? Or rather, it's been coined around his playstyle back in the day. And on the other hand, you've got psygib, and psygib is best known for being a brawler to the core. Up close and personal, rockets, shotgun, LG, that's what he likes the most. So indeed, I'm also expecting a much faster plays game.
Now completely just ignoring that Mega and going in for the kill, missing that rail as the psygib comes up the stairs, but is being very adamant about going for it. He's going to jump back across. We'll finally grab that Mega, and we're going to start things off unusually with an 8-second delay between the two, which could set up for another interesting cycle here as the game continues.
Interestingly enough, Avik doesn't have LG, and psygib doesn't have rockets yet, so both players are missing a key part of their kit.
Yeah.
And I think that they're probably going to want to slow things down a little bit, at least until they're able to secure and complete the unholy trinity.
And now in a situation, Avik knows his opponent has gone over to that Mega, hits a rail on the way up, will be able, actually is going to maybe go down to the LG. No, he decides to go ahead and chase. He drops down, hits the rail, and then goes into Ghost Walk in order to retreat back, grab that heavy, and now he'll be able to complete the trifecta there and grab himself an LG.
That's the Avik aggression, baby. Completely leaving the heavy, just trying to stop his opponent dead in his tracks around the LG, hoping to get a frags taken by surprise. Almost what happened, but still, psygib managing to stay alive despite a significant stack deficit.
I do think you have a level of confidence to do something like that, right? Like you know where your opponent is, or you're confident in your own map awareness, where they might be. Avik's going to drop back down, pick up that heavy yet again. Rocket jump to get position. Another nice rail, and so far Avik has been doing a great job shooting. Actually only a 46% rail right now, but hitting the ones that need to count.
That jump at Mega just hasn't been psygib's friend. It feels like every single time he's gone up there, he has been punished by a rail. And oh my goodness, heavy machine gun, 165 points of damage just like that. And Avik secures the first frag of the series.
I mean, catching his opponent in a position, so much of this tournament's been dictated by, you know, having the right weapon at the right time. We've talked about it. It absolutely is a skill. You have to be thoughtful about what you're carrying around, where your opponent is, how you're going to be attacking them, because having the wrong weapon out means you might eat a lot of damage you didn't expect to eat. Now, psygib finally answering back with a little bit of damage on his own, popping Avik back up, but he continues to roam with a little bit better stack. We're 3 minutes in this game, maybe not as fast-paced as I would have expected it to be, Fleet.
Yeah, indeed, both players were aggressive, but of course they're so mobile that they can each get out of sticky situations. And psygib knows that if he overextends, that Ghost Walk is just going to come out. Avik is just going to disappear, get himself stacked back up, and can easily turn the tables on him. And on the other hand, Anarchy is just so slippery, so fast that it's difficult for Avik to really get a good grasp on him. So I think that's why the scoreline is as low as it's been.
Ooh, another delay here is going to make his way over to the heavy. Does catch psygib with that LG. Will pick up that heavy. Very, very low. Rocket can't finish the job. Avik still in the lead here, 1-0, as once again we have pretty even stacks. Some rockets from up above. And what will psygib do? Is he going to go ahead and attack? Nope. Just surfing down below, and will decide to back off and retreat.
I like the weapon choices I've seen on Avik's end. Like you mentioned earlier, Weed, he has been using a lot of different weapons, right? Tribals coming out a lot. We've seen the nail gun, the heavy machine gun. But that rocket into rail. psygib with around 20 points of health left manages to secure himself a frag and tie it all back up.
It was a good surprise there by Avik, but psygib responding to the situation in a very, very good way. Didn't panic, didn't try to say just run away down the stairs. Instead, got the pop on the rocket, followed up with the rail. Nicely executed. Now, Avik knows, hey, my opponent's low. I'm going to put on a little bit of pressure right now, but psygib pulling out an impressive, and this will be the first time that he's starting to now take a little bit of control here of the major items. In fact, he's going to really speed things up a little bit, coming around that curve and then landing another frag with the shotgun.
Really clever push by psygib right there, showing that he's got more than just brawn, he's got the brains as well. He knew that Avik was lacking the railgun, Wheat, and that is how he was able to cut his opponent off, even pushing himself forward faster by getting a rocket jump going, and that's what allowed him to stop Avik dead in his tracks and get another frag, because the Ghost Walk hadn't yet recovered.
Yeah, he does manage to finally get a rail, land one right there. psygib now on the lower level, gonna be hurting a little bit on his stack. There we have the eject come out. Will grab a light as well. We're halfway through this game with what is a pretty low-scoring game, but if we go back to, you know, Avik's boxing analogy, that's what we're seeing here on Blood Covenant. We're seeing a little boxing match. Both players testing each other out, seeing where the defenses are, attacking when appropriate. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of these guys open up if the opportunity presents itself, just like psygib did to get that first frag over near the heavy.
Very little LG damage by either one of these players. It's really been railgun that has been their primary go-to weapon, and Avik, there we go, 2-2. Gets himself Mega as well, and this is a nice time to get that frag, Weed, because he can easily move from Mega onto Heavy, especially landing after landing that rail, I have to say. psygib can't really go anywhere. This should be another frag just before the Heavy spawns as well. This is good for the Polish Prince.
It is up by 1 now, and once again, weapon selection, big deal right there. Could have gone for the rail, could have gone for a rocket, knew that he just needed some chip damage. The machine gun finishes off, gets hit again. psygib taking a huge amount of damage right there. Avik's not going to chase. He knows his opponent then is going to be on the hunt to just try to restack. He's going to find him. Oh, I think he knew exactly where he was, but catching him around. Great rocket. However, losing his entire armor stack, will retreat back, grab himself that heavy, and still a 1-point game with 3 minutes left to go.
That hoverboard is loud.
It is.
That's how he was able to pinpoint his opponent's location perfectly, just by relying on the sound cues alone. Now both players weak. A rail could end it. Oh, lovely!
Wow.
Oh, Avik! So confident going for the rail instead of the item. That's what we love to see, Wheat.
I mean, you really, like, that's a hard read to make if you're psygib, right? Like, of course my opponent's going to go for the item. No, that's not. That was one of those opportunities where it's like, my opponent's low, I can land a rail, that will get me another frag, getting one ahead. That's going to put me in a great spot here in the final moments. That is exactly the execution of Avik's boxing analogy right here in Blood Covenant. It was nicely executed, and it's not the first time he's done that. So now he's got, you know, his opponent guessing, and psygib kind of going, okay, is he going to go for it? Is he going to come after me? It puts psygib in a cautionary state constantly. Wow.
Nice. One more bullet will do it. psygib expertly maneuvering around the map with that air control.
I mean, you're on land, right? You might I used the machine gun. It
absolutely
devastated.
Oh, if he can get this frag, then psygib is in such a difficult spot, because keep in mind, he's chasing down a Nyx. Yes, he is more mobile playing Anarchy, but he first has to get through that Ghost Walk, Weed. He has to chew that ability out, and only then can he go for the kill. And that will add so much time to the clock, and time is the one thing that psygib doesn't have.
And there the aggression comes out as he catches his opponent coming out from the teleporter, does land the rail on the way out. psygib hurting here a little bit, and Avik is not going to fall for those tricks. He converts and goes back over to the columns of DM6. Rockets being rained down in the corner, gets hit with 1, 2, 3, and the fall away rail for frag number 6. You know, psygib still had some real good frags, made some good decisions, but I think Avik came out on top simply due to making decisions in which he deprioritized major items in order to go for shots that he was confident he was going to be able to hit and result in a frag.
Couldn't agree more. Avik, very, very well moderated aggression, but nevertheless consistently applying pressure, showing psygib all the corners of the room, and now one map up. That's already match point for Avik.
It is, and you know how quickly things can turn, right? We had a slower paced game. It then slowly built up like a boiling pot of water that eventually just kind of overflowed. And there, the final score is going to be 7-2. And again, you know, one of those games, Aavik had his explosive moments, ended that one with a 54% rail. But you know, was that game closer than a 7-2? At least in the first half, it absolutely was. But again, blood in the water. Aavik's a shark. He saw vulnerability. He went for it, and you know, caught his opponent out on a few times. I don't know that I've seen today that much type of play that Aavik kind of demonstrated, in which. Yeah, I take that back. We did see a few moments where it's like, I'm going to let my opponent get some items. But in this case, I think he knew that his opponent wasn't going to get the items. It was more just him saying, I'm not going to grab this until after I kill my opponent. It worked out quite good for him.
Oh, absolutely. This is indeed a playstyle that we really haven't seen all that much of yet. This was so deliberate, not just like, you know, I'm gonna now do something else because I want to get ready for this next item, or hey, this just so happens to, you know, fall into my lap. No, this was a game plan. Aavik went into it knowing that that's exactly how he wanted to play it, and it worked out oh so nicely. And again, Wheat, I just want to shout out his weapon usage. So balanced, right? Not always going for the railgun, but choosing for heavy machine gun. Sometimes heavy machine gun over the LG, then Tribolt over rockets, plasma over anything else, right? Aavik just made use of every single piece in his kit, and it is beautiful to see.
Yeah, even that 40%, you know, heavy machine gun. Yeah, that is something we haven't talked about much today. We've seen it. But there were times where Aavik clearly was like, well, my opponent's got a stack, but I'm in a good position to hit these shots where they are not going to be answered back. I would expect that you know, Shane, Rapha actually said, one of the cool things about these tournaments is watching the meta unfold during the tournament, because every tournament definitely has a meta. Keep in mind that we've been away from LAN for a while, right? Like people are relearning now, like, oh yeah, that works really well on LAN. And I think that was a great example of that right there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Aavik, definitely one of the most veteran players in the scene, but now all eyes will be on the next map, which is going to be Corrupted Keep, so no railgun at play, and that was such an important weapon for both of these players, right? We saw very little LG being used, but a whole lot of rail. And it will be Strog being played by Aavik versus Ranger by psygib.
So, I mean, I guess the big question is, do you think that we'll see more heavy machine gun play out of there? Because that's actually something that we do see a lot on Corrupted Keep already, but now on LAN, you know.
I mean, based on what we just saw out of Aavik, I'm going to say yes. We are going to see a lot more heavy machine gun, and it is going to sting for whoever's on the receiving end.
Yeah. Now, I think, interestingly enough, you know, I love the Strog Ranger matchup. Obviously, Ranger with a little bit of mobility can be aggressive with that orb, can reposition with that orb. Strog can do some similar things, right? Getting your opponent trapped in certain areas, or maybe just trying to get information. So I think this is like a pretty balanced champion matchup, but will ultimately come down to, you know, weapon selection.
True. I think that it'll be a very important part of map 2. I'm curious also about how the Strog is going to be used by Aavik, right? There's a number of ways in which you can bring out that peeker on the map that is Corrupted Keep. There's no railgun to counter, so a lot of players just, you know, they send it out as a kamikaze, but what you also often see is someone just bringing up the peeker, holding it up against the ceiling, and then just raining down the bullets, because it's so difficult to take it down without a railgun at that kind of distance. So, curious to see how Aavik will approach this.
Yeah, and it should be said, obviously, you know, Rockets, LG, key components here as well. We're looking through psygib's eyes on the start. psygib is going to grab that heavy. Immediately over, sees Aavik at the top of the statue. How is he going to attack that one? Rocket in hand, shotgun, nail gun as well. Just kind of playing this one a little bit slower to see if he might be able to see. He's looking around. He's not really sure where Aavik is, and there he sees him slide around the side. He fires a rocket. Unfortunately, it misses. Aavik lands a little bit of LG damage. Not enough to make a massive dent or feel like I've opened up an opportunity to go. psygib now going to hang out near the heavy. Delays a couple seconds. Maybe waiting to see if Aavik was going to come in, but a slow start here on Corrupted Keep.
this is the weapon denial phase of the match, Wheat. Because if you look closely, psygib, he has got the rockets, but he doesn't have heavy machine gun. He doesn't have the lightning gun. Those are all tools that Avik does have, and Avik wants to deny access there too when it comes to psygib. He wants to be able to dominate these mid-range as well as these long-distance fights, and he's doing a really good job at that so far.
Yep, there we saw that long-range machine gun damage coming out as his opponent went for that light. psygib not giving up, though. Better armor stack. Avik with the better health stack. And Avik has kind of prioritized the LG room and the Mega a bit. They're going to have an orb come out, more for position. LG's exchanged 1 minute 30 seconds in. Some nice rockets coming here by psygib. There we're going to finally have Peeker come out, but not going to do much.
I really like the use of the orb by psygib right there. Just he knows that that's such a bad position to be stuck in at the teleporter exit with LG, and he knew that if Avik comes out, blocks him with the heavy machine gun at that distance while he's stuck behind the statue, he's in such a terrible position. So to preempt that, he just throws the orb out there, gets himself out of that sticky spot, and is able to resume the fight like nothing happened. So really good use by psygib of the ability.
And you should absolutely be thinking about every single way in which you can use the utility of the orb. Like, it's not just to get in your face, crunch him, and kill him. It's absolutely an escape, a way to avoid being fragged, because we're still 0-0 right here, and I do think that you're going to be most successful with Ranger going that way. Now, psygib is going to take a lot of damage. Peeker going to try to clean him up, but it doesn't happen. Down to 23 points of health, though, in the back hallways. His opponent has a pretty good idea where he is, but psygib, very smart, listening to his sound cues, hears his opponent, and decides to go the other way. He will stay alive as a result.
That's such an awkward position to fight the Peeker at for psygib, right? Because
Yeah.
it's too far away to kill it with one shotgun blast. But 2 shotgun blasts, that takes a while, so he just sticks with the LG, doesn't want to switch, but using the LG to bring it down also takes a little while. So Avik got quite a bit of unreturned damage right there and should be able to clean up the frag. Indeed, he will. Just before Mega spawns as well, Avik now full control of both of the items. This is a scary moment for psygib, because this is a very snowball-heavy map, as we say time and time again. And here we go, 2 frags immediately following the first.
I really want to point out, you were talking about the usage of Peeker. How is it going to be utilized? Avik trying to clean up one more frag, he does. But in that particular instance, we saw Avik kind of fly through that doorway. And there was that one opportunity, I could do some damage to you. But then obviously as Strog kind of then goes, you know, into, I don't know, stasis mode as Peeker goes out and does his damage, there wasn't any room for psygib to be able to react to that. So he kind of had to deal with Peeker, and Peeker was in a great spot to do that additional damage. Avik now finds himself 3-0 as we hit the 4-minute mark. And is trying to do everything he can to kind of stay alive, but Avik just is ultimately, you know, he's managing control.
Slight item advantage for Avik, but overall nothing too obscene. But the damage, Wheat, significantly favoring Avik right now by over 500 points. And 500 points may not be a lot, but when there's only 3 frags that have been exchanged, that's percentage-wise, that's huge.
He sees the orb fly out. It was just a decoy, though, Flea. And that's going to be a cue to say, okay, then I know exactly where you are. So it kind of turns against him just a little bit, and he finds another frag as he catches him with the LG on the way down. And here you talk about a snowball-heavy map, and there it is, answering the call, knowing exactly where to go, and does manage to pick up another frag off the spawn. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was a good rocket. That could help stop the bleeding, at least for now. But psygib, he's lacking weapons. No LG, no heavy machine gun. Will get a good bit of armor to top himself up right there. But it will be Avik who secures the heavy. Now the stacks are pretty much identical. psygib actually has an opportunity right here, but the Peeker, oh, once again, destruction!
I mean, again, deploying in a place and a position in which there's no way your opponent has to deal with Peeker. Your opponent cannot go after you. Remarkably done right there. Awesome, perfect execution, 6-0.
Yeah, we were wondering about it before the match started, but this has just been masterful usage of that ability by Avik. And psygib really struggling to get any sort of a foothold on the map now. That rocket will definitely help. Oh, but the drop! I don't know about that one. Not sure if it
mean-
was intentional, if he knew that Avik was there, but that's throwing your life away.
Yeah, I wonder if the orb wasn't a Hail Mary in that point. It was pretty close to that point, but it's one of the situations where if you miss, you're giving up a frag.
Absolutely.
And we're now 8-0. As Avik has kind of opened up, I feel like his let his gear shift up to 4th gear. He's not quite going crazy aggression, but he's keeping the pressure at an all-time high here. Still got 4 minutes left to go, but psygib has to find a frag in the next 40 seconds, I think, if he wants to consider that climb.
True. Another thing to consider, Wheat, is of course the innate mobility of these champions, right? If you have to chase down a Strog while you're Ranger, the only way you're going to be able to catch up with him is by using the orb. Other than that, Avik can run circles around you, and that is just going to become incredibly difficult. We've seen matches like this in the Pro League before, someone trying to chase down a Strog while they're Galena or Ranger or BJ, and very often it just straight up doesn't work.
All right, well, psygib looking for an opening here. Rockets do hit, a little bit of health pick back up by Avik. He's at 41 points of health, is going to pick up that light as well. And psygib going through that doorway, didn't expect for Avik to be there. He did look like he was going to be able to mount up that first frag that he needed, but unfortunately Avik, his survivability too good so far. LG, and we will have a trade. So on the board, but is it enough? Well, 2.5 minutes to go. Not looking super good for psygib.
A trade at this point only favors Avik.
Yeah.
He's the one who can plus back. He's the one who can shut things down, go full on the defense. Whereas psygib, all the pressure falls on him right now. And I really, I'm trying to stay optimistic here, but 8 frags in 2 minutes. Yes, it is Corrupted Keep, but he doesn't need a snowball Wheat. He needs an avalanche at this point.
Look, I'm all about optimism, Flea, but at some point you got to accept reality, right? And the math will tell us that it is becoming almost impossible for that to happen, especially considering that it doesn't look like Avik's going to let his guard down. He talked about how he loves to play on land. This is an Avik that you would expect to see in a land environment.
Oh, yeah. Avik looking supremely strong. Now, let's not forget that we've seen Avik in the Grand Finals. I think it was DreamHack Winter 2018, where he ultimately lost against Rapha. But Rapha had nothing but praise for his opponent, saying that his aim was absolutely unreal, decision-making, everything on point. So let's see, right? Because you were talking about it earlier. A lot of people have been talking Kilson, Rapha, RAISY, but it is Avik who is number 3 in the seeding.
Yeah,
He finished 3rd in all of the seasons. So this is a man you cannot sleep on.
And I would argue that Avik has a really good mentality coming into that.
True.
You know, the idea that, like, hey, you know, whether you win, you lose, you're going to have to play through these good players. There's no easy route. You've got to take that tough road. Accepting that as early as you can in the competition. And I think you have to when you've got so many great players right now who are ultimately going to be vying. I mean, I don't think anyone has any idea how that top 5 is going to flesh out, but certainly people have an idea about who could be there. I think there's even a couple surprises that we've seen today that might be like, hey, don't count everyone out at this point. It's kind of anyone game, but in the skills that we've seen showcased here, Flea, well,
oh no.
Not quite the gauntlet, but the suicide did come out. And in the final 20 seconds of this matchup, Avik, we hadn't seen him yet up to this point, Flea, but I would say I think we can all confidently agree he's looking pretty good.
He absolutely is. Avik, he came here with murderous intent, and that is what he is displaying right now. That aggression on map 1. Pure Avik, classic Avik aggression. So happy to see it again. Map 2 Corrupted Keep, you know, it's a smaller map. It doesn't allow for that same level of play, same kind of strategy, but still Avik came out swinging and dominated the entire course of the arena.
Yeah, it's it really is so interesting just how, you know, we could say, hey, you're playing Quake Champions, right? Whether online or on land. But, you know, Avik, and he talked about his 15-year experience. And in that 15-year experience, you've kind of got to have a pretty long list of paper of all of the different competitions that he's been to, especially then filter that into where he's done really well. And like, I get it. That is the place where you want to be. If you're confident about your own play, you're, you know, You've seen this guy before? He's like kind of intimidating. Not only in-game, but out-of-game too. That I want to be there for LAN. So I do think that he's finding his comfort zone. Will that continue on through the weekend? I think a lot of Avic fans, and especially us who just want great Quake games, we're hoping for it, but that was a pretty damn good showing.
Yeah,
Lethal.
some players, like, having been to their first LAN, or maybe they've been to 1 or 2, some of these guys have shopping lists of LAN events they've been to over the years, and it's just incredible, and it really does show through no matter what age you are. And Avic just played extremely well, and great combat skills across the board. psygib did have his moments, but it did struggle again and again in both its maps. But end of the day, psygib could put in a good run, depending on the circumstances, how he performs, continuing going into that loser bracket. But Avic, definitely here to play, definitely one of the favourites in the competition. We all talked about the top 4 and Avic not mentioned too much, but keep an eye out for him because he really will do some damage here over the next couple of days.
And of course, Lethal, like you just said, there is a lower bracket as well, right? This is not the end of the road for psygib. He's going to drop down into the losers, but everyone has 2 lives, so to say, into this championship. So psygib, we haven't seen the last of him just yet.
Yep, and those games are going to continue. A quick 2-0 there with Avic coming out the winner. psygib still alive in the competition. We'll see him tomorrow in the lower bracket. Not 100% sure who his opponent will be, but you know, we're gonna get to that point and take a look at the schedule and all that good stuff as we resolve all this stuff out. So, gentlemen, we have got one more match remaining here on the main stage. It is going to be bukster versus Yup. It is coming up next. We got 2 challengers coming in, and you know what? I've been really impressed with all of our challenger entries. So let's see if these 2 can match it as well. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the mainstream here for day one of the Quake World Championship. It is the final matchup here. Now, if you're like, oh, I'm really sad and this is not like this. Well, don't worry. We've got 2 more days of incredible action coming at you. But first, 2 more challengers going at it right here to determine one that will move on, one that will drop to the lower. Joining me on desk yet again is ZSX and Ketchup. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you. Starting the day and rounding it off. That is commitment.
Yeah,
that is commitment.
That's true.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't really know what planet I'm on because I just done GaRpY versus Tox, of which live update for those that might have missed it. Unfortunately, GaRpY is eliminated. Tox was able to get the win 2-0.
You didn't even give me a chance to watch the VOD. Catch-up. I can't believe you'd spoil me like that.
Tough. But now I'm jumping straight back up here, and now we're going to be doing another match to get us nice and ready for the night.
That's right. Bukster versus Yup are 2 challengers that fought their way through in the qualifiers and have made it here to compete with the other 24 players that are competing. And let's talk a little bit about them. Right? No necessarily interviews to do. We've got let's introduce Bukster. We got to see their poses and their fists and Bukster. Let's talk about Bukster.
Andre's just leaving us hanging there. Bukster's someone who's been on the cusp for such a long time. I think he's been to 1 or 2 lands now, but he's always there or thereabouts. Normally,
there it is.
There's a fist.
Yep.
Classical esports posing. Just never had the fortune to break it into the QPR, but always knocking the door into challenges. But as we've seen today, there's a good reason why. For sometimes, he's not always got to that level because some of these challenges have been mind-blowing. But now he is here. He deserves to be here. He plays an aggressive and fast style, risky style at that. But he brings some pain, and he's been around the block.
But I think that's been such a common talking point from so many of our challengers too, is that it's players that aren't afraid to be aggressive, aren't afraid to push those buttons, because you can catch someone uncomfortable. You can sometimes steal away a cheeky map or 2, but at the same time, we kind of look at how that style develops over somewhere like this. It has gone kind of catastrophically wrong for some people, where you'll put all your chips into the basket the moment the map begins, and then you can't recover for the remaining 10 minutes, which is where the more reserved style can come in. The methodical style is starting to really pioneer itself, especially over the course of this weekend, from players that are known for being a bit more versatile.
Yeah. And let's talk about him next. Yup. Let me just say before you say, I just love this guy's energy. Right.
Yes.
The first time I got a chance to meet him the other day, so happy to be here. Loves Quake. Smile on his face. I'm like, dude, I love it. Yup.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Like, obviously an enigma. I mean, he comes from Argentina. I don't know if anyone's seen him play beyond the 1 feature he had in Challengers. I've seen a little bit in practice, but all I can say is when I met the guy here, he's just, as you rightly said, just absolutely loving every second of this experience. Doesn't want to forget a moment. And that in itself will hopefully reflect on his gameplay. He just wants to enjoy it. He looks ready, he looks excited, but from what I know of his playing style, he loves to play around the rail. He also likes to be aggressive. Like, we got Maxter in that Argentinian space as well. Heavy rail play, heavy aggressive. I'm sure he's modeled himself somewhat on that as well. But I can't say anything more better. He just seems like a great guy.
Well, your comments, Ketchup, as we look at the picks and bans here that are popping up. And one thing I would mention is, like, when you're in traditionally a region where you might have a higher ping than the rest of the world, you come to land and you're like, this is the greatest thing ever. Like, I am a god. And here's our picks and bans. Vale from Bukster, Ruins from Yup, and Insomnia will be the last remaining match. Kind of interesting on that one, but Ketchup, what about the champion picks and bans?
Really, nothing is screaming different to me. I'm kind of just taking a look at these, and you've got the Ranger versus the Ison on Vale. Makes perfect sense. Ruins, Visor, kind of one of the main maps. You'll see a Visor get picked, going up against a Nyx, where, again, Visor can do quite well in that matchup, so once again, that makes perfect sense. And then finally, Insomnia, Strog versus that Athena. We often see mobility as a rather significant key on that map. So really nothing is screaming at me to be like, hey, let's talk about this. I think these are just 2 players that know their own styles, are trying to be as familiar as they can with their opponents. How much they would have had to play each other, I don't know, because that's one of the big factors here is, and I could just be talking bollocks to be honest, but when you're looking at players that are in each other's path in tournament, you know, it's fair to assume they probably haven't played each other. So
I'm going to go out and say never.
This is more than likely their first time. I'm gonna assume it too. This has to be their first time.
Once. When
Flea is like running to the studio right now. Guys, back in 2020, they played an online. Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. One final question here before we get started as the match is about to begin. What does the skin that a player uses for a champion say about them? I don't know, but Yup is rocking the Santa hat and the beard, and I like it. I'm here for it. Bring it on.
On the classic Ranger.
On the classic Ranger.
With the animated skin.
Yeah, I love it. I'm in. I'm in. That's good stuff.
Can't take my eyes off it now.
It looks
See? I love it. People are like, show us the lobby, damn it. What are they talking about?
You'll see it in game. You'll see it in game.
You will see it in game.
The moment they released that classic Ranger skin, I was like, yes. I wanted that since day one.
I still think it's funny every time I see an orb go out, and it's just like a log that's an arm, and whatever. All right, it's late.
We're all old.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, any predictions you want to throw out here? Or is it just like, no, let the,
We're just gonna let this one
dice
roll.
of fate
Yeah,
roll?
we're gonna let this
Well,
one-
it's a really hard game to make predictions for, because I think, you know, fans of either side in chat will be just simply backing their player. And from our point of view, have they played each other before? More than likely not. If they know they're in each other's bracket, they would have been absolutely crazy to give each other, you know, casual test matches on LAN, knowing you're going up against them. So I don't think that's a factor either. We've seen bukster before. Most people probably haven't seen Yup. This is possibly one of the biggest question marks of the entire day.
A debut, a fresh debut right here.
And I think that's a hard position to be in. You know, I don't know much about Bukster personally, but if he's putting pressure on his shoulders, like he's been in this situation before, trying to get into the pro league, and now he's going up against someone he would expect to beat, but knows nothing about. Like, I think Tox said it when he was losing when he came off stage at Strongsage. I really didn't want to lose that. You know, going against these players you expect yourself to beat, and then you start losing. That's when this is a real awkward situation for a Bukster fan. But we also need someone rocking the gunners in the QPL, because Dahang is no longer with us, and Bukster's there with them.
You're
so,
right.
Yeah.
You're right. That's a good observation.
All
right, gentlemen, we'll keep those good observations up, and good luck to both players. I'll be back when you conclude, and take it away.
Thank you very much, and we have seen so much of this map today. And I really want to give a special shout out to everyone that's been tuning in. If you've been here from the beginning, like all of us have been, then shout out to you for putting in this marathon with us. But you know what? It's for world-class Quake. Back on LAN after about 3 years of not having it. You know, it couldn't be for a better reason. And there's Yup with the immediate push to say, hello, this is me.
Not afraid whatsoever. Dropping down onto his opponent. Balls of steel. Slightly late for that pickup though, so he does miss out on it, but you can see the aggression and the upright confidence from Yup. And I have seen it in practice, and he was pulling out some decent results against very, very good players. So this is perfectly in his capabilities from what I've seen to take this one at least to the wire, if not a victory. So good start from Yup, although he does miss out quite heavily on that Mega.
Bit of a statement to make.
Oh, sorry, that was Bukster.
Bit of a statement to make so far to kickstart this map. You know, it's late in the day where we're grinding, and here comes Yup, absolutely fearless and putting on the highest amount of pressure. Oh, wow, that rocket hurts.
Good use of the Ranger passive. I'm always a fan of anyone that does that. You know, uses the speed, uses the rocket jump. That's the utility you want. It puts pressure on your opponent, and Yup's doing it well. He doesn't have the rail yet. And I mentioned in the intro, from what I've seen, he loves to use that weapon. So biding his time before making his way across the map, just wants to maintain control. I think after this next pickup, if it's clean, he might jump on down and go across.
Having to take a rail in the meantime. So maybe not as clean as he would have wanted. There is time to kind of think about our next plan of attack. It'll be 13 seconds until Mega's about to spawn, but very clearly, Yup wants to win this fight. Preemptively goes in for the orb, though. That could have been so much more damage, but just letting it go far too early and punished.
It was the right play, but as you say, just slightly Shot a little bit too early and didn't get any real effectiveness with it. And then at that point, you're a little bit of a sitting duck. bukster cleans it up and a big rocket there through the doorway. That's juicy. And Yup is on the ropes. He's got that rail now. Double rail, in fact, to christen it to the QPL. But bukster's more than happy and obliging with the HMG.
This is that adaptation. It's only been 2.5 minutes, but bukster starting to play a little bit more of his own game. There has been such an emphasis on just controlling this map. You know, Yup's been slipping in and out, finding some damage in rather unusual places. Where on the side of bukster, it's been all about these major items, of which here comes another one. And actually, in this case, Yup is nowhere to be found. So far, bukster has been having relatively free reign over the Vale, and now Yup has already taken quite a few of these armors, so there's not much left to pick up. Forced to jump down. This is a risky play. Ooh. Even with the orb, I mean, that orb wasn't going to be able to do the damage. Bukster was far too stacked.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it in the intro, but maybe some of these pushes are slightly green in their nature. And what I mean by that is just a bit naive in trying to assert himself in situations where it was not necessarily going to work out. But I love the enthusiasm and the executions there. Every one of these pushes, even if they're not necessarily the right decision, the commitment and the execution has been good. So he just needs to refine it now, get back onto some of these items, and work the map a bit more methodically. GaRpY once again, but again, he's just not got the stack to compete.
So tempting to take that light in so many situations, but in so many situations, your opponent wants you to do just that, as bukster did. Happy to let you take it, mate, because I'm going to pepper these rockets and I'm going to get that LG right as you come running. Now, bukster, 4 frags to 1 here, looking really comfortable. And that has been a major factor at play. Yup has been almost completely non-existent during all of these item pickups. I've been watching this through bukster's point of view the whole time, and every time there's been a heavy or a mega, Yup just hasn't been there.
No, he was there off the bat when he picked up a couple initial rotations, but you're right, there has not been a huge contest on the defense. He's much preferring these aggressive pushes to force the fight rather than just testing the item of VAR or doing some exit damage. Again, amazing damage coming out, but it's just before the item pickup. That's a great spawn from Yup, though, and fortunately, that will get him back into this set.
That is actually a very, very good spawn to have. Exactly what you were looking for, and then you can just go and pick it up right as you reappear. But it hasn't caused bukster too much bother just yet, being able to restabilize and bring himself back up to a natural stack there thanks to the armor. Needs a little bit more for the health department, but now, once more, we're looking at those major items. Mega, just about to spawn, but with Yup controlling that high ground, it's fair to assume that's going to be his prize. But Yup's doing the right thing. Knows that bukster was more than likely going to push towards that heavy because it's the one you're closest to. We know we're going to take Mega for free, so yeah, let's just sit forward and try and get some bonus damage first, maybe even shut down the heavy. Didn't quite work out, but again, it's the thinking ahead that matters the most here.
Once again, though, Yup's just trying to assert himself. Definitely feel that he needs to manufacture these opportunities. He's just jumping into bukster, which it definitely can work. It just will expose him to this damage. He's in position to challenge for this heavy, and bukster actually entirely forfeits that. Tries to defend this mega. He's a little bit early himself, but with the lightning guns out, he's doing a lot of damage. Yup comes charging with the rocket, unfortunately not connecting with anything at this point, and it's going to be a clean frag for bukster, and that's painful. With nearly just 4 minutes to go, Yup needs to find a way to regroup, because ever since those early engagements catch-ups, bukster's looked fairly stable in his output.
Feels a little bit like maybe bukster was caught off guard by the early aggression of Yup, but since then, that was a, okay, well, wait, so clearly this is the kind of player that I'm fighting. I'm fighting someone that's aggressive and rather fearless, so let's try and slow things down a little bit, be a bit more careful.
Exactly, and I think you can see that. You can see the way in which he's approaching these choke points. He's listening to use those audio cues and just play slower, as you rightly said.
Using that aggression against him now, though, as Yup is now trying to be assertive and trying to be the one that's kind of taking the initiative almost, and bukster is just sitting there listening for it and waiting.
Yeah, and he's wanting it to come because he has the stack, he has the position, so he's almost goading it, and Yup is obliging. Fortunately for Yup, some of the damage output has slipped off as well. Saying that, he's bouncing bukster around, but again, the items are there to recoup that loss, leaving Yup with not a lot to work with.
I mean, you can say that again. It's kind of weird to think about things, though, that Yup has not been particularly behind on the item department, but it feels like he is.
Yeah.
It's just been, Bukster has been so stacked for so long. You'd look at the stacks, the stack difference, sorry, and the stats, you'd think that Yup hasn't taken any.
No, but it's also that the items Yup is taking, they're almost steals, where Bukster's challenging heavily, where quite a lot of Bukster's items have been free or very clean.
Just look there, picks up the Mega and it's immediately neutralized.
And so what the appearances there that Bukster's had a clean map, which he's been challenged, but he's almost felt like he's had Yup on a little bit of a string, and Yup's fallen into those traps that Bukster was setting.
This may just be the first map, but Bukster being able to stabilize a extremely rough start is a incredible way to kickstart things. You having to wait a long time during the day, right? You know, everyone else is getting their matches done.
Last match of the day.
It's not easy to prepare for.
Particularly if you're nervous and you're having to sit around all day watching these great players go out and some of their challenges performing well. It's a hard task to be in, but Bukster's coming in looking very cool, calm and collected. Yup came out swinging, but Bukster's been mature about it.
Yup has taken so much damage that even if he, Bukster's doing the right thing. I got 6-1 situation here. You're weak as anything. Even if you try and push forward, I'm just going to get an easy frag. Happy to just keep you behind.
Yeah.
You want to try and lick your wounds. You want to try and pick up some stacks. It's going to take time, mate. Time you don't have.
It's been a respectful performance from Bukster as well. There's definitely been opportunities where he could have tried to force the issue, pick up some more frags, but he realized he didn't need it. He played the angles, and I think I used the word mature, and I think I have to say it again, it's just more of a culture performance from him. Whereas Yup, just needs to round the edges of the performance, and it would have been much, much more competitive. But nevertheless, he's got some items, he's got himself off the board early, and this is a hard map to break through if you're not that accomplished at it. So let's try and put it behind him and move on.
Yeah, in this situation, there's not much you can do but just contemplate the future. We're not going to have loads of time to think about how we are going to approach the next map, because, I mean, really, give it a few minutes and we're going to be straight back in there. Best of 3 territory. Again, not much breathing space. No. But this is where the adaptation gets stressed the most. And even in this setting, feels like the players are going to be rolling out the GGs, perhaps. There's now really, there's no way that Yup's going to be able to take this one. And we shall wait patiently for that second map. Sorry, there's a little bit of chit-chat behind us. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I don't know. I think Baby Bukster was just talking to himself. But either way, should be words of happiness, because he played well. Like, he didn't set the world alight, but he did what he needed to do in these situations. And he's really kind of used the aggression of Yup against him, played the items well, and that's all you can ask. You know, a victory map for one of your first game of the tournament, absolutely rock solid.
Now, Yup, you're kind of looking at the rest of the maps, and there just needs to be a little bit more patience, perhaps.
Yes,
that's one of the key factors, because it was an impressive way to start. You know, we both looked at that beginning and went, wow, hang on a minute, okay.
It almost felt that he got so encouraged by the early aggression that it worked out. He just tried to do it again. You know, rinse and repeat the same formula where, you know, the more experienced players, it won't work again. And you definitely have to build your way into the set, build your way into a frag, do the chip damage, have the right weapon, choose your moments. And unfortunately for Yup, some of the moments he chose were just not the right ones, and Bukster was expecting it, and he punished him for it.
2 mediums, but Bukster did a pretty much flat 1,000 more damage too.
Yeah.
Kind of just goes to show. And I think a lot of that damage would have come from that sort of ranged play, getting that sort of, you know, ranged rockets, the rails, whatever it was, where you're catching someone who wants to be aggressive, and then just as they're flying around the corner, boom, you know, catch that once or twice.
Exactly.
That adds up throughout the course of the map, and before you know it, things are not going your way.
No, not at all. And we saw that number of times that Bukster was dropping into these angles, just more aware of where Yup was going, and it was just really difficult at that point for Yup to make anything to happen. He just wasn't able to challenge any of Bukster's pickups, whereas you can see here, so many times that Yup was taking items, just he took like a heavy debt, he died for it. And that was the big, big challenge. Coupling that with, he wasn't connecting with as many shots as he probably would have liked compared to Bukster, nearly hitting 60% rail, should I say. That's a big challenge on the back foot. So not the ideal start for the Argentinian, but, you know, he showed enthusiasm, and he should be encouraged by the start and just take that forward.
Yeah, just for a bit of a disclaimer, not entirely sure what's going on, but it looks like Yup has had to quickly step away for a second, so it could be really anything. Could be a hardware replacement, could be bathroom break, whatever.
Yeah, we're not going to speculate, really, are we? We're just going to let it happen, let it play out.
Yeah.
Keep you entertained in the meanwhile for the last set of the day on the A stream. There's at least one more set on the B stream with Bukster was talking to himself. It really confused me for a second.
It's just a world of confusion.
Right.
As we clear out the first day here of the World Championships.
Yup is back though, as we are going to be moving on to Ruins of Sarnath. We have the Nyx.
Yeah, let's talk about the champions.
Against the Visor. Nyx against the Visor.
Yeah. So, all right. So, with the gameplay that we saw and the styles of play mostly coming out of Yup, now we're going with a Visor where the champion naturally kind of forces you to play slower.
Yes.
I feel like that could be somewhat of an advantage here, right? Because we have this out in the open map, well, I say out in the open, larger map, which can be a lot more rail heavy, a weapon of which, again, we've had talks of the town about how good Yup's rail can be, right? So, you know, I feel like if the stars align, we're going to just get just naturally a change of pace going into this next map, and I'd like to see that.
I find that Vale is a situation, particularly if you're not massively comfortable on it, where you can be forced to feel that you need to make something happen. And that's kind of what I felt Yup was trying to do. You can take the fight on. There are situations you create these messy engagements, and Yup was really trying to force that. Ruins, you are naturally going to play a more methodical, slower game. Couple that with the Visor, as you said. Hopefully that will settle you up, and that can be beneficial for someone who doesn't then feel the pressure to make things happen all the time. And then you can build your way in with the rail, and you can actually establish yourself in the game before it falls away from you. And on the flip side, we saw Bucks just wanting to play that slower, more methodical game, and he has a Nyx. So this should lean the way of playing that way. And I think that definitely benefits from what we've seen from Yup. If he can then rein it in a bit, that will mean he doesn't let the game spiral away from himself.
Well, it looks like we're in the warm-up, and this is where the upper bracket journey could be over for Yup, and we've only just really started, but like I said, that double elimination, it does give players that might not have as much experience in this setting that second life, that chance to really sort of gather your thoughts and really make that miracle run. However, off the back of a rather convincing first map there for Bukster, we'll see if things will change up a little bit.
I have to say as well, Argentinians in Quake have good posture when they're playing.
Yes, they do.
Yup and Max, the perfect back position. Anyway, he popping an early use of that piercing sight. Going to work his way around to pick up the rail, the trusty rail, and just go and wait down this heavy area. Just down by the jump pad, the perfect defensive positioning. Bukster is more than aware what's going on though. Hits that nice chip rail. He won't engage, particularly now he's eating himself a rail. But what that means is Yup, should I say, not Bup, is going to be going in aggressive towards this Mega, and Bukster is nowhere to be seen.
The defensive game can reign supreme when it comes to Nyx, though. That Ghost Walk is the absolute ticket towards... Oh, you've caught me. Think again. Having to catch this champion twice, especially with someone who isn't afraid to play that defensive game of angles and strong positions.
Look at this, like, instantly pops the piercing sight and just runs at his opponent.
Using a piercing sight and all you do is eat a rocket, that's like the worst way it could go.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate there for Yup, because again...
But this is also part of the matchup of the champions, in that you feel more inclined to want to use it more often, to eat the shards, so your opponent doesn't have more uptime of their Ghost Walk. It does appear though that Buxter's more than happy just to hold on to that Ghost Walk and use it purely from a defensively point of view. So it's just barreling on through. Yup is too weak to even peek at this point.
Remember, we are on Ruins. There's plenty of hourglasses, especially up here. Yup had used the piercing sight, and then within, I think it was about 13 seconds, had already had another one. And yeah, the major push in there from Bukster. And that's going to give an early lead here. Now with Yup, 20 seconds until piercing sight, but once again, as I kind of pointed out just now, the hourglasses on this map in particular are plentiful, which is fantastic if you're Visor.
This is the situation Buxton wants to be in. He hasn't shown any inkling on this map already that he wants to play any different. A, B, C. Keep it slow. Keep it safe. And honestly, I think that's what he feels is all that's going to be needed. At the moment, though, Yup is showing more life. Once again, the piercing sight is used to try and connect with the rails. This time, they're not. Just being strung together. He's gone on aggressive right on through, but another big rocket knocks Buxter off this time. And now he's in a little bit of trouble, but holds onto the Ghost Walk for now. Yup is in position, but they're both about the same level of stack. Buxter's just going to moonwalk his way out and back down.
Scary fight to take for Buxter. It was indeed railable right there. Yup couldn't quite connect the shot. But Buxter, again, is just being, I think, well, sparing. with the Ghost Walk. Have we even seen it used?
Not that I...
3 minutes and not once.
Definitely could have used it then, but nice and cool. He is using it now as Yup refuses to relent with the W key. Keeps on going on in. Tries to connect again, but nothing is working, or not as much as he would want. Some of these pushes are good, it's just the clinicalness is not quite there from Yup's perspective. Any one of these shots would have hit. When he's gone through, bukster would be in more trouble than he is. He's also nicely set up for this Mega, and he's maintaining that timing, but as I say that, just dodged on back and gave an inch for Yup to work his way in, and he takes that. Bukster, with the Ghost Walk up, he's happy to keep retreating, happy to play this keep away game, happy to goad his opponent into him. It's exactly what we saw on Vale, except he's a bit more vulnerable.
Yup was so prepared for that. Yeah. Bukster decides to peek and pays the price for it instantly. May as well have been frame 1, but Mega is going to be that next objective. Bukster, yeah, this is going to have to be a safe decision to make. Do I go up this jump pad? Fakes it out just on the off chance that Yup was looking for it. I like that.
And the question mark now for Yup is he's got good pressure, he's got a good rotation. Does he continue to just bust out his piercing sight on cooldown? Does he hold it to try and keep it when the Ghost Walk comes out? This is the dilemma now that he'll be playing with in his head. I imagine from what we've seen, he'll just use it straight away to try and chack his opponent down.
You would definitely think that Yup has acknowledged, the cooldown began. You would definitely think that Yup is going to use it all the time because surely he's noticed by now that Bukster is just straight up not using the Ghost Walk. So if it's not going to get used, I may as well get information as much as possible and then just pick up all the free hourglasses. They just belong to Visor at this point.
Exactly, and it's a dangerous strat from Bukster. I mean, he's been forced into it because Yup's control has been spot on. There we go, huge opening. He knows there's no Ghost Walk up. You have to end this frag now. Yup enters the room, he eats 2. He's got another one he can. Obviously, he doesn't want to, and he will pick up a nice, clean frag. The split between the items is big catch-up, and Bukster's not in a position to really challenge this. He comes flying on in with the nail gun. But it's not going to do enough for Yup, and he's now got the Mega, a piercing sight, and a heavy to fall back on.
Bukster's going to be able to just realize that the likelihood of a piercing sight, it's got to be high. It's been some time since I last sort of encountered it, right? So every step round a corner becomes a gargantuan risk when you're dealing with a Visor that has it ready to go when you're at death's door. I mean, nothing scarier, to be honest.
No, it is the challenge. Unless you hear it up, and if you know someone's constantly using it, you're always living on the edge unless you heard it. That is a little bit of the challenge. And that's partly why Bukster's been so careful. You see he's down here now. He's going to take this fight. No, he didn't even hit the rail, though. Gets away, but no, not quite straight from below. Yup takes the lead, and he's got the follow-up. Oh, nearly gets it. Bukster once again just holding on to that Ghost Walk. He's so greedy with that catch-up.
Too greedy, but now being forced to use it just to survive. Not very healthy here. Not even 30 HP. I mean,
the Mega's up.
Using it. No, narrowly. Lost timing. It's so easy for us to say that because we have the stopwatch, but it's tragic all the same.
I know, and that's a situation where he just doesn't have the timing. This is the problem being on the back foot. Like, how does he get back into this game? He hasn't even shown any signs of life to try and challenge Yup, and Yup is not making a mistake with the timing or the pressure. He's got the piercing sight in a few seconds, and the Ghost Walk's up simultaneously. But look at Bukster. He's just playing an RPG. He's playing an RPG. He's just running away from the mob, and he tries to take a fight, but it's the wrong fight.
Now, as a wise man once said, there is still time, but there's not much of it.
I wouldn't call him wise.
Now, Bukster's gonna be in this position, forcing in loads of nail gun damage, but not enough. Again, Yup just stands true. The iron brick wall of defense says, "Excuse me, sir, I'd like another frag, please."
That was a good push by Bukster, but as you said, it's just been too little too late in terms of no pre-damage. He has to go all in, and it's just before the major item. What it has done now is opened up the door for a pickup. This is only his 6th pickup of the game in terms of major item. Yup has had 22 major items, 3 times as many nearly. Oh, sorry, nearly 4 times as many, should I say. And Ghost Walk is out, but Yup is ready. He knows, oh my god, out of the Ghost Walk comes a full rocket. Bukster, he's done a good job, but he's weak himself.
That was surgical timing.
Yeah, it was.
But what do you do to bring yourself back in right now? You know, you kind of need to secure one of those frags. Around now would be nice. being able to get a nice sequence perhaps, but you know, he's going to be able to get himself a piercing sight ready to go. Yeah. That's going to make the push even harder because, you know, the defensive play becomes way more effective if you can see them everywhere.
I like that a lot. He's just baited bukster out, delaying his advances. Oh, I know he's just picking up, and now he does, and a full rocket. Bukster has to do something, and this is why he's going in, but they're both so low. Piercing sight comes out, so he knows how safe he is to patrol the map, and he's just delaying and delaying. He's not available, so that's why he's feeling confident here. And what I really like is just that it would have been easy for Yup to look at this and go, oh, I'm in the lead, there's only 2 minutes to go, I'll go defensive. But no, he continues to challenge. He realizes how important it is for him to keep a presence on the map. Really well played. Second guessing without their piercing sight, but they're going to run into bukster up top.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, wow.
Right, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Bukster on one of the major items, the opening rail. That is very important indeed.
Yeah, huge. That's a huge rail. It stalls a lot of the momentum of Yup, makes him second guess. Piercing sights up in a second as well. He won't need it as his opponent is right down below. So he holds on to that for now. He's just going to hold this high ground. He's got the Mega in his sights, but he drops up as well. How huge is that going to be, Ketchup? He's living with nothing. There's so much time before this next heavy. He's got to get out. He's got to stay in the stairwell and force his opponent into him.
You'd almost think that Yup fell victim to his own piercing sight because he could see Bukster running around the corner and was so eager to escape that the Mega just became secondary.
Absolutely. The one time you think the piercing sight is the devil for yourself and he's given up the map with 30 seconds to go. What are you going to do now? This is heart in your mouth stuff. We can see where he is. Bukster's going to take that, make the way around. Is he even going to check the light armor? I think he might have heard him up the stairwell. No, he doesn't. He's ton left.
Uh-oh.
15 seconds to go. He will know now. Surely he knows now. Here comes the Ghost Walk. Yup is there. They're going to meet. He's going to catch him up. And this is a certain frag. Oh my god.
We are just about to end a sudden death. Yup spawning with the rail in hand, and that's the only weapon you can get. Escaping through the teleporter, Bukster has been able to pull off an incredible comeback, and Yup just getting caught slipping. There really is no scientific explanation for it. The defensive LG. Wait a minute, Bukster takes it! Last possible moment right there, and the comeback is real, folks.
Yeah, that was a close one. Nowhere to put it. I think you said it. Like the piercing sight guided him away from the key objective he needed to be at, and that was the downfall. Great presence of mind for Bukster to maintain composure in the final seconds, not to scout out the surrounding areas, but just to go for the heart of the belly of the beast. Found his opponent down in the caverns of the heavy armor. Pretty fortunate he chose the right spot, but really well played to forge that comeback. It was close, Wheat, really close.
Yup, clearly a sportsman, still a smile on his face, patted his opponent on his back, and you know, you got to ask yourself, is that the Landon experience, right? Yeah. Up by 2, final moments.
Yeah.
You know, that critical point in time in which, you know, yeah, I should probably use my piercing sight, but then suddenly that puts you in a bad spot.
It's not even that, as you said, the experience, right? Yeah, using the piercing sight's the right thing, but keeping a track on your opponent, keeping a track of the time, is that coming up? That's the experience where you can have that presence of mind to do all of that calculation in that split second. Then he would have taken it, and he probably would have won.
Ride the lightning. Ride the lightning.
But you have to say, apart from losing the game, I thought he played that map really, really well. Map 1, I think, was a mixture of nerves, maybe not great at Vale. Tried to force too many